All gave some gave all. This is the day we should show our respect for the greatest nation on the planet. Hi, everybody. I am Jim Kozimora, my good buddy Jason Dumas by my side. Jason, this is an early wake-up call, my friend.
Oh, yeah, it really is. I don't know how Bonte and Butch do this regularly. Saw Bonte's Instagram story all weekend. He's probably still recovering. He went up at Bottle Rock having some fun, so good for them. Because
he's got the big bags. Those guys make big bags of money.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they get up this early in the morning, and then Bonte's getting ready to start making trips across the country.
He is. We're headed to Boston. I'll be out in Boston, too, when that series shifts there, so it'll be fun. I was pulling for Miami. I wanted to be on South Beach.
Sure.
On my birthday in June, but whatever. Boston's a pretty cool city, too. And it's a great matchup. I'm sure the league was secretly rooting for Boston because, I think they can squeeze 7 games out of this.
Jason, I guaranteed at the start of the conference finals, both the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, I guarantee the Golden State Warriors and Boston Celtics would be in your NBA championship because Adam Silver had to look back 365 days and say, wait a minute, I just sat through Milwaukee and Phoenix. Most NBA fans can't find Milwaukee and Phoenix on a map.
Nope.
So we need to get bigger markets. I'm not saying the league tries to do any hanky-panky to get there. I just knew it was going to be Warriors Celtics.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you look at the totality of the season, these were probably the best 2 teams in basketball, minus Phoenix and Miami. The Boston Celtics had the best record in the NBA since the start of the new year. And the Warriors, outside of a few brutal stretches, the Warriors were really good all season, too. Obviously, they had some injuries. I think one of the most impressive things about this Warriors season is the fact that Steph, Clay, and Draymond only played together 12 minutes during the regular season. They essentially had to figure it out in the playoffs. Now, of course, there's the history, so they've played with each other for a long time before, and that's muscle memory. It's like riding a bike, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily easy. And that's why I was a little unsure. I did pick the Warriors to win the NBA Finals, so my prediction is still going as planned. But I wasn't super confident in that prediction because you just didn't know. We hadn't seen them all together, and the Warriors I know they won their last 4 games of the season and got some momentum, but prior to that 4-game winning streak, they were kind of limping into the postseason. There was a lot of question marks.
All right, so the Warriors get the Boston Celtics. It's Golden State, Boston. That's what you get. Is that what you wanted going into the finals? You wanted the Boston Celtics, or did you want something else to happen for the Warriors?
No, I did not want the Boston Celtics. I wanted to see the Miami Heat win. I wanted that Jimmy Butler pull-up transition 3 to go down.
Was it the right shot at the right time?
Yeah, I'm not.
Or a quick trigger?
I'm not getting on Jimmy for that. He carried them throughout the playoffs. He is their alpha. He is their leader. You sink or swim with him. That was one of those, Coz. That was one of those. Either way, I'm going to hell home. I'm either hitting this 3 and we're going on, or I don't want to play overtime. You could tell, and he just had those dead legs and short rimmed it. But the Celtics are the tougher matchup for the Golden State Warriors. I fully believe if it was the Heat, the Warriors win in 5. I think this series will go 7. The way I look at Boston, they're a more talented version of the Memphis Grizzlies. They have size and length on the wings with Tatum and Brown. Both of those guys are 2-way players. I think Jason Tatum is a little underrated on the defensive side of the ball. They have size and length in the paint in Al Horford, Robert Williams. And if you could pick anybody to really guard and be a pest to Steph Curry over a 7-game series, Marcus Smart is probably the prototype. Physical, great lateral quickness, and oh, by the way, he's the defensive player of the year. I think the key to this series is really going to be bench play, and I also think the Warriors can lean on their experience. The Celtics don't have one player on that roster who have ever played in a finals.
All right, so a lot of stuff we got to get into today. We want to do it with you. 888-957-9570, that's the phone number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. You can join us here on a Memorial Day Monday. We're live and local all day long, and a bunch of cool stuff we're going to be giving away each and every hour that we're live on the air on 95.7 The Game. So make sure you keep it locked right here. Come to us, stay here all day. We know you're going to be traveling throughout the day, whether you're going to parties at family's house, whether you're going to friends, whether you're hosting some people. You know what? When you're in the car, going to the store, whatever it is, keep it to 95.7 The Game. We'll keep it rolling here, and who knows, you might win something along the way. But 888-957-9570. We'll clearly talk about the Golden State Warriors for the bulk of the day today, because now we know the Warriors are going to get the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals. I'll go over who I would have liked to have played, and I'll tell you how far this Finals will go today between now and 10 o'clock in the morning. Also, it's a busy sports weekend. I know everyone here is focused on the NBA because they've got a team in the finals. Did you watch anything else? Did you watch Indy 500, Champions League, NHL Stanley Cup playoffs? Did you look at anything other than the finals?
I didn't, but it's funny. On what was that? Yeah, on Saturday I was looking. I was running some errands, and all right, we got to go get some lunch while I'm out, and I was in Union Square. I had to return something at Macy's, and so I'm
not
like,
bragging. You're not bragging. Going to Macy's, not bragging.
I'm like, hey, so I want a beer, I want a burger, or some wings. Let's go to get Tap Room.
Okay.
I'd forgot that soccer match was on. Golden Gate Tap Room, for those who don't know, it's like 3 stories, huge space. I walk in, there wasn't an empty seat in the bar. I went on every floor. I had to pivot and find somewhere else to eat, but people love their soccer.
Yeah, Champions League is the big. Is it 2 or 3 times more eyeballs watch Champions League final than watch the Super Bowl? That's how big it is globally.
And that's nuts.
Yeah, and it's not as big as the World Cup. That's the biggest thing that goes on the planet. But Champions League each and every year is Europe's Super Bowl for soccer, or football in their vernacular. And it was a huge game, and it was a great game. And the Real Madrid side goes home with the victory. It's just intriguing to find out if people watch what that is. And I think that there are a lot of... This is among the most international cities in America.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so
100%.
New York,
melting
Miami,
pot.
this place, so you got a lot of people. So the bars were going to be packed. Where did you pivot to, by the way? Where'd you end up going?
Man, I forget the name of the place, but it was actually really good. It was right there on 3rd Street,
Okay.
on 3rd Street, kind of near Union Square. I got a burger. It was good.
Nothing wrong with that. So that was a busy day. Indy 500. You didn't get a chance to watch any Indy 500?
Never been a big racing guy. I'm not even going to lie to you. Not even going to lie to you. I'm not into it.
I'm not a huge racing guy, but it's an amazing spectacle of racing. So that's
Right.
what I like to watch about it. So that was a ton of fun. Did you see any Stanley Cup final action?
Nope.
None of that. So if I told you the Borg Warner Trophy was lifted in Indianapolis, do you know what that means?
I mean, I'm guessing it's the racing trophy.
Right, there you go. So to me, the greatest trophy on the planet is the Borg Warner Trophy. If you win 6 Daytona 500s, you win 1 Indy 500, you will always be introduced as the winner of the Indianapolis 500. It's the single greatest race on the planet. And the Borg Warner Trophy is the toughest trophy to win in all of sport. But if you were to rank the trophies that are won, which one, like, to you, is the coolest trophy? Because there's World Cup, there's Champions League trophy was lifted this weekend. A lot of people think that's the biggest one. I think the Borg Warner. I think in professional team sport in North America, it's the Stanley Cup. When that's lifted, that's the number one. Which trophy do you like the best?
I'm a hoops head through and through, so I'm going to say the Larry O'Brien.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
I'm gonna say the Larry O'Brien Trophy. You win that, man. That's the pinnacle to me. I think the popular answer, though, in this country would probably be the Lombardi Trophy.
I think so.
Because football is king here in North America. But yeah, I would go Larry O'Brien Trophy. You win one of those as a hooper, you're on the Mount Everest, the top of it, and the Warriors are looking to win their 4th. They're 4th in the last 5
fourth with this group, right? Fourth with this crew, because there was the one in the 70s.
Fourth in the last 8 years.
Crew. And that's not so bad.
No.
And there's something I want to get into with that as far as the Warriors, and they won that first 3 in a 5-year span. And then the world turned upside down. Their organization changed. KD leaves. Clay gets hurt. Steph gets hurt a little bit. Draymond seems that he's getting old. And a lot of people felt that the best had been there. We were just going to see it riding out. When you looked at the Warriors heading into this year, where did you think they were as an organization and as a team on the floor? Were they ascending to greatness, or were they kind of, last year they were a playing team that didn't quite make it? They're a year older this year. Where did you see this Warrior team?
I didn't see NBA Finals. I thought they were going to be better than the play-in game that they were last year. I believe I picked them to finish 6th in the West before the season when
I was like you.
When we did our annual predictions.
Yeah, I was like you.
I had them finishing 6th, but they've been way better than I expected. No one expected this from Jordan Poole. Like, he's turned into pretty much, at times, their second best player.
Yep.
He's come back down to earth a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but that's just because defenses are game planning for him. I remember Coach Mike Malone of the Denver Nuggets, he was like, yeah, we have to readjust how we play because of Jordan Poole. And even though Jordan Poole might not be putting up the same scoring numbers in the last 2 series that he did in Denver, just the fact that defenses have to pay attention to him opens up so many other things for the Warriors offensively. And I think Jordan Poole is probably what has elevated Golden State to a championship caliber team. You knew what you were going to get from Steph. You pretty much knew what you were going to get from Draymond.
I wasn't sure I was going to get that from Steph at the age of 34 for 82 games.
That's true.
That was, to me, now I knew we were going to get some greatness, but what he did for as long as he did, that was different.
Yeah, I mean, he's different. You know, I think when it's all said and done, and he's still building his resume clearly, but when he's all said and done, I think Steph might be considered a top 15 player in this league's history.
Ooh, that's big talk right
there. And it might not even, like, it's not even just, it's all encompassing. I'm not just talking like he's a top 15 on-court performer. I'm talking his impact on the game, his impact off the court, just the cultural relevance that he has. Steph Curry is he's remarkable. Stephs don't come around all that often. He's different. And I think, of course, Dub Nation realizes that, but I definitely think when Steph is gone and he's retired for the game, people around the league are really going to actually start to realize, like, how much impact he's had on basketball.
All right, we'll talk about that between now and 10 o'clock. A lot of stuff going on. Jason Dumas, Jim Cozumel with you until 10. A couple of things on the Xfinity mobile text line from the 925. On my way to the gym. Well done in the 6 o'clock hour. On your way to the gym on a holiday.
Yeah, good for him.
He says he's going to keep it locked and loaded to the game on the Odyssey app all day. That's the way to do it, 925. I wish I was going to the gym with you today. I've been up since about 3:09 today. I couldn't get back to sleep when my eyes opened up. Shout out to the coworkers at Waste Management of Alameda working on Memorial Day. That's from our boy Panda. Thank you very much, Panda. And next time, a little suggestion for you, Jason Dumas.
I see that. Tap 415.
Yeah. Nice bar with burgers inside the Westfield Mall, Union Square. So we've got suggestions all over the board. That's good to know when you are looking for a place. Yeah, but it was crazy on Saturday. Every bar, every location was packed watching Champions League football.
And you would think I'm not a sports reporter or something. I had no idea it was on. I walked into the bar. I'm like, why is this bar so packed?
Wow, you might have touched a nerve here.
I see this. God forbid I say top 15 instead of top 10. Now Dub Nation is on my back on our text line.
And I will tell you, I think top 15 is being kind. For them to say top 10 all time, we might have to go over that.
What?
All right, top 10 for Steph all time. Steph Curry is in the discussion for the greatest player of his era. That will still go to LeBron, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. LeBron's the greatest of his era.
Yeah, LeBron, people argue that LeBron is the best ever. I don't I don't believe that.
I think that's a bad argument.
I don't believe that, but the fact that it's an argument for a lot of people is just a testament to how good he is.
All right, I'm going to bring in our guy, Super Sam Lubman. He's the producer of this mess. And Sam, we want to make sure that we promote the concept. We got some giveaway stuff we're going to be doing here.
Yes, we do. We're giving away all sorts of prizes all day long. We got 12 mystery envelopes that we're going to be opening up today. So what you got to do is whenever we play this sounder that I'm going to play right here, so this one right here.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Then that is your sign to call into our contest line. That's 844-999-GAME. Again, that's 844-999-4263. Every time you hear this sounder,
the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
That is your chance to call in, and then you're just going to pick one of the mystery envelopes we have available. And you could be going home with some pretty cool prizes. We got Dead & Company tickets. We got a Warriors bobblehead. We got some Top Gun swag. We got
who's seen Top Gun?
I have not seen the new Top Gun.
If anyone has seen Top Gun, 888-957-9570. I am considering taking the family to Top Gun or Jurassic Park 3 this afternoon.
Ooh. What I've heard is if you enjoyed the first Top Gun movie, that you're going to really like the sequel. If you're not one of the people who either saw the first Top Gun or just weren't into it, then it's probably not your cup of tea. Which
all right.
You could probably say that for most sequels. So anyway, one more time, whenever you hear this sounder,
the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Call 844-999-GAME and win some of these awesome prizes we have to give away.
Jason, get on the phone because when you hear that, you can call. You might win a Wingstop gift card.
I'll take that
Wingstop guy.
You're that Wingstop gift card. I mean, that's I think right now the top prize. Yeah, that or the bobblehead. I don't know who the bobblehead is.
Okay.
But
and it's rando, right? We're just going to pick the envelope, or do you?
No, you have to give the. So you pick which envelope you want. So we have envelopes between 1 and 12.
Okay.
So let's say you're the first person to call in. It's the fifth caller, by the way. I should specify that. It's the fifth caller whenever we do this. And pretty much what you're going to do is if you're the caller and you win, you get to pick a number between 1 and 12. And if that envelope is still available, you get the prize that's going to be in it.
This is going to be huge, everybody. All day long. Right here, 95.7 The Game, your proud home of the Golden State Warriors. Everyone amping up for an NBA Finals run. You've been in the market how long?
4 years now.
4 years?
4 years this summer. So coming up.
So you kind of get the finals vibe that goes on around here?
I was in Toronto for that finals, covering it for Cron. So I've been here. This is my second NBA Finals in 4 years, which is a blessing. I'm hoping this one is a win. I'd like to see, and Coach, you would probably know this answer. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if the Warriors win an NBA championship, where would the parade be? Is it down Market? Is it down the Embarcadero?
Dude, that is a great question because all the other parades have been in Oaktown.
Yeah.
And so now they've got to make a new decision. Mm-hmm. So a lot of stuff to get into. I actually would like to know from the fans, where would you like it to be? Would you like it to be in the town? Because you've always had your parades in Oakland. Or does it need to be in San Francisco? And you make a great point. The Giants did theirs up Market Street.
Yeah.
When the Giants would win, it was always up Market Street. Ends up being the biggest party in the city, in the region. It's a fantastic time. An Embarcadero run wouldn't be all that bad either, though.
Yeah, especially because the arena is down that direction too, so you go down the Embarcadero and you can pivot, and then it ends in front of Chase Center or whatnot.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I would probably pick the Embarcadero. Either way, it's going to be a nightmare for the people who have to cover it, trying to navigate through all the madness.
Jason, the Xfinity mobile text line does what it does. 888-957-9570. The parade should be on the Bay Bridge. That would be interesting, but hard to get enough people standing on that bridge.
I'm not partying on a bridge.
You're not going to party on the bridge? No. All righty. Top Gun, someone went and saw it last night in the 707. It was very good, worth the watch. Thank you for I like to take the temperature. We got to roll with that one. We're going to step aside here. What's coming up on the game, it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. Jason and I are going to talk about the Celtics and Warriors. He wanted the Celtics. I had something else in mind, and I will tell you how many games this series will go. That's next with Dumas and Coes on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. The Yankees are the best team in baseball this year, and it's not really that close. With a winning percentage of 700, everyone knows this is a team that you should bet on. But what's overlooked is just how good the Yankees are at bouncing back after a loss. After their first 12 losses in the 2022 season, New York
I think Boston was the most talented team when you look down the row in the East right now. And those wings on Boston, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, those guys are bona fide studs. They're going to be a handful for Golden State.
Let me ask you something, and this could be an opinion on either way. Which conference do you think was deeper? Which conference had better talent up and down the lineup?
The East this year, I believe.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I believe the East. You go down the line, you have Philly, Boston, Milwaukee, obviously the defending champs, Miami Heat, the Brooklyn Nets. They were kind of a mess this year, but even the Brooklyn Nets, that's a talented team to be the 8 seed in the NBA playoffs. The Chicago Bulls, they were deep. Now, I thought all along the champions would come out of the West. I thought it was either going to be Golden State or Phoenix. We saw Phoenix was kind of fraudulent.
I think Phoenix, if they'd have gotten to the conference final, would have been a different conference final.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix, how do you lose to the Mavericks like that? And then you saw by like 40, and then you see Golden State just makes light work of the Mavs. The Mavs weren't that good. I knew that series was going 5. I picked that series in 5 before it started. So I do think the East was deeper, but I think Golden State would have been a 1 seed in the East. I think they were better than any team in the East. And like I said, we're going to see. This finals it's going to be crazy. I think the ratings are going to be through the roof. Boston.
I don't know about that.
Really? Why not?
Well, what do you mean by through the roof? Like the best since 2018? Because the ratings across the league are down. This league is way down. And we don't know that because we're in the one place where we see beautiful basketball all the time.
Right.
But the rest of America, nobody's watching.
But, I mean, you can say that for any sport. So this is all relative. The ratings across pretty much every sport league are down.
NFL was way up.
NFL is
don't count
they're kind of Teflon.
Yeah.
Kind of Teflon.
Yeah,
all
they're
those
the biggest
people
thing
who
going.
said they're not going to watch anymore because some of the anthem stuff, they were lying. They still watch. The NFL is always going to be pretty much ratings proof. But
NHL's up in their playoffs from their better years. But the NBA across, especially local ratings, and again, we don't see it because we're in the number one prime market with the beautiful players. But other than that, boy, you go to every market, ratings down, ratings down, ratings down. They're throwing out more material about these are the best ratings since 2018. And it's pretty questionable, but who's watching? That's why I don't know what you mean by through the roof. I'm intrigued by that.
I think they're going to have. I think the NBA is going to be really impressed with their ratings. Like I said, most of the ratings are down, and just the ratings across the board for most of these sports. I mean, the NHL might be up, but that's up from ground floor to floor 3. I mean, honestly, outside of certain markets, hockey isn't grabbing anyone's attention, really. I mean, I'm a pretty big sports fan. Haven't been all who's in the Stanley Cup playoffs, right?
Well, so
Stanley Cup finals.
They're
right
in the
now.
play. Actually, there's a Rangers Carolina game tonight that will determine who will play Tampa in the East, and then you've got Colorado and Edmonton in the West. They're getting ready to start their conference finals. They're a little behind. Typically, they're a little ahead of the NBA. So this year it was a Winter Olympic year. They were supposed to play in the Winter Olympics, so they had cut 3 weeks out of their league.
But then they didn't because of COVID stuff, right? Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so then they had to. So the league is actually a little later than it typically is. It should be ending right about now, close to now, but it's not. They're going to go another couple of weeks.
I'm locked into hockey when these two things happen. When one of these two things happen, the San Jose Sharks are having a good season because professionally,
it's been a while.
Professionally, I covered them. Yeah, Western Conference Finals. I covered that team a couple years ago.
That was a great year
against the Blues. Or when the Philadelphia Flyers are playing good hockey because that's my hometown. When one of those two things ain't happening, I'm not seeing it. So you said at Carolina they could go to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Their best player could walk past me down the Embarcadero. I wouldn't have near a clue who it was.
That's true for a lot of people, believe me.
Wouldn't have near a clue. But anyway, I do think two iconic franchises.
That's true.
Boston Celtics.
Yes.
Huge fan base. Very loyal to their team.
True that.
And then obviously the Golden State Warriors, ratings gold. Had the best ratings in basketball this year. Have icons like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, of personality. In Boston, you have the two stars of Brown and Tatum. I think the NBA is going to be really happy with these ratings, and I think we're going to get some great basketball. You think it's going to be a 5-game series?
5 games, and the Warriors will win it, and we will have a parade sometime in mid-June.
Just really quick, I did a quick look at some of the ratings information. Games are averaging about 3.7 million viewers through the conference finals matchup, which is about a 14% increase over last year. So they have been up this year, and I do think
up from last year, but still down from when they were were the most popular or among the most popular.
I think the 2019 NBA Finals, I just saw it. They had like 15 million people were watching the 2019 NBA Finals.
And that's the last time.
Mavericks.
That was the last pre-COVID era.
Yeah, and that was Warriors Raptors. So I mean, Warriors Celtics. I know it could probably get up close to those numbers.
Oh, it should get more than that. It should get more than that. That would be my guess, because the Toronto number that you're talking about is intriguing, because Toronto doesn't rate in the U.S. system.
Right.
So I'm not quite sure. It was one of the lowest rated finals of all time, but that was partially because Toronto had to be factored into the equation.
Yeah, true. I'm not sure how we factor in those Canadian TVs.
Yeah, Canadians.
I hated that I had covering that series was brutal. Getting across the border with all your camera equipment it was a nightmare.
But it was pretty cool up there, right?
Yeah.
The old Jurassic Park area that they had up there.
It was really
That was a cool vibe.
It was either going to be them or Milwaukee, I believe, who they beat in the Eastern Conference Finals that year. I would have preferred going to Toronto, but it didn't make it easier that it was out of the country and we had to bring a lot of equipment and sign It was tough.
Yeah, it is a difficult chore. My wife is Canadian. We go to Canada. I understand. I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, when we continue with Jason Dumas and me, Jim Kozimor, in on the morning roast for Bonte and Butcher. Later on today, Evan Wiebeck, who covers the Giants for the Bay Area News Group, he joins us at 7:30. And then the great Scott Ostler at 8 o'clock. We'll talk about the finals with the Golden State Warriors. And also, Scott Ostler was in Los Angeles, and I believe covering the Lakers. Have you been watching Winning Time at all on HBO Max?
It is on my list.
Okay.
It's on my list. I have a list of like 8 shows that I got to start watching.
You're not going to have time now with the finals starting?
I haven't
Unless
had
it's on
time
a plane. Unless it's on a plane. Download them and do it on a plane.
I have not had time to do anything, but it's on the list. I heard great things. Have you been watching it?
I've watched the first 2 episodes.
How do you like it?
And it makes some out to look
I heard
like jokes. Obviously, Jerry West is the big one. Kareem does not come across looking good.
Isn't he suing HBO or something?
He did ask them. We got to step aside. They're giving me the sign. We'll talk about it. But Scott Ostler at 8 o'clock. Kiko, you're going to start us off at 888-957-9570. Jason Dumas, Jim Kozimor, late for a break on 95.7 The Game.
Are you ready, California? It's time for the Memorial Day Sell-a-thon, happening now at your California Ford dealer. Are you ready to start summer off in a new Ford truck or SUV? It's time for new inventory arriving every day at your local dealer with amazing offers across.
Memorial Day. How you doing, everybody? Bonte and Butcher have the day off. That means that you've got the kind of the weekend, kind of the running with the twos type of day. Jason Dumas and Jim Kozimor. We're bumping on the YouTube, the Twitch. You can hit us on the Xfinity text line, the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. It's also our phone number, so make sure you give us a ring. We are 10 minutes away from 7 o'clock in the morning here on a beautiful Memorial Day. It does look spectacular in the city of San Francisco today.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. It's going to be a nice day out. I'm probably going to have to need a nap when we get off because I got my cron shift tonight, obviously, 3 to 11.
And you were how late last night?
I left work around 11:45 last night. I was on till 11:30.
Woo!
And, the grind don't stop.
Nope.
Gotta pay these Bay Area bills.
Tell me about it,
I'm sure you know.
Tell me about it. There is no question about that. So we are here with you, and we thank you for being here with us. Let's hit some phone calls here at 888-957-9570. Finals, it's the Warriors, it's the Celtics. Jason wanted Miami. I wanted Boston. I get what I want. I get the Boston Celtics. This is going to be over in 5. Jason, you say what about the finals?
It's going to be a 7-game series, and Golden State is going to win on its home floor, Game 7, something they were not able to do back in 2016.
Adam Silver is praying that happens. He is at Temple right now. He went twice on Saturday to make sure that he gets that. And if he can get what you just prescribed, he might give you season tickets, for crying out loud. Let's get to Kiko in Brentwood. Hey, Kiko, welcome to 95.7 The Game. Finals. Is this the finals you wanted, Warriors and Boston Celtics?
Yeah, I did. And Coz, good morning.
Morning.
Indy, good morning. And don't sell yourself short, Coz. Twos, you're an Emmy Award-winning host.
Thank you. You're very kind. I appreciate that.
And working. and Jason, you got to watch Winning Time. Winning Time is probably the best show out right now. You got to watch it. As far as the finals, I wanted to see this matchup because it's going to be the most entertaining matchup that we can get. I'm a little bit worried because this Boston team does remind me of the Toronto team 3 years ago when they beat the Warriors in 6. Tatum, Smart, a combination of that reminds me of Kawhi, and they got a big man in Horford that can guard, that can run the floor maybe, but they could shoot threes, and they got a role player in Williams that can hit the three lights out. What do you guys think?
That's very interesting because if you look at that team, Kiko, and thank you very much for the call here on a Memorial Day. If you look at that team, they did have the Kawhi. They did have Kyle Lowry, who was a smart veteran at the time. Mm-hmm. They added Gasol, a big player. That's what they've got.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Goodness. Wait a minute now. We're giving away prizes every single hour today until 6 p.m. That's Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 on the contest line at 844-999-GAME. 844-999-4263 wins the first prize of the day. So hit the contest line at 844-999-4263. Anytime you hear the lovely tones of one Tim Roy, personal friend of mine for over 20 years, you might have a chance to win if you're caller number 5. So get on that phone line right now, and then we've got 12 envelopes. We'll pick them throughout the day, and then we'll figure out what your prize could be. It could be a Dead & Company ticket, so you could get Top Gun swag packs. You can get Warriors bobbleheads, or you can get Jason's going for the $100 Wingstop gift card.
Oh, yeah. That would be good,
That's a win right there.
Yeah, save me some money, eat some wings. Nothing better than that.
I know, nothing better at all. To get back to Kiko's point, is this Boston team kind of a version of what the Toronto Raptors were?
It's a great point. I didn't think of that. Like I told you, I was thinking more Memphis Grizzlies this year. They remind me of them, just the way they play. They're long, physical, defensively really, really tight.
Are the Grizzlies up and coming? Was this kind of their ceiling, or do you think this is a team that, wow, in the future, everyone's going to be watching for the Grizz?
No, I don't think this was their ceiling. I think they're going to be one of the best teams in the West for the next couple of years. I do. If they want to continue to ascend, I think they need a bona fide number 2. they don't really have that behind Ja. Like some nights you have Dylan Brooks, other nights you have Desmond Bane.
Triple J's not going to be the guy. Jaren Jackson Jr.
He's really good too, but I think they need another wing who can really get his own shot whenever he wants. And if they do that, watch out.
Okay.
Watch out.
Didn't mean to cut you off on your answer.
No, you didn't at all. But it makes sense because I really love the Horford-Gasol comparisons. The Kawhi Tatum comparisons are pretty spot on too. Jaylen Brown, you can kind of compare him to Siakam. I actually really like that comparison. They do remind us of the Raptors. But even though the Warriors lost that in 6, remember they lost that if they had KD and Clay for that full series. I think that series is 5 or 6 the other way,
right,
in Golden State's favor. So I don't want to say you put an asterisk on the Raptors win, but come on, they're not winning that series with a healthy Golden State, and you have to think Golden State will be pretty healthy this series. Gary Payton II is going to play. Andre Iguodala's practicing this week, and they're going to see how his body reacts.
Right.
I think he can give them about 8 to 15 minutes on a given night. Because you're gonna have to throw different defensive looks at Jason Tatum, at Jaylen Brown. Mike Brown coached a defensive masterpiece against the Mavs. He's going to have to continue that, and then also Otto Porter Jr. I think he'll come back too. So if the Warriors get their full lineup, I think they're in a good spot. I think Boston, where they struggle and what the Warriors were going to have to take advantage of, Boston does not have a great bench. They bring Grant Williams, Peyton Pritchard, and Derek White off the bench. They're about 8 deep. Warriors have to win the non-Steph, non-Jason Tatum minutes. Warriors have to win that. That means Jordan Poole is going to have to be big. Otto Porter is going to have to be big. They're going to have to get some good Damian Lee nights if he gets some minutes. Kuminga, Moody. They have to win the bench minutes, and then they have to lean on their experience. Nobody on this Boston Celtics roster has ever played an NBA Finals game. Warriors, obviously, we know all the NBA Finals experience they have. They have to lean on that, Coach.
Well, it's interesting. I was going to say, hey, tell me if I'm a fool or not, but I do believe the Warriors understand what they're about to walk into because the key participants have been there, and they're the ones who are the leaders. I'm not afraid that Andrew Wiggins is going to get there and be wide-eyed because he's got 3 guys who have been there with him.
Right.
And Wiggins just realizes, I have to do what I do. I don't have to be the guy. So he's not going to be someone who's overwhelmed by the situation. But for the point you just made, Boston hasn't been there before. They don't know what's about to hit them. This is a global NBA Finals. This is media from everywhere. This is people pulling at you in ways you haven't been pulled at before. Every possession matters so much differently than it did in the regular season, in the playoffs, in the conference final. The finals are a different beast. The Warriors get it, and I think it's just going to be a little too much for Boston to take on emotionally, as talented as they are, and there's no question they've got talent. You've done a great job of breaking down everything that Boston can do, but you got to be able to do it on the biggest stage, and the Warriors have been on the biggest stage and done it the right way. Maybe the only question to me is, and I think the Warriors win in 5. I think we have the parade coming up. In fact, I had the dates right here. They win on Monday, June 13th. That will be Game 5. And then on Wednesday, the 15th, we will have a parade either down Embarcadero, and I love your idea, Jason. Embarcadero could be a good new path for a parade route, or you go down Market Street. That's how I see it. My only question is, thank you, does Steph need to be the centerpiece and win a Finals MVP as that final narrative for his career of greatness? Because he hasn't been one. Andre Iguodala has been one.
To me,
KD has been one.
To me, no, he doesn't.
Okay.
To the talking heads and embrace debate culture on every national studio show that gets nauseating sometimes. Yeah. Oh, he needs it. But in actuality, Steph's legacy is sealed. Would it be nice if he adds a final MVP to his trophy case? Of course it would, but it doesn't swing anything either way, on my opinion of the guy. But the last 2 things he really hasn't accomplished is a finals MVP and an Olympic gold medal. Not sure if he'll get that Olympic gold medal. It'll be up to him, obviously.
Yeah.
By the time the next Olympics roll around, who knows if he even...
That's Paris in 2024.
Right? Will he feel like doing all that in 2 years? Who knows? Who knows? There's a lot.
But he deserves the right to tell USA Basketball if he wants to.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
There will be a spot reserved for him if he wants to.
Yeah, you're right. But I do, some guys, and very few of those guys, get the opportunity to do that or have earned the right. He's one guy who has earned the right to do that.
Yeah, 100%. So in terms of legacy, no, I don't think he needs a finals MVP. And you talked about experience, because it's also great experience that the Warriors have lost in the NBA Finals. They know that feeling. It's not even just the fact that they've won 3. They've lost 2, and they realize that pain and agony that comes with it. I think Draymond said it. It was either Draymond or Steve Kerr. I think it was Draymond. He was like, there is nothing, absolutely nothing worse than playing into mid-June, putting all of this dedication, wasting half of your summer and off season to lose in the NBA Finals. Like, getting there and losing is the worst feeling ever. Not because you just lost a championship, but also you just realize, damn, if I was going to lose, at least I could have lost back in April and enjoyed the last 2 months, with my family, vacationing, resting my body.
Those are the Sacramento Kings. They've been off middle of April every year.
I feel the same way, though. I don't feel like working into mid-June covering an NBA Finals just to see the team I cover lose. I want to make the most of this time, because that was me 2 years ago in Toronto. I want this to be worth it. I want to work into mid-June and then cover a parade. I'm hoping the parade's Embarcadero. That's what I'd rather see on the Embarcadero. Someone suggested partying in a parade on the Bay Bridge. I think that's crazy. I don't want a bunch of drunk people standing on a bridge. That's just asking. I'm not covering that.
They'd be high rather than drunk. I think they'd be into the ganja that day.
Probably both, honestly.
Yeah.
But either way, I wouldn't be there. I'm studio covering that event.
You're not going to be roadside watching each and every float go by per player.
Nope. No.
Alrighty.
I'll be anchoring the studio coverage if there's a parade on a bridge.
Yep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. It's an Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app. I have. And you can favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. I listen to it each and every day. I was using my Odyssey app this morning on the drive-in for the morning roast. Jason Dumas and Jim Kozumor in for Bonte and Butcher. They are back tomorrow. And this is, well, you guys know this. We're the proud home of the Golden State Warriors. They've won championships. They're in the NBA Finals, so we're going to be all over Golden State Warrior discussion throughout the week and throughout the coming weeks. One thing I am a little bummed about with the NBA is, man, this is such a stretched out time frame for these games. It is 17 days.
I know.
To play this. It's brutal.
It's basically 3 days in between darn near every matchup.
Yeah.
I do think that every other day in the conference semifinals, or the conference finals, that was kind of a lot.
I loved it. The NHL is every other day throughout the playoffs, all the way up until the finals. All the way up until the finals.
Yeah. It's tough. It's just tough.
I love it.
I fly back from Dallas, and then the next day I'm back at the game, and then it's a lot. It's a lot. And if you're covering it, I can't even imagine playing. But I guess it is what it is. I do think the 3 days between every game is a bit much. I don't think it's 3 days between every single game, but you get a lot of downtime.
It's close. It starts on Thursday the 2nd. The second game at Chase Center is Sunday the 5th. Then you've got the travel all the way to Boston. I get that. I get the travel to Boston, and then you have an extra day of rest. But they should play on Thursday. They should play on Saturday. Then they should have a travel day, take a day off, play on Tuesday. Instead, you're waiting until Wednesday. The only time you go close is in the 2 games in Boston, which will be June 8th, Wednesday, Friday, June 10th. So you'll play Game 3, day off, play Game 4. Then you'll get 2 days off, play the 13th. That's the game that I say the Golden State Warriors close out the NBA Finals and win it in 5. You think this goes 7?
I do. I think I don't think Golden State will be undefeated at home after this series. They're 9-0 right now at Chase. I do think Boston gets one of the first two.
Ooh, if they do, that's going to make for a juicy final.
I think Boston gets one of the first two. The Warriors are basically guaranteed to win a road game. They always win a road game in NBA playoffs. I think it's 24 straight series, something like that. So yeah, I think we're going to be tied up at 2 games apiece after 4. Oof. And then after that, I think the home team wins each game, and it's Warriors in 7. It's going to be a heck of a series. I mean, there's going to be a lot of drama too, I'm sure. The one thing I'm not looking forward to is the media circus.
Why is that?
Because it's just a pain. It makes life hell when all the networks come in with their 80 billion people and the local media kind of somewhat gets pushed aside. And I hate media scrums. It's just...
That's tough.
It's cool. It's cool that it's a huge stage. But in the midst of it, you're going to be... At least me, I'm telling myself, wow, it was nice when there was only 12 of us in this room. Now there's 39 of us in this room. Now,
if not more.
Now all of a sudden I can't get the access I had before. Now all of a sudden I can't park where I used to park. Now all of a sudden I have to go through this guy and that guy and that guy to get this person credentials. It can be a headache. I'm already dealing with it. But it comes with the territory.
Yeah, it is a different world if you've not been to the NBA Finals. But quite frankly, we're talking to a crowd right now that probably has been to the NBA Finals because they've seen enough of them here. You had the 5, you had this one. And that leads me to this portion of the discussion, which I find quite interesting. The Warriors won their 3 and 5. They had their little middling period where there were some injuries. Clay was hurt. KD leaves. And I was under the impression that we had seen the best of. We weren't going to see what we've seen this year in this playoff run. We weren't going to see this again until Joey Lightyears and the crew in the front office came up with the next plan for what the future was going to look like. But they're in the finals again, quicker than anyone had thought they were going to be in the finals again. And I think the Golden State Warriors are going to win this NBA Finals. Is this Warrior team the equivalent of the Bulls team that won 3? Michael steps aside. For 2 years, the Houston Rockets win. Michael comes back. He doesn't win. He actually came back in that second season. Orlando ends up beating them. And then Michael, when he's back, the Bulls retool with 2 guys. They put different crew around them, and they go on to win 3 more. Is this Warrior team kind of the same thing? They had a crew that won their 3. That crew has been misshaped, right? They have the 3 core, but other people have come in, and they've got a chance to win another one. Are the Bulls 3-peat teams the best comp for what this Golden State team is?
I still think they're different. And honestly, I think this Warriors particular run is more impressive than the Bulls. Michael Jordan retired from the game, played baseball for a little bit, and came back. They probably win.
You know why he played baseball? Do you know why?
I mean, I hear there's so many different...
So the one I heard...
So many different rumors.
Was that he stepped away from basketball, and whether you believe it was gambling or not is up to you.
Yeah, the gambling debt and
all that
to
business.
avoid suspension, they told him go away for a couple of years.
His Nike deal read that he had to play a professional sports league in order to get paid.
Wow.
So the White Sox owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, who owned the Bulls, made sure they had a space for him somewhere else. So Michael then played minor league baseball, Birmingham Barons, and from what I understand was one of the great teammates of all time. They actually played pickup basketball games. He was playing with the guys on the Birmingham Barons.
Which is
he
hilarious.
Would set up, he wasn't going to eat minor league grub.
Right.
So he was setting up, steak dinners and he was paying for them. But the reason he played baseball was because Nike's way to pay him was he had to be in a pro sports league. And so Jordan played technically in a professional sports league. That's the story I heard.
Either way is a mesmerizing situation. Like, this guy just leaves the NBA and pretty much in his prime of his career.
Yep.
And plays baseball for a couple years.
Sandy Koufax of basketball.
Then comes back and wins 3 more. But I think this is different because a lot of people thought the Warriors' reign was over after that 2019 NBA Finals. You lose Klay Thompson to the torn ACL. Early in the next season, you get Steph breaking his hand. They're awful. They have the worst record in the league. I believe it. They get the 3rd pick in the NBA draft. Then they come back, and they don't even make the playoffs the following year. They lose a home game to Memphis in the play-in game, which quite frankly, was kind of embarrassing. They shouldn't have lost that game, even though they didn't have an amazing team and they probably weren't going to make any noise in the playoffs had they made it.
I thought that was the changing of the torch, was the handing of the torch. I thought that loss was kind of all right, we've seen the best. Here comes Memphis. They're going to take the torch. They're going to start moving forward.
Exactly. A lot of people thought that, and you wouldn't call them crazy for thinking that.
Right.
And the fact that they could get back this year with a brand new group, guys like Andrew Wiggins, who are throwaways, guys like Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II, Jordan Poole, Steve Kerr, I believe, has coached his best season. Draymond Green and Steph and Clay, they're now in leadership positions. When they won their first couple championships, they were the young pups coming up. They had their vets. They had the David Lees. They had the Bogut's. They had the David Wests. Now they're those guys, and they get to see guys like GP2, Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody kind of ascend through the ranks, even Wiggins. So it's just been such a unique transformation, but it just speaks on the consistency and the stability of the people at the way top of the organization.
All right, we're giving away prizes every single hour today, all the way up until 6 p.m. All you have to do to win is be the fifth caller to our contest line as soon as you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
All right, the number you need to call when you hear that is 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. You'll win prizes like tickets to see Dead & Company, Top Gun swag packs, Warriors bobbleheads, and the $100 Wingstop gift card. That's all you got to do. Listen to win between now and 6 p.m. right here in your proud home of the Golden State Warriors. You can always join us on the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. That's the same number as the phone line. Conquer Don, you're going to tip us off next segment. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater. It's Jason Dumas. It's Jim Kozimor in on the morning. Rose for Bonte and Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, we keep it going here on the Morning Roast. Bonte and Butcher with the day off here on Memorial Day. So that means that Jason Dumas and Jim Kozimor slide in from 6 until 10 in the a.m. We are live and local all day long, so keep it locked and loaded. Use the Odyssey app. You got 95.7 The Game. We already had people texting us on the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. They're off to the gym this morning. They're going to be listening on the Odyssey app. We appreciate that. We want you to be a part of the activity. That number, 888-957-9570, also our phone number. And that means we go to the phone lines as well. So let's do that. Concord Don has been nice enough to wait through the break. So Concord Don, we don't want you to wait any longer. You got the Dubs in the NBA Finals. Is this a surprise to you that the Warriors are in the Finals this year, Don?
Oh, heck no. That's my Dubs. They're going all the way. Good to be on the radio with you again there, Uncle Jim.
Thank you, my friend. How are things going?
You know what? I'm going to split you two guys. I've got the Warriors in 6 games.
Okay.
Boston's going down. And you know what? Wiggins is going to surprise everybody. That's my prediction today.
You know what, Wiggins?
Think about that.
What do you want Wiggins to do? Because everyone's going to expect Steph and Clay to explode. What is a successful finals for Andrew Wiggins?
I think the coach is smart enough to make some special plays designed to fake the other team out. They're going to pass to the other players, but Wiggs is going to be the one with the ball, and he's going to be the one to surprise everybody.
I think that's an interesting. You know what?
He has the talent to do it.
Thanks, Don. We appreciate that. Maybe that's a good topic to go a road to go down, because don't we expect certain things out of number 30? We expect certain things out of Draymond. We expect certain things out of Clay, right?
Yeah.
There's something. You go to the finals. I in my head, I know what I'm going to get. Who needs to be the Warrior who steps into that next role of they need to give Boston something to think about other than the big three?
Oh, I already know my answer is Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I think some people will go that way. I know Don obviously is going to go with Andrew Wiggins. Why Poole?
Because Poole is the leader of that bench unit, and I think that Celtics bench unit is the weakest link on the Celtics. They just don't have a great bench. Derek White, Grant Williams, Peyton Pritchard. Outside of those three, they don't really play many people off the bench. Jordan Poole is going to have to lead that second unit. He's going to have to be that guy who is putting pressure at the rim constantly, knocking down open shots. And if the Warriors win the non-Steph minutes, they are going to win this series. If they lose the non-Steph minutes, it is going to be extremely tough to win this series. I think the key to this series is Jordan Poole, because he is on that second unit, and he's going to have to be the guy on the floor. Of the 10 players who are on the court when the bench guys are in, he has to be the best player.
Who's the guy for Warrior fan out there that needs to be the next layer for this Warriors team to get over the hump and win their 4th crown with this core group? We know they won the one in the 70s, which I love that championship with Rick Barry and the crew. That's phenomenal. But who's the Warrior you're looking for to step into the role? You like Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins from Don the Caller. Can I get a Kevon Looney from somebody? Does he step in? Doesn't have to be a guy who scores 20.
Kevon Alunjawan?
Exactly. Could be that, right? And we want to remind everyone, coming up at 7:30, we'll shift gears, talk a little Giants with Evan Wiebeck from the Bay Area News Group, just wedging a little bit of baseball here on Memorial Day. I know it's a busy baseball day in Major League Baseball. But for you, Jason, when you look at the finals, it used to be 2-3-2, right? That's how the 7 games are laid out. 2 in one city, then you went to the other city for 3, then you go back to the first city for the final 2 games. Now, and as it's been for the last couple of years, it's 2-2-1-1-1. Extra travel. Does it matter to you? Does it take a little something more out of the body? If it's a longer series, does it take a little something out of a veteran Golden State team?
So I see why they moved it back to 2-2-1-1-1, because I do think 3 straight home games for a team with the lesser record kind of isn't fair. You know, you get 3 straight home games. all you have to do is steal one on the road in the beginning of the series, and now you get 3 straight at home. I don't think you should get 3 straight home games if you're the lesser seed. So I get why they changed it back, but man, it's easier for the media traveling.
Heck yeah.
3 games in Boston, don't have to get back and forth on a plane. Like,
that's why you're hoping my 5-game prediction is correct.
Oh gosh, if it's 5 games right now, I would sign up for that in a second. Get me out early, like work. Yeah, cover. 99% of sports reporters in major markets and sports anchors in major markets, they're on their vacation by June 19th. We are still like knee deep in it, going 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, then you're going to have to go until the 21st because that's when the parade will be.
Yeah, I'll be into the 21st. And like I said, it's a blessing. I'd rather be in this position than not, but that doesn't make it any easier. That's why I feel for these players. Feel for these players is not the right word, but I understand that the grind they go to, because I'm tired as heck at the end of these days. I'm working 6-7 days a week. Well, I usually do that anyway, but like I'm talking like 100 miles per hour with this stuff, and I'm tired, and I'm like, man, imagine if I was actually playing. I'm just sitting talking about it, and it's exhausting.
I'm just letting you know, my boy Panda from Waste Management in Alameda is working here on Memorial Day. He wants to have a word with you on your 6-day work week when you're going to games. So we do have it fun. Well, listen, our 100%. Careers are unbelievably fun, and we are blessed to do what we get a chance to do. I know when people start to talk about, I got to travel to here to go that, a lot of people would give their left one in order to get a chance to do some of those things. But it's a different way to live. A reminder for everyone out there that there's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Dumas and Kozimor with you until 10 o'clock today. So Golden State Warriors and Boston Celtics. For the Boston, this is an iconic matchup. I mean, you were going to look at the matchups all the way up until ownership. Wyc Grousbeck is the owner for the Boston Celtics. Joe Lacob used to be a minority owner with that team. He had a little slice of the Celtics, had to give that up when he bought the Golden State Warriors. And I like to remind people, Joe Lacob and his group bought the Golden State Warriors for the highest price anyone ever paid for an NBA team. I believe it was $475 million. That
was a steal.
He got laughed at when he outbid the guy who runs Oracle to own the Golden State Warriors. In fact, when he won the bid, many Warrior fans didn't like it. They wanted the Oracle guy. Why does his name escape me? Who owns Oracle in their
Larry Ellison.
Larry Ellison. Everyone wanted Ellison in his billions of dollars.
Rich,
yeah, he was going to throw money and we were going to win. When Lacob got it, they were like, who is he? Some minority owner for the Boston Celtics. Well, it turns out that he is light years ahead of everyone else. They went out. He did what they said he would do. They did what he said they would do, which is get some other banners up there with that lone banner from 1975, and they've added 3, and I believe they're going to add a 4th one to that original 1975. But the storylines with Warriors and Boston Celtics, don't you think this is exactly what ABC, ESPN, this is what their executives are praying for?
Oh, absolutely. One, because I think there's a higher chance of a longer series. I know you disagree with that, but that's what I think. 2,
I think more people think like you than like me.
Yeah, Boston is really good. I think you're underselling them a little bit. But then storylines galore. You know the Warriors storylines, obviously. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, the 3 pillars of this organization. Can they get their 4th ring? Can they become one of, if not the best trio in NBA history from an accomplishment standpoint? I know, obviously, some other teams have more accomplishments than that, but they put themselves in rare territory.
Absolutely. They're in the discussion.
Yeah, they are absolutely in the discussion. Their winning percentage and everything they do when all 3 of them are healthy puts them up there in basketball lore. Will this organization continue its kind of dynastic run? Steve Kerr Can he solidify himself as one of the best coaches of all time? You have all the storylines. Steph Curry, will he solidify himself as possibly a top 10 player to ever play this game? You got all of that. Then you go over to Boston Celtics. First and foremost, they might be the most iconic franchise in the NBA. Some would argue the Lakers.
Sure.
But either way, one or two, you got the young kid, Jason Tatum. If he wins this NBA Finals, becomes a Finals MVP, is he in the question as the best player in basketball right now? You know, you got stuff like that. And then, you know, the Boston Garden is just the lore of that place, and some of the other guys around them on that team is storylines galore. And I really can't wait to see these two teams go at it in a series.
From ownership, like we said, with Grossbeck, who runs the Celtics, he's done a great job of running that organization and maintaining a level of excellence for a number of years throughout the Danny Ainge era. Now they hand the baton over to Brad Stevens, who a lot of people questioned in coming from Bradley to the NBA to coach, where he was successful, and then he leaves the sidelines and becomes the guy who runs the organization.
Butler.
You know, Butler, not Bradley. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Butler. But I said Bradley, I think, because his name is Brad Stevens.
Yeah.
That's part. Brad Stevens is running it. Is he the new version of general manager in the NBA? Much the same way the guy who runs the Golden State Warriors was. He came from being an agent to learning how to be a GM, Bob Myers. Mm-hmm. And he's done a wonderful job in maintaining a level of excellence for this organization as well. Are these the two new faces of the general manager role in the NBA as well? So I think there are great storylines even off the court. There are great storylines.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those. It's a dream matchup for the NBA. It's the one they wanted. I think the only other matchup that would have maybe had more storylines is if Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets had made the finals, and you got like KD versus old team. That would have been a lot of hoopla, but you know, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm excited. I would have rather gone to Miami and spent a few days in South Beach, but Boston's not too bad either. And
a lot of history there.
Oh yeah,
you got a day off in there. You're going to have some fun.
I used to live in Connecticut, so I used to go up to Boston a lot. So I'm very familiar with the New England area. So I'm looking forward to it. I got some buddies out there from college, and you know, it'll be cool.
All right, sounds good. You got to be excited today because the Giants and the Phillies are going at it.
Oh, yeah. Gabe Kapler back in his old stomping grounds.
That's right.
Where he lost his job.
Yeah, he got mocked. The Giants got mocked by the morning show out in Philly on WIP when they hired Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler goes back with the Giants. Let's talk a little Giants baseball right now. We'll do it with Evan Wiebeck. He covers the Giants for the Bay Area News Group. He joins us on 95.7 The Game. I am Jim Kozimor. Jason Dumas is here as well. Evan, I hope all is well on your Memorial Day. How are things going for you, my friend?
Sitting pretty in my hotel here in Philly, guys. Good morning. Happy to be here.
Talk about history. That's another great city. I know you're going to be there for a few days, Evan. That is a city. I used to live on 3rd and Race.
Oh, wow.
And so if you go, you can walk and see Betsy Ross's home where she sewed the first flag. I mean, that would be pretty, there is great history. Do you ever, I know we're going to talk baseball, but I always like to talk to the baseball writers because that's a lot of mileage you put in. That is a grind. Do you take some time to clear the mind when you're in a cool city and just kind of, get a chance to cruise around and maybe just be a tourist for a little bit?
Well, maybe it's sacrilegious to say, seeing as I'm embedded with a baseball team for a living. That's like a pretty cool job. But the best part of the job is being able to travel the country and see all these cities and get out and walk and try these restaurants in cities and, just immerse yourself in the culture of these cities and, expand your horizons beyond San Francisco. And, as long as we're naming Philadelphia cross streets where we once lived, how about 20th and Washington down in Graduate Hospital?
Wow.
I lived for about 8 months.
Wow.
And it was one of the best summers of my life. I love Philadelphia. It's a fantastic city. In my opinion, one of the best in America. I think per capita, probably the best food scene in America. And it's a treat. I had this series circled on my calendar all season, and I'm excited to be back.
That's cool. We're glad that you're there. We hope you get a chance to enjoy something. You know what? I love the Betsy Ross Walk. I love going to the Ben Franklin stuff, Independence Hall. You got a lot of great things to go to if you're a tourist, but sounds like you've got some people and things that you like to do, and I think that's awesome that you get a chance to clear your mind. Now let's get back to that embedded with a baseball team for 162. We hear the phrase that you kind of know what you have after the first 2 months of the Major League Baseball season. That's, I think it was it Brian Sabian is the one who used to say that? Probably takes 2 months to know what you have. We're coming up on that. They've played 46 games. We're coming near the end of May. Do we know what the San Francisco Giants are right now?
It's a good question. They, I don't think they maybe know what they are right now. It seems like they maybe have dual personalities. They've been able to reel off these 5-game winning streaks, but then you also see them lose 5 in a row multiple times and almost get swept by the Cincinnati Reds, who are the worst team in baseball, and playing sloppy defense. And you look at the standings, and they're 7 games back of the Dodgers in the NL West. For what it's worth, at this point last year, they were also in 3rd place in the NL West. However, they never fell this far back of the Dodgers. It's hard to tell. This is a team that the offense seems to come in spurts. They're a very streaky team, and I think that they need to work on playing more consistently if they really want to contend for the NL West title, if that's even a possibility with the way the Dodgers are playing this season.
Evan, what's going on, man? Now, I know this isn't the first time Gabe Kapler is back in Philadelphia. Obviously, he's done it before, and I've asked Gabe about this in the past, just, hey, does this matchup mean more to you given the history with you in this organization? He usually shoots it down. Gabe Kapler better than I do. Do you think this is on his mind? Do you think he thinks about his time in Philly and kind of circles that matchup when he's back out there every season? Or do you truly think with him it's just really out of sight, out of mind?
Jason, he shut me down too.
He's quick. He's quick to shoot you down when you ask about that, and also when you ask about the rivalry with the Dodgers. He never wants to talk about that. Sometimes I think it's intentional, but sometimes I don't know. Maybe that's just Gabe.
Yeah, I think he definitely doesn't want to give any locker room material for motivation for the other side. But yeah, I asked him yesterday because he brought it up. They got to focus on the game at hand and the next series at hand in Philadelphia. And I'm like, hey, Philadelphia means something to you, right? And it is actually his first time back here in front of a full crowd.
Right.
They came back for a series last season during the COVID restrictions. There were like 9,000 to 10,000 people at the ballpark. So it's going to be interesting to see how Citizens Bank Park greets him, especially with the way the Phillies are playing this season. And just in the last couple of days, there have been kind of rumblings about Joe Girardi's job status in Philadelphia. As the Phillies, if you want to look for kind of a counterfactual to the Giants' offseason, there are a lot of fans who were displeased with the lack of spending by the Giants, the lack of investment they made in big money free agents. The Phillies are running out a $250 million payroll, and they have a record well below 500. They're 10.5 games back of the Mets in the NL East, and they're scuffling just as much, if not more, as the Giants are right now.
Evan Wiebeck, who covers the Giants for the Bay Area News Group, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Giants at 25-21 as we sit here today. They get ready to start a series in the city of brotherly love against the Philadelphia Phillies. We hear spending and we hear the numbers that they throw up there in Philadelphia and New York with the Mets. And I know there was a time prior to the changing of the guard with a new philosophy with the San Francisco Giants that the question of how much will they have to spend when they need to put a team together. That's not exactly the way they're putting their team together. They're doing it through a pretty smart way of doing things. But if we use the baseline of how much do they have to spend, here we are 2 months into the season. As we start to move closer and closer towards the All-Star break and the trade deadline, and that's still months away, is there room for the Giants to maybe make an acquisition to where they can spend a little bit more than the space they're in right now to maybe put themselves in a more competitive situation? Listen, they're in the group with the Dodgers and the Padres and the Mets and the Brewers, but to maybe put them in a more competitive scenario with those teams.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that they have money to spend right now. I don't think that this offseason, the lack of spending was just purely pinching pockets. They really did identify some of these guys who, sure, they signed.
Were they ever close on Chris Bryant, by the way? I didn't mean to cut you off, but were they ever close on Chris Bryant, or is that just a one-year rental?
Well, we asked Farhan about this in spring training, and he kind of he didn't get too specific about it. And I don't have any particular inside info on Chris Bryant, but he did say that they did approach him, like the dollars that they spent on free agents, the offers that they made well exceeded the actual contracts that they ended up handing out. So whether they were going to hand Chris Bryant almost $200 million, that probably wasn't going to happen. But did they make him a competitive offer? That's very possible. But you again look at what Chris Bryant's doing this season. He's been injured for most of the year and not very productive when he's on the field. And the Giants went out and they got Jock Peterson for $6 million on a one-year contract, and he's been a more productive player than Chris Bryant. That said, by limiting themselves to a Jock Peterson, a Carlos Rodon, a Jacob Junis, who has really proven his value for I think like $2 million on a one-year deal. They've given themselves the flexibility to make more of those mid-season moves like they did last year with Bryant. And, Farhan has shown a willingness to go out and make big moves at the deadline and improve his club when it looks like it's needed, when it could pay off into a playoff berth and beat, that's what they did last season. They beat out the Dodgers by one game in the NL West. It came down to 162. Do you think Chris Bryant didn't give them one additional win last year? Like that deadline acquisition was probably fairly critical in getting them across the finish line to the NL West title. Of course, didn't get them past the Dodgers in the NLDS, and that's another story. But
I'm still hurt about that home plate umpire and the called strike. That is garbage. I will not take that as a loss for the Giants.
If Wilmer Flores can put it behind him, you can't do it.
Evan, quarter into the season, who do you believe has been the most disappointing player for the Giants this year? Someone who has to get it going for them to kind of reach their potential?
Oh, Jason, what an ugly question. I mean, if you look at the lineup, I think the obvious answer has to be Brandon Crawford, right?
Yeah.
This is a guy who had a career year along with a number of other veterans last year. I mean, nobody would ever see any of those years coming for a guy who's 34, 30, mid to late 30s. And you got that kind of production from a couple guys, too, who were late in their careers. Brandon Belt, Evan Longoria, all those guys are having, resurgent years last year that led to 107 wins. And that's kind of, that was probably my biggest question mark coming into the season, is how much can you count on these guys to repeat that performance? Was it a flash in the pan? And just, everything, a confluence of events coming together for all these guys to have career years, well into the twilights of their careers? Or was this a real, product of the new coaching system under Gabe Kapler and his coaching staff? And, I think a lot of people, probably thought that, this is a product of Kapler and the coaching staff, and it's possibly repeatable. They certainly did within the organization. And we talked to Kapler recently, and he said, we're counting on big production from these veterans. And he lists off, Crawford, Longoria, Yastrzemski, guys who had late career resurgences. And Brandon Crawford, he's always been a slow starter. I don't think he's ever had an OPS above 700 in April, but we're obviously well past April and coming around the corner into June now, and he still hasn't really turned it on offensively. So if I had to answer the question there, probably Brandon Crawford, but of course he's still playing spectacular defense, and one of probably the only Giant who's been a positive net value on defense.
All right, Evan, we know you got to get to the ballpark, so before we let you go, I've got to ask you, do we ever find out what type of money we're talking about with Tommy Pham and Jock Peterson and that whole crew? Do we know what's, now it's a few days removed from it now. Maybe it's settled down. The dust is settled. Have we found out any other inside information about that story?
It's big money. We don't know the exact numbers, but this is, it's not uncommon for athletes who are making seven figures to gamble quite a bit of money on fantasy sports when they're playing with each other.
So it's not the $100 league that you and I would be in? It's a little bit more than that?
I think $100 is even above my pay.
Yeah, don't tell me about it. I think I'm trying to stretch myself also.
But I mean, even the Giants had an internal fantasy league last year. Brandon Crawford's the commissioner. I'm pretty sure it didn't get as heated as this. But the losers of that competition in spring training, without getting into the financial compensation, they had to don the Bat Boy jerseys for a game and act as Bat Boys during a spring training game. That was one of the punishments.
That's actually pretty cool. I got to be honest with you. That's a pretty cool thing. They should have Bat Boys, or the guys up and down, the men and women up and down the line, the ball boys and women. They ought to have them as part of it as well. I like that rule.
It certainly keeps the high rollers of Vegas, like Tommy Pham, probably keeps their cool a little bit easier.
That part of the story was not talked about enough. Do you think Major League Baseball was happy with Tommy Pham saying, "Hey, check out my markers in Vegas. I'm a big player in Vegas at a number of different casinos. All you got to do is check." Do you think Major League Baseball wants their players telling everybody, "Hey, look at me. I'm in Vegas and I'm a big whale"?
It was such a bizarre comment to me when he said it at the time. It kind of came out of the blue, honestly.
Yep.
We were talking about fantasy and the money involved, and then Pham just drops this line out of the blue, like, "Oh yeah, I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos." And I'm like, many casinos?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. I bet Rob Manfred was on the phone quickly in that case. That probably got the 3-game suspension more than the slap. The slap, you get 1 game. You barking about going to Vegas and spending big money at the roulette table is going to get you 2 more games. What are you going to do? All right, buddy, you got to get to the yard. You got work to do. We appreciate you giving us some insights into the Giants. Enjoy your Memorial Day. Respectful Memorial Day to you and to everyone out there in the city of brotherly love. And we'll do it again soon, Evan.
Certainly, anytime.
Thanks, Evan. Enjoy a cheesesteak for me, brother.
Dallas Sounders only.
And no, wait a minute. No. Jason and I agree on this. Ishkabibbles on South Street is the only place to go.
They're all good to me, but I love me some Ishkabibbles.
Yeah, Ishkabibbles is the way to go on South Street. You know what to do. You've been there before. Evan, thanks, buddy. We'll see you. Yep. All right, Evan Wiebeck joining us. Where are you on the whole slapping Jock Peterson, Tommy Pham 3-game suspension story?
That was really weird.
That was so crazy. What a crazy story.
Really, really weird. And self-admittingly, as someone who at times, we're all working to improve ourselves, but as someone at times can run hot. It
was crazy.
If you got me saying that's weird, like, dude, you slapped him in the face over a fantasy football argument. Like,
wow, dude.
We saw the GIF that he sent you.
Actual sound.
That's what you took. It just didn't make sense to me. Didn't add up. And I don't know. It was very, very immature action. And he deserved this suspension.
See, I'm not into the suspension part. I do think it was mature. I think it was immature. I think the same thing you think all the way up until that. Major League Baseball, keep your nose out of it.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
That's Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 to the contest line at 844-999-GAME. 844-999-4263 wins our next prize all day long up until 6 p.m. We're going to be giving away prizes each and every hour that we are live and local here on 95.7 The Game, the proud home of the Golden State Warriors. If you're the 5th caller to the contest line, you're going to come away with 1 prize. It could be tickets to see Dead & Company. It could be Top Gun swag packs. It could be Warriors bobbleheads, which are cool. It could be a $100 Wingstop gift card. All that and more, because you just heard Tim Roy with our sounder, and that means if you're caller number 5, 844-999-GAME, you'll come away with one of the prizes. Back to Major League Baseball just quickly. The Pham thing gave us something to talk about, if anything. So we'll see if there's any further fallout on that. I wonder, what kind of money do you think they're playing for? I mean, that's big. And from what I understand, if you're last in the league, your payment has to be double.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. See, I've never played fantasy sports in my life, so I don't really. They're so rich, so you gotta think it's easily into thousands.
God,
I've seen
gotta be at least 6 figures at minimum.
Oh wow!
I've been on flights with teams and on bus rides with teams where the numbers got. They were in the multi-thousands of dollars, and one player actually had to strip down to his boxers and walk from the bus down the sidewalk into the hotel to get away from paying his debt.
Oh, my
Like they made him
Lord.
do that to get away from paying his debt. Yeah, but it was multi-thousands of dollars with a card game that they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond and Clay have told this story several times. The day after Clay, it was either the Achilles or the ACL. I forget which one. I think it was after the ACL injury. Draymond visited him, drove out to Oakland, went to Clay's house, and they were playing, I believe, spades or dominoes. And the day after Clay pops his ACL, he said Draymond took him for a couple $1,000. He was like, damn, Dre, I thought you came to cheer me up, and you're taking my money.
That's not right. That is not right at all. Come on, Day-Day.
It's hilarious. So, yeah, these guys have so much money in the bank. So, for most of them, it's a drop in the pan. And, I'm not a rich guy by any means. And, shoot, I spend a little too much money when I'm gambling sometimes. So I can only imagine if I had that capital in the bank.
What's your game when you go gamble? What do you play?
I like playing roulette.
Do you?
Yeah.
Really?
I like playing roulette. I'm not good at anything else, but I also gamble on sports fairly often, like not in the casinos or at the sports books. Me and my friends, we just have, like pools. Like I was so close to winning money in the PGA Championship.
Really?
Yeah, I was just one slot out of the money slots. But so pretty much every major golf I gamble, and some NCAA tournaments.
Sure.
I get in on the action. It just makes it funner for me, and it's also fun when you do it with your friends and you kind of have that competitive spirit with them.
I'm awful at it, and I learned that when I was, a lot younger, and so that's not my jag. I don't go down the gambling road. I'm just horrible. I remember, back when to me, $50 is a lot of money, and I put $50 down. It was a Saints-Falcons game, and the Saints were like 2 touchdown favorites, and I'm like, they are going to smoke the Falcons. They are going to smoke them. And then the Falcons somehow scored in their first possession, and then it was like a pick six, so it's 14-0 in the game. Plus the 14, it was 28-0 in the first quarter, and I was like, you're like 6 minutes in, and you just threw $50 out the window.
Makes me angry.
It does make me angry. And so I learned that I'm not a good gambler, so I don't do it. But if the state of California can get their act together and they can bring about gambling here, I might get the app and decide to do it.
Yeah,
see, a couple bucks here and there.
That's another reason. I don't like gambling on the apps. I don't get the same rush.
Really?
I like going into the sports book, placing my bets with the teller, drinking a beer, watching the game.
Okay.
Like, I love that experience of gambling.
Got it.
The app, I don't get the same rush. I actually have no interest in gambling on the app. I never have done it. Never planned to download any of those apps. I want to go to the sports book. I want to go to the casino, or I just do stuff with my friends.
See, I've done it a couple times on the app just because the sheer convenience of it.
Right.
I mean, having the app, you can just load a couple bucks on. It's fun for fun, easy bets. Like when we cut Warrior games, sometimes they're like, hey, if you're feeling good about the Warriors, let's throw $5 on the Warriors to cover the spread tonight. Something like that. So I think the app's good for small casual stuff like that.
Are you a parlay guy?
I've done a parlay a couple times. I did a parlay back in January. I did a parlay on a couple of the New Year's 6 games, and I won the first 2, and then I had a chance to cash out early or just see if that third one would go through. I forget which games were which. I think the third one might have been Michigan. I forget who they were playing. But I had a chance to cash out, with plus money. And I thought, let's let it ride. I've been winning, so that means I will keep winning.
Yes.
That fun fallacy.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course,
that's how they get you.
The last game all went to poop, and I ended up losing everything. And I learned a valuable lesson that gambling is wrong, but you never actually really learned that lesson.
In the end, your after-school special was that gambling is wrong, Mom.
Yeah,
I learned the hard way.
I'm gonna still do it again though, because maybe next time, you got to start chasing your losses, and that's when I realized, maybe this is not a great idea.
And if you can do your own parlay, I would go Game 1 Warriors cover, Game 1 over Steph threes, and I don't even know what the number is. I don't even know what the number is. That's how confident I am in Game 1. Warriors win Game 1 and cover. Steph over on his number of threes. Are you a parlay guy when you do it? Like couple bets within a game?
I'll do the parlay at the sports book, especially when it's college basketball Saturday when all the big teams are playing. I'll pick 3-4 teams. And NBA, I don't really do parlays much. It's just, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. I might throw in a parlay here or there.
Good for you.
Yeah, like I'm not going to lie, I have a very good hold of my gambling. I only like gambling in certain situations. Do I spend too much money on it? Probably. Once you start doing those pools, they get into it. But like I said, no need for the apps for me. It's not legal here in California, obviously. So, and you know, sometimes I'm in Vegas sometimes. So, you know, like I'll go to the sports book every time I'm in Las Vegas, at least once, and I'll do it that way.
That's good. Hey, you know what? It's good that you know your limit.
Right.
And that's the key. You got your money set aside. That's what you're going to use. That's what it's going to be. All right. It's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer and Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Thank you, Boxer and Gerson Law Firm. We are the proud home of the Golden State Warriors, so we'll give you some Warriors updates here. The Warriors got some good news last week. It did not just have to do with punching their ticket to the NBA Finals. Forward Gary Payton II, according to this script, out since Game 2 of the Western Conference semifinals against the Grizzlies with a fractured elbow, could return to the court for the Warriors as soon as Game 1 this Thursday of the NBA Finals. Payton has been progressing nicely in practice as the Warriors ramp up his workload in hopes that he can take the court against the Celtics. Andre Iguodala, Otto Porter Jr. were also seen taking part in Warriors practice over the weekend, though no updates have been given on whether or not they will be available this week for the start of the NBA Finals. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jason Dumas, Jim Kozimor with you, 95.7 The Game. It is the morning roast. We are in for Bonte Lacob and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. I call him Bonte Lacob because he was the first guy who had the Warriors as a top 4 team. In fact, he was the only guy who had the Warriors as a top 4 team. At the start of the NBA season, he told me the Warriors were going to be a top 4 team in the Western Conference. I laughed at him, said they were probably going to be a play-in caliber team that I named Denver and Utah and Memphis and Phoenix, all these teams that were going to be better than the Golden State Warriors. And so Bonte Lacob gets the last laugh.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I picked them to finish 6th in the West. I didn't think they were going to be a play-in team, and I thought they were going to be better, but I thought there were several better teams in the West than them. And, you know, outside a couple brutal stretches for them, they were one of the top teams in the NBA all season long.
Yeah, they were something else. You can hit us on the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. It's our phone number as well. We're also on YouTube. Go there, search 95.7 The Game. You'll see our beautiful faces pop up. We're also over on Twitch. So we're here geared up and ready to roll for a big Memorial Day celebration coming up top of the hour, 8 o'clock. We will talk to Scott Osler of the Chronicle, and we'll talk Dubs, we'll talk finals, but I want to ask him if he's watched Winning Time on HBO Max. And I asked you earlier if you did. You're a hoop head. You're a hooper. So this is something, and the Laker teams of that era, those Laker teams were pretty iconic. So when we get to Scott Osler, we will ask him a little bit about that and see if he's kept his eye on Winning Time at all. We got to step aside. When we continue, Scott Osler, little Dubs finals talk when we continue on 95.7 The Game.
Tired of paying more and getting less? T-Mobile believes customers deserve more.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 3 with Jason Dumas and Jim Kozimor in for Bonte and Butcher. They'll be back tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff we want to get into. We're going to be joined in just a couple of minutes by Scott Osler from the Chronicle. We'll talk about the NBA Finals upcoming. We will talk about winning time with the Lakers. I want to pick Scott's brain to see if he's been following any of that and compare what he remembers of those Lakers teams to what he sees in the television show. And I'm going to ask him about and people know him as one of the great writers of all time, clearly one of the great sports columnists in Bay Area history. He is also probably the best bowler of all Bay Area media people. I'll ask him if he's made it to the PBA. I've seen him at the Alleys before, so he is quite the accomplished bowler. Have you ever bowled? Are you a bowler?
For fun.
I love it. It's so much fun.
Not any good.
You can't go wrong with a night bowling.
You know who's pretty good at bowling? I've actually bowled with him before. Alan Stiles.
Really?
Yeah, Alan Stiles. Actually, his now wife, Alan, got married this past Friday, I believe, in Philadelphia. But his wife kicked both of our butts.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that.
She was really good.
I love that. Bowling's a ball, as they used to say in their old commercials. Plus, you've got the NBA Finals, and you've got the Bay Area, and you've got New England. So we did want to make some comparisons to the two cities. And I saw this from our friend Cam Inman. He tweeted this out last night about, the best Bay Area versus New England rivalry series, ? We're going to be hearing about this for the next 2 weeks. So who had the bigger impact on their sport? Was it Larry Bird or Steph Curry? This is from Cam Inman on Twitter, who is a friend of the show, friend of 95.7 The Game, always does a great job. Who had the bigger influence on the game? Was it Bird or was it Curry?
Curry.
Is that recency bias?
No, it's just Curry literally changed the basketball game. He changed it the way it's played. I don't think Larry Bird changed the way basketball was played. That's not denying his greatness as a player, but just in terms of straight up impact, it was Steph Curry.
Probably because of the three.
Yeah.
More than anything else. Although I think Bird in his prime would have loved to have gone against Steph in his prime in a three-point shooting contest.
Yeah, I'm not even saying Steph is better historically than Bird. I would probably give the edge to Larry Bird, but
I don't even think there's a question. I would give the edge to Bird, but I don't even think there's a question.
But as it pertains to who impacted the game more, I think is objectively Steph Curry.
I think especially in the Bay Area, a lot of people are going to agree with that. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. It's the phone number. It's also the text line from the 213. Dumas and Kozimor probably disappointed that they won't be going to Miami to cover the NBA Finals. My guess is you're a little disappointed you're not hitting South Beach.
Yeah, I like Miami. I got some people down there, some family actually down there in Miami, but first and foremost, I just thought it would be an easier matchup for the Warriors. I think that series would have been quick, light work for the Warriors. Now I'm thinking we're going to have this long 7-day grind or 7-game grind. That's just going to be taxing and 2 trips. I don't even know. I haven't even talked to my station. I wouldn't be surprised if they have me just stay in Boston. If it's looking like there's definitely going to be a game 6, just having me stay out there.
Really?
Because we have a 3-person sports department, so conceivably we could make it work where, because we'll have people, reinforcements back here in the Bay. But it might just financially, these big companies, they try to save money whenever they can. It's what every company does. And if it makes financial sense just to keep me in Boston for that weekend so they're not flying me back and forth, maybe I'll do that, but we'll see. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and of course it's a holiday, so I'm not even sure if my boss man is going to be in the office today.
So if you stayed in Boston, they would have you doing what?
I'd probably do a couple live hits while I was out there.
Some local angles, some Bay Area fans getting together to watch the finals in Boston type thing?
Yeah, so I think the game 4 is a Friday, right? Yeah, game 4 is a Friday.
Look that up.
My typical days off are Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
So they might just give me the day off on Saturday because, that's an off day for me anyway. And then that Sunday would probably be the day where I think I would go out in Boston and shoot a cool feature story. of course, I'll be at practice. I'll get some interviews. But Sunday will be the day where I'd have to, produce a lot of content for Cron. And, and then they play a game a couple of days later in the Bay Area. So I don't know what I would do on that day. It's interesting. It'd be an interesting question. But the fact remains, if it saves the company some money, they would probably explore it.
All right, time for us to go to our guest. Yes, do it. Let's do it. Let's bring in the guy who's everyone loves this guy. He is such a nice human being, very kind to talk to, great to have on as a guest. Does great work at the Chronicle. He was in Los Angeles during the time of Winning Time, but he's going to be covering another NBA Finals. The great Scott Ostler joins me, Jim Kozimor, and Jason Dumas. Scott, how you doing, my friend?
Koz, I'm not that nice.
I know. I'm trying to build its theater of the mind in radio, though. You know that, Scott. Okay. Exactly. Hey,
I appreciate that anyway.
Yeah, you're very kind, and actually, Scott not only is a great columnist, he's an author of books, and he sent me a book. One of his what was the name of the book you sent me? I've got it on my bookshelf right now. I just got done with it.
Bouncing Back, a young adult novel.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really neat space. So if you have any young adults who are sports-minded, Scott Ostler, also a great author as well. All right, Scott, let's talk NBA Finals. Warriors, Boston Celtics. You just give me like your 30,000-foot view of how well balanced this finals are, or how do you see these two teams as we get ready for Game 1?
Oh, this is great. This is a super well-balanced finals, I think. The Warriors have been playing one-man teams, kind of, and it's it's fun to watch, I guess, but it's not as much fun as this is going to be. Because the Celtics just come at you so many ways. Warriors play these teams. I've played 3 teams now that have been just, you got to stop one guy. And if you stop the one guy, hold him to 40 points or whatever, then you win. And that's not the case with the Celtics. So it's going to be just fun. And I think there's a cultural thing too, the East versus West. Maybe not as much as used to be with the old Lakers and Celtics, but it can get to that level, I think. It'll be fun.
Scott, Jason Dumas here. What concerns you the most, or should I say, what should concern the Warriors and Steve Kerr, and what's keeping that staff up at night the most about this particular matchup with the Celtics?
Probably just how many ways they come at you. Well, they're very physical, and they're long, as they say. I used to say tall. The guys they got size, and they're one thing the Warriors have had against just about every team in the league is that they're so fast and athletic, which is kind of funny because you remember the Memphis series when that finished up. The Memphis guys were saying, "Yeah, the Warriors are old. We're going to come and get them next year." And I guess the Warriors are old, but they're the youngest old team around because they can run all day. They have Clay and Steph who can outrun anybody. But the Celtics can kind of do the same kind of thing. So both teams want to run. Both teams move the ball around and have a kind of a very offense, which I think is cool. I think it's going to be more pleasing to watch. They actually don't just pound the ball into one guy and see what he can do. They actually play basketball. So I think that's going to. You
don't want him to. You don't want to see him lob it to Akeem Olajuwon and let him do the dream shake down there after 20 seconds or run off the shot clock. Scott, is that what you're saying?
I want to see it. I want to see that once or twice. Then I want to see some basketball.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. Scott Ostler of the Chronicle joining us here on 95.7 The Game, proud home of the Golden State Warriors. Scott, how much you've been around the NBA Finals a bunch? How much do you subscribe to the theory that the Warriors know what to expect in this 7-game series when it comes to not only on the court and the intensity of every possession, but off the court and all the demands that these guys get? Well, no one on the Boston Celtics has been to the NBA Finals. Do you subscribe to the Warriors are more advanced in their finals experience and that gives them an edge?
Yeah, because I think that would help me, probably the first game, maybe the first 2 games, but after that, the Celtics settle in. And the Celtics, it's not like they've never been to the playoffs. They've got guys that have been deep in the playoffs for several years. So I think that's a very minor edge, and only the first game maybe. But yeah, once they get going, these Celtics are old men. They've definitely been around. They don't, if anything, the Warriors are younger because they got guys like Jordan Poole and Gary Payton Jr. who have not really been at this level of the playoffs. So in some ways, the Warriors are less experienced. than the Celtics.
Scott, what are you expecting out of Boston as a host city for the NBA Finals? It's been a bit since they've been to the Finals. I think this was their 4th straight Eastern Conference Finals appearance. They finally got across the finish line. What do you expect out of just the atmosphere in Boston next week when the series shifts over there?
Well, I wish it could be like the old days when the Lakers Celtics. I think the things have changed so much. Then, for one thing, the venue has changed. It used to be the Boston Garden, which was a steamy little sauna that would get up to 95, sometimes 100 degrees inside, which was pretty crazy. And the fans were nuts then, and the fans were just, it was kind of a blue-collar crowd. And, when I used to work in Los Angeles, so I covered a few Lakers Celtics finals. And you go to a Laker game, and everybody, literally have fur coats on, and it looked like they were going to a cocktail party. And you go back to Boston, and it was just such a striking difference because you go to Boston Garden, everyone's wearing T-shirts. Looked like they were going to work on the street or something like that. So it was such a stark difference, and they were mean. The Boston Celtics fans were mean, man. They were edgy. So it's probably not the same as it was, say, 25, 30 years ago, because now to get in an NBA game, you have to be a trillionaire. So some of those things have changed, but I would still think that there would be a definite culture difference, a culture gulf. As they don't like the folks in San Francisco, and the folks in San Francisco don't like folks in Boston in a lot of ways. So it'll be fun. I think it'll be wild. I think the crowds will be wild. I think Boston crowds will definitely be fired up.
I think it's going to be fun any way you slice it. Scott Ostler from the Chronicle joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, I'll give you a few New England versus Bay Area scenarios. You tell me who you would take. First of all, do you want to? If you had to go to a game, would you want to go to the old Fenway Park, or would you want to go to New Oracle Park at 3rd and King?
Oh, I'd go to Old Fenway.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah. I think a lot of people want the amenities of the new. I want the old ballpark of Fenway. I would do that. What about you, Jason? Would you go Fenway or would you go Oracle?
Oh, I'll go Oracle.
Would you?
Oracle Park, yeah.
All right, there you go.
Beautiful. You been to Fenway, Jason?
I've never been to Fenway, no.
Yeah.
The
only bad thing about Fenway is the press box, because they have a new press box.
Oh, I have not been in the new press box.
Which they rebuilt, and it's very cold and unpleasant, and I think it's the worst press box in the big leagues.
That sounds about right for Boston.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
By the way, one of my goals for this series will be not to get thrown out of the Boston's arena back there. I was once the only arena I've ever been thrown out of was Boston Garden.
What did you do to deserve to get kicked out? I'm assuming that you did something horrible.
I did. I got into a beef with one of the security guys that was checking credentials at a certain checkpoint. And I thought I was legit, and he didn't. And so we had what I thought was just a minor exchange, but it quickly escalated to him. I guess his Irish temper.
Wow!
And he motioned these two cops who were standing nearby, these two beefy fellows, and each one of them grabbed one of my arms, and they escorted me down the stairs. They were down about 6 flights of stairs, and then up to some big doors. Big metal doors, and they shoved me out the doors, ripped my credential off, and I found myself out in the street with the traffic in Boston.
Wow. So here's the lesson: you don't mess with the union members in that city.
No.
Okay?
Because definitely not.
The one union guy winked at the 2 other union guys, and it was all over for you, Scott.
Yeah.
So
I didn't have a chance. Yeah.
You mentioned going there and covering the Los Angeles Lakers. And I wanted to know, as someone who loves the NBA and has followed the NBA and covered the NBA for many years, how much have you been watching Win in Time, the Lakers retrospective from those Magic Johnson era years over on HBO?
I only watched the first episode, and I'm determined to catch up. I've been busy with the Warriors and all this stuff, but I will catch up. I was disturbed and disgusted by the first episode, but I'm determined to plow ahead. It's just they made too many. They just played too fast and loose with the actual facts. They steered way off the course of reality to me. And the striking case in point would be, which we now know, a lot of people feel this way, the characterization of Jerry West.
Yeah,
one striking example. But there are many others. I think we missed the boat. To me, I covered the team that entire season, so I was at every game, every practice, and it was really a crazy, magical year. Everything went right, and it was phenomenal, and the players were great and all that stuff, and I think they didn't capture that in the TV series from what I've seen so far. But I'll give us some more chance.
Was there a Scott Osler character in Winning Time? Did they have you make a guest appearance? Have you covered the team all year?
Not yet, although they really missed the boat on that one because that was such a dynamic guy.
You are a dynamic guy, and you are a matinee idol. Good looks when it comes to reporters, my friend. They could add a John Hamm playing young.
I don't get that compliment much. I appreciate that.
John Hamm playing a young Scott Osler as the beat writer of the team. One of the storylines in that is Jack McKinney taking over as the head coach, and they make him out to be a gruff, hard-to-like character. And I got to know Jack after his coaching days when he was a broadcaster with the Philadelphia 76ers. He couldn't have been a sweeter gentleman. So in your dealing...
I was only around him. He got hurt early in the season, so I was only around him for maybe 2, maybe 3 months in training camp and everything. But we were around the guys then. We were at every practice. We talked to coaches a lot and hung out. So I'm not going to say that I knew Jack McKinney like an old buddy, but he was a good guy. He was kind of easygoing. He was not trying to take control. He was not trying to be like this tough cop. He was a very pleasant guy. He was best friends with Paul Westhead. They're super close friends. And Paul was a great guy. So the two of them were just extremely pleasant to deal with. And I never heard a complaint from the players. And McKinney came in, he installed a good up-tempo offense. Players are happy with it. They were winning. It's not that the players are going to come to me the first month of the season and start complaining, but, if you're around the team, you hear stuff, and I didn't hear a single complaint. He was just a nice, pleasant guy. I knew him. I hung out with his daughter. It was a great scene.
Scott Coase thinks this series is going 5. Warriors win. I think it's going to be a 7-game series. Are you ready to give a prediction yet? What are your thoughts?
Well, I kind of stay away from predictions, but just for you guys, I'm going to go. Warriors in 7. And once it comes down to the 7th game, as you guys know, it's kind of anything can happen. But I don't know. I just had it been Miami because I think Miami just gave it their all and ran out of gas because they were kind of banged up. But just too many weapons. The Warriors haven't faced anything quite like this over a 7-game series, so they're definitely going to be tested. And I'll say Warriors in 7.
All right, I think a lot of Warrior fans are happy with that. I think Adam Silver would sign on the dotted line for that right now, no question. And Scott, what is your bowling average up to now? We should let everyone know Scott Osler, probably the best bowler of all the media members in the Bay Area. What are you, about 215 right about now?
No, my average isn't up there. I did roll a 289 just shortly before I was sidelined with the COVID, with all the COVID shutdowns and all that stuff. But I was getting up there. I was let's say I was around edging up towards 190 is my average.
That's a heck of an average. You rolled a 289?
Yeah, you get lucky once in a while, but it was I had two games where I missed a perfect game by 1 ball. So.
Oh, you're kidding me.
That doesn't mean you can shoot a hole in one in golf too and be a crappy golfer.
Well, no. It's not the same. That's not the same. You're coming a ball away from rolling a 300, a perfect game. That is some solid bowling. That's some good kegling, my friend.
Good kegling. Let's put it this way, Coase. I like my chances of beating you if we get out there 1-on-1.
Yeah, I think you are correct. All right, Scott, enjoy your Memorial Day. Thank you for giving us some time. We appreciate it, and we'll, of course, be talking throughout the NBA Finals.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, Jason. Coase.
Yeah, take care. He is a great guy, a fantastic wordsmith. If you read his stuff in the Chronicle, he is really, really an amazing writer and does some amazing things with words and covers it like I think few do nowadays. There was a different era. Everyone's all right, old guy. I get it, But it was a different era, just as Jason, in 20 years, you will say, God, these guys coming up now, they're doing it different than we used to do it. It just happens.
I already complain about Gen Z.
Do you?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
See, look at you.
They're a little wild.
Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team of complaining old people. That's all we do is complain. Warriors and Celtics, this thing gets started on Thursday. We're the proud home of the Golden State Warriors. We're looking forward to covering this whole thing, stem to stern. I think a lot of people are in agreement here. Don't you even nationally, don't you think most people are going to give the Warriors the edge?
Yeah. I think, most people are going to lean on the Warriors, and they should. A healthy Clay drains Steph. Just by the numbers, rarely lose in this occasion. Actually, they've never lost when healthy. I guess you can consider 2016 they were healthy because they all played.
But that took a Game 7 final shot by Kyrie.
Yeah, and it also took a suspension by Draymond. So, there was a lot of wacky stuff that happened that year.
Yep.
So just by the numbers, you should take the Warriors. They win 9 times out of 10 in this situation. I think this will be a tough puzzle to figure out. But, most people are leaning on the Warriors. I think the Warriors are -3.5 in game 1. That's what Vegas says. So,
is that what it is?
Yeah, I think it's 3.5 point spread. So, that's damn near a toss-up.
I would take that.
Yeah.
I would take that. When you look at the Golden State Warriors and the infrastructure of 3 that they have with Steph, Clay, and Draymond, that we understand who they are and what they are, and they obviously mean so much here to the Bay Area.
Right.
I think in basketball circles, they also have a big they're a big brand of those 3 because they have been the main pieces to what has been a long stretch of excellence for the Golden State Warriors. So when you look at the top 75 players that were named by the NBA this year. Can you get that Stephen A's sound ready? So you look at that. They had James Harden on the list. They had Russell Westbrook on the list of the top 75 players. Here's what Stephen A. Smith had to say about the list and who should be on the list and where they should be.
You know Russell Westbrook and James Harden are both in the top 75. And Draymond Green and Klay Thompson are not. You know that, right?
I think Klay Thompson deserves to be ahead of both James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Wait, I caught the end of that. I missed the end of that. What was that? He says he thinks Clay should be ahead of both guys.
You know Russell Westbrook and James Harden are both in the top 75, and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson are not. You know that, right?
I think Klay Thompson deserves to be ahead of both James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Stephen A. said it. Is it true or not? Klay Thompson deserves to be ahead of James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
And, I know Dub Nation's probably going to get ticked off with me, but...
888-957-9570. What's your Twitter handle so we can give it out so you can get crushed?
Jay Dumas reports.
There you go.
Who's this man?
I know...
Tag me at Coz NBCS because I'll retweet it.
I know Clay has the hardware, and Clay, I think, should have been on that list, but not in front of Westbrook or James Harden. This is just an individual list. When you look at individual accolades, Clay's just pale in comparison to those 2 guys. It's not particularly close. Like, I think Clay's a 5-time...
Not a chance.
I think Clay's a 5-time All-Star. He's been on a couple All-NBA third teams. James Harden, I believe, is like a 10-time All-Star. Has been on like 6 All-NBA first teams, has an MVP award. Russell Westbrook has an MVP award, has a bunch of first-team All-NBAs. It's just...
Average a triple-double.
You just can't... I know. You got to be objective here. And if you're being objective, if you do a blind... If you do... You put all of their resumes on paper and you don't name them, everyone would put those 2 above Klay Thompson. I'm not just going to be a homer simply because Klay Thompson plays for the home team. He objectively does not have a better resume than either one of those 2 players. This is a personal accomplishment, not a team accomplishment.
We're going to talk about that when we continue. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Whole Foods Market, I took my family there for lunch 2 days ago. I'm not lying. You should go there as well. Jason Dumas, Jim Kozimor with you. Hit us up, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Should Klay Thompson be ahead of James Harden and Russell Westbrook in the NBA's top 75 players? Should any of the three even be on the list of top 75 all-time NBA players? Hit us on the Xfinity mobile text line or on the phone line. More of that to come on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are flying into the... Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Each and every hour, we're giving stuff away because we're the proud home of the Golden State Warriors. We're going to be doing it all day today up until 6 p.m. All you have to do is be caller number 5 on the contest line. You got to hear you'll hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
All right, when you hear that, you make the call, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263. You can win prizes like the $100 Wingstop gift card or a Warriors bobblehead. That's all when you hear the sounder. We haven't done it yet in the 8 o'clock hour, so you know it's got to be coming pretty soon. Keep it locked and loaded with Jason Dumas and me, Jim Kozimor, here all morning long. We are here until 10, but we're live and local all day long here on your proud home of the Golden State Warriors. I'm just checking Twitter. And this from Gina G at Gina Reppin Dubé. She says, I literally tweeted this minutes ago. If Steph doesn't win the finals MVP in this series, to me, meaning in my opinion, it does not tarnish his legacy with the GIF. I said what I said. And by the way, good luck to you, Gina. She is a novice play-by-play announcer. Good luck to you in your career. I hope it works out for you. I hope it goes great. Are you in the same vein with that one on Steph? If he doesn't win the finals MVP, we're still not going to think any less of him.
No.
I think he needs to win the finals MVP. No, he's still going to go down as one of the greatest of his era, but don't you need to have that tag? If you're one of the greatest, don't you need to step into the role of, give me 30 a game throughout the finals? You know what? Take it out and whiz all over the court and make your mark.
It would be nice, of course, but I don't think it's necessary or a prerequisite. I think he's done enough in this league to already be solidified. That would just be an extra cherry on top.
All right. We'll see how his finals go. If I'm betting on this thing, I'm taking Game 1 Warriors. They're going to cover, and I'm taking Steph over whatever the number is of threes because I think they are going to come out and be a tone setter starting on Thursday. All right. We just heard some sound about it was Stephen A. Smith regarding the top 75 players. Sam Lubman producing this fine show this morning here on Memorial Day. Give me that sound from Stephen A.
You know Russell Westbrook and James Harden are both in the top 75, and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson
are not.
You know that, right?
I think Klay Thompson deserves to be ahead of both James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Oh, that's pretty strong right there. From Stephen A., Klay Thompson deserves to be ahead of those guys on the top 75. Jason, you're in a different space on that, right?
Yeah, no, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. I think Klay should have been on that top 75, but not for Harden or Westbrook. I think just individually, this is an individual list. It's not a team-based success list. I think individually, well, I don't think, I know, it's not even an opinion. It's pretty objective. James Harden and Russell Westbrook individually are more accomplished and have a longer resume, more accolades than Klay Thompson. That's not an opinion. That's just factual information.
If Klay were in those circumstances, if he was with Oklahoma City at the time Russell Westbrook was, would Klay have been able to do the same things? Is Klay a victim of being with the best well-rounded team and not having been able to? No one said, like in Houston, when Daryl Morey said, you know what, James, we're not going to coach you. You just do whatever you want on the floor at all times, and we're going to let you do that. If they would have allowed Klay to do James Harden things, would Klay have been able to put up the same type of numbers that Harden did?
Who knows? You know, if I was 6'5", I'd probably be in the NBA. So who knows?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Maybe, but the fact is, who cares? He's not. He's not. We can do hypotheticals about any different situation.
Fair hypothetical, though. Does Klay have the ability to do what a Harden or a Westbrook have done if he was in a different circumstance?
Offensively, Klay isn't as talented as James Harden. Can't. Maybe now James Harden now is like a shell of himself.
Well, current James Harden is kind of a fair comparison.
But like historically, no, probably not. Would Klay be better? Would Klay have better numbers? Yeah, probably, because he'd have more opportunity. That's it. But who knows? Maybe Klay doesn't have 3 championships if he's on Oklahoma City or if he's if he's on Houston. So you can go both ways with that.
Probably right.
Like he probably doesn't have 3 rings if he plays for another franchise.
He was pretty darn disappointed the year he did not make the top 3 in the All-NBA voting. I remember he did not make that, and he was visibly upset.
I think he's been picked 3rd All-NBA 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay. James Harden's been first team, like, I think 6. He's been an all-star 10. You know, I get Klay Thompson is the hometown guy, but we got to be honest with ourselves here. What are we going to lie? Just look at the resumes.
Fair enough. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. You want to start with Suzette? Give me a little Suzette.
The Golden State Warriors have put the
now.
splash back in the finals.
Thank you, Tim. That's Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 on the contest line, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263. They win the next prize. So lock it in now. Be caller number 5. You're going to come away with a prize. Every time you hear Tim Roy with the sounder, you get a chance to win a prize, courtesy of 95.7 The Game as we prepare for the NBA Finals. Again, we do this a lot here in the Bay Area. We prepare for finals, whether it's the 49ers going to championship games, going to Super Bowls, whether it's the Giants winning World Series, whether it's the Warriors winning NBA championships. That's what we do here in the Bay Area. We're getting ready for another run here at 95.7 The Game. You want to give me a little Suzette? Can we jump to line 3 and give me a little Suzette right here? Suzette, welcome into 95.7 The Game. You've got Jason Dumas and me, Jim Kozimor. How do you see the top 75, Suzette?
Okay, well, nice to talk to you, Coz. I haven't spoken to you since before the pandemic.
Wow.
And Mr. Dumas, I really enjoy listening to you in the evening time with your sidekick, and I'm sorry I can't think of his last name. I think it's Stiles, if I'm right.
Oh, yeah, Alan Stiles.
I wanted to talk about... Yes, thank you. And you guys need your own intro because I haven't heard Kulski in a long time. So I would like you guys to have your own intro. To make a long story short, I think the person that should not be on that list is the Bubble Boy. And the Bubble Boy I'm talking about is Anthony Davis. Sure,
I agree.
He won a title and he's got some, I say credentials. But I really think Klay Thompson should have been on that list before him.
I agree.
That's just my perspective. It doesn't have to do with, being, a fan favorite of the Dubs. But I just don't see Anthony Davis, earning that what do you say, that list.
Yeah.
Right now.
I like it. You know what?
So that's all I have to say.
Enjoy your day. No.
Thank you,
And
Suzette,
thanks very much for calling and watching on television, and that's very sweet of you to call. And, it's good NBA perspective right there.
If Stephen A. Smith had have said Klay Thompson deserves to be on that top 75 list in place of both Anthony Davis and Damian Lillard, I would agree.
Really?
Yes. I don't agree. And listen, the crazy thing is, I am not even a Russell Westbrook fan. I hate his game. But the things he's been able to accomplish are undeniable. He's just accomplished more than Klay on an individual standpoint. Of course, not team success. Klay has 3 championships. But that's not a team success type of list. It's the 75 best individual players. And I don't think now, once you start comparing the top 75, maybe you can throw rings into it to separate the guys in it. But just that can't be the end all be all when you're talking about individual success, because that is a team related accomplishment.
Fair enough. I'll give you that one. Let's get back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Can I get Paul in Oakland? Is that okay? Give me a little Paul in Oakland. I like going to the town. Paul, top 75. What do you got for me, Paulie?
So I loved your question, Jim, about, what would Klay do on a team, set up like the Rockets or OKC. But let's flip that question. Mm-hmm. What has Harden and what has Westbrook done on a team not like that, where they have other guys, where they have to play in a team context? What kind of, and also I'd ask you this question. Do you want them on your team? Clearly the Warriors didn't. So they had opportunities and other teams have, and they've just not been good. They haven't, and they're stats chasers. So I get what the gentleman, I forgot your name, I apologize, but the gentleman was saying
Jason
about
Dumas,
individual accomplishments, undeniable, and objective. But better players, top 75 best players, I think that's an interesting question to throw into the mix. What would those guys do on a different team? And
that's a great
we've seen
question.
some data on that. So I'd love to hear what you think about that.
Paul, thanks. That's a great flip of the question. I'm not sure Russell Westbrook has 11 consecutive triple-doubles like he did at one point in his career. I'm not sure that he ends up with 100 and, about 160-some triple-doubles? 193 career triple-doubles, if not more by now, surpassing the big O Oscar Robertson. His 11 in a row is a record. He owns 3 of the top 4 triple-double streaks going on. I'm not sure he's able to do that because he wasn't doing that when he had KD and remember they had KD and Harden at the same time.
Yeah, Russell.
He wasn't doing it then. He was doing it after those guys had left. I don't think he does that same thing with this version of the Golden State Warriors.
No, I mean, like I said, I'm not even a huge fan of Russell Westbrook's game. I question his basketball IQ. I think he forces to issues. I do think he might stat chase a little bit or had in his career. I don't think Harden ever really stat chased. I think that was just his game. So yeah.
Do you like Harden's game? I don't like Harden's game either.
I liked Harden's game like 2-3 years ago.
You did when he'd lumber with that dribble and then go to the hoop and flop to the basket and earn a couple of free throws. I hated that game.
He was just, he was crafty. Who knows? It's not for everybody, and I can acknowledge that. But, I mean, the OKC Thunder, they probably would have had a ring if they kept that trio together. But, unfortunately, they didn't. It was really silly. Those guys made the finals when they were all, like, children.
I know, huh?
They were all super young, and you thought, okay, this is the next team. Then they get rid of Harden, and that was that. So, is there a little to be desired from both of their games? Yes. Are they for everyone? No. But, I think we're too hard on people who don't win rings because it's all circumstantial, and winning an NBA championship is really, really tough.
I kind of agree with you on the Westbrook's game there. I kind of compare Westbrook's game. It's like the chips that they serve at restaurants before your meal comes out. Like they're good, they're enjoyable, but they're really just kind of empty calories that really don't get you anywhere.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what Russell Westbrook's game is. I mean, again, super talented player. I think for a time he was one of the 5 best players in the NBA. But it got to a point where he was as likely to shoot you into a game as he was to shoot you out of a game. It's just it's all go with him, which is both good and bad depending on kind of, if he's missing shots on any given night.
And another thing about Russ, not a lot of self-awareness. Like, you come into this Lakers situation and you want to be this huge alpha in the mix when really your role on that team should be more complimentary. And he's beefing publicly with Frank Vogel, saying he doesn't like his role. But then it's like, Russ, you're not playing well. Like, have a little more self-awareness. Try to do something different. He only has one speed, like Sam said. So, but I do just think historically he's going to be an all-timer. I mean, just look at what he's done, what he's been able to accomplish. But I don't think it really it leads into winning basketball. I think, like you said, he shoots teams out of games as much as he wins games for his team.
Yeah, I think you're right. From the 415, why are you not including the negative value with Harden and Westbrook? Flops, turnovers, controversy. Clay is clean. Is that part of it? Is the fact that Clay, you never have to worry about a darn thing with Klay Thompson. He's not going to cause controversy. He's not going to upset the apple cart. He's not going to cause a problem on the court, off the court. Does that play into this at all?
I mean, up until Brooklyn, and I don't even really. Harden was hurt that playoff run with Brooklyn. He was a shell of himself, but he was highly successful in Houston, and he was highly successful in OKC. He went to the finals with OKC, and he went to the conference finals darn near every year with Houston. So I'm not really seeing all the negatives. Like, he was a winning player. He lost to the Warriors in most of those years, and the Warriors went on to win championships. So, I mean, he was successful pretty much everywhere he went. So I'm not really following the notion with all the negatives that come with James Harden. Houston, James Harden, and OKC, James Harden were pretty successful runs in each stop.
10 minutes before 9 o'clock, 95-7 the game. Give me a little San Francisco Mike. Always a good caller. Line 1, Mike in San Francisco on the NBA Finals. Mike, always love hearing from you. I hope you have an enjoyable Memorial Day. And what do you got in the NBA Finals for us, buddy?
Yeah, same to you guys. First off, I just want to mention, I would take Clay over both those guys because I don't think defense is really factored in. That's been such a huge part of Clay's game, and both of those, Westbrook and Harden, a lot of people just focus on the offensive end. As great as they are offensively, I just don't think the complete factor of defense is really mentioned. And I think that's what separates Clay, even though he's not as flashy as those guys and doesn't have the numbers. They pound the ball a lot more, so they have the stat numbers, as you guys mentioned. So I'll take Clay over both of those guys. And Anthony Davis. Guys, I want to talk about the finals here. The reason why I think Draymond really wanted to say Miami, but you will remember when Shaq pressured him on the TNT set. But I think they wanted to avoid Boston because I said all season Boston and Memphis were the two, and Phoenix obviously were the three toughest teams they're probably going to see. I think it just befuddles me how Boston played those last two games, and a lot of people like to mention they're because they're young. But guys, they've been in the Eastern Conference Finals 3 of the last 6 years with that core of Tatum, Brown, Smart, and Horford. So I just befuddles me how badly they wanted to gag away both those games. In Game 7 there with Jimmy Butler 3-pointer away from losing Game 7. So, but we can't do that matchup because remember Memphis really struggled to beat Minnesota. So I think they're going to be locked and loaded in the finals here. Everybody's going to talk about the sexy matchups. Obviously Tatum and Curry and Jaylen Brown. But to me, I think the matchup I'm looking at, I think it's going to be huge. All series is going to be Horford versus Looney. For Horford, he's been one of the smartest, savviest players in the league in the last 15 years. And he's a big part of what they did and really got him over the hump, especially against Milwaukee, against Giannis. He really dominated Giannis those last couple of games. And then, obviously, Looney has been such a huge part of what the Warriors done. I want to get you guys' opinions. Obviously, he's going to focus on the big matchups against Smart and Curry and et cetera. What do you think is going to be the X factor in terms of the storylines that people are not going to focus on? I think the Warriors are going to prevail in 7. But it's not going to be easy because that big lineup, especially with Robert Williams, is going to give the Warriors trouble. And I'll take your thoughts off that. Can't wait for Thursday night. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mike. We appreciate it. A lot of stuff to chew on right there. So he's got the Warriors in 7. You've got the Warriors in 7. Scott Osler's got the Warriors in 7. I've got the Warriors in 5. I think that they take the 2 at home. They go to Boston, get one of the 2, probably Game 2. And then of the 2 that are played in Boston, they'll come home in Game 5, close it out. 2 days later, we're going to be on a float. Actually, you'll be covering it. Most of the people on 95.7 the game will be on a float representing the station as the proud home of the Golden State Warriors. I'll probably be covering it for NBC Sports. I'm telling you, that's how I see it. But according to Mike, he's got it in a 7-game series.
Yeah, our guy, friend of the show, Anthony Slater, he also has Warriors in 7. He just dropped his prediction up The Athletic. I know he comes on the morning roast regularly. So, Slater, another Warriors in 7. So, a lot of people are picking this to be an extremely tough series for the Warriors, and I'm in that camp as well.
We got to get the great Nick Friedel on the station, friend of the station. And Nick will come on, and former host here, and he will keep it real with Warrior fans.
He always does.
They don't have a. He'll say something about how you got to be ready for Boston and this young upstart team. I think we've got to get Nick on the station at some point. Nick is fantastic. What a great guy to cover this stuff. I did want to let everyone know this. I love Nick. I miss Nick. Nick is off covering the Eastern Conference now. Well, he's going to be in the finals, right? So he's going to be boots on the ground. We got to have Nick on. Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. This is Shasky and Willard's Giants podcast. Looking for the newest podcast for all things Giants? Subscribe to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, hosted by Mark Willard, Joe Shasky, diehard Giants fans who bring the heat on the biggest stories and issues facing the team. A Giants podcast done by Giants fans for Giants fans. New episodes dropping on Mondays and on Thursdays on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Jason, I think you'll get into that as soon as you're done covering the parade.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said last night on the tube that I feel like we've been ignoring the Giants, but, that's what happens when you also cover a basketball team playing into June. So, we have all of July and August, and that's really September. That's really the money month for baseball anyway. And, hopefully the Giants are still playing meaningful baseball at that point, but we'll get into it. I have a couple feature story ideas that I want to run once I get into full steam baseball as well.
Well, it's going to be a fun summer, and the Warriors are extending that fun with their run of the NBA Finals, something that, I'll be honest, I didn't see it at the start of the year. I did not see this team being in this position. Now that they are here, I am a believer, and I think everyone is going to be, sucking on their tailpipe. I just think that they are in their groove, in their element. Let's go out to Rhode Island. Is he in, where is he right now? Is he in Cranston? Is he in Newport?
What did Mitch do?
Is he in Woonsocket? Is he...
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Jeff, what's going on? Jeff, where are you in Rhode Island, my friend?
I'm actually in Cranston, Rhode Island, just a few miles south of Providence.
Yeah, there you go, Cranston. You're not in Narragansett. You're not in Woonsocket.
Nope, I'm right in the middle of the state.
All righty, what do you got for me on the top 75?
Real quick, I was wondering, I remember when that list first came out, and I'm totally in agreement with that woman that called. Anthony Davis shouldn't be on that list. But my question is Joe Dumars on that list?
I'll look it up.
I don't remember seeing him.
I will look it up, my friend.
I don't believe so.
And really quick, I'm a Warriors fan and a Niners fan, and I just want to real quick if you guys had some updates on what's going on with Debo. And over here, and so far this morning, listening to the Boston radio, I think the Celtics fans are just riding high right now. And for them, I keep hearing is all they have to do is throw Marcus Smart on Steph, and they got the Celtics winning in 6 for the most part. And I just think they're discounting the experience of the Warriors right now and all of the weapons they've got on the offensive side. And I was just wondering your thoughts on that. And love listening to you guys.
Thanks.
Obviously, I've got to grab you guys on the Odyssey app, and I listen to you guys every day at work.
Oh, sweet. Thank
you very much,
Appreciate
Jeff.
that.
Be safe out there in Cranston, Rhode Island.
I'll hit.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yep. All right, Jeff. I'll hit that Debo question right now. No one really knows. Debo's back here in the Bay Area, according to his social media. I'm kind of over that drama. Just figure out what you want.
Totally agree.
Just figure out what you want to do. Keep it moving. Do you want to leave? Do you want to stay? Either way, life goes on. The 49ers organization will continue to move forward. I feel like he loves the attention and hates it at the same time. It's like he does things to garner attention purposely and then complains about the attention it gets, which is very annoying to me. So I honestly intentionally try to ignore it because I don't want to dignify Sideshow Bob.
I hear you. I'll give you that. I think that you wipe everything off your social media as a new protest. He's going to be a 49er. That's my opinion. We're not going to have to worry about it. They'll get the deal. They'll get whatever needs to get done. The 49ers made the mistake of making him the most unique offensive player. Now they got to find a way to keep the most unique offensive player, but they're going to do that. We need to step aside. Mitch in New Jersey is going to be next when we continue. More on the Dubs, more on comparing Boston and the Bay. So a lot more to come in the final hour with Jason Dumas and me, Jim Kozimor, on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are
Every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Final segment coming. Jason Dumas, Jim Cozumel with you. You can catch us at 888-957-9570. It's the Xfinity mobile text line. It's also the phone number, 888-957-9570. I'm going to give you another number because we're still giving away prizes. That's what we do here on Memorial Day on your proud home of the Warriors. We're doing it until 6 p.m. All you have to do is be the fifth caller on the contest line. When you hear the sounder, and the sounder, it is... You want to play it, or do you want me to just tell them what it is?
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
All right, when you hear that, and it's going to randomly play it sometime in the next half hour, you get a chance to win some prizes like Dead & Company tickets, Top Gun, swag packs, and more. And the number for that is 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263. It's all when Tim Roy decides to rear his head. That's when we are going to give away some cool stuff. And this afternoon, maybe I go see Top Gun. If we're giving away the swag packs, maybe I go see Top Gun. Although it's with the family. Is it Top Gun, Jason, or should I go see Jurassic Park with the family? My kids are all teenagers.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds
I would
like a
do
good call.
Jurassic Park. Mm-hmm. Not a huge Top Gun guy.
No?
No.
Oh, I like that. Flying those planes all over the place.
Right.
Tom Cruise, being Tom Cruise, which is always, he's the best whatever it is. He's the best bartender and cocktail. He's the best, well, everything. He was the best pimp when he was in, what was his first movie?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, what was the...
Risky Business?
Risky Business. He was the best pimp.
Oh, yeah, duh. I knew that.
Yeah.
Jerry
I don't
Maguire.
think I've seen that movie, though.
Jerry Maguire, he was the best agent. Every movie he's in, he's the best something. So he's the best fighter pilot in this one. Although I've heard it's a great movie. So, Dubs coming up this weekend, starting on Thursday in the series, the 7-game series starts then. And I think, listen, we're in the Bay Area. We get it. We see the Warriors as the team to beat. You're going to be on that Boston radio station today, and we just heard from a caller in Rhode Island who thinks the Boston fans, they've got the Celtics winning in 6. They're smelling themselves right now. I'm looking forward to you being on the Boston station today because I'd like to find out from you just what the level of confidence is going to an NBA Finals with this group.
Well, you know the Boston fandom, they're confident in their teams. So I know they're probably going to be over the top. There's probably going to be some disrespect, some Curry disrespect. So we'll see. We'll see. I think, I don't see the Celtics beating the Warriors. I do think it'll be a close series, but history tells us to always bet on Steph, Clay, and Dre. History tells us 9.
If they're healthy, they win.
Yeah, they do. So I don't see any reason for me to change that, especially to a Boston Celtics team who hasn't been here before. I think the Warriors are just going to blow them out the water when it comes to the second unit. I think that is Boston's Achilles heel. I don't trust guys I don't think guys like Peyton Pritchard and Derek White are really going to be difference makers for them. And I think on the other end, Otto Porter Jr. and Jordan Poole, Gary Payton II, I think those guys are going to be different makers for Golden State. I do like Grant Williams off the bench for that for that Celtics team, but I think he's the only one really because he can hit open looks. He's good. He does dirty work. He's actually like a prototypical Warriors player. Him and Horford. I could see Horford playing for the Warriors too.
If I have one wish for the series is that the primary player, that nobody in general, but the primary players especially, nobody gets hurt to the point where they're not having playing a factor in the game.
That's the worst if you see an injury.
The Clay, KD, Toronto scenario was so bad for the series.
Right.
Because it just leads to discussion of, but if they were back, if they were healthy, the Warriors would have won. I don't want to have that thought in my head. If Draymond goes down, if he goes up and grabs a rebound and twists his ankle because he steps on someone's foot coming down, I don't want to have that thought in my head. The Warriors were on the verge of doing something that was crazy. They are going back to a championship and winning a title with a completely different group of guys around the big three. But to have it taken away by injury would just sour the finals so badly.
Oh, it would suck.
Yeah.
It would suck. And, you got to say the same thing over on Boston. I don't want to see Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown go down, Marcus Smart.
Like they did in their series with Miami. They both left the right two. Was it Brown and Smart who left the court?
Smart
and
missed Smart missed a couple games.
Yep.
Robert Williams missed a couple games. But and then on the other side, Butler missed a game. Harrow missed a couple games. That one got ugly. And then even if you go back to Milwaukee, Chris Middleton missed a couple games.
Yeah.
Does Boston
beat the
Celtics? Or does Boston beat the Celtics? But Boston beat Milwaukee?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think so. People don't realize how good Chris Middleton is.
Oh, he's really good.
He's really, really
multiple
good.
All-Star, gold medal in the Olympics.
Second round pick?
Yeah. And at times, people might call me crazy, but at times he's the Bucks' best offensive player. So yeah, there's a whole lot of what ifs, and you don't want to play that what if game on the biggest stage in the NBA Finals. I want to see these guys at the peak of their superpowers, going for it, and I think it's going to be a good coaching matchup too. Dude, I think this guy in Boston, he's gone through the best duo in the league, maybe in Ime
Udoka. You think his first, chance to trod the boards in an NBA Finals? You think this will be an interesting matchup with he and Kerr?
Yeah, I do. So they went through probably the best duo in the league with Kyrie and KD. They got through the best player in the league, arguably, in Giannis, and then arguably the best coach in the league. I know you said best coach in the league in Spoelstra. They've Boston has had a pretty tough path, if we're being honest. So, but that also might be play into the Warriors' advantage. Will Boston just be out of gas by the time they get to the finals? And that flight from Boston to San Francisco.
Wait, are they coming from Miami?
It's a good question.
Which is even further. They'd have to go Miami to Boston, then Boston here. They'd probably just go Miami here.
Yeah, that's true.
I
guess the players were told pack enough to go to straight.
Let them stay today, and maybe they have a kind of quasi day off, walk through, let's start looking at tape. Tomorrow you fly, you go over stuff, maybe you get off the plane.
They probably fly today.
Maybe fly today then, huh?
Yeah, they probably fly today, and today is their travel day.
Mm-hmm.
But that's bad luck for them because today's their travel day while the Warriors are they're practicing today. Today's their first full practice for the finals after getting off the last 2 days. So they're probably rested, energized, and, they had their fun. I know they were partying over the weekend, rightfully so. And now they're
You earned it.
No, yeah, for sure. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. Sometimes people forget to do that.
Celebrate success, baby.
We work and grind, and we get into this rabbit hole. You gotta you work and you make money so you can have fun.
From the 925, think about this. Both KD and Kyrie left their teams. KD leaving the Warriors, Kyrie leaving Boston to go to Brooklyn. Those two teams, Warriors and Celtics, now in the finals. That super team that they were trying to build in Brooklyn, they're on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That's a great take.
I know.
From the 925 that, you know what? I get what KD and Kyrie were trying to do. I get it. But look at those teams they left are now squaring off in the NBA Finals.
Kevin Durant would never acknowledge it publicly. I think he's too prideful, and he always likes to act like things don't affect him when I know they do. You can just tell.
I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
There's a lot of microaggressions and stuff towards fans.
He's Choir Sultan. He'll always be known as Choir Sultan to me, his burner account name.
Yeah, seriously. He's made light of that and kind of made it into a joke, but I still think that's one of the more embarrassing things that could happen to somebody. That's dude, you were going back and forth with people trashing your teammates under a burner account. Come on, man.
He was getting into it with 15-year-old suburban Oklahoma City kids.
Yeah, it was weird.
On his burner account.
Dude, it was weird. There's no other way to say it.
I will tell you, of the athletes I've interviewed in the NBA, he was among the most thoughtful when he...
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
When we hear Tim Roy, that means caller number 5 of the contest line at 844-999-GAME is going to come away with a cool prize. Caller number 5 to the contest line, 844-999-4263. You win the next prize pack. And could it be the $100 Wingstop gift card? Well, if Jason Dumas did not already lift it and throw it into his pocket, maybe you win that.
I do have some breaking news. The Top Gun swag pack is off the board.
It is off the board.
Yeah, I won't say when it went off the board. I don't know if that matters, but hopefully that doesn't impact people's decision to call in. But the swag
Do we still have Warrior bobbleheads on the table?
I am not sure. All I know is that the Top Gun swag pack, that's the only one I'm going to give away. So that's
a good one.
Who do I got to slide some money to just grab that?
Yeah, I'll give you $25 for the $100 gift card.
Grab those wings.
I don't think the wings are off the board yet.
I told Matt Nahigan if he left that. I know earlier in the season we gave away a Klay Thompson signed jersey, and it was sitting here in the studio for weeks. I told Matt Nahigan, you got about 2 days to get rid of that jersey, or it might not be here when you come in on Monday. I know I worked that Sunday morning shift.
So tantalizing.
It was just sitting here staring at me in the face.
Jason, take me home.
Yeah, man. Some great prizes were given away. But I think you touched on it earlier, Coz. I think the health of Robert Williams is going to be extremely, or no, that was a caller, and then who said it's going to be extremely important, the health of Robert Williams, because he is an elite rim protector when he is healthy. And the Warriors offense can kind of get out of sorts when they're playing against elite rim protectors. We saw, what's his name, make life hell for the Warriors for a little bit, Jaren Jackson Jr.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had 15
I like
blocks.
Triple J.
Yeah, he's a good player.
When he's healthy.
He's a good player. He fouls a little too much. He has an affinity for fouling people. And like I said, I think Memphis needs one more perimeter guy who can kind of go out and get his shot. Like, Memphis needs a Chris Middleton guy. He need a guy who can be their second, their Robin to Ja Morant's Batman. If they get that, watch out.
Yeah.
Watch out. I think they're one piece away from really being serious title contenders.
They're in a dangerous area, though, right? Because they've got to give Ja the max, the
Right.
super max,
Mhm.
which changes your financial structure for the guys you have that got you there.
Yeah.
So they're in a really tricky spot, but you got to give them credit. They had a team that was, remember the old Grindhouse days?
Yeah, Tony Allen and Zebo.
Right? Totally different version of the team because it was bang it around. It was all that physical stuff. Then they move a bunch of guys out. Gasol, they move him out. Zebo leaves. And they've quickly retooled to be a quality playoff team. I think, and they're doing it in a different fashion. I like what Memphis has done. If I'm an NBA fan and I don't have a team, or if I'm a fan of a team, like let's say now I'm following the Warriors, obviously we're in the Bay Area, but if there's another team I'd watch because I like basketball, it would be the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, really good team. Now, I think you mentioned they're going to have to pay some people and whatnot. I think they can let Dylan Brooks go, because Dylan Brooks, he'll have some good games. He had a couple good games against the Warriors, but he's also one of those guys who can shoot you out of a game. He has some of the wildest confidence I've ever seen. He also is a guy, that confidence might have gotten him to the NBA, and probably is half the reason why he's gotten so far in his life, the irrational confidence. But he also lacks some self-awareness. Just takes so many shots where you're like, dude, you are not that guy. Mm-hmm. That's just not your role. And you know who also does that a lot? He's a good player. He won some hardware this year, but I think he might lose at least one game for the Celtics this series, is Marcus Smart. He's another guy where it's like, Marcus, you should not be taking that shot.
Yeah.
You have two otherworldly guys on your team. Give them the ball in that situation.
Any Bay Area fans going to be on the Jaylen Brown bandwagon, the former Cal great?
Yeah,
that's another storyline to this series.
He's a really good, he
local local, went to college here, local guy.
I think he's from Atlanta. I think he's an Atlanta kid, and then obviously played his college ball at Berkeley. But nowadays, does it really matter?
I think he stinks.
Who cares? You were in Berkeley probably for about 3 months. It's one and done. I'm not criticizing.
He was at a game he was at a football game this last season, and he was on the sideline wearing the Cal gear. So,
was he?
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah,
good for him. So he still is connected, and I'm not blaming the one and done players. If I was good enough to be a one and done prospect, I probably wouldn't stay any more time in college too. But sometimes it's hard to have that connection to a campus. It's like, dude, you were there for like 3 months. You know what I mean?
And it was part-time at best.
Right. Seriously. You were there because you were forced to be there. So we got a question on our Xfinity Mobile text line. How did Jordan Poole play that second game against the Celtics this week? And I just looked it up because I remembered he had a great game, and he did. He scored 29 points, and I remember he single-handedly brought the Warriors back in the third quarter. They were down by about 20 plus, and the Warriors win the third quarter, and they cut it to like 8. But they just couldn't get any closer to that. But Poole had a great game. He scored 29 points. That was in the midst of his stretch where he was just going bonkers offensively. And as I said earlier, Coz, I think Poole is the X factor in this series. He has to own that second unit. He has to be that guy who I need a couple 25-point games from him this series.
Wow, 25-point games.
He's capable of it. He's capable. We need huge Jordan Poole games. We need him to own those non-Curry minutes.
If he can do that, I'm even more convinced of my 5-game lock that I've got with the Golden State Warriors. If Jordan Poole grows up, and he's all grows up to that type of player in the NBA Finals, sorry, everybody go and get a Joey Lightyear's Warriors jersey and wear it with pride. And Joe Lacob, you take another victory lap around the Bay Area, because everyone laughed at you. You got booed off your own court, and you've only done exactly what you said you were going to do, which is bring excellence to this franchise that was laughed at for a number of years. So what was it, 18-year stretch they made 1 playoffs?
Yeah.
I think that was it. Unbelievable.
Might have been 20 years.
Clay had a rough.
Might have been 20.
Clay had a rough go about it that last Boston game. He was 8 for 24 for 18 points. Like I said, though, remind you, Steph Curry, he only played 14 minutes because of that foot injury. Marcus Smart it wasn't a dirty play, but it wasn't a play where you're kind of thinking of your colleague's health at either. Diving for a ball in that situation, right by somebody's ankle, is like, dude, this isn't Game 7.
I got a little contentious around here, didn't it?
Yeah,
a little contentious around the Bay Area.
It's just a little reckless. Like, it's not a dirty play. It wasn't Dylan Brooks on Gary Payton II, but it was also like, I don't really have any regard for my colleague's safety. I want to get this loose ball. And it's like, bro, it's like the second quarter of a game in March. Like, just think about everybody. We're trying to get to the finish line here. But that's also what probably sets Marcus Smart. That's probably what helped him get to this point, him just playing harder than everyone. Still is a little reckless in my opinion.
Hey, give me can you yell? We got Madsen and Giddings coming up next.
No, it's Kyle. Dan and Kyle are coming up next.
Dan and Kyle.
Yeah. I do have some updates on the contest here. So,
wait a minute now.
Got some good news, bad news. So we'll start the bad news first. The bad news is the Wingstop gift card is unfortunately off the board.
Oh, that's painful.
The good news is I was wrong about the Top Gun swag packs. There is more than one.
Multiple Top Gun
swag packs that were put in these mystery envelopes, so you could still win a Top Gun swag pack, but unfortunately I believe we only had the one Wingstop gift card, and it is now off the board.
Oh man, sorry about that, Jason.
Yeah.
I know you were going to try to call in as a different voice, or have your lady call in for you and be caller number 5 and come away with the $100 for the wings. So
both bobbleheads are still on the board, though.
Really?
So yeah.
And we don't know the players, though, right?
I do not.
Okay.
I think that's just part of the fun.
Well, that's cool.
We got a bunch of Warriors bobbleheads at the Cron office. The Warriors usually send us some of those promos that they give away to all the fans. They'll send them to us.
They have done a remarkable job, and I get it. You win championships, you have connection, but they've done a remarkable job of connecting to many layers of the Bay Area, whether it's media, whether it's fandom, whether it's different regions of our area. The Warriors have done it right, and that's all you know what? That's all you have to say is they have done it right, and now they get that chance to close it out and do something that I don't think a lot of people believed they could do, but they're on the verge of doing it, Jason. You got to tip the cap to them and say, you know what? Good on you.
Yeah, I'm not a moral victory type guy, and as I said earlier in this show, making it this far and not winning it is awful. You would almost rather just not even making it. Like, all right, I could have enjoyed my entire offseason. But I say all that to say, regardless of this outcome, like I said, I'm not a moral victory guy, but regardless of this outcome, I would say this was a successful season. And I would say the organization has a lot of reasons to be extremely proud of where they're at. They were able to bridge this gap between the present and the future, get back to an NBA Finals with their core three pillars, while also having guys like Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole, and Moses Moody on their roster who look like future franchise cornerstones. And we haven't even mentioned James Wiseman, who will eventually come back, and maybe you'll see some of his potential. That's another story that we don't have to get into right now. I know we're about to sign off, but it'll be interesting.
We are live and local all day long. More stuff to give away. Keep listening here. When you hear the sounder, your chance to win. But that'll do it for us. All gave some gave all. Have a respectful Memorial Day. Have a great day, Jason. I know you got to work tonight. We'll be seeing you tonight on television. For Jason Dumas, I am Jim Kozimor. More live and local programming on your proud home of the Golden State Warriors, 95-7 The Game.
The Warriors are flying into the NBA Finals.
After 2 years, the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
And we've got you covered all day.
The Warriors win the West, 4 games to 1.
In honor of Memorial Day, you'll have a chance to win prizes every single hour.
Yay!
Oh my God! It's 95.7's Memorial Day Blowout.
Memorial Day weekend. You know what that means.
No work on Monday.
And the start of the summer season.
With all the summer sales this weekend. Look at all these ads.
I know, but there is one store we really should visit.
Why?
To check out the new TVs from Samsung and LG and Sony.
Aren't those expensive?
Not this weekend. Video Only has huge deals on the new models and even trade-in discounts.
What about online or the warehouse clubs?
We can do better at Video Only. They've got the lowest prices of the year on the new TVs, including all the top-rated models.
Okay, let's check them out. Or
we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or
This is 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
Kyle Madsen, Dan Devone, rocking with you on a Memorial Day. We'll be here till 2 o'clock. And we have an opponent for the Warriors in the finals. Dan, what's going on, man?
What's happening, Kyle? Come on, Beantown. Let's do this thing. All those obnoxious people that speak funny on that part of the coast, here it comes. It's going to be fun, though.
Just the worst, because we've gone from facing the Cleveland Cavaliers, who, who knows Cavs fans? I don't know any Cavaliers fans, except Guru. But I'm joking. I don't know any Cavs fans. I don't know any Raptors fans. And the Raptors fans that I follow online are pretty cool for the most part. But Boston fans?
They're everywhere.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And they're all obnoxious.
They are. I mean, there's the Yankees in Major League Baseball. Yeah. Dallas people rub me the wrong way. I don't care what sport it is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think comps in football. Raiders, if you're into Raider Nation, you do that thing, do you? But it's definitely a distinct sort of entity unto itself. In hoops, it is clearly Beantown. It's all about Boston as being the most, unequivocally, most obnoxious fans going in the NBA.
I'm glad that we finally have an opponent for the Warriors to talk about, because while Golden State was dominating their series, we knew that the Western Conference Finals were over. We had an idea they were over after Game 2. After Game 3, they go up 3-0. It's like, this series is a wrap. Is it going to go 4 or 5? Was kind of the question. Meanwhile, across the country, it's Miami and Boston going blow for blow. I think Boston went 1-2 at home, but then 3-1 on the road.
Strange
in that series. Really, really weird series. A lot of rock fights. And really, until the final 20 seconds of that game, it was like, who's Golden State going to play? We've had our feet kicked up for the most part, and now we finally have an opponent for the Golden State Warriors in their 6th trip to the finals in the last 8 years. And for me, this Boston team is the most interesting matchup for Golden State in their entire run. We had in 2015, it was LeBron and the Cavs, but the Warriors were the better team, especially once Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving went down. Not that interesting of a matchup. 2016, same kind of deal. It was LeBron and Kyrie. You kind of knew what you were getting. And then 17 and 18, the Warriors were going to dominate those games. And then in 19, Sam Esfandiari, who's going to join us at 11 o'clock, he's a host of the Light Years podcast, made this point that in that 2019 series against the Raptors, which could have been really fascinating, it was more the Warriors against themselves, because they were battling the Kevin Durant injury. There was all that weird drama and kind of infighting and what's the future look like with KD. It was just a weird series. This is the Warriors playing at their best against a Boston team that a lot of people thought going into the playoffs was the favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah, good point. Because I think when you think about previous matchups as it relates to the Warriors in the NBA Finals, you're thinking of stars. You got to take on LeBron, matchups, who's going to watch Kyrie, Toronto. You know, of course, what it is that they brought to the table with Kawhi and company, and that story, of course, well told. When I think of this NBA Finals in 2022, yeah, you got Tatum, yeah, you got Brown, but this is more fundamentally about what it is they do collectively as a team.
Absolutely.
And that's defense. So this is the Warriors, who, as we all know, are the most lethal team still standing in the NBA in terms of scoring and scorers, against statistically a team that turned the corner, flipped the switch, however you want to phrase it, back in January, that became clearly the best defensive team going in the NBA. That's how I see this series, which is, to your point, very interesting and different from what we've witnessed in the past.
Yeah, it's two teams. And 888-957-9570, if you want to join the show, that is the Xfinity Mobile text line. You can also call and chat with myself and Dan. We're going to be talking about the NBA Finals pretty much all day today. We're also going to have some giveaways for you. Every hour, we've got giveaways until 6 p.m. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear this sounder, that's my bad, Joe.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
The number to call will be 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. Don't call it right now. Wait till you hear that sounder. Prizes include tickets to see Dead & Co. We've got Top Gun swag packs, which I hear incredible things about that movie.
Top Gun delivering?
That's what I've heard. Okay. I've not seen it yet, but I'm very excited too. We got swag packs from that film, Warriors bobbleheads, and then a $100 Wingstop gift card to give away. We're going to be doing that every single hour through 6 p.m. today. So keep it locked in right here on 95.7.
Crispy like them chicken.
But to get back to your point, this does feel like we are, and don't get me wrong, the star power in the series is incredible. Between the Warriors trio, Jason Tatum, you have Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart was the defensive player of the year. Al Horford's been around in big games for a decade. Like, there's big names and stars, but I think it's a great point you make that this feels like it is a team versus a team. It's not going to be, hey, does Jason Tatum go off? All right, then the Celtics win, because that's not necessarily the case, which was the case. It's like, man, if LeBron and Kyrie go off, the Warriors are going to have a hard time. If Kevin Durant goes off, the Cavs are going to have a hard time winning. This is very much, and we're going to have 4 days of this, just trying to break down exactly what this series looks like. And I don't think this series on game 1 is going to look the same way as it does in games 4, 5, 6, and maybe 7.
Yeah, and when you think about the previous matchups in the playoffs, and you started things with Denver, all right, it's Jokic and a bunch of bozos, essentially. How are you going to stop Jokic? Do you let him get his? Don't let the other guys get involved. Luka, essentially the same thing, philosophically. Ja Morant, to a certain degree, and then he goes down, and the entire complexion of that series changes. When you think about Boston, it is a little bit more like that of the Warriors in that for the first time in the postseason in 2022, you're going up against a multitude of stars. In other words, it's not just as one-dimensional like that of Jokic, like that of Dallas with Luka, because you got Jason Tatum who can go, and his sidekick is much better than anything the Warriors have seen up to date in Jaylen Brown. The thing, Kyle, that you have to keep in mind, and I love this stat, everybody on that Boston Celtic team that is a starter got at least one vote for Defensive Player of the Year.
Man.
One, that should tell you.
That's so wild.
They do not have a Jordan Poole. They don't have to hide dudes. These guys are about as good as it gets going two-way. Now, look, I'm not feeding the beast and going all Boston. I'm just telling you that this team is legit when you're talking about defense.
The Warriors are not going to... I don't think the Warriors are going to roll in this series. Are they playing really well? Yes. Are the Warriors very hard to defend? Yes. Are the Warriors way better, especially offensively, than Miami? Absolutely. But Boston is very, very good. That can't get glossed over. As good as the Warriors are playing right now, this is not a... Boston is just, they're gonna lay down. Now, I will say, their lack of experience, I think, helps Golden State a lot.
No doubt. I'm with you there. Even last night, I don't know, Kyle, help me figure this out.
They fell apart on
Is Miami just absolute crap? Because I look at that team and I'm like, yeah, Butler's good, but then, like, Oladipo? Yeah, maybe 2 surgeries ago he was all right.
Right.
I mean, Lowry I like, but he's sort of washed.
2 decades ago.
Yeah. So is it the defense? Is it the chicken or the egg? Is that what was making Miami look? I mean, I know Boston just mucks things up. Or is it that Boston, maybe we're thinking about them a little bit, we're putting them in this light that, oh, that defense, watch out. When I saw last night, quite frankly, and throughout that series from game to game, sort of like the JVs when I'm thinking about the Golden State Warriors. Nothing really jumped out at me. I know Miami was good defensively, but then I'm thinking about Miami, and I'm like, what do you got? There is nothing to this team aside from Butler.
Right. That's kind of what I was trying to figure out. So I was talking about the Jimmy Butler shot last night, which I thought was an abysmal decision. To pull up, they get the miss, they get the rebound. It's a 2-point game. The Celtics are leading. Miami's made this huge comeback. There's 20 seconds left. He dribbles down the court, and a guy who shot 24% from 3 in a Miami Heat uniform. That's what Jimmy Butler's at. 24% from 3 over his 3 years with Miami. Pulls up in transition and misses a 3, and that effectively ended the game. But I think that's an abysmal shot. But then somebody said, who else on that team do you want taking that shot? It's like, I don't know. And that's where the Boston defense thing, it's like if Boston was really this all-world defense, and I know they held Miami to under 100 several times in that series, but if they were this all-world, crazy, out-of-control defense, like, I like Jimmy Butler fine, but is he the kind of player that you're like, man, you just cannot stop Jimmy Butler? I feel like if you've got 5 guys getting all defense or DPOY consideration or votes, you should be able to slow a guy like that down where you're dispatching that team in 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And getting back to that play last night, I'm with you, at least initially. I'm like, what are you doing? because keep in mind, he's got Horford on his skates because that was on a break, right? And you could see, and we'll get back to Boston, who I think is having a hard time closing quarters and closing games, which is really indicative going forward as we talk about this series. But there is Jimmy Butler out on the break. He's got Horford, who's backing up. That's either a bucket or a bucket and one if he goes to the rack, and that's where Jimmy Butler plays. So he pulls up from the stripe at a place that, if I'm Boston, shoot that, man. That's the low percentage in that scenario. But then I began to think about it. I'm like, okay, if you are that guy trying to win it right there, trying to take your team home, I can respect it to a certain degree. And then I began to think, well, maybe Miami and Jimmy Butler don't want to go overtime. Like, they don't have the legs, nor can they hang with Boston for an extra period. Let's just end this thing right now. Maybe he just wants to deliver the dagger, and he heard all along that that's a team void of superstars. Let me prove to the world, I dropped 47 on him. Let me take him home and win this thing with a 3.
But even if he hits it, there's like 12 seconds left. And Boston's only down 1. It was just a baffling shot. Like, I would pull it out and maybe try and work for a different look later in the clock, maybe.
I would have pulled it out. I would have gone right at him. I mean, if you looked at it, it was Horford like backpedaling, and it was just him and Horford. They're like, oh, this is all you.
That's decision A. But if you're deciding, like, I'm going to put the dagger in this series, I feel like you'd want to take that shot later in the clock. Instead of, but maybe he's looking for, I was talking to our producer, Evan, before, and he's like, well, you can get a rebound, you can play the foul game, and he gives you time. If he misses one, then you still have time. It's like, okay, I get that. But if that's the case, then like you said, just go to the rack then.
Yeah, no, it was all there.
If you're not,
It was there.
It was baffling.
It was, if I'm a Miami fan, and we're on South Beach right now, and we're doing Sports Talk Radio, we're hammering Jimmy Butler. We begin and end there.
Really?
Oh, no doubt.
He's the only reason they were there. Miami had no business being in that series, which is why after the Eastern Conference semis, when the Celtics beat the Bucks in Game 7, it was like, man, I don't know who's hanging with the Celtics right now. They were playing at such a high level. But then you watch that Miami team, and it's Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero's their second best player. He's hurt. Bam Adebayo, I'm out on Bam Adebayo. He is not the player I thought he was. He was a player I thought in this series, like, man, he can take over. Robert Williams banged up. Bam's going to eat. No, he just didn't. So after watching Miami for 7 games, I think less of the Celtics now than I did after last round, even though they pulled that win out in Game 7 on the road. Impressive, but not nearly as impressive as they were a month ago.
Yeah, let me rephrase. You're right. Jimmy Butler is the one guy that stood up and was the one guy that you had to circle and say, okay, he's making a name for himself. But in particular, specifically that play, if we were doing Sports Talk Radio in Miami, that play, if we were doing Sports Talk Radio in Miami, I'm probably wearing a silk shirt, half unbuttoned with gold chains. I'd be that
I'm a little
dude.
sad you don't do that now.
No, man. Let's go to Vegas. I might bust it out. Here's the thing, though. If I'm in Miami, I'm like, come on, man. This is it. Like, we battled all the way back. This is what you do. You get to the rim, or you play in that mid-range. Why are you settling for a 3? Like, that made no sense whatsoever. But you're right. When I think of Boston, and I think about that game in particular, I mean, hats off to the Celtics for winning that Game 7 on the road, but nothing in that game, and including their defense, that I say, wow, that's scary, or look out. If anything, the fact that they gave Miami or left that door ajar for the Miami Heat to actually potentially steal that from them in the closing seconds and blowing a 13-point lead with about 3 minutes to go. And that's the way it's been with this team, is that not only do they not close games, but I think the Celtics have a hard time closing quarters if you really break this down. And if that's the case, it gets back to, well, you're still a younger team that's not there yet. And you're taking on a team like that of the Warriors who know how to exactly not only close games, because that's where Steph lives, he'll take you to the finish line, but also close quarters, especially when you get to that third quarter.
From the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line, and we'll get to the experience factor, because I think that's going to matter a lot in this series. But from the 510, it's Scott and Hayward. He says the Heat missed a dozen wide open threes. They were missing layups and put back buckets from a foot out. Uncontested shots that were just bricks over, and Boston gave up 3 separate 15 to 18 point leads in that game. The Dubs are a little up and down. He says that he's got the Dubs in 6. And I think that if the Warriors are going to win this series in 6 games, which not out of the realm of possibilities, I think it's going to come a lot to what you just said. It's those tight moments when it's a 5-point game, late third quarter. Is that lead going to extend? Is Boston's up 5 late third quarter? Are the Warriors tied or taking the lead into the fourth? Or can Boston extend that lead? And then vice versa. If the Warriors are up 5 late third, are they extending that lead to 10? Can Boston cut into that? I think that this series is going to be really, really close. It's going to be one on the margins. And when you're talking margins, I think experience in the playoffs matters. I know you can't really quantify it, but in a tight spot, the Celtics showed time and time again they're not really up to it in this postseason, whereas the Warriors have.
Yeah, I think it gets back to the old Allen Iverson, to quote a phrase, that somebody's butt cheeks get tight in situations like that. And you saw it last night. You saw it in the closing moments that, again, opened that door for Miami to make that run. In the last couple of possessions, Boston wanted nothing to do with the basketball. And the Golden State Warriors are a completely different team when it comes to situations like that. What I think Boston is able to do is that they lock you up and they'll be good defensively, but it's not like they go on a 20-2 run. It's not like they go on an 18-0 run and sort of just, our defense started it, now we're just going to shut the door. Right. I don't think their offense, quite frankly, is good enough to do that. Their offense is good enough. Mm-hmm. Their defense is stellar. And then it's an offense that is okay, comparatively speaking to that of the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors just have to withstand when they're going to get locked up and they're going to go into a funk. But I don't think Boston has the capability of running away and hiding from the Golden State Warriors, and that could be a key going forward.
I think that's a great point. And in the fourth quarter last night, Boston 5 of 16 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3. They scored 18 points, which it wasn't like they went 1 of 5 from 3, but it's not like, man, they had a bad performance in there. It's just like, no, Marcus Smart just went 1 for 6 and 0 for 3. Like that's gonna happen. And for the Warriors, I think the bigger deal is gonna be can you here we go, we've got it. Can you avoid, that's the word I was looking for, can you avoid the stretch where you go 3.5, 4.5 minutes without scoring? That's going to be the key, because in those minutes, Boston can go on a 12, 13, 14-0 run and really extend things. But if the Warriors can just keep those big, long scoring droughts, if they can stay out of those, I don't know how Boston keeps up with them in that situation. Because while we're talking about the Boston defense, the Warriors defense isn't bad either. The Warriors defense is actually playing really, really well. They may not have the individual defenders top to bottom like Boston does, but I think there was a possession in Game 5 against the Mavericks where it was late fourth quarter. Mavericks had cut it to 10, and they swing it around and they kick it out a bunch of times and they get it to a corner 3, and Steph runs over and blocks it and forces the 24-second violation.
Was that him or Draymond with the block?
That was Steph with the block in the corner. And that to me was like, that's a perfect example of team defense. And that's what the Warriors are really good at. And that's why when you look at Boston, I don't know that Boston has the firepower to make the Warriors break down defensively. I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm with you, because again, when you get back to everybody they faced leading up to this, right? Sort of the appetizers. And you're talking about Jokic, and you're talking about the back-to-back MVP, and then Ja Morant, who individually is the best player going in the NBA in terms of ISO and trying to handle this dude. And then you get into Luka. You can make the argument that he's as good, if not better than that, of what Jokic brings to the table. Now you take on a team, and granted, they got 2 stars, but they don't have the ability, I don't think, to run away and hide from the Golden State Warriors. The key in this, Kyle, is going to be when the Boston Celtics are going to exert that defense and flex that muscle, how do the Warriors respond? Which is why I think that Game 1 is going to be, like a heavyweight fight, and somebody comes out and you see what you're dealing with here. Throw me your punches. Let's see how we're going to defend you guys. Right. Let me see how we're going to puncture this defense. Because what they do, unlike that of Memphis, they're not necessarily big. Yeah, Robert Williams is a big guy, but he's not Jaren Jackson.
He's 6'8".
But he's got the broad shoulders. And also, if you notice, he didn't play in Miami because Miami went essentially 5 out. You could do that with the Warriors to a certain degree, right? If it's Draymond, Steph, Clay, and Wiggins and Poole, what are you going to do with Williams? Who's he going to guard? He can't extend 15 to 20 feet from the hoop.
Right.
So he's essentially could be, a guy who finds himself on the bench.
He's also dealing with a knee injury.
Exactly. And what they do, though, better than anybody, is it's their defense out on the perimeter. So it's not like Memphis where you could puncture the D, but then if you get to the paint, here comes the crazy Kiwi and Adams who's slobbering all over you, and Jaren Jackson and Clark and all those boys. With Boston, they get out and they don't let you get past them, right? They're at the point of attack. And that's what this game is going to come down to. Because the Warriors cannot be reliant on jump shooting. They still have to get to the rim. It's not as easy as Dallas once you get to the rim, but I do still think it's an easier path. But Boston, it's all about extending their defense and watching you on the perimeter. It'll be interesting to see how the Warriors respond to that.
Yeah, forcing them to move around, cutting away from the ball, all the things that the Warriors do well offensively. Let's talk to Coach P in Fremont. Coach P thinks that the Warriors are going to have a pretty easy time in this series. Go ahead, Coach P. You're on with Kyle and Dan.
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning. Good morning. Loving the show like always. Just real quick. I mean, I think it would take levels, or maybe stages, whatever you want to call it, for Boston to even, to be honest, even give a scare in this series. I mean, I'm not just being a homer on this. Like, I'm obviously long-time Warrior fan, lifetime Warrior fan. Went through all their struggles in the 90s and early 2000s, but, those days are behind us. But realistically, I mean, they faced, you guys ran down. Jokic and Nuggets. Ja and Memphis. Luka. And it really don't matter. I know Boston is more of a defensive. I don't even think they're better defensively than Memphis, to be honest. You know what I mean? But everyone's giving the hype right now. A lot of the media is giving the hype that they're a defensive team that's going to lock down the Warriors. I really don't see it. I mean, honestly, even if they keep the Warriors to the average, to the minimum, you're still going to get 60 to 70 from Curry, Clay, and Poole. And then you got your other role players. I mean, Wiggins can easily blow up and drop you 30 like nothing. You got Draymond who can give you 10 to 15. I mean, and that's just that's not even including all the other guys who can give you the 8 to 10 and all that stuff. I mean, Looney's rebounding has been successful. He's the most underrated Warrior right now because no one's really even talking about how good his rebound's been this whole playoff. But honestly, I think for Boston even to get the Warriors under their skin a little bit or anything, they got to take one of these first two. And the way Chase has been and the way the Warriors have been kind of just professionally on point, especially at Chase, I just don't see it. I really think the Warriors are going to handle business in 1 and 2. I think maybe, hopefully they'll pull one out in 3 and 4. Even if they don't, even if it comes back 2-2, we still got the home field advantage. I think it's going to take a lot for the Warriors to be kind of a little nervous, a little shaken. And, after beating Memphis and everything else that came to us, I really just don't see this Celtics team, who's mostly all defense, having enough offensive power to keep up with the Warriors. I just don't see it. Dubs in 5.
Thanks, Coach.
Dubs.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's going to be the biggest thing is if the Warriors do have a scoring drought and Boston's just kind of locking them down, and we're seeing because we saw Golden State have that problem a couple times, really against Memphis, when Memphis just ratcheted up the intensity, ratcheted up the physicality, and the Warriors just had a hard time either getting open looks from the perimeter, had a hard time getting inside, and they eventually break it down. But can they avoid when that does happen? Can they also lock it down on the other end, where they do turn it into a little bit of a rock fight? And Boston's not going in and, like I said, going on a 14-15-0 run.
I think they're fully capable of doing that. And that's sort of the misperception, right, when the Warriors.
Yes.
You think of the Warriors, you think threes. Mm-hmm. You think about the Splash Brothers and now Jordan Poole, and you think about just a high-scoring team, high octane. The Warriors will get down in the dirt with you in terms of defense, especially with the emergence, as the caller talked about, with Kevon Looney, and now with Wiggins. Wiggins is going to watch Tatum the full 94 feet.
Yes.
I mean, have fun, Tatum. I don't know if you were watching the previous series, but go. I mean, something's got. What's fun about this? Just to give sort of the overview. Something's got to give here, right? This is a good series. I don't know if that's what
very fun series. Right? Yeah.
I mean, think about this because you know what the Warriors can do offensively, especially with the emergence of Jordan Poole, and of course Steph and Clay and Wiggins, and then Boston is winning this on defense. So I mean, something has to give here. Like, is it going to be the Warriors' offense that's going to break through, or is that defense of the Celtics going to dictate this year's series?
It's a fascinating matchup. In my mind, the most fascinating matchup for them since the 2016 finals when they were trying to cap off that 73-9 season. Are you happy with the Celtics matchup, or did you want the potentially easier path with the Miami Heat? We'll talk about that on the other side. We'll also get into whether this season would be a wasted year if the Warriors don't win the finals. We'll hear from Kyle Lowry. He had some interesting things to say about that after the Heat's loss last night. And on the other side, you're going to want to listen for a sounder. Because
you guys are on sync today.
Yeah, here we go.
I'm hella excited.
No.
Who would have known you guys have been working together for the last 15 years?
I thought you were giving me the face like you were ready. It's all good. No, we're going to be giving away prizes every single hour today, starting until 6 p.m. All you have to do is be the fifth caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear this sounder,
the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Once you hear that sounder, you're gonna call 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. That's coming up on the other side. We're giving away tickets to see Dead & Co. There will be Top Gun swag packs. We've got Warriors bobbleheads, $100 Wingstop gift card. Whole bunch of stuff to give away, and we're doing it every hour, and that's going to start on the other side, and that's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
At Whole Foods Market.
They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Kyle Madsen, Dan Devone, we're hanging out with you until 2 o'clock on this Memorial Day. Talking Celtics Warriors. We talked so much finals because we had such a long time. Really it felt like after game 2 for the Warriors. But really after game 3, it just became a look ahead to the finals. We had a rock fight to get through in the Eastern Conference. At the break, I was watching this video of a moose chasing a grizzly bear. And moose v. grizzly bear is kind of how the Eastern Conference Finals looked to me. Just a gnarly drop down, drag out fight for 7 games, which is ideal for Golden State. Because if your opponent, you're cruising through 5 games and then your opponent is banged up, whichever team they were going to play, there was banged up and they were hurt, and they played 7 games. Boston coming off another 7-game series. They've played 18 games, including 2 high-intensity Game 7. Like, it just couldn't have worked out a lot better for Golden State, I think, regardless of who they were going to play. I just think the situation is, given the relative ages for the Warriors, you get the extra days off, while the Celtics, yeah, they're younger, but, I mean, they were just beating the hell out of another team for 7 consecutive games. I just don't know if you could have really asked for a better result if you're the Warriors.
Yeah, I think, and it's key for them to take care of the first 2 games at home.
Yes.
Especially that first game. Because if you recall, Memphis got stretched to 7 against Minnesota and then had to turn around in less than like 40 hours and then take on the Warriors. And the Warriors won that series because they were that was the only game where a team won on the road, was that game 1. And I think Memphis still had something emotionally. I think part of it was still on the floor out there against Minnesota, and they weren't ready entirely to play that game against the Warriors. So it's not just fodder. It's not just talk. I think that there's a legitimate advantage to the Golden State Warriors. I mean, because keep in mind, Kyle, it's been a week since they played, but they've been sleeping in their own bed for about, 10, 11 days now, right?
Yeah, they've been chilling at home.
I mean, that's key. And then Boston's got to jump. I don't know. Are they here now? Did they jump on a flight last night?
I don't know if they flew last night. They might be flying this morning. That would have been a late night last night if they were going to jump across.
Boy, that's a great question.
So I'm not 100% sure when they flew, but I mean, they don't play till Thursday, but they're going to have a full day of travel coming out to the West Coast.
You got to acclimate to the 3 hours.
And they got to get settled, and it's such an advantage to be able to be home.
Got to call up all your hoes in San Francisco. Sorry. I didn't mean to go there.
It's, no, I think if you're the Warriors, this was about as good of a situation as you could have asked for. Kyle Lowry said something really interesting after the Heat's loss last night. And I want to play this sound. Joe, do we have that? I want to play this sound, and I want to know what you think about it, because I want to tie it to the Warriors. Here's what Kyle Lowry said.
And so for me, personally, honestly, it was a waste of a year. I only played to win championships, and so it was fun. I appreciate the guys, my teammates, and I appreciate the opportunity. But for me, it was like, it's a waste of a year. You're not playing for a championship. You don't win a championship. It's a waste of a year.
You think the Warriors feel that way?
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think somebody asked me this maybe last week, and I know
I'm late. My bad.
You can look at no. Think about this, because people they have that sort of perspective. Hey, listen. A lot of people felt as though the Warriors, we didn't know what we were going to get this year, right? If you're a team that went as the number 3 seed, they've done a lot of good things, and there's the future, and you can think about Jonathan Kuminga and Poole and the maturity of Moody, and of course the window's still open for that core, and there are good things to look ahead to. You live for today, and the Warriors right now are, for all intents and purposes, the favorite to win the NBA championship. With that being said, win the damn thing. And if you don't, it's a disappointment. That's the world I live in. This idea that, moral victories or there's always next year. Hell no. If you don't win it, feel as though you had, because there's no guarantees, right, Kyle? No guarantees you'll be back here next year.
Well, and this is all for, Bob Myers said it. He said it on the Morning Roast last week. He said they felt they owed Steph, Clay, and Draymond the opportunity for someone to knock them off. Because when they've been healthy, outside of 2016, they've not been beaten in the finals when that trio's been healthy. So Bob Myers effectively said, we're doing this for them. And they don't have, I mean, this is not a team full of 25 and 26-year-olds. There's not a decade of this core left. And when you look around the league, there's Ja Morant, it's Luka Doncic, it's Nikola Jokic, who, the Warriors have gone through all those teams, but they're going to get older. You figure those teams are probably going to get a little bit better, especially Denver's going to get a lot healthier going into next year.
Don't sleep on Minnesota.
I don't think the Grizzlies are going anywhere. Minnesota seems to be heading in the right direction. Like, it's not going to be super easy for Golden State to just flip the switch and, they're back there next year. They're actually the favorite right now to win the title next year. They're 6-1, and they're the favorite.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Yeah, they sure have. That's Tim Roy, the great Tim Roy, and that means caller number 5 to the contest line. The contest line. I cannot emphasize that enough. The contest line. It's 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. Wins our next prize. We're giving away prizes every hour, so if you don't win this hour, stay locked in the 11 o'clock hour, and we'll be giving away a prize once again. But I don't want to. I have a hard time saying it would be a wasted year for Golden State, because that to me it wipes away. Like, I as a fan have had an awesome time this year. There was the incredible start. There was the adversity toward the end of the year where they looked like maybe they just kind of ran out of gas. But then they go through and they gentlemen sweep the Nuggets and they knock off the Grizzlies, that thorn in their side. They pull that thorn out of their side, and then they go into the Western Conference Finals against a Dallas team that beat the Suns, who were supposed to beat the Warriors. And they dispatched them in 5 games and look like they're the best team in the league. Would it be super disappointing if they lost? Yes. But given what this team's accomplished, it would hard to be like, well, it was wasted. On the other hand, there's not a lot of finals trips left for this group. You can't just pencil them into the finals anymore like you used to. So from that standpoint, and this potentially being their last shot, you have to go get this one.
Yeah, maybe wasted is not the appropriate word, but I guarantee you, Kyle, if it goes game 7 or even in 6 and say Boston wins this thing, you're going to want to spit. And you're not going to
suck for sure.
You are not, and any Warrior fan is not going to pragmatically. That's just not the world we live in, right? That's just, listen, Dub Nation, Kyle Madsen, we're not normal people. We don't logistically sit back and think, the Dallas series and we grew up a lot. No, you're going to want to go, you want to hit something.
Yeah.
You may not get out of bed for a week. And that's just that's the way you're wired, people. If you're listening and you know exactly what it is that I'm talking about. Yeah, logistically, we shouldn't think that way, that this is a Warrior team. There's a lot of things that we should be excited about. No! You lose, you feel like crap. You win, let's get drunk.
I might also get drunk if they lose for different reasons. I think so. So you talk about going at it pragmatically, and I see Matt, Joe, and Mike on the phone. So I'll give it to you in just a moment. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. But I might look at it pragmatically as a self-defense mechanism.
Oh, okay.
Like, I try and separate myself from the hurt by being like, well, let's try and break this down. Let's see what happened.
So if you can go Dr. Phil, you do you.
Yeah, I try very hard. I'm going to lay there at night, and it's going to keep me awake for sure. But publicly, you're not going to know that it hurts. Joe in San Francisco, he's been on the line. He thinks that the Celtics are going to run out of gas against Golden State. We mentioned they've played 2 7-game series. Joe, you're on with Kyle and Devone on 95.7 The Game.
Hello, gentlemen. Yeah, you stole most of my thunder, Kyle, by talking about 18 games versus 16 brutal game 7s. But I do quickly want to interject because I got to take a jab at my friend Dan here. Of course, Kyle Lowry thinks it's a waste of the year, just like Kyle Shanahan wasted the year going with Jimmy Garoppolo. We should have gone with Trey right from the get-go, but we can take that up next year in a couple of months. No, but the thing that I wanted to say is, I thought that if, looking back on the way Miami played, that if Miami lined up with the Warriors, let's say in the first round, I think the Celtics would have won, particularly before the Warriors gelled and got Wiggins going on. But they barely beat a bullied up and broken Miami team. You ever had like a cat that sees like a little spider in the house and it slowly crushes the damn thing and it's like one or two legs walk, linking? That was the Heat. They were barely functional, and Boston barely beat them. I think that the brutal nature of the Eastern round has taken a toll on these guys. In the same time, the Warriors have gelled, and they have Wiggins going now. I don't think it's nearly as going to be as bad as we thought. I think the Warriors are going to win in 5 or 6.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call. Worst end to the season. Jimmy Butler missing that shot or Jimmy Garoppolo going 0-for-3 with an interception on the Niners' last drive? Which Jimmy had it worse?
Jimmy. You know what, man? I am not doing Jimmy Garoppolo hatred as we rejoice.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
I think that... Wow. We're going to dust off Jimmy. I'm a Jimmy guy.
We're not.
I'm like the only dude in 95.7 The Game.
I know. That's why I brought it
Jimmy
up. You're a big Jimmy guy.
You made me crush this dude off season.
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
I'll go.
We don't have to talk Jimmy G. We're talking basketball.
I'll go Jimmy Butler. Take it to the rack, Butler. You'd still be playing.
Okay.
Why are you smiling at me, man? You just want to launch into Garoppolo. Go ahead, get it.
No, I don't. I'm not going to. I'm not doing it. I've done it.
Do your Garoppolo. You got 10 seconds.
Hey, check this out. Watch this. You can listen to my podcast.
Cross promote, baby.
Yeah. Candlestick Chronicle.
Shameless plug.
Shout out. No, getting back to the wasted year thing though. I think if you're talking about, what was the big topic a couple years ago? Steph Curry's window. When they're in the draft, you got to trade the pick. You got to get a star. Steph Curry's window. And this past year, you got to trade Andrew Wiggins because of Steph Curry's window. I think that's still part of the conversation because realistically, like I love Steph. He is my favorite Bay Area athlete ever. I hope he plays until he's 50. But when you look at the way this team plays now versus the way they played even 4 or 5 years ago, it's different. And the years of Steph Curry being the best player on a finals team are dwindling. So maybe there's 2 or 3 runs left. Maybe after this year, I'm not ruling anything out. But still, that run is finite, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. And so I think if you go into this year where they've had in the playoffs, knock on wood, relatively good health. They got Clay back and he's been good, and Steph Curry's been good, and Draymond Green was really good down the stretch, and then in the postseason he's been good. You've gotten your contributions from Poole and Moody and Kuminga. Like this has just been an excellent team. They've had a lot of things go their way. To bank on that again, and then again, like you just can't. You have to take advantage of every single opportunity now in the finals because you can't just pencil them in next year.
Yeah, because these guys are on the wrong side of 30.
Yes.
All right, it's not like they're kids anymore. Draymond said as much in his podcast, speaking of which, and he said, look, this is weird because we're the elder statesmen now. Mm-hmm. We're talking to Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga and Moody, and we're telling them how to do this. Back in the day, it was Barbosa, took me under his wing, David Lee, and Bogut and all those guys and said, okay, this is how this whole thing works. And now the shoe's on the other foot. I would say this, Kyle, is that when you're thinking about championships in the Warriors in the extended window, the core is lost a half step, but that's all right. They're still good.
Still very good.
Very good. They're still elite. They're in the NBA Finals for crying out loud. It's about the peripheral pieces. It's about Jordan Poole development. And I'm not talking about next year. I'm talking about this series. It's about not being, they're still elite, but it's not about being as reliant on those guys as if it was 2015. Mm-hmm. They're still good, but you have to alleviate some of the pressure on Steph by Jordan Poole going off. Mm-hmm. Jordan Poole's got to be Jordan Poole as he was in the first 2 games in that series against Denver, in the first 3 games against Memphis. Mm-hmm. It's got to be these ancillary pieces. Did I say that word right?
Ancillary?
Yeah.
Ancillary? Ancillary. That's right.
See, that's why I stay away from 3 syllables. Yeah. Just do you. Just grunt and moan on the microphone. So here's the thing, is that if you get those pieces on the outside, they have to contribute. Like,
yes,
Wiggins has been good. Jordan Poole cannot afford to disappear during games as he did in the latter stages, both against Memphis and against this previous series against Dallas. And going forward, it's about, to answer that question, while they're getting older, you can continue to do this. But Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody, all those boys have to step up and take bigger roles.
It's strength in numbers magnified to me. I'm not trying to take away anything from the Warriors' depth in 2015 and 2016 when it was Prime Iguodala, it was Andrew Bogut, it was, you mentioned Sean Livingston, Leandro Barbosa. Like they had guys on the bench, but now that team was still very top heavy. It was Steph, Clay, and Draymond, okay, and then everybody else. It's still Steph, Clay, and Draymond at the top, but Jordan Poole is a lot closer to that group. It's Moses Moody. They're digging that deep into their bench and having the 19-year-old play key minutes. It's Kevon Looney. It's Andrew Wiggins. All of these guys contribute at a much higher level, and they need to contribute at a higher level than the bench guys did in 2015 and 2016 because they can't go, yeah, hey, we're taking a night off. Steph, Clay, and Draymond, you guys combined for 85 points, and we'll chill back here. That switch just isn't. It's going to be there from time to time, but it's just not there on a nightly basis. And I think this team, to me, embodies strength in numbers, to your point, even more than 15 and 16 did.
Yeah, and I'll get even more specific. It's Jordan Poole. And yes, the depth and those other role players have to be significant, but Poole has got to be, because I don't even consider him a role player. He's sort of a pseudo-starter, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
He has got to be a significant contributor because then your head's on a swivel. As good as you are defensively, Boston, it's like I can't stop Clay if Clay's got it going. I can't stop Steph if Steph's got it going. And I certainly can't stop Poole if Poole's got it going because pick your poison. Right. And then if Wiggins is doing Wiggins and Draymond's dropping dimes, it's impossible. And I don't care how – and they're not that good defensively. They're good. They're not that good. So Jordan Poole, to me, is so significant in terms of him continuing to attack the rim and Jordan Poole putting up big numbers.
One of the most impressive things to me about Jordan Poole, and then we'll get to the phones here, has been, you mentioned he only had one 20-point game in that Dallas series, but his ability to make plays and to score efficiently, he was never under 50% from the field in that series. He had the one game where he was 2 of 4 from the field. Both of them were threes. He had all 4 of his free throws. Didn't miss a free throw in the series. He was distributing. He was playmaking. And that, to me, is a sign of growth because you're right. Jordan Poole, even earlier in this playoffs, it was like, man, if he's not scoring 20+, he's not impacting the game a lot. Like, it's noticeable. But now, when he's not scoring 20+, it's because he's getting to the rack when his three's not falling. He's making the right pass. He's breaking defenses down, forcing them to scramble, and then finding an open shot. And his ability to impact games now without scoring has, I think, leveled his game up, even as his points per game comes down.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also would throw this caveat is that he's got to be a volume shooter. And I like the efficiency, but he's feast or famine. When that dude's in a groove, there's nobody that's stopping him.
Yeah.
And he knows it. He'll take you off the balance. He'll get in the mid-range. He'll shoot a 3, and he gets into that zone. But then there's some times where he's not feeling it. Either they got physical with him, and they know there's a book out on the guy, and then he's just deferring, which I think is, yeah, he's efficient because he's not shooting it as much. And the reason why he's got to be a volume shooter and score the basketball is because he's not giving you a lot on the defensive end.
Right.
And if he's not scoring you and he's not getting you big points, he's too much of a liability defensively for this to make sense.
Matt in San Rafael, he wants to talk about the finals, and he wants to talk about the Warriors defense. We're talking a lot about the Celtics defense, but that Golden State defense isn't too bad either, Matt. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I hope that I'm going through a rough zone, so I hope you can hear me okay. I think the Warriors' defense is actually going to be what determines this series, because if they can match up and get the Celtics out of their comfort zone, I think that it's going to be really tough for the Celtics. And let me expand a little bit. So Poole is a defensive liability, and you're right, he's got to be an offensive threat. But I think the concern for me is, what do you do with Marcus Smart? I think they got to hope that Peyton comes back and that he can body him and be physical with him enough to wear him down so that Steph can abuse him offensively, because Smart is a problem, I think, going into the series. The other thing is, I think Bielitsa is actually going to continue to play a role, because they got to pull the bigs out of the paint. That is going to give the Warriors all kinds of trouble. And if you get either Williams or Al Horford off on the perimeter because Belly is a problem from the perimeter, then all of a sudden it opens things up for the penetration. And Poole really struggles with big guys inside, especially as he started to get tired. The last thing I'll say is this playoff series is teaching Jordan Poole how to be a Warrior, and I'm really hopeful for him in the future because my biggest concern about him is that he plays a lot of hero ball. He doesn't really share the rock as a sort of an automatic thing, and he's seeing how it translates into a championship to play this style of basketball. And I'm excited for the next 10 years, even though the core three are going to age out. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, that's one of the things. He mentioned GP2, and that's something that I wanted to talk about today, and we can dive into it after the break if we want, but that's one of the weaknesses the Celtics have offensively is they just don't have, outside of Jason Tatum, really a go-to shot creator. They just don't have a guy that is going to break a defender down off the dribble and get into the lane. Jason Tatum can do that a little bit, but he's not an awesome ball handler. If you get up into his jersey, it's not like he's going to just break you down every time. And that's where I think GP2 comes into play. If he's getting into Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown or Marcus Smart, honestly, I don't even know if they throw one of their top defenders at Marcus Smart, because if Smart's shooting a lot, you'll take that. He's going to not be super efficient. But I think Gary Payton II and then Otto Porter, when you talk about size, he's effectively operated as a center, and the Warriors, to me, are discernibly better when he's on the court. So I think health for the Warriors is going to be really, really key, especially with Porter and GP2.
Yeah, we're talking about handicapping this series before it starts on Thursday, and we're talking, it could go 6 or 7. If you give me GP2 healthy and Otto Porter, this is not even close. Because I think we were talking about going back to 2015 and 2016 and 2017 and that run with the Warriors, and they had that bench, and that bench was good. Livingston had his role, and you knew what you were getting out of him, and Barbosa. Kyle, they've never had this sort of depth. They've never had.
No.
You could not go this deep. You did not have a Bjelica, a Porter, a GP2. You didn't have Jordan Poole coming off the bench, and then even if you wanted to go young with JK, he's never had the level of players that he can look down a bench and say, get in there, because I think this matchup favors us.
Yeah.
So if you're giving me a healthy GP2, and that if Otto Porter can be Otto Porter, you're running out of options, Boston. I'm assuming in handicapping this series that GP2 isn't playing, and then it's going to be somewhat close.
Okay.
Yeah, well, even if he does, where's he at? I need to see him on the floor, especially if you haven't played in nearly a month.
Okay. No, that's fair. 888-957-9570. Mike, I see you on the line. Go ahead and hang out there. On the other side, we're going to talk to Sam Esfandiari of the Light Years podcast. You want to talk deep dives on the Warriors? You want to talk deep dives on this Warriors-Celtics series? We're going to preview this series with Sam Esfandiari on the other side. You're not going to want to listen. That's must-listen radio. We're also giving away more prizes in the next hour, so stay locked in. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Dan Devone. We're on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Tonight, the two best words in sports. Game 7. Igor Shesterkin looks to continue.
95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Thursday feels like 6 years away. It feels like such a long time until the Warriors and Celtics tip off Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Kyle Madsen, Dan Devone hanging out with you until 2 o'clock on this Memorial Day. And joining us now, the great Sam Esfandiari, host of the Light Years podcast. Download, subscribe, rate, review, all that jazz. Sam, how's it going, man?
It's going well. Yeah, Thursday does feel a long time away, but can I interest you in 8,000 debates about is Steph top 10 all time?
Yeah, that's actually, I've got that on my rundown for Tuesday, Sam. You're a little early for that. No, I want to talk to you about this series. Obviously, I'm gonna skip the Steph Curry legacy talk for now, if that's okay with you.
It's okay.
I feel like 538 has Boston at 83% to win this series, 17% for Golden State. Why might that be?
Well, obviously that means math is fake. No.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing I've noticed with 538's model is they make a lot of assumptions about the rotation that are based on the regular season, such as Juan Toscano-Anderson or Chris Chiozza will be playing regular minutes in the finals. So that sort of stuff kind of, it's going to make the Warriors look bad. Whereas Boston has kind of used their same 8-man playoff rotation all throughout the regular season. So I think that's part of the reason you see most of these statistical models kind of miss the mark on it. Personally, I think it's a pretty even series, and I think it kind of trends in the Warriors' favor. These are both teams who, at their core, want to play kind of the same way. They both have versatile defenses, and they try to move the ball on offense. I'd argue the Warriors are better at moving the ball on offense than Boston, but maybe Boston has a little more versatility on defense.
Sam, let's talk Warriors defense, speaking of which. Do you see Steve Kerr and the Warriors being as creative as they were in the previous series against Dallas with the zone and matching up and going to a box and one, then to a man? I mean, it was really something else. Do they need to, or is that defense? How do you see the defensive outlook going forward? Is it going to be similar to what we just witnessed against Dallas?
I think so. I think that's kind of been their calling card all season. We even saw in the regular season when they would mix zone in. It was kind of a change from previous seasons where they really just played like one scheme but played it incredibly well. They've thrown a lot more things in there defensively, and I think they're going to use that against Boston. If I was to say what Boston's biggest weakness is, it's that they don't really generate easy offense. They don't really have a natural point guard. It's a lot of things devolve to like Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown save us with a one-on-one play. And I think that plays into the Warriors' hands of kind of getting creative with defense and taking them even more out of rhythm.
Sam Esfandiari, Light Years podcast, previewing the Warriors-Celtics finals with us. How important is it for Golden State to have Otto Porter and Gary Payton II on the floor? Or healthy enough to play?
I think it's very important. I think Otto is probably a little more important if I had to choose between the two, just because Boston is so good defensively at switching everything. And, their entire starting lineup is guys who can guard multiple positions, kind of staple of what we've associated with the Warriors over the years, right? So just getting a big man you can throw in the rotation who's going to stretch the floor and force Boston to guard him 25 feet from the rim. Like, the Warriors are going to need everything they can to kind of open up space against this long, athletic defense.
Sam, for those that necessarily don't watch the Boston Celtics on a daily basis, talk about the level of importance. Maybe he's not their best player, but maybe the most valuable player being Marcus Smart. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I mean, he's like a guard version of Draymond for them. He's their emotional leader. offensively, he does a little bit of everything without standing out. Guard Draymond's honestly the best way to put it. Like, he's the guy who, if they're dragging energy-wise, he gets his teammates going, gets them into the game, maybe by picking up the other team's best player, whether he's a point guard or a power forward. He's making the extra passes. He's diving for loose balls. They just don't have the same level of energy if he's not out there.
Is there a concern for you, as we talked to Sam Esfandiari, the Light Years podcast here, is there a concern for you? We saw Memphis kind of take Jordan Poole out of that series with physicality and roughing him up a little bit. Is there a concern for you that Boston's going to kind of be able to do that same thing and make Jordan Poole kind of a non-factor in this series?
Yeah, I think Jordan Poole is a big swing player for the Warriors this series. If the Warriors are able to play him next to Steph Curry, that'll go a long way in making their offense run smoother against what was basically the best defense in the NBA. Well, definitely the best defense in the NBA the second half of the season, January on. But one of the best defenses, and I think probably the best one they're going to face in the playoffs. But on the flip side, if you watch the Miami series, Boston did a lot of kind of targeting whoever the weakest defender was on Miami, whether it's like Max Strus or Tyler Hero. I could see Boston doing that same thing to try to get Jordan Poole off the floor. So I really think he's probably the biggest X factor for the Warriors. If he can play 30 minutes without hurting the Warriors on defense, I feel very good about the Warriors' chance. If he's targeted to the point that Steve Kerr feels he needs to kind of, go with someone else and kind of put him on the bench, then it's going to be a lot harder for the Warriors offensively.
Sam, against Memphis, we saw the Warriors get challenged at the rim in just about every play. And then Dallas, it was almost the other end of the spectrum where if they got to the rim, there was nobody standing in their way. Where is Boston if you're able to puncture that defense in terms of their strength in the paint defensively?
It's somewhere in the middle, mostly because Robert Williams doesn't appear to be healthy. If he was healthy, I'd be like, yeah, they're really good at protecting the rim. He's obviously one of the better rim protectors in the NBA. With him being limited, he missed some games, and the games he did play, you could see you could barely get a few minutes out of him because his knee's bothering him. Without him, they're still super athletic, but they're more reliant on kind of their wing versatility to protect the rim, as opposed to the way Memphis just had 2 7-footers who are just always camped out there.
Is this the most interesting finals for you since let me rephrase. I don't want to lead the
don't lead the witness.
I don't want to lead the witness. For me, this is the most interesting finals matchup for the Warriors since 2016. And you said it on the Light Years pod. You said that in 2019, it felt like the Warriors were battling themselves more than they were battling Toronto. And I agree with that, which is why this series kind of is elevated, because it really feels like a matchup of two very evenly matched, very similar teams in a way that none of the other finals really have.
No, obviously I agree with what I said, but to your point, yeah, I think it is a very compelling matchup because I think culturally both teams are mirror images of each other. In terms of they really try to be teams. Teams who defend as a unit and play offense as a unit. Obviously, the personnel that they have means it looks differently. Boston doesn't have a Steph Curry who just dictates a style of play, which I think is quite frankly unrepeatable for any other team. But it's just they both kind of. They play kind of basketball in a more pure sense as opposed to some of the teams we've seen the Warriors match up with over the years where it's so much ball and star, James Harden's hands at the top of the key, and we're just going to space around him. And I think it's kind of refreshing, just taking the Warriors out of it just from a basketball as a whole perspective. It's kind of a refreshing thing.
Sam, we all know, and obviously it's going to be played up in the next couple of days, how good this Boston defense is. But precisely, what does that mean as it relates to the Warriors?
Well, they have 6 or 7 players who can guard 3 to 5 positions. So, the same way we love Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins for their versatility to guard point guards to power forwards, in Draymond's case, even centers. They have a lot of guys like that. Jason Tatum is an excellent defender. Jaylen Brown's an excellent defender. I mean, Al Horford, he's basically Draymond light on defense. He does all the same things. I would just argue Draymond has like a higher gear than him in that regard. So they have that versatility that there's no Luka, there's no Ja Morant or Jokic to pick on, which the Warriors did really well in the last 3 series. Where I do think the Warriors can get an advantage is Boston is not a very deep team. So you were watching it in the Miami series, you're like, these guys are just tired. I wonder if the Warriors kind of read and react motion offense where they pass the ball and move so much doesn't start wearing down, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, because those guys are going to be asked to play 45 minutes a game or something crazy like that, whereas, the Warriors aren't going to go 40-plus minutes for Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green until they get to a point in the series where they don't have a choice.
Sam Esfandiari, Light Years Podcast. Sam, do you have an official prediction yet?
I'm going to go Warriors in 7. I'm going to lead with that. I mean, it's a hedge bet, but I feel like 6 was the amount of games I wanted to pick, but I kind of feel like if it gets to 6, I like Boston's chances to not get, not lose on their home court, which means we're going to go back to the Bay for a Game 7. I do think they're relatively evenly matched. I might be even underplaying Boston's athleticism on defense. But I do think the Warriors being kind of the more veteran team and having more things they can do on offense will ultimately lead to them prevailing.
All right. Sam Esfandiari, thanks so much for joining us, man.
Absolutely appreciate you guys. Have a good Memorial Day.
Yep, you too. Sam Esfandiari, Light Years Podcast. Subscribe to that wherever you get your pods. And want to remind everybody that we're giving away prizes every single hour today until 6 p.m. Yeah, every single hour. We're doing that for you. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller on the contest line. Now, that is the contest line. That's not the normal hotline. That's the contest line. It's 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. You can get tickets to see Dead & Co., Top Gun swag packs. I hear great things about the Top Gun movie. Warriors bobbleheads, or a $100 Wingstop gift card.
That's crazy.
Just wait for this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Once you hear that sounder, we're going to be doing a giveaway, so make sure to stay locked in. I think Sam hit the nail on the head when you try and say the Warriors have this advantage against the Celtics. It's pretty easy to counter. Well, the Celtics have this advantage. And ultimately, the 2 things he said that stuck out to me are 2 things that I don't think the Celtics can really counter, and that's the Warriors' experience and their depth. And I know that some of that depth for the Warriors is inexperience, but after seeing what Moses Moody did in the Western Conference Finals, I have no problem with them throwing him in the rotation or in a game for 5, 6, 7 minutes at a time. And this late in the season, they always talk about it's a war of attrition. If the Warriors are going to be deeper and more experienced, I really like their chances.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Boston, especially against that Game 7, they were going like 7 guys.
Yeah.
I mean, relying on 7 guys. That is a tough way to go if you're thinking about a Warrior team that's going to run so many different guys out at you. And especially if this series, we talk about the Warriors being sort of, on the wrong side of 30, and you get some guys encroaching into their mid-30s. And as you get to the back end of that series, you begin to think, well, does that an advantage for Boston? But quite frankly, it is an advantage Warriors, because I don't know that Boston's going to be able to maintain this pace, because the one thing that you overlook when you talk about it when a team's good defensively, that means you're exerting yourself on both ends of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And you can be good defensively, but that means you're not taking plays off.
Yeah.
That means that you're working your butt off defensively.
Yeah.
And as the series goes on, that takes a toll if you're only reliant and you only have 7, 8 guys in the rotation. That can create creases and opportunities, I think, for the Warriors if this gets to a 6th or 7th game.
And something Golden State's really good at, and I think we saw him do this against Denver. We saw him do it against Memphis when Ja was in that series, and we saw him do it against Luka. They have no problem going at.
Yeah.
But the one issue with that with Boston, again, there's a counterpoint to every point. Boston's got Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Al Horford can score it a little bit. Marcus Smart is up and down, but there's not one guy that you can go at and say, if we just gas this guy, it's good. I think Jason Tatum is the player that you want to do that, but he's a very good defender. It's not like you can just back up, get him on skates, and you're going to blow by him the way we saw the Warriors do time and time again with Luka.
The reason why they're so good, and Sam talked about this, is that they are the prototypical 2022 basketball team.
Yes.
In that they're sort of positionless and they switch everything. Everything is switchable for these guys, man. They're all, 6'6" to 6'9", and that's where you want to be. You want to have a bunch of wing guys that can play basically 1 through 5. And then Horford, who's your 5, it'll be interesting because typically you have to take, if this is Andrew Bogut or if this is, the days of West and Pachulia, they got to come off the floor because Horford's going to play 20 to 25 feet from the hoop. He'll go stand on the corner.
And he'll hit those threes.
But Kevon Looney, he'll go out there with you.
Yep.
And that's the beauty of Kevon.
Yep.
Is that Kevon isn't I've seen Kevon lock up CP3 for crying out loud.
Yeah, he's had to guard James Harden in those Rockets series. He's not stepping down from. There's nobody. I thought Luka was the kind of player that's like, man, Kevon's gonna have a tough matchup there, but Kevon did a great job on him.
Yeah, you're waiting for
I'm done worrying about Kevon Looney in matchups because he's gonna figure it out. Whether it's Chris Paul or James Harden or Luka Doncic or Al Horford, I'm not super concerned about that. It's gonna be, can the Warriors, and we talked about this earlier, when Boston's defense really just ratchets up and the Warriors are kind of trying to figure it out and they're just not scoring. They're having a tough time getting good looks. They're having a tough time getting shots to fall. Can Andrew Wiggins chase Jason Tatum around the way he did with Luka Doncic? Can he do that? Can Klay Thompson, I think is going to be, especially defensively, is going to be huge in this series because he had a very up and down defensive series against Dallas. Can he be a player that you can put on Jaylen Brown and Jaylen Brown's not just going to torch him for 30 points? Can that be the case? Can Steph Curry hold his own against Marcus Smart? I think he can. But is Draymond Green not letting Robert Williams and Al Horford just kind of get to the basket and get tip-ins and get dunks and catch lobs and do all that? Not that Al Horford catches a ton of lobs, but the Warriors can match up with this team defensively. I think something that's going to happen in the lead up to this series is we're going to talk so much about Boston's defense that we are going to forget that this Warriors team is also very, very good defensively. And if we come out of game 2 or game 3 going, man, we were wrong. We should have been talking about the Warriors defense the whole time. I think, nationally, that's going to bode very, very well for the Warriors.
Yeah, and I think it's not only but you talk about nationally, it happens just about every year, especially when they go to the finals, that the focus is on the offense, the focus is on the scoring. And correct me if I'm wrong, every year they've won an NBA championship and or gotten there, they were amongst the top teams in the NBA collectively, statistically, defensively.
Yeah.
It's always overlooked. It was emphasized going back to the days of Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr certainly passed along that torch. That is what the Warriors do. As much as we want to focus, or the country wants to focus on threes and Splash Brothers and scoring and wow, they move without the basketball, it's poetry and motion and offense. Do not forget what it is that they do defensively. You don't win these things without an emphasis and being exceptional on defense. While Boston is better, the Warriors are not far behind.
I think Draymond the player is a perfect embodiment of what you were just saying. Because I think he gets so horribly underrated by people, because people that don't watch the Warriors game in and game out, because he's not putting up 20 points a game. It's like, oh, he doesn't shoot threes. Oh, he doesn't score. He only scores 9 points a game. Well, then write him off. He's not very good. But what he contributes defensively, it's like scoring 20 points a game. And I think that's a perfect, like what you just said about the Warriors, I feel like Draymond more than anyone embodies that.
Yeah, and Draymond, if he's having a good game, he talked about this. I think it was in the Denver series where he was locked up on Jokic early on. And he says, don't worry about my stats. Don't worry about my numbers because I'm doing a dance with this 7-footer. I'm like botting this guy. I'm getting him out of the paint. I'm creating opportunities for other guys to get rebounds. What I'm doing is entirely different from anything that's going to show up on a stat or on a piece of paper. And that's sort of who the Warriors are collectively. The thing about the Warriors is that what sort of separates them is that not only have they been playing together for so long, but they get it. It gets back to that experience. And I know, man, I don't want to hear it again, but that word pedigree it's relevant.
It is.
These dudes have been through these wars, and
matters.
They know how to finish. They're not afraid of the moment. And it's an intangible. It's not something you can quantify, but I'm telling you it's as important as anything else when you're weighing both sides of this game and you're looking at it and trying to spit out a number via a computer, what have you, and you can't quantify what it is that this team brings to the table in terms of their experience and the fact that they've been doing this now, the connectivity with these guys, they've been doing it together for so long.
Yeah, those moments, and that's what, like, people always talk about clutch, and is clutch actually a thing? And the numbers say it's not, but it's like, I promise, a corner three in game 4 of the season at home when you're up 10 is not the same as a corner three in a tie game with 30 seconds left in game 7 of the finals. It's not. Like, anybody that's played a sport at any level will tell you that. Like, the blood pressure goes up, the heart rate goes up. For some guys, there's some guys that don't, and good for them. But if you have never been in a finals game before, it's different. Like, it feels different. Everybody obviously don't know, but everybody tells you that. And the fact that this is the 6th time this Warriors team has done it, the core of this
with
Warriors
the same
team has
guys.
done it. With the same guys. And those guys are guiding Andrew Wiggins. I don't think Andrew Wiggins is super flappable anyways, but Kevon Looney has even been there. I think having guys like Jordan Poole who are just supremely confident at all times, I don't think are going to shy away from the moment. In fact, my bigger concern with Jordan Poole, not that he's going to shy away, but that he overdoes it. Like, where he takes a couple of bad shots and it's like, oh, maybe don't take that 30-footer that early in the shot clock.
I want to see that guy. I want to see that guy. Oh yeah, he's got to be in that mentality, I think, in order for them to win. Really? I do not want to see him defer or get shy of the moment. I don't want him to because that happens. That's usually a result of somebody's throwing him an elbow, or they gotten physical with him, or his ball's not dropping. He has a tendency to suddenly go away and hide for a little bit. Mm-hmm. When he's aggressive and he feels as though I can jack up this 30-footer because I'm in a zone, and even though it's like in retrospect a bad shot, I'd rather have that guy.
Really?
Yeah.
How many field goal attempts a game do you need from Jordan Poole?
No, man, I don't know.
In this series. He averaged, just for reference, He averaged 9 against the Mavs. It needs to be more than that.
Oh, yeah. Give me 12 to 15.
12 to 15 a game. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I think as long as when he's not taking those shots, he's still impacting the game, he's still breaking defenses down and playmaking, I think that's when that's going to matter. But there were a couple times against Dallas where it felt like he could have pulled that. But he puts the ball on the deck and tries to get to the rack.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that, Kyle, is a result of the fact that he's sort of feast or famine at this juncture of his career. Mm-hmm. When he's cooking, get out of the way. Just let him go, and he can take it over, and which is why he's going to get paid when we see those snapshots of what it is that he can do. But we saw this early on in the year, of course, when Clay came back, and there was that sort of awkward moment where he was like now coming off the bench, and I think that sort of messed with him between his ears. We've seen Andrew Wiggins from time to time sort of disappear. Mm-hmm. There's no room for that right now.
No,
that's over with. You've got to come every single game. Now, look, it may not fall, but you've got to be a volume shooter. You are now counted upon as being one of the key scorers and contributors on this basketball team. And it can't happen every other game. And same thing with Andrew Wiggins. Although I think Andrew Wiggins, we've fallen victim to this, haven't we? That Andrew Wiggins isn't that guy anymore. He's not disappearing on us anymore. Haven't you seen what he's been doing over the last couple of games and certainly over the last couple of series? And then sure enough, like, oh, what happened to Andrew Wiggins? Where's he been?
Yeah, just gone.
Yeah.
He cannot do that again. He has to be at least as good as he was against Dallas. If the Warriors which is really, really unbelievable. On the other side, listen for a sounder and I'll tell you what the sounder is in a second. We're giving away prizes every single hour today until 6 p.m. We're going to do this right on the other side. When you hear this sounder,
the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
You're going to hit our contest line at 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. We're giving away prizes every hour. We're going to do it again. On the other side, we already have one winner today. You can be winner number 2. And on the other side, do you want an easier or harder path in the postseason? Because it feels like the Warriors have had an awfully difficult path to get to this point. We'll talk about that. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Dan Devone. We're on 95.7 The Game. Dan Devone, hanging out with you on this Memorial Day. Talking Warriors Celtics, and I came in with a full list of things to talk about in regards to this series. We're going to be talking about it all week on 95.7 The Game. We're going to have a great guest lineup for you this week. We're going to have a ton of breakdowns and look-aheads and how we got here. But there was something that jumped out to me when I was scrolling the internet this morning. Like I just have the whole internet. I was scrolling Twitter this morning. There was a video of a moose, an actual moose, a real moose, chasing around a grizzly bear, and the grizzly bear like running for its life.
Don't mess with the moose, man.
Right, you think of a moose as like a docile, a moose is a little bit like Steph Curry, right? Like you think it's just kind of like, oh, that guy's chill. Like he's got a family and he's the lighthearted guy. He dances, but then you realize that he's dancing because he's dropping like 40 on your dome and there's nothing you're going to do about it. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, this like, oh, wow, look. And now you're gone. Where does moose rank for you in underrated, terrifying animals?
Moose is a badass. I spent some time in Canada, and there's always stories, man, of some Mountie who was taking on a moose or a moose that took out, there's always incidents because they're one of those animals that they'll encroach and sort of wander into these small Canadian towns. And man, Canadians, let me tell you something, they know to get the hell out of the way. Leave town when you see the moose because the moose, they're deceptively fast. And I'm with you. Everybody thinks,
they're huge.
They're gigantic. They are ridiculously big. And we get this perception of like Bullwinkle. Oh, the moose! Look how cute the moose is. The moose will mess you up, no doubt.
And it won't care. Have you seen the video of the moose running through the snow?
No.
It's probably on me. I'm not tall. I'm 5'9". It's like waist high snow for me.
Oh yeah.
And this moose is just charging through it like it's nothing. Terrifying. Number one on this list for me, underrated terrifying animals. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to Celtics Warriors here in a minute. But this is honestly, it's just been, the phrase rent-free. It's like living in your head rent-free. His video's been living in my head rent-free since I saw it this morning. And I need to talk to somebody about it, and you're here. So I think hippo is number one. Whoever runs PR for the hippo, get him an award. Because hippos will murk you in the water. They will murk you out of the water. You don't even have to be doing anything. You can just be in the vicinity of hippo, and hippo will just gone, take you out with no remorse.
But if I get the hippo on land, he's not catching me.
Hippo's absolutely catching you, dude. Hippos are super fast.
What are they miles per hour?
Oh, man. I was not ready to go this deep into it, but
a hippo is not catching, and I'm slow.
Per Google, 30 miles an hour.
No!
Hippos are flying, dude. This is why they're underrated. You are buying their PR spin.
A hippo's going 30 miles an hour.
Hippos
at 3,500 pounds, by the way.
Hauling ass, dude. They are flying.
I retract.
In the water, out of the water. They got those big old jaws. Yeah, man. Hippos are scary. A hippo would
That's crazy.
A hippo would mop up an alligator.
In the hippo v lion, because I get into sort of that Animal Planet, who typically wins that, right? Like the lion's taking out the hippo, right? Not one-on-one, but the pride is going to take down a hippo. Isn't that typically how it goes in the law of the land?
Yeah, it has to be a whole pride, though. Like one lion, I don't think is messing with a hippo.
But they do target hippos.
Like a whole pride. Yeah. But one lion, Simba's not rolling up on Moto or whatever from Madagascar and taking him out. It's not happening. Number two on the underrated, and this is Coca-Cola's fault, the polar bear. A polar bear, well, I've thought a lot about this. Polar bears, like, they live in Antarctica on purpose. Like, they hang out there where there's nothing, and they hunt, and they still figure out ways to eat where there's no food. If you run up on a polar bear, you're gone. You're done.
They eat their own, too.
It's not, yeah, man. They're not going to come down. You roll up on a polar bear, you think it's going to, like, slide down a slide of ice and, like, hand you a Coke. No, sir. You're gone. You're done for.
How's this?
Hippo 1, polar bear 2, moose 3 for me.
All right.
I don't have a 4 right now.
Well, I'm going to give you your 4th.
Okay, please.
Because, I mean, yeah, but when are you going to seriously roll up on any of those animals? Like, never. When are you going to see a polar bear? When are you going to, like, swim into a hippo? But here's an animal that I'm an urban dude, right? I'm an urban dweller rat. I live in the city.
Okay.
And these things, it doesn't matter where you are in the city, they'll find you. And that's a raccoon. The raccoons, they're nocturnal, right? So they come out at night and you see those eyes. You know what they say about a raccoon? You'd never corner a raccoon.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, raccoons. It's your world, bro. Do what you do.
Yeah.
Just rummage through my crap, eat what you want, hold me hostage. I'm getting out. I'll lock the door and get in the room. I'm telling you. But raccoons are something that you'll see more on a daily basis, at least where I live. But the hippo, not so much. Raccoon, he will mess you up.
Greg in Oakland wants to talk hippos. I'm so excited for this.
Dude, what did you start?
Greg he brings a resume with him. I don't know why I can't get him on here. There we go. Greg in Oakland, he's a biologist. Greg, fire away, man.
Hey guys, I'm a biologist from over here in Oakland, old Warriors town. I just want to let you guys know that a hippo will kill a human, a hippo will kill a lion, a hippo will kill a pride of lions, just for the fun of it, and then walk back in the water.
That's awesome. Thanks, Greg. That's incredible.
It's the laugh for me at the end by Greg.
Greg loves this stuff. That's how you know Greg's actually a biologist. The joy that he got talking about this.
He's been waiting for that call for the last 12 years.
Oh my gosh. He's been like, Celtics Warriors are top of mind for sure, but if we can just get into that hippo talk. I'm glad that we were able to fulfill that for Greg. Somebody on the text line, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump on the Xfinity mobile text line. If you can't call us, go ahead and shoot us a text. From the 415, how happy are the Giants that we're not paying attention? I think extremely happy. There's no Bay Area team more excited about the Warriors' run than the Giants.
Yeah. How bad would it have been yesterday if they got swept and no hit? Didn't that dude take a no-hitter, a no-no into the 8th or the 7th inning?
The 7th inning, I think, yeah.
I mean,
against the worst team in baseball.
We're 3-23 at one point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's brutal. But
like they're playing better now, but they're still not good.
Do we want to do Tommy Pham yet? Or we want to hold on
No, we can talk about Tommy Pham.
Go ahead, man.
Story of the most 2022 story that's ever been a story. We'll get back to Celtics Warriors in a moment, I promise. But I wasn't going to come on air on Monday and not talk about the Tommy Pham Jock Peterson incident. Where, long story short, they were in a fantasy league together. There was some stuff said in a group chat that Tommy Pham didn't appreciate back in September, so he held that deep in his heart. And he saw Jock Peterson running along the track before Friday's game, walked up to Jock Peterson, and without a lot of confrontation, smacked him upside his head for something said in a fantasy football group chat 8 months ago. Insane. Tommy Pham is a crazy person.
He's nuts.
It was my big takeaway from this story.
He's the Milton Bradley of today.
I don't want to put that on him, but
he's nuts. He's not right. He's just not right. Wait, so you're a fantasy football guy, right?
Yeah, a little
I'm
bit.
not into it. So
okay,
talk to me. How much paper do they have on this thing?
Okay, so I'm the kind of person who's broke. Let's tell it like it is. And when somebody's like, "Yeah, hey, this fantasy league's $100," I'm out of there. But this is Major League Baseball players in what was described as like a high stakes, high money league. So I don't know if this buy-in is 4 figures, 5. Is it a 6-figure buy-in?
Probably.
It was enough that it made Tommy Pham this angry. There was a discrepancy over a player's injury status and whether Jock Peterson was allowed to stash the player on IR and then pick up another player. It was a whole thing. Tommy Pham didn't like the way Jock Peterson was doing it. Jock sends him a screenshot of the rules and says, "I can do this. You're doing this right now." Pham didn't like it. Whatever. Then I guess Jock Peterson sent a GIF of, this is last season, of 3 weightlifters throwing these heavy things in the air, and the weightlifter with the Dodgers logo and the one with the Giants logo, the bag just falls harmlessly behind them. The one with the Padres logo, the bag of weights falls on them and they fall down. And Tommy Pham said, "I don't know you well enough to be making these jokes." And there were other Padres in the group chat that Jock knew. It wasn't directed at Tommy Pham. It was like, "Man, you're a really good team and you missed the playoffs. You fell under the weight of expectations." Jock thought it was over. Tommy Pham did not. The fact that he held on to that, that it made him that mad that he wanted to strike an individual. Like, you're soft. The amount of things that get said in group chats that I am part of.
Dude, I would not call him soft.
He is.
No, he is. I just would not. I wouldn't throw verbal darts at that coconut.
That's fair.
Like that's the one guy.
I get slapped.
Yeah, he'll find you.
I don't think that I'll ever come across Tommy Pham, but if he's listening, shout out. What's up? Thanks for listening. Probably on the Odyssey app. You can listen on the Odyssey app. Download it today. You can take us anywhere in the world. I thought it was hilarious, the entire thing. The fact that there was a sports story that involved gifts and a slap. And the 707 brings up a great point. This thing that I left out. This was an argument over Jeff Wilson Jr., 49ers running back.
See, it all comes back home, man.
A popular stash choice last year. He started the season on PUP, so he was on IR in fantasy. So what you can do, Dan, and people listening who don't play fantasy football, you have an IR slot where you can put an injured player where he doesn't count to your roster. But once he's healthy, you put him on your roster, but then you have to drop a player. So what you can do is stash a guy when he gets hurt. So like if Devontae Adams had gotten hurt last year, I would have stashed him on IR where he's still on my team. So once he's back and healthy, I can put him back in my lineup and I can add a player while he's hurt. So this was a beef over Jeff Wilson Jr.'s injury status and whether he was allowed to be Jeff Wilson Jr. was fantasy relevant for 2 weeks last year. Of all the players to have beef over, it's Jeff freaking Wilson?
I wish all of this came out because he got suspended 3 games. No joke.
3 games.
That's no joke. I wish he had to explain all of this as to what it is, the reason.
Yes.
For slapping another dude.
I had $100 for the reporter.
It wasn't even a slap, man. He
kind of clubbed him.
I mean, he slapped him, but it's the closest to a punch with an open hand.
Maybe like a palm kind of thing.
Wow, dude.
So it very much had a Chris Rock, Will Smith vibe, but I had $100 for the reporter because Tommy Pham said he said some stuff I don't condone. He said some disrespectful stuff. Well, apparently that disrespectful stuff was this GIF, and I had $100 for the reporter that got Tommy Pham to describe the GIF. Like, we'll see what he did was he sent a GIF, and there were these 3 weightlifters, right? Just really disrespectful. It's a joke.
I get it, man. It is. Come on, man. You need to. I tell you what, Tommy Pham, if you are indeed listening, come meditate with me, brother. I'll take you into the bay. Let's do some personal inventory here, man, because there's bigger things going on. And while you're at it, grab Will Smith, and we'll both get you some help. That's just not right. You know how to do.
That's so nice of you to offer, man.
I had a guy. Remember Chad Eaton? Remember a player by the name of Chad Eaton back in the day? He was a defensive lineman with the Patriots. Anyways,
I don't.
So I was doing a pregame show with the Seahawks, and I had like Chad Eaton, I had Kevin Gogan.
This is your way throwback.
Yeah.
Was this mail-in? Like you had to write the scores and mail them to the commissioner?
Gogan wasn't playing. His career was well in the rearview mirror.
Okay.
But here's the thing: is that we would do these shows, and the news director's like, "I want you down on the field. I want you out on the field. Why would you?" I hated that, man. I don't do well with the unwashed masses. Anyways. Gogan, we're like 30 seconds to air, and he sees Drew Bledsoe, who's still the quarterback just before he gave way to, obviously, our man Tom Brady was still the quarterback in the New England Patriots. Mm-hmm. He comes out on the field in the sweats, and he's going through his drills and what have you. Chad Eaton says, "I'll be right back." I'm like, "Dude, what do you mean you'll be right back? We're going to be on the air in 20 seconds. We got 20 seconds till we come back from the commercial break." He unhooks, gets out of his microphone, his IFB, goes out to the middle of the field, and I'm looking at this, and he's pointing a finger at Bledsoe, and then he starts pointing a finger into his chest. I'm like, oh no, he's gonna clock Bledsoe. This is the story, man. Forget about the game. I'm gonna have to talk about it because Chad Eaton was nuts, and someone had to come in and separate the two. And then when he came back, I was like, dude, what the hell is that all about? And it stemmed from a financial agreement or going back in the day. He'd been waiting for Bledsoe to come to town on the New England Patriots and for him to get on the field and to warm up so he could go after him. I mean, it happens apparently. Because it's all about, it's about money, man. It's about, and I think this may have gone back to Bledsoe, who now owns a winery, and maybe some involvement there in terms of a partnership along those lines. But
I would.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
They sure have. Thanks, Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 on the contest line. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. Wins our next prize. We gave away one in the 10 o'clock hour. We're giving away one now. We'll be giving away one every hour through 6 p.m. today on 95.7 The Game to celebrate the Warriors being back in the finals, to celebrate Memorial Day. This is for you. I will never get in.
Do we know what they got?
No, we don't. We can.
Oh, okay,
I mean, if we want to announce it, you can.
Give me the hot wings, man.
Yeah, the $100 Wingstop gift card. There's a Top Gun swag pack, Warriors bobbleheads, Dead and Co. We've got a bunch of different stuff to give away, so we're giving it away all day today. I will never get into a financial situation with somebody where I feel like if this goes awry, I'm going to have to hit that person.
But see, that's what happens, though. When money's involved, you never think you would go after somebody.
Right.
And that it invokes those sort of emotions.
Right, but that's my threshold.
It gets primal.
Do I want to get involved in this? Let's see. If I lose this $1,000.
So you go through these permutations.
Yeah, if I lose this $1,000, how upset am I going to be? Am I going to walk up 8 months after and strike this person? I'm out. I don't want to do it.
Smart
I don't
man.
need that kind of... I stress about enough things in my life. I stress about everything. I'm worried right now if I have coffee creamer in my fridge. That's what drives my anxiety. I don't need to also have financial anxiety on top of that that's tied to another person. I don't need it.
And especially if it's Jock Peterson.
And Tommy Pham dropped out of this fantasy league a few weeks after this incident, this discussion.
You are so into this. It's pissing you off.
It's insane.
So you just shut your yapper.
It's an insane thing that happened.
And but does Jock Peterson not sort of add to it with the faux hawk and just that he's Jock Peterson running around? And he's
just a dude.
I mean, does he not sort of
a great group of guys?
That's beautiful.
I'm in.
It's the backpack, the hat that's tilted to the side.
The hat up on the side.
He looks like a middle school kid being interviewed, about some random subject in school that they're talking about.
The screenshot of him with his hair all mussed and his hat sitting atop of his head and slightly askew, and him showing off the GIF like this and looking proudly at it. He's like, my memes are great. I've got dank memes. It's just the most millennial. This is the most millennial sports incident that's ever happened. Ever. It's fantasy football. It's text messages. It's gifts.
He feels genuinely bad about it too in his body language. He looks like he's man, this is really a downer for me.
The fact that he didn't retaliate at all, he just got smacked and was like, dude, what the hell? He was not ready for it.
Did someone crack Geno Smith? The text line is saying Geno Smith broke his jaw. That had something.
There was
a
linebacker.
Right?
I forget the linebacker's name. Spadoni's on it right now. Yeah, he got punched in the mouth in training camp. Yeah, I remember Josh Norman and Cam Newton got into it too. Got in a huge fight but I feel like in football, that's you get it. Because you're going up against these guys in practice, you're hitting each other, there's a lot of testosterone flowing, and people are fighting for roster spots. I mean, it's a whole separate thing than fantasy football 8 months ago, and I'm going to catch you jogging on the warning track before our 3-game set in late May when you talked about a team that I'm not even on anymore. I feel like it's a uniquely baseball thing that Tommy Pham held on to this for 8 months.
And it's almost as it's like an assassination. It was pre-planned. He knew exactly when the Giants are coming to town, when Peterson is going to go out and do what it is that he's going to do, because the Reds and the Giants aren't out at the same time.
Right.
So he had this thing all pre-planned, man. He was ready to go.
They're trying to talk to him about pitchers. They're like, all right, hey, we've got Logan Webb this week. Let's talk about what Logan Webb does. And he's like, no. I'm focused on Jock. I need to know what Jock's pregame routine is.
Maybe this all started with Will Smith, man. No longer punch a dude. No longer we're bringing back the slap.
Someone asked,
wow,
because think about the punch is a punch. Then you're talking about maybe criminal liability. Maybe the slap is there's a little more latitude.
The guy that punched Geno, I think it was Ike Enemkpali.
Yep, that's right. I knew it was a name that I was not going to be able to pull out. It wasn't a notable player. The 510 says, what's more insane, Tommy Pham slapping someone over money or comparing Steph Curry to a moose, which is something that I did. I thought it went okay. It wasn't a spot-on comparison. I thought it could have been worse.
I had a hard time going there, but I love you. We got through it.
Okay. I couldn't tell, which is all I need. My ego's very fragile, and I'm glad that you supported it in that moment. Thank you. I just met it's a person. Steph's a player that you look at and you're like, man, that guy's not going to kill our team today.
Dude, don't repeat it.
No. Like, no. You're doing it again, and it's still not going to work.
Move on.
I'm going to bail out. I'm bailing. So you've got raccoon as the number 4 on the list of underrated.
Only because I don't see hippos every day. Raccoons I got to deal with. They're always rummaging through my crap.
Coyotes as well.
Coyotes
also pretty scary.
No. See, coyotes get a bad rap. Like coyotes, everybody thinks like the coyote.
You're pro coyote?
Totally, man.
I agree with this, yes.
Like coyotes were here before any of us. And like the coyote, like everybody thinks like the coyote is like, get out of the way, it's a coyote. Or they're eating somebody's dog. First of all, man, some of those poodles, those little things, you need to.
Oh my God.
No, but here's the thing. Is that the coyote, I see coyotes from time to time and I'm like, I got this level of trepidation. But the coyote's pretty chill. It sees you. It doesn't want to deal with humans. And actually, it looks sort of unnourished and not well fed and just trying to make a living here. I'm just trying to get by, man. You guys have ruined my world here. I'm just trying to do my thing. I'm looking for jackrabbits. I'm not looking to mess in anybody's world. They're not aggressive. But everybody here is coyote. And because they're sort of integrated, especially here in San Francisco, if you're in the Presidio or if you go out to Marin, you're like, coyotes, man. A coyote attacked my dog. Come on, man. Coyote, they need the PR. Coyote needs like Amber Heard's PR.
What?
Well, not Amber Heard's. Johnny Depp's.
Do you know where I think this all started? Looney Tunes. Wile E. Coyote gave Coyotes Everywhere a bad name.
That could be it.
Yeah, they need the Hippos PR team.
I was always on Team Wile E. Coyote. Roadrunner kind of annoyed me. I wanted him to get caught.
Yeah, all those years, man. Really, you got to get hit by.
It's on the Coyote though. It's on Wile E. Coyote for having such brand loyalty to Acme products. Like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
How many times are you gonna get hit by the anvil?
Right. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, like it's obvious the hole in the side of the road is gonna work for the Roadrunner, not for you.
Good coyotes finish last.
Mm-hmm.
I was with you. Right. I think you grew up like one of two ways. Either you found it amusing, you're pulling for the Roadrunner, beep beep, or you want to see that thing get strangled.
I would love to dive into the psychology of that. 888-957-9570 is the number. You can text that. You can call that. We're going to be talking basketball on the other side. I promise. We're going to get back into this Warriors-Celtics series. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Dan Devone. We're on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are flying into the NBA.
job.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
My go-to karaoke song.
Let me hear it. Come on, give me a line, bro.
Nope. Y'all know me. Still the same OG.
Right.
Kyle Madsen, Dan Devone.
Fire Kyle right now.
Yeah, boy. Warriors Celtics in what I think is the most interesting possible matchup for Golden State in this 2016 finals. And I kind of wonder whether you prefer a difficult path or an easy path in the postseason. And I don't mean because if you say like, you know you're winning the title, of course you're going to say, well, what the harder path? But in the midst of a postseason, were you rooting for the Celtics last night? Because I was of the mind that the Warriors would kill the Heat. I think the Warriors would have dispatched Miami in 4 or 5 games. But with the Celtics, I think it's a lot tougher matchup. Were you rooting for the Heat last night, or were you rooting for Boston?
Well, I don't consider myself necessarily a homer here when I think about these sort of things. But I think what's interesting, you have to keep in mind, if Miami bests and takes out the Boston Celtics, isn't Miami making the declaration that we're better than Boston as opposed to the other way around? I mean, I get it.
I think Miami's making that declaration.
Yeah. What did I just say?
No, but I don't know. I don't think that means that if you're a Warriors fan, that you're sitting there going like, "Oh, this is good." Like
I see what you're saying.
Or this is bad that Miami won because now they're going to be a harder matchup.
A lot of this is just perception. For me, and I can't speak for Dub Nation, and I get it. Look, if you're a fan, it doesn't matter how you get there. You're stacking hardware. Right. Who cares, man? Right. Even if I know if somebody goes down in injury, if Tatum was to go down with an injury, no one wants to admit it. No one wants to see anybody get hurt. But if that makes it easier for me to dispatch the Boston Celtics, well, so be it. Because I think the true fan just sort of lives on that planet. I like Boston. And I like Boston from the historic perspective. Mm-hmm. More championships than anybody, more banners. You got the parquet floor. You got Beantown. They're easy to hate. And I do think that division goes a long way in terms of making these things compelling. We talked about, man, nothing's more obnoxious. You'll hear from Wahlberg and Bill Byrne, all these Beantown, these chowderheads getting into it and that obnoxious, Noma and the Ka and all that crap. But that's what you want, man, right? That's
Lord help me if Ben Affleck comes with the Warriors sideways.
He will.
Ben Affleck, my birthday brother. August 15th. Let's go. I will box Ben Affleck. I don't even care that he played Batman. I don't care one iota. Cole in Fremont wants to talk about this Warriors-Celtics matchup. Cole, were you rooting for Miami last night?
I'm rooting for the greatest matchup in basketball history. This is the Warriors in Boston. I'm a Warriors fan. Been a Warriors fan since I was born, 64, in San Francisco. I played in Keys R, and I've been to Thrive City. And I will be there for the Warriors to win this title in San Francisco.
I love it. Thanks, Cole. There is a weird bit of history here, right? It's like the Warriors are this team. They are 6 finals in 8 years. Extremely rare. I think it's only happened 3 other times in NBA history. So they have these 6 finals in 8 years. They're this kind of new school. They represent the new era of basketball. And then you have the Celtics, where as a franchise, not this version of the Celtics, but as a franchise, are the old guard. They've been around. They won their titles in they have, 12 titles now? 13? How many is it? They have a bunch of, they have however many titles they have, and they won a bunch of them back in the day. They are a historic franchise. The Warriors are the relatively new franchise. I know the Warriors won one back in the 70s as well.
75.
But that dominance is new for Golden State. For Boston, it's kind of old hat. Like, they've been there, they've done that. So I do think that's interesting because you have this new age dominant team in the Warriors against the Boston Celtics, who are trying to rise back to that prominence that they haven't really been at since, Larry Bird.
Yeah, and I think that their fan base is so, while you're right, it's entirely different, but there are so many people that are connected to Larry Bird out there in Boston and to Parrish and to McHale. That is where these people live. I mean, it's a very unique bond as it relates to sports. And then some of the elder statesmen can probably go back to Bill Russell and John Havlicek and Don Nelson when he was playing basketball. I mean, they're the measuring stick. They're the barometer. They're the Packers, if you will. That's Titletown as it relates to the NBA. Just to put it into, when you're thinking about, and just to get back to the game itself, I don't know why this popped into my head. We get back to the Celtics and the Warriors, and in terms of historic references and championships. Oh, by the way, do we want to go, Steph, and what this means if he gets the title? We want to put that in our back pocket.
We can put that in the back pocket. We'll get there. Flag on.
All right. Yeah, I'll just stay. I'll stay topical here, and I think that this Celtic matchup is Miami would have been fun, but Miami does not have. They're relatively new as a franchise. This is who you want. You want to take on the bad boys from the East, and there's going to be this East Coast bias. I think from a national perspective, I already hear people that think Boston's going to win the series. Just Bill Simmons and some of the people I respect thought Dallas.
Bill Simmons?
Well, yeah, Dallas winning in 6.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
But, it's proximity, right? A lot of those people are New York based,
right,
and they're intimately familiar with the Celtics, more so than that of the Golden State Warriors. So you're going to be dealing with that. But I'll put this to you, Kyle. If you're Boston, don't you think of it, and you just referenced the Warriors' recent dynastic run, 6 of the last 8 years. Of course, they won 5 consecutive years. If you're Boston, aren't you taking on the role? If you're MA, aren't you saying, hey, man, they don't think they're the Warriors. We're the clear underdogs. Mm-hmm. That's the dynasty. That's the Chicago Bulls of 2022. Mm-hmm. We're taking them out.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that sort of the mindset that we're playing against, the best that basketball has to offer?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought somebody said this on Twitter last night. They said that they sent the Boston Celtics to go fight Thanos. That's what the Warriors are in this situation, and I think that's a great point because we've seen the Warriors go up and down. We've seen them win 15 games. We saw them lose the 2019 finals and win 15 games, then go to the 8th seed and get ousted. We've been there for that. If you're just passively paying attention to the West Coast, it's just the Warriors are back for the 6th time. So that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the 6 and 8. You're not seeing that they had to come up they hit rock bottom there with their 15 wins, and now they've bounced back. You're just looking at Steph, Clay, and Draymond. It's those 3. They're the dominant force of this era. Like, God love LeBron, but it's not him anymore. So that's absolutely how I think the Celtics are looking at it. I don't want to call the Warriors underdogs because I don't think they are. Because it's such an even matchup. But if you ask the analytics sites, 538, they give the Warriors a 17% chance to win this series. That's wrong.
Vegas has got them 3.5 favorites in game 1. I don't know winning the series, but
I think series odds, the Warriors were they were definitely favored.
Yeah.
To win the series.
Minus 160 to win the whole thing.
Minus 160.
Wow.
That's what. Now, I know Vegas does it because they're trying to get even money, and I'm sure a lot of public money comes in on the Warriors. But the Warriors have spent this entire postseason not letting, because when they won 15 and then they got ousted by Ja Morant and the Grizzlies in the play-in in their building at Chase Center last year, I think that there was this thought that this is the proverbial passing of the torch. The Warriors, they had their run. They tried to make one last push. They couldn't do it. It's Ja Morant and Luka Doncic and Jason Tatum, and pick a player under 26. There's a bunch of them. Devin Booker, Trae Young. They're all in their mid-20s. But this season has been the Warriors grabbing hold of that torch again. They've fought off Nikola Jokic, the 2-time MVP. They fought off Ja Morant and a young Grizzlies team. They fought off Luka Doncic, who this time in 3 years might be considered the best player in the league, hands down. They've been doing this, and now they have to fight off a young Celtics team with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. They have to do it once again. And I think that's how Golden State's looking at it. They're looking at this like they're coming for our crown. We're not giving it up yet. And the Celtics are looking at it like we've got to knock those guys off.
I think the Warriors at this stage, and while Boston is excited to be here, in terms of determination, if you want to, factor in these sort of intangibles, nothing's getting in between them and this title. I mean, they know how infrequent and how difficult it is to get here. The idea that they can now smell this thing and it's within reach, I don't see the Warriors laying an egg here. It gets back to, again, whether you want to use the word experience, it's just everything that you just laid out, that they've been there, they've won it, they've been through just about every scenario, including losing it with Kevin Durant, that they know what it takes, and there's nothing that is going to deter them from winning this title. And Boston, I'm sorry, not to just oversimplify things, but they're not good enough. They're just not. How's this?
Not good enough.
Do you think Memphis, in retrospect, was the one team that actually could have derailed the Golden State Warriors when it's all said and done with? The best chance in terms of talent, pound for pound, and athleticism.
No, because I think Boston has a chance.
More so than you think Boston's better than Memphis?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do. Just because of what they can throw at you. No, man, I don't know. I think Boston's better defensively. With all due respect to what Jaren Jackson did, I think he's going to win a DPOY at some point in his career. I think Jaren Jackson's an excellent player. Desmond Bane, he was a little banged up, but he's a very good defender. Zaire Williams, the rookie from Stanford, he's very good, lengthy defender. But you can go at Ja Morant. You can go at Kyle Anderson. You can get Steven Adams on the perimeter and go by him. They had defensive holes. I don't see those defensive holes with the Celtics. On the other hand, Memphis had a variety of scorers and ball handlers that I just don't think Boston has. But I do think Boston will be a tougher test, for sure. But in the West, Memphis is the only team that was going to do it, especially with how Phoenix looked against Dallas.
I don't know what it is, and I'm not, if you listen to me, I'm not somebody that's just all about the Warriors. I just think that Boston is there's something that is missing.
Has this been all year for you? Because they were 25-25 in January,
and they flipped that switch, yeah.
And they've flipped that. Now, is that just a product of what happened in the Eastern Conference Finals, or has this been a culmination that you've kind of looked at all year?
I think no. I think that when they turned that corner, I think a couple of things happened. First of all, their defense obviously got better, but I think there was a sort of come-to-Jesus moment where they realized as a team that Jason Tatum's our guy. Because I think they sort of waffled between Jaylen Brown. We know Tatum's better, but Brown, who is it? Well, it doesn't matter. We both like each other, which they do. At some point, he took the mantle, and it became Jason Tatum is clear. I don't know if their head coach had anything to do with it, but he clearly took over the team. He's now emblematic of the Celtics. They didn't have that identity, I think, until about January, where it became his team. And the defense is the defense. I think that, yes, when they had that run in the second half of the season, especially when they came in here and Smart took out, Steph Curry, you could recognize that this team was legit.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, watching them in the postseason, while you can be regular season legit, I see holes on this team when it got to the Eastern Conference semifinals and certainly in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's regular season and postseason Boston. I think postseason Boston's beatable.
That's why I'm not looking at any regular season matchups between the Warriors and Boston.
Smart.
Because Steph got hurt in the one. But even before Steph got hurt at the one here at Chase Center, the Warriors weren't playing well. But how many times we saw Denver beat them 3 out of 4 times.
Doesn't mean rip.
It just doesn't. It doesn't. I know we want to. You'll see the deep dive on that, and you'll see people talk about it. And there's little, I think, things you can take away. But this is not the same Warriors team, and it's not the same Boston team that we saw. The postseason is just such a different animal. The finals is an even more different animal. And I think that's where we've talked about experience all day today. There are going to be moments in this series because it's going to be so tight. I think it's going to be however many games it goes. I think they're all going to be really close. And in those spots, I will take the team that has been here and that has done that over the team that's doing it for the first time, even if the team doing it for the first time is a little bit younger and a little bit more talented.
Yeah, and it's where you're at right now. Mm-hmm. It's where you're at. It does not look at Dallas, right? If you were looking at the Dallas Mavericks in the middle of the season, you're like, that team's not going to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
It's how you hit the tape. And the Golden State Warriors put it together. They won their last 5 games of the regular season and then have just taken off like a bullet in the postseason.
Yep.
And the emergence of Jordan Poole and all of these pieces that we had talked about all year long, like they have so many moving parts. We don't know what they're going to be like. None of them played together. Well, now they're playing together.
Mm-hmm.
And this is it. And there's nobody that can match them when they're in step like this and in this group, regardless of how good Boston has been throughout the regular season.
There's one other thing I want to get to that I think plays into the Warriors' favor, and I by no means think this is going to be an easy series. But I do think when you start looking at on the floor, there's a lot, like I said, for every point you can make for one team, there's a counterpoint. But then there are some peripheral things that I think go to the Warriors' advantage that we'll get into. But we got a couple people on the line here that I want to get to at 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. That's also our phone line. And Ed is in San Francisco. He wants to talk about who he was rooting for last night. Go ahead, Ed.
Actually, I started out rooting for Boston, but then I can't resist the team coming back. So at the end, I was rooting for Miami. I was thinking, I think they're better. The Warriors were better than either one of those teams, and it didn't really matter. I like a great basketball game. I want them to play the best possible team and win. I think they can beat anybody. Their offense is so superior to Boston's. You talk about the defense. Warriors have got a good defense, but they've got, when they're on, they've got an unstoppable offense. So I think the Warriors are going to win.
All right, thanks, Ed. And that's what, I mean, that's the thing, too, is when the Warriors are on, we talked a lot about Jordan Poole earlier. Like, if Jordan Poole's hitting shots and Klay Thompson's hitting some shots, Steph Curry is Steph Curry, and then you start throwing in Andrew Wiggins, which teams, like, say what you want, you have to account for Andrew Wiggins when he's on the floor. You can't let Kevon Looney just hang out in the dunker spot because he's going to make a play. Like, the Warriors have 5 guys that Boston will have to account for in a way that Miami just didn't. And speaking of things to account for, we've got a bunch of prizes to account for because we're giving away prizes every single hour today until 6 p.m. All you have to do to win, you have to be the 5th caller to the contest line. That is the contest line. That's not the normal hotline, the contest line, which is 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263 when you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
They sure have, and we're going to put prizes back into your pockets. That includes tickets to see Dead & Co. We've got Top Gun swag packs. We've got Warriors bobbleheads. We've got $100 Wingstop gift cards. Just so many good prizes to give away. Wait to hear that sounder, and that'll be coming up again this hour. We're doing it every hour through 6 p.m. in honor of the Warriors being back in the finals and in honor of Memorial Day. But does it matter to you at all? Because it matters a lot to me that Boston had to play a Game 7 in the conference semifinals and then again in the conference finals. They are expending, you know, in baseball, pitchers talk about like high stress innings versus low stress innings. The Celtics have played a lot of high stress games. They went down 3-2 against the against the Bucks. They were up 3-2 and they lost that one at home to Miami. And then they have to come back to Miami and play a Game 7 on the road. They've played a lot of high intensity, high emotion games. The Warriors really haven't. And I guess Game 6 against Memphis 2 rounds ago.
This bodes well for the Warriors and for Warrior fans because you're right. You go back-to-back 7 games and you get to a certain point where you're just emotionally spent because as much as we break this down as far as matchups and players on the floor and systematically what they want to do, oftentimes it just comes down to that old battle of attrition, right? Like how much do you have left in the tank when you get to this juncture? NBA finals are starting. And that's why you want to dispatch these teams early, especially if you're a team, you know, when you're on the wrong side of 30 as it relates to the Warriors and you're sleeping in your own bed for almost 2 weeks now. And that goes a long way. I think they got to get out. Game 1 is they've got to make a statement in Game 1 because you have to take advantage of the fact of what you just laid out to the Boston Celtics. Just won 7 against Miami and having a win at Miami. Here's another issue. We were talking about this previously. I think the other caller had this jump into my head. But Boston, and this holds true for everybody else defensively. When you play the Warriors, they're atypical from anyone else essentially in the NBA, aside from maybe Pot and San Antonio. And it's that motion offense, it's the movement of the ball and the cutters. Like defensively, it is not Miami. Defensively, they're not Milwaukee. Defensively, they're not Brooklyn. They're not like anybody else. So what it is that you're doing defensively when you're the Boston Celtics, You have to alter things when it comes to the Warriors because the Warriors play so differently than that of just about everybody else in the NBA. I watched Miami last night. The Warriors don't run sets like that. The Warriors don't ISO. They don't go pick and roll, exclusively. The Warriors are looking to backdoor you. They're looking for cutters and they're looking for motion. They're looking to run both Clay as well as Steph. You got to get in a marathon because they're not stopping. They're running baseline. They're coming off of pin downs. You've got to get on your horse and chase these guys. Now, I'm not saying Boston can't do it or they're not up to the task. I'm just saying that when you play the Warriors, the defensive template and the recipe is very different than everybody else that you're facing.
It is. But you can also, I think if you're doing Boston radio, you're saying that same thing today. And the 415 brings us up. It's not just Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. It's Marcus Smart. Grant Williams has had a couple of big games in these playoffs. Al Horford is a very high IQ, very experienced player who can stress the Warriors defense in a way that, they were fine letting Jaren Jackson Jr. blaze away from three. He had a couple of games where he hit some, but otherwise he's not going to hit a lot. Al Horford is only going to take that shot when it's a good shot, and he's going to knock it down. So the Celtics on the other side can stress the Warriors in a lot of different ways, but it's fascinating because if you look at the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570, there's one saying here, Warriors in 5. Then you have another one saying, Dan, don't disrespect Boston like that. They will be a tough out. They took out the champs.
No disrespect. I thought Dallas was going to give the Warriors a much more difficult series than they did. And listen, things will change, right? I just don't see Boston, from what I've seen in the postseason, that they got the horses to. And it's not so much a reflection on Boston. It's just the Warriors where they're at right now. There's just too many fires to put out, and they're going too well right now. You can't. With Wiggins turning the corner, now Kevon Looney, what are you going to do? Seriously.
Yeah.
What is it that you're going to do? Now Kevon Looney suddenly has become this guy. Remember, we were having conversations just a few days ago. The previous series that, who's going to come out if Jordan Poole's going to start? What are we going to do? Who's the odd man out? Well, Kevon Looney maybe comes off the floor. Kevon Looney now is clearly your number 5. He is your ensconced as your starter.
Yeah.
And not only that, I heard Slater talking about this, or I read this where Slater was at a Dallas Maverick game and he was sitting behind the team, and he said Dallas Maverick fans were screaming at Jason Kidd in the hierarchy of the Dallas Mavericks and saying, "Why can't you guys get a center like Kevon Looney? That's who we need." Who would have thought that conversation would have ever happened?
Nuts. And that's why, not Grant Williams, but Robert Williams, like his knee and his health, he did not look right last night. But when he's right, he is a very effective center.
No doubt.
Who I think could give Kevon Looney some trouble. He's the same kind of heart and hustle guy, but he's more of an athlete. So he could definitely be a problem for Golden State. We'll dive into matchups on the other side. But a couple of years ago, the Warriors and the Celtics both lost their biggest stars. And where are they now? We'll talk about that. We're going to talk vibes on the other side. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Dan Devone. Good vibes flowing today on Memorial Day on 95.7 The Game.
The Beast of the East.
Al Horford with the rebound, and the Boston Celtics will go to the NBA Finals.
Meets the best of the West.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
We'll be giving away a prize. We're going to talk vibes and the importance of vibes to winning a championship. But this came across my desk during the break from the great, they're just okay, Whitey Gleason. Hey, Whitey. He dropped this stat on me about hippos. We were talking about underrated, dangerous animals a couple segments ago, and he brought me this. This is thoroughly researched by Whitey himself. With so many dangerous animals in Africa, many people often overlook the fact that the hippopotamus is actually the biggest killer of humans of all large African animals. Although hippos are herbivores, these highly territorial animals are estimated to kill an incredible 3,000 people each year.
Well, who are these people? How do you come in proximity of a hippo? Seriously, who is the coconut having a picnic down by the lake with a hippo?
Who are you?
With that hippo and his eyes peering out at you from the water. And that little cute ear, twitching as he...
They're just territorial, man. If you're just cruising around, you're on a hike. And you get a little bit close to a river. On
where you read a sign, beware of hippos? Like, were you at Mount Tam?
As far as I know, there's not a lot of hippos in the Sacramento River, but I could be wrong.
I guess, seriously. So this is relegated to wherever.
Wait, shut up.
If you're fishing, dude,
you're working way too hard to come up with an analogy. Nobody's fishing and then getting squashed by a hippo.
Bro, yes, there are 3,000 people are enjoying their day.
It's made up.
Fishing, and they just
go to hell, man?
Get murked.
Why do you make
gone.
Why do you make stuff up, bro? I'm telling you, no, there's not. There's maybe two.
I'm gonna find out where these hippo murders happen. And I'm going to send you on an all-expense paid trip to hang out there. And you can let me know.
We need to rephrase that. It's like Chris Rock once said, the hippo didn't murder anybody. We're not putting it up in front of a judge and jury. The hippo went hippo.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the coconut who either got, again, in the proximity of a hippo. I'm not saying it was your time, but the hippo didn't murder anybody. The hippo just went hippo. Like, you're in my way, I'm going to, bite you in half. It's whoever it is that was either swimming where this hippo hangs out or, again, I would love to know who it is and where they were when they got eaten by a hippo.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Yeah, they sure have. That was Tim Roy, everybody. And that means caller number 5 to the contest line at 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. Wins our next prize. We have another prize to give away next hour as well. We are so generous. No hippo excursions in the prize list.
We need to give away hippo merch.
Do we?
No doubt.
Okay. All right. We need to talk about vibes on championship teams because the Warriors' final season with Kevin Durant in 2019 is bad vibes, right?
Bad vibes.
Really bad vibes. Kyrie Irving, his last season in Boston, even after he said he's going to sign an extension, he's going to be in Boston. Not good. Bad vibes, he leaves. The Warriors and Celtics, 3 years later, are both in the finals without Kevin Durant and without Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving on a team together in Brooklyn got swept in the first round by Boston. So what does that... Oh, boy.
We have breaking hippo news?
Yeah, I think we got breaking hippo news. Whitey, the preeminent hippo expert at 95.7 The Game, just dropped this on my desk. We'll get to this in just a moment. But how important... Because the difference with Golden State specifically, and I think that's what this comes back to, is the culture, right? The culture that allows Jordan Poole to have a really bad rookie season and then go to the G League and work out his game and then be in a position where he can start when a player ahead of him gets injured and he can go thrive and develop. Where Andrew Wiggins can develop and become the player that Minnesota was hoping they were going to get with the number 1 overall pick. The Warriors have that. The Celtics, it appears, have that. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, by all accounts, really like each other, and it's really hard to have two players of that caliber who are just really cool with each other. You have a defensive player of the year in Marcus Smart. You have the grizzled vet in Al Horford, who is finally in the finals for the first time. It's like, I don't want to get... It's hard because Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving are undoubtedly unbelievable players who should make any team they're on better. But it doesn't feel like they've done that. And it feels like the Warriors are ultimately, and the Celtics are probably ultimately better off that they lost two of the very best players in the league. And that's hard for me to reconcile because I like Kevin Durant. But I think it's better for the Warriors that he left.
as much as we talk about what physically Draymond, Clay, as well as Steph bring to the Golden State Warriors, as much as anything, what is responsible for their success is what it is that you just alluded to. It's competitiveness, it's checking the ego at the door and creating that culture. Mm-hmm. And then bringing in the guys that recognize that this is the template and the way we do it. I'm a firm believer that there's a cause and effect with if you've got it right in the clubhouse or in the locker room. And Steph has always led the way, which is one of the reasons I know Steph conversation is coming up. But it's his world, and everything is just sort of rotating around it. It begins and ends with him. He is your poster child, and he creates that vibe. That culture starts and begins and ends with him. And he's also a winner, as is Draymond and Clay. And I do think that that's spread throughout the culture once you join the Golden State Warriors. There is something definitely to that. Let me ask you this. I either read this or I heard this. Who's a better basketball player? You're talking about Kyrie Irving when he was with the Boston Celtics. Just a better basketball player. Marcus Smart or Kyrie Irving?
Kyrie.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. His skill set, ridiculous.
Yes.
Who would you rather have on your team?
Oof.
Right? It's Marcus Smart.
Probably Marcus Smart. Probably. So he takes some bad shots sometimes, but
yeah, but he's your
the vibes factor is there,
right? Mm-hmm. He's your junkyard dog. He's your Draymond. He sets the tone. He gives you personality. He's on the ground for loose balls. He's the fabric of what a winning team needs is someone like Marcus Smart, just like the Warriors needed Draymond Green. Every winning team needs a Marcus Smart and a Draymond Green.
Yes.
So I think you just answered my question that, yeah, Kyrie might be a better basketball player, but if you want to win, it's the Marcus Smarts of the world.
Yeah, that's where it's really tough because you get players like Steph Curry, and there are more players than just Steph who are like this, but those superstars who also welcome that culture, who also want the players around them to get better, even at the expense of their own stats. Like that's something, and that's where, in fact, we can just dive into the Steph conversation here. Because it feels like the fact that they were able to overcome. I've been saying this since they won Game 3 against Dallas. They took haymakers as an organization. You lose a player of Kevin Durant's status. You lose a player of Kevin Durant's status and ability, and that typically means like, okay, this run is done. You have Klay Thompson suffer an ACL and then an Achilles tear in his 30s. He's probably not going to contribute much anymore. You have Draymond Green, who in that 15-win season kind of looked cooked. Like he didn't look good when he played, and he was banged up and not playing. And then you get the 8 seed last year with Steph playing like an MVP, and you lose in the play, and it's like, all right, the run's over. The fact that it's not is, to me, a testament to what Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr have built. And I think that when we talk about, people say, does Steph need a finals MVP to be top X ever? Whether you think he's 5 or 10 or 15 or 20, whatever. Does he need a finals MVP to be in that conversation? Does he need to win another finals? Does he need to win 2 more? What does he need? I don't think he needs anything because he is the reason that they're even back to this point and that they're going to a 6th finals in 8 years. I don't think Steph has anything left to accomplish on a basketball court, finals MVP or otherwise. He's done it. He's good. Everything else is gravy at this point.
Is part of the disrespect and the fact that we actually have to have this conversation because he's smaller? Because he plays a guard?
Yeah. It's not a physically imposing style of basketball that he plays. So the way he kills teams is his off-ball movement and running around a screen and the lightning quick catch and shoot release. It's all these like little things that unless you watch Steph game in and game out, you don't really get to appreciate. And I think that that's what makes it difficult. Like people see LeBron just bully his way to the basket and get up and score. Even Jimmy Butler or Jason Tatum, like they're going to go fill it up and they're going to score and but Steph is fine warping the defense and then passing to Draymond and Draymond gets it to Looney open dunk. Like Steph creates that. Steph creates the Andrew Wiggins wide open 3. He creates the Klay Thompson curling off a screen. Steph drives. He kicks it out to the corner to Klay. Defense forgot Klay was over there. That's an easy bucket. Steph does all of that. It's these things that don't show up in the box score, and we're obsessed with points per game and shooting percentages and true shooting percentage and box plus minus and all these other stats. But Steph does so many little things that allow his teammates to thrive that I just don't think that many other stars ever are doing.
And to get back to your original question about vibes, he is the vibe.
He is the vibe.
He's the vibe. And when you're affable and essentially, for lack of a better term, a good guy, this is what you get. And maybe because he is such a nice guy that's willing to take it. You want Kevin Durant? I'll take a back seat. I'll let him get his shots. You want me to sit when I come back and let Jordan Poole continue to cook? I'll do that. He's so unusual in that regard. And I don't know that we've seen a championship team that, it's star-centric because it's about Steph.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the closest you will see to the collective team winning titles, as opposed to it being the reason is because of one star player. Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal. Yes, we recognize the great players, the Kobe Bryants of the world. But while it is Steph, it's Steph and then it's the collective unit more so than anybody else that's won NBA championships.
Absolutely. That's why he doesn't have a Finals MVP. He should have won it in 2015.
Exactly.
But you could argue that he won it and should have won it in 2018. But the fact that he's able to be that star who is the tip of the spear, but is fine deferring, is fine taking a back seat, setting screens, getting other players open shots at the expense of his own numbers, like that's why they're here. That's why maybe he wins one ring and one Finals MVP because he just said, screw it, I'm going to go for 40 a game. Cool. They did it. They got one. But he's about stacking those up and having 4 or 5 or 6 rings at the end of his career because that's what's ultimately going to define him. If Steph is one of the keys, if he is the tip of the spear on 5 championship teams, whether he's the Finals MVP or not, that's always going to go to his name. That's Steph Curry, leader of the Warriors dynasty, who was such an unselfish superstar that Andrew Wiggins was the 2022 Finals MVP, which would be nuts.
How's this? Let's just feed the beast, though, for a second.
Speaking of feeding the beast, let me tell you about hippos. No, go ahead.
Well, go get
no,
that out
no.
of the way.
We'll get to it.
Somebody lock the door so Whitey does not come in here with more breaking news regarding hippos. Here's the thing, is that as it relates to Steph, let's just do this let's pretend we're in Pocatello, Idaho. We're in some remote area and we're thinking about Steph, and this is how it's done. He's got to win his 4th. He's got to be the MVP, and then we put him in the pantheon of the greatest of all time. I'm talking Michael Jordan, the Shaquille O'Neals, the Bill Russells of the world, the Kareem Abdul-Jabbars, the LeBron James. He goes down amongst the icons of the sport, but he needs this one, and he needs to be the MVP.
He has to be the MVP. If he averages 27, 7, and 8,
well, he'd be the MVP.
But Andrew Wiggins averages 27 a game and 24 a game and locks up Jason Tatum defensively. And it's a big story that he's locking up Jason Tatum defensively and wins the MVP. Because that's kind of what's happened. I think there's this notion that Steph Curry is bad in the finals. He's not. He's been excellent in the finals. He should have won it in 2015. All due respect to Andre Iguodala. Love Andre Iguodala. He was not the MVP of that series. Steph was. In 2018, the argument could be made that he was. In 2017, it was Kevin Durant. Fine. And Steph had that clunker. I think it was Game 3 in 2018. He had the clunker of a game. But his statistics and his performances in the finals are not bad. So I think maybe right away, maybe in the immediate aftermath of his career, we look and kind of go, oh man, I wish he had had a Finals MVP. But in 20 years, we're just going to look back and go, man, this guy dominated in the finals en route to his team winning 4 titles. In maybe the last such run, like the Warriors' 6 finals in 8 years, that may never happen again. Like it was already a rare thing. And the way the NBA is now, there's so much parity that I just don't know if we'll ever see anything like that again.
You're right. The parity in the NBA these days, it's no longer superstar teams and it's no longer top heavy. You just laid out the West. there's like 6 or 7 teams that have a legitimate shot next year.
Yeah. The Clippers are getting Kawhi and Paul George back.
But when you talk about Steph, I want to see, and I don't, you know what, Kyle, I'm just amusing you because I typically don't go down this road when we're talking about, top 10 of all time. That means like crap to me. But I will feed the beast, and I do think, and I do want to see this, Kyle. I want to see him win 2 without KD because I think the KD conversation sort of muddies the water. Like I want to see him win his 2nd without KD, so we can end the conversation that he was relying on KD.
The first one was without KD.
First one was without KD. This would be his 2nd without KD. But I see. Sort of in 2 without KD. And a lot of people forget that preceding KD, he won, anchored a team that won 73 games during the regular season.
And was up 3-1 in the final.
But still, the association with KD, and you couldn't do it without him. I'd like to see him, for nothing else, put that to rest.
Yeah.
And this could be the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, and I think I'm with you. I'm right there. But I think there's a lot of people who are there now. Like, they've gotten to this point. The West was a gauntlet. Phoenix won 64 games. Phoenix was supposed to be that team that was a buzzsaw. Everybody we had on Willard and Dibs, 9 to noon, everybody we had that we talked NBA with before the year would say, like, I just don't know how the Warriors keep up with Phoenix. I just don't know how they keep up with Phoenix. They can't match up with Phoenix. Oh, now we're throwing Memphis in there. Yeah, I don't think they can beat Memphis. Like, that was... And then they played the Mavericks, like we just talked about, and people thought that the Mavericks were going to beat them. And so the fact that they went through the West and they've gotten to this point, I think for a lot of people, it's like, okay. And they're going to go face Boston. And now if they get swept by Boston or something catastrophic happens, I think that tone will change. But if they give Boston a good series, especially if they win, but even if it goes 6-7 games and they give Boston 6 or 7 good games, I think there's a lot of people who are already looking at this and going, man, KD left, joined Kyrie, and they got swept in the first round the year they were both together in the playoffs. Like, that's not a great look. Well, the Warriors and Celtics are both having so much success.
I think you got to win it. Because I don't think we live in a world where if you lose, then it just opens Pandora's box. Then it's like, see?
You're right. You're right. I'm having too much faith in the people that talk about this stuff. You're right. He has to win.
They got to beat the Celtics.
Sorry, the Warriors have to win.
And all right, I'm sort of going back and forth on the MVP. But do you put him in the where does he rank? If let's just assume he wins again, and he's got that elusive 4th chip, and we know who he is and what he's done. Where is he as far as the luminaries, the Jordans, the LeBrons, the Kareems of the world?
He's in that tier, and that's why you have to do this in tiers, because if you try and rank them 1, 2, 3, like you just the argument gets way too, you get lost in the nuance of it. So I think he then goes into that tier, especially if he's the Finals MVP and does it at 34. And bounces back from everything they've gone through. And he does it with a banged-up Klay Thompson and a Draymond Green who's not a shell of himself, but not the player that he was a couple years ago. And gets Andrew Wiggins to this point. That's how I think this year is going to be viewed. Because the Warriors didn't go get another superstar. There was a thought after they lost last year, they need another star. Well, they didn't get a star. They got Otto Porter, who has been great for them. They kept GP2, who was very good for them before he got hurt. Andrew Wiggins has elevated his game. Kevon Looney has elevated his game. And I think that's going to be the ultimate legacy of Steph. If they win this title, and he is the MVP, they are going to look at this team and go, man, Steph won a title with this group. He got Andrew Wiggins a ring. He got Kevon Looney another ring. He got Otto Porter a ring. Nemanja Bjelica, 2 19-year-olds in Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. That's how I think it's going to look.
And I think that it's not right that should he not, or the Warriors not win an NBA championship, that we look at him any less. Because everything you just laid out still holds true. There's so many things that are beyond his control in terms of winning or losing this NBA championship that it shouldn't be lost on anybody in terms of what it is that he's done. But that we live in a world where it's all about, did you win a title or didn't you? And that's how you're remembered, especially when it comes to the NBA. You don't have to look any further than that of Charles Barkley. It's all right there in front of him. And,
So that's interesting you say that, because it does come down to did you win or did you not? But he already has 3. Like, the 3 titles are already there for him. And I know they kind of, Kevin Durant was there for the one, or there for 2 of them, but he wasn't there for the first one. That was Steph. And he was instrumental because, as it turns out, you can't just throw Kevin Durant onto a team and win a championship. Like, Steph was big in those series. So that's where I push back a little bit on he needs to win this one. But to the other point, if he's going to go in that upper echelon, I think there's an argument that he goes there now, but I think you'll get 0 pushback if the Warriors win a title this year.
Oh, I think he has to win the title in order for that to be a legitimate conversation. He's got it. He's got to get his 4th, and he's got to do his 2nd without Durant. And because 3, you're good. It's a good run. 4, you're now dynastic. You're now in that rarefied air. You're now in the Kobe. You're now in the Larry Bird. You're now in the Magic Johnson territory.
Yeah.
And I without question, he puts himself in that rarefied group.
Speaking of winning titles, I wanted to shout out the Xfinity Mobile text line for correcting me earlier. It's 17 titles for the Celtics. I was thinking of Bill Russell, who had 11. That's where I was. So I just wanted to shout out. I like when I get correct.
Right.
I respect that. We got to hit the break. On the other side, it's our 4th hour, which means we have a 4th prize to give away. We're not going to do it on the other side, but in the next hour, we will be giving away more prizes. We're doing that all day. 5th caller on the contest line, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. You'll just need to listen for a sounder. It's Tim Roy. You're going to listen for the great Tim Roy, and this sounder.
Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
That's what you're going to be listening for in the next segment, or in the next hour, rather. You're going to be listening for that. More Warriors Celtics coming up on the other side. And have I got a hippopotamus
Let's do it.
stat for you?
That's
Kyle
the
Madsen,
tease.
Kyle Madsen, Dan Devone.
Hippo tease.
We'll also get to your calls. Matt, Gene, Jose, I see you. We'll chat with you guys on the other side. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Dan Devone. We're on 95.7 The Game.
Get set for the long weekend ahead at Outdoor Supply.
I'm an old guy. I'm as old as the Warriors in the NBA.
My man.
And I actually do remember the 64 series, although albeit vaguely. The thing I remember most is we beat Chamberlain, and nothing at the time pleased Bill Russell more than beating Chamberlain.
Yeah, I bet.
So, anyways. Yeah, I still remember listening on my transistor radio and then catching the highlights on my grainy little 12-inch black and white TV because they didn't show the finals live back then. So
wow.
I'm sure you know, it wasn't until the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird era when it was popularized to the point where they showed it on TV. Anyway,
Gene,
moving to the present.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead. You had a question.
I was going to ask who you think is going to win this series.
Well, I was going to say, back then, four Warriors didn't have a chance. I think there were seven future Hall of Famers, and they won their 8th straight, title run. The Celtics, that is. But this time, I think the Dubs win. I think that the fact that we've won championships, that we have the championship DNA, that Boston is yet to prove they have. And getting the rest we need and having home court advantage, I think will be just enough to beat them 6 to 7 games.
Awesome. Thanks, Gene. Yeah, this feels like a long series, regardless of which way it's going to go.
Yeah, Boston's going to win some games.
Yeah.
I just don't think that they have the horses, man. They just don't. Defense is good, but come on, man.
In the modern NBA, you have to be able to score a little bit.
They can. Their offense is, to this point, again, getting into the postseason, it's doing just enough.
Mm-hmm.
And I think last night was a perfect indication. And I go back to if you're to look at what happened against Miami and to somehow use that as a carryover in terms of handicapping and or previewing the Warriors in the NBA Finals, the one thing that should jump out at you is how this team does not finish quarters and, more importantly, doesn't finish games. They can't eat what's on their plate. And that is the complete antithesis in terms of the way the Warriors play basketball.
They should have won that game by 20.
No doubt.
Last night.
No doubt.
And they end up winning it by 4. And the Heat had a shot to have the final possession.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous that Butler actually had an opportunity to win that thing. And yeah, they had a chance to sneak in that back door. That should never happen.
Nope.
If you're a quote-unquote championship, you're made of that championship fiber.
Yep.
Ain't happening.
Yeah, it feels like that experience and those little moments are going to be what ultimately decides this series. Coach in Fairfield, he wants to talk some Warriors Celtics. Coach, what do you got for us?
What's happening? I definitely don't want to talk about no hippos right now.
Come on, give me some hippo knowledge.
Nah, I don't have no hippo knowledge, man.
I love it. Let's talk hoops.
I just want to talk about some matchups. I think we have an answer for Tatum, and a couple of other guys. I'm just trying to see who we're going to match up with Jaylen Brown. Who, and I would take your calls off the air. Thank you.
All right, yeah, so that's where we were talking about that earlier. If Klay Thompson can just bother Jaylen Brown a little bit, because Jaylen Brown is not great off the dribble. Like, he doesn't handle the ball very well, which is why I think GP2 could have a pretty big impact in this series. If he's getting in Jaylen Brown's jersey or getting in Jason Tatum's jersey, he can really make those guys uncomfortable and ineffective, especially off the bounce. So I think he'll get a crack at both of them. I think Andrew Wiggins will get a crack at both of them, and that's where Klay Thompson, again, I know he's not where he was defensively yet, or if he ever will be post-Achilles and ACL, but can he hang with Jaylen Brown?
He can hold Jaylen Brown.
I think he can too. At least make life a little bit difficult for him.
How's this? If you watched any of that series, I don't know what was going on with Jaylen Brown, but he had no handles. And I've never seen a guy get stripped as frequently as he did.
Yeah.
How about Iguodala? Who strips a basketball better than Iggy?
I don't think Iguodala's playing. I'm not banking on Iguodala playing.
What's up with him in the neck?
He just got a neck injury. He's played 1 million minutes in the NBA.
So he's not... He's a non-factor in this.
So that would be my guess. I don't know. I have no idea. But if I'm betting on it, I would set the over-under at half a game and bet the under.
Okay.
That's just kind of neck injury for a guy that's played that much. The fact that there's not been an update of like, oh yeah, he's practicing, he's progressing. It's just kind of like, yeah, we'll have an update when we have an update. Maybe they're keeping it close to the vest on purpose, but I just, man... I wouldn't bet on it right now.
I think he'd be ideal. Now, he's not going to watch him for the entire game because he hasn't played, but for limited minutes, you're talking about getting into that rotation. He could be one of those guys. Big picture, Jaylen Brown's not going to beat you. Jaylen Brown isn't going to determine whether or not the Warriors win or lose his title. Because, yes, he'll be held in check. Because I think Clay's tired of the disrespect. And, yeah, he's lost a half step, and he's not the same defender. But he's good enough to check and hang on to Jaylen Brown so that Jaylen Brown doesn't become this X factor.
Yeah. I think that's probably right. We saw a couple of possessions where he was hanging with Luka a little bit. And that was encouraging. There were also a couple of possessions where he did not hang with Luka, but I don't think Jaylen Brown is quite the offensive player.
Sorry to interrupt. What's your best bet on GP2 playing in Game 1?
I could see him playing in Game 1 because that's just kind of the timeline they gave. They were like, yeah, maybe if the conference finals goes along, maybe he plays. And when that becomes the case, and now you've gotten all this extra time where he can rehab and do all that, I would imagine that he could be ready for Game 1. But maybe it's one of those things where they want to make sure his conditioning's good and they hold him out until Game 2 or 3. But I do think he plays relatively early. That's my thought.
Because he really changes the complexion of things.
Yes. Defensively, for sure.
Absolutely. And let's not forget what he was supplying offensively before he went out.
Yeah.
The guy was stroking suddenly from 3. Listen, if he comes in and he starts hitting threes again, you got no chance, man. Because you cannot defend everybody.
Right. Yeah, you at some point have to, you want to feed it to Gary Payton II, so you want him shooting if you're the Celtics. But if he's going to shoot 6 threes a game and hit 3 or 4 of them,
good night, Irene.
Yeah, it's over.
It's sort of like Draymond back in the day. You couldn't cover everybody, so let's let Draymond shoot. And Draymond actually couldn't fill it up back in the day.
Draymond in Game 5. The Mavericks clearly said, hey, when he wants to get downhill, we're going to let him. And he went 6 of 7 from the floor, and he scores 17 points. Rick and San Ramon have been talking a ton of Celtics. We've talked a little bit of Heat, but Rick wants to talk about one specific member of the Miami Heat. Rick, you're on with Kyle and Devon on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy Memorial Day. I just wanted to talk about three-time champion that we haven't mentioned very much. Been listening all show. And it's Udonis Haslem. I was actually really worried. I didn't know who we were going to put on him, and I'm really glad we got the Celtics instead of the Miami Heat. That guy, man,
very good, Rick.
I don't know if you guys caught it, but he was actually coming through the what is it, that hallway?
Yeah, the tunnel.
The loss. Yeah, and he was throwing his hands up on his head like he had just missed the game-winning shot or something. And, he had to call out Draymond. And come on, man. You're on the bench. What would you have done? Pulled your pom-poms out and been cheerleading on the sidelines the whole time? I'm glad they're out. I can't wait for the Celtics. I think it's going to be a really good matchup. And I honestly think that it's going to go just like the Memphis Grizzlies team did. I don't think the Celtics are ready. I think that Curry just knows how to put teams away. I know just the Warriors in general know how to put teams away. And what they showed me with the Heat and not being able to close out those games, I think that's going to happen again. And it almost feels like it's going to be Warriors in 6, just like the Memphis Grizzlies. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, all due respect to Udonis Haslem, because I don't want to disparage him at all. But after Draymond said after Game 5, we're facing the Celtics. It's going to be the Celtics in the finals. And then the Heat win Game 6 in Boston, and Udonis Haslem's like, thanks, Draymond. Bro, you didn't play. If Draymond's comment was what motivated you, you're losing Game 7. And sure enough, they lost Game 7.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, you should be motivated by not getting eliminated. Not something Draymond Green said on TNT.
No.
Leroy in Oakland want to talk about keys to this matchup. Leroy, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Memorial Day, and it's a pleasure to be on. Usually I'm calling this time with Steiny and Guru. But, it's a pleasure to hear you guys, man. What interesting takes and awesome stuff, you guys. You guys are killing it. Real quick, just some keys for both teams. I'm a big Golden State Warrior fan, and it's been a pleasure kind of watching this team. And I kind of remember 2015 where I felt this way as a fan, where it was kind of the unknown, where you come into these series and you go, how are they going to beat Memphis? How are they going to out-rebound Memphis? And I don't know, and we do it. How are you going to stop Jokic? Can we do it? I don't know, but we do it. How are we going to do this? And how are we going to do that? And all of a sudden, you look at as a team how many rebounds we have. You look at Curry, he has 6, and Poole will have 7 rebounds, and it's just awesome to see this strength in numbers. And I think we got spoiled. I know I did as a fan. I wasn't watching every game like I was watching in 2015, but this year was different, man. I found myself watching every game and watching this team and going, man, this is a fantastic bunch. And it just reminds me of 2015 on how we've been just getting stuff done as a unit. And real quick, I think for Boston, the key is getting Marcus Smart his points. Like, he can't get 18 to 21 points against the Warriors, or the Warriors are going to have problems. We have to limit his points. And here's the key for the Warriors. If Jordan Poole can drop 5, 6 assists, look out. I want him to look to drop some dimes. He can get his offense going at any time. But, man, when he's dishing 5, 6 assists, man, this team is unstoppable. Thank you, guys. Hey, I'm going to enjoy these playoffs, and it was a pleasure being on.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate you, man. I love that guy. Really positive energy.
I was going to say, man.
Yeah. So he
doesn't call at night.
Yeah.
Could use that.
As I say, he said he usually listens to Steiny and Guru right now. I could give that.
I got all the ghouls. Go ahead. Sorry.
I like the Celtics.
I don't have a strong opinion.
You like the Celtics?
I can't wait
to. Thing?
No, I can't. Steiny picked them as in 6. That was my.
I'm a man of nuance.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm just joking with him. I love Steiny. I can't wait to hear him talk about it. He had Dallas in 6 against the Warriors. So I fake picked the Celtics in 6 to be Steiny. This segment's brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
We're
giving away. We're giving away prizes every single hour today until 6 p.m. That's right, all across 95.7 a game. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear this sounder,
the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
The number to call is 844-999-GAME. Write that down right now. 844-999-4263. You're going to call that number, not the hotline. You're going to call that number. Prizes include tickets to see Dead & Co. We've got Top Gun swag packs. We've got Warriors bobbleheads. We have a $100 Wingstop gift card. Tons of good prizes to give away. We're doing that all day until 6 p.m. We'll be doing it next segment, I think. Yeah, that's when we're going to do that. We got one more prize to give away. We will do it in the next segment. So Leroy said that he likes to see Jordan Poole getting after it as a playmaker, not necessarily as a scorer. The scoring will come, but when he's going to give the Warriors 5, 6 assists, that's when their offense is really rolling. And while I don't necessarily disagree with you on Poole's scoring, I think I lean toward Leroy in when it's Poole giving him 5, 6 assists, you're getting 5 or 6 from Steph, you're getting 6 or 7 from Draymond. Now all of a sudden the Warriors are playing Warriors basketball where they're making 40 shots and assisting on 30 or 35 of them.
But I think a lot of Jordan Poole's assists come as a result of the fact that he's scoring the basketball. Because that's when guys are getting out on him, they're closing. And the one thing that I think is sort of maybe flies under the radar, this guy, he can find people. Mm-hmm. He can drop it on you. And I think that, again, it's when he's in that groove and you can't stop him either scoring or he'll no-look you to death. But that's all part of his package. Like when he's scoring and he's playing well, he'll drop assists. And the assists are provided by the fact that you got to get out on him. Mm-hmm. Or maybe you're running a double at him. He will find other people. But I thought that's all part and parcel of the good Jordan Poole, which includes him scoring. He's scoring and he's assisting. I don't think that when he's deferring and he sort of climbs into that hole, you see the assist numbers, they're not as prevalent.
So they got past the Mavs with Jordan Poole not scoring 20 points in any of those games. I don't think that they can do that in the finals.
Agreed.
Because there's going to be a game where the Celtics are throwing the kitchen sink at Steph, and we've seen Clay. This is not disrespect to Clay, but since he's come back, he's had games where he's just not on. He's going to go, 4 of 12, 4 of 13. He's only going to hit 1 or 2 of his threes, and it's just the shot's not going to be there. Draymond Green isn't scoring 17. They're going to need that additional scorer, and if it's not Andrew Wiggins, you can't rely on Andrew Wiggins for that. That's not his role on this team. Sometimes he'll give you 27, but Jordan Poole is the guy. If it's Steph is the 1, if Clay is the 2, Jordan Poole is undeniably the 3. And he has to be able to go get buckets in those instances. We talked about those scoring droughts for the Warriors earlier when the Celtics just ratcheted up defensively. Can Jordan Poole get to the basket, get some layups, stretch that defense out a little bit, maybe hit a deep 3, get the Warriors rolling offensively? I absolutely think he has to be a bigger factor in the points column against Boston.
If they're going to win a title, yes.
Yeah.
That's simply put. And I would even bump him up to the number 2 option. Heck, we've seen him be the guy.
Yeah.
I've seen Steph sit on the fourth quarter in the beginning of that fourth, and you're, more often than not, you're like, okay, just stem the tide, take some shots. Steph's coming back. It's almost like you're counting it down, right? Like it's a hockey game. He makes you forget that Steph's even out of the game. We've seen him run the show. We have seen Jordan Poole take over.
Yeah.
If that guy resurfaces, if he can be that at flashes throughout the course of a game, you win an NBA championship.
Well, look at the first few games against Denver. When it was
Memphis.
Steph and it was Jordan Poole, it's like, dude, nobody's beating this team. So to that point, when he is on and scoring, they are unbeatable, but they can win without him scoring 25, 30 points. But if he is scoring at that clip, watch out.
Here's the key, though. I hate it when people say, here's the key. What do I know?
Here's the real key.
Here's Dan.
More to the point.
Is that the defense against when you're scoring against Denver, it's not Boston's defense. Like we recognize that. But even though it is Boston and things are getting ratcheted up defensively because Boston's a better defensive team, they're the best that the NBA has to offer, you still got to deliver. Like that can't be an excuse. You and I have sat here for the last 3 hours, and never once have we said, well, Steph's numbers are going to go down because it's Boston. No. He's a champ. He does what he does, and it doesn't matter if it's Boston or who else you're going to put in front of him. Steph delivers the goods. Same with Clay to a certain degree. He needs now to accelerate to that level. We can't just simply say, well, hey, man, it's Boston. He did it against Denver. This is a different animal. If you're going to be in that conversation, bring the goods.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing is, the Celtics with the Warriors motion offense, there's going to be open shots, especially for a guy like Jordan Poole who, is moving much better off the ball. I think he and Draymond have a great little back and forth. He's going to get some open looks. He has to not only take those shots, but he has to make those. And the one thing I'm not worried about with Jordan Poole is him shying away from the spotlight. I think he lives for moments like this one, and I think he's going to be he is going to be one of the big X factors in this series. Annie is in the South Bay at 888-957-9570. She is not only a big fan of the Warriors, she is also a big fan of the hippopotamus. Annie, what's going on?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to sort of set the record straight if you guys care about hippos
I do.
And their reputation. Oh, good. Because I'm a fan and a big hippo fan, and I'm a wildlife photographer that lives in Africa. And hippos are actually scared of people. The reason why, their encounters with people and possible deaths is people get in between when a hippo's out of the water and the hippo gets scared and they run to the water and they can run people over. And simply it's the local people that are the most danger because they're not riding around in vehicles and they're walking on foot or they're on little tiny pangas on rivers. And so hippos are just kind of defending their territory and they never run after and attack people. So I just want to make sure people understood that. And they are amazing animals. So anyway, go Dubs.
Awesome. Thanks, Annie.
I told you they're cute, cuddly.
No, that's the thing is I didn't want to make it seem like they are seeking out to murk people.
Dude, you were making it sound like it was Jaws.
If you roll up on a hippo's home, they're going to defend their home and it is going to end poorly for you.
I'm all about the hippo, man. And
I rock with hippos. I'm not anti-hippo.
Come on,
My
man.
wife's favorite animal is the hippo.
Leave the hippo alone, bro.
The
hippo's just trying to do his thing.
I'm trying to do my thing, and you know what that thing is? Giving away prizes. We're going to do that on the other side. You'll hear the Tim Roy sounder that we've been playing all day. Spadoni, do you have it one more time for us on the way out here?
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
When you hear that, just on the other side of this break, we'll be giving away another prize. We're giving away prizes all day today through 6 p.m. We'll wrap up this Warriors-Celtics conversation, at least day one. This conversation, Warriors-Celtics, is going to go all the way through Thursday when Game 1 is. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Dan Devone. We're on 95.7 The Game.
Free the hippo.
The NBA Finals.
Ball to Richardson, blocked by Draymond. Curry got it to Draymond on the break for a dunk. Tatum, they bring over help. He'll shoot anyway and rattle home a three in Boston.
trying to get a nice little buzz.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Celtics Thursday. Can't wait.
Get this pig in the air. Let's go.
It feels like we have been talking
I'm
about.
hella excited.
I am too, Goo. Steiny Guru back tomorrow. Noon to 3.
Big homie's gonna be fine, bro.
Yeah, they sure will be. Much needed day off for the hosts. They will all be back tomorrow. The morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, Willard and Dibs, Steiny and Goo, Ratto, and Damon.
So what are we like, Bielitsa and Porter?
Yeah, I would. Wow, that's great. That would be great for us if we're Bielitsa and Porter. I would take that. Absolutely.
Who else are we going to be?
I mean,
Chioza.
Oh boy,
I'm not going there.
No. That's fine.
We're going to see chorizo.
It felt like we talked about potential matchups for 6 weeks, and now we're here. We have Warriors Celtics. And something that got talked about a lot on the internet last night, at least among the people I follow on Twitter, which is, a very small subsection of the Warriors fan base. But what got brought up a lot last night was, where did this Celtics team rank among teams the Warriors have faced in the finals? Are they better than the 2015 Cavs?
Yes. Simply because there was no Kyrie and Love.
Right, after game 1, right. Okay. I think I'm there with you, especially with the injuries. What about I don't think they're better than the 2016 Cavs.
No.
LeBron and Kyrie were out of control.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. Are they better than the 17 Cavs? That's another one where I don't think they are. The 17 Cavs are really good.
Yeah. Because this Boston team doesn't have that guy. They don't have a LeBron, right? Tatum's
but they're
good.
Deeper, and I feel like they have more guys that pose matchup problems for the Warriors.
All right.
But that 17 Cavs team was really good.
Yeah. No, that was the best of the Cavs teams that they faced in the finals.
Yeah, they just happened to have Kevin Durant and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
What about, so the 17 and 18 Cavs, fine. They're in kind of the same. What about the Raptors? Are they better than the 19 Raptors?
Boy, that's a great question.
That's hard. Well, without this series unfolding, right? Because a lot of this, I think that Raptor team was better. Because you have to think about where Kawhi was at.
Yeah, right. He was at the peak of Kawhi.
Right. And Lowry was younger, and Van Fleet.
He got paid off of that series. And Pascal Siakam, they had no answer for.
That was his, if you think about it, that's his best year.
Yeah, he got paid off that series as well. Marc Gasol was on that team.
No, that was a better team.
Norm Powell.
Yeah.
That was a good team. I think it'd be close. I think that'd be a really good series, that Raptors team against the Celtics. But again, we'll kind of have to see, because that narrative will change, right? If the Celtics go in and play out of their minds and they beat Golden State in 5, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does, we're going, man, that Celtics team is the best team they faced in the finals. But if they go, take care of Boston in 6, where they're up 3-1 and Boston wins game 5 and the Warriors take care of game 6, I think we're kind of looking and going, yeah, well, they're not as good as the 19 Raptors.
This Boston Celtic team is going to have to get to a different level from what it is that at least I've seen.
In the playoffs, yeah.
In the playoffs. I can't foresee any of that. The team that just barely leaked out a victory over the Miami Heat and going 7 games against a Heat team that was clearly inferior is not a team that I think, first of all, can beat the Warriors. And secondly, I don't think in terms of their personnel, even their defense being what it is even close now that I think about it, to that Toronto team.
Well, and what the Warriors do, and this is where I have questions about Boston.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Yeah, they sure have, and we're giving away gifts, prizes, all day today through 6 p.m. This is our 4th one of the show. That was Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 to the contest line, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263, wins our next prize. Could be Dead & Co. tickets. It could be a Top Gun swag pack. Maybe a Warriors bobblehead. Maybe a Wingstop gift card. $100 Wingstop gift card.
That Hippo purse?
No.
No.
No Hippo purse. Shout out to Hippos. I didn't mean to come across like a Hippo hater.
Hey, Andy,
I
get on the
love hippos.
horn.
No, I love
He's
a
doing
hippo.
it again, Andy.
I love a Hippo.
Andy, get on the horn.
I love a hippo.
Crack him. Making fun of those hippos.
No.
Never hurt anybody.
The Celtics defense, let's roll through their path to this finals. They beat up Kevin Durant in the first round and swept him.
Yep.
But that was largely, I know they had Kyrie Irving, but it was largely Kevin Durant in that series who was driving the ship for Brooklyn. Then they face Milwaukee without Chris Middleton, undeniably their second best player. No disrespect to Drew Holiday. But Chris Middleton is the guy there, especially offensively. And Milwaukee went to 7 games with him because Giannis is awesome. But Giannis was the dude for them. Like Pat Connaughton was option number 3 for them, and that's not what you want. And then they go into a series.
Drew Holiday.
And Drew Holiday's fine.
Yeah.
But to me, I think of Drew Holiday more as a defensive guard than the scoring guard. But they go into the conference finals then against a Miami team that is Jimmy Butler and sometimes Bam Adebayo, maybe. The shell of Victor Oladipo as he works his way back from a devastating leg injury and surgery. It's just they have not had to deal with a team like the Warriors that's going to be Steph, and it's going to be Clay, and it's going to be Jordan Poole, and Andrew Wiggins, if you leave him alone, is going to score. We've yet to see this Boston defense in the playoffs stressed in the way that the Warriors are going to stress it. Do they have the bodies to defend? Absolutely. But we haven't seen them have to defend an offense that's going to be as complex with as many threats as the Warriors. And that's where I can't just write off the Celtics defense is better. They're just going to shut down the Warriors offense. What can the Warriors defense do? There's a really good chance that the Warriors find a hole in Boston's defense that just nobody else has been able to exploit yet. That's something that I'm fascinated to see. And we won't know until the games start. But that's one of the things I'm really interested to see is just how exactly Boston responds to all the different problems the Warriors are going to throw their way.
And they will. They're going to it's imminent. That's something that you can take to the bank is that the Golden State Warriors will go on a run and they will puncture that defense. Mm-hmm. And again, just to reiterate, that Boston, as good as they are defensively, and this holds true for just about everybody in the NBA, including Dallas until they met the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors do it a different way. And while you're good in terms of locking up the Milwaukees of the world and the Brooklyns of the world, the Golden State Warriors are not the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
And it's not so much personnel, but it's the way they play the game, and it's the way they've been playing the game for a while.
Right.
And that's that motion offense. That's moving without the basketball. That's that perpetual motion. It's about cutters. They score more buckets off of cutters than anybody in the NBA. And so while you're going to do it defensively, you have to do it different for the Golden State Warriors. And that's where it just gets down to the Warriors have too many weapons. They just have too many. Now, you can say that, but those weapons have to come to fruition, right? You can say Clay can shoot it. Oh, if it's not Clay, it's Steph. If it's not Steph, it's Poole. If it's not Poole, of course, you go down the list, it's Wiggins. But again, you have to guard against Clay getting into a funk. Jordan Poole, I don't think this will happen, but at age 22, does he disappear again in key moments of this game? I don't think Steph's going anywhere. Andrew Wiggins, does Andrew Wiggins become that guy post All-Star game in January and February where you need an APB to find that guy? That's
you hope not.
Potentially what could happen to the Golden State Warriors. If not, and if they're the Warrior team we've seen throughout the playoffs, Boston, you're good defensively, but there ain't nobody that good defensively that can stop this team.
Right. Got some news as far as the Warriors' depth goes from Steve Kerr. This is via Anthony Slater. GP2, Otto Porter, and Andre Iguodala all practiced today, but they did not take part in scrimmages. So they are all on the floor practicing, but not scrimmaging.
So what does that mean?
And it's good news. It's better than they're not practicing.
No, that's true, but
they're easing them back in. It's still just Monday.
So
if they're not scrimmaging, if we don't get news that they're scrimmaging by like Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't think they're probably playing.
So if the game was tomorrow night and you got that news,
I don't think they'd be playing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You got to go.
But there's still time. Like, they're going to ease those guys back in.
Yeah, you would think that if everybody's at practice the night. Well, did the team scrimmage today? You must have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I would assume so.
And keep in mind, for those that don't go to practices, you don't get to peek behind the curtain. When we say scrimmage, you're talking essentially a full-on game.
Yeah.
You're going 5-on-5 and you're going hard.
Yeah.
And you're either running Boston's defense, whatever. You're going. This is not drills. These are guys that are going full tilt. So if you can pass that test.
Yeah. And they obviously don't want, Otto Porter out there with his foot injury out there, busting his rear end in a scrimmage when they have a game on Thursday.
He's so vital, man. We overlook Otto Porter. But Otto Porter...
His size in this series would be very, very significant.
He is... Well, he and Wiggins are your best rebounders, right? I think in the postseason. Draymond does... Well, I'm sorry, Kevon Looney, obviously. But he is such a significant rebounder, and he's a guy that gets you rebounds, dirty rebounds, as I like to refer to him. He's not snaring a missed free throw.
Yeah.
He's in the paint mixing it up, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we talk about, whoa, what if Draymond hits some threes? What if GP2 hits the threes? He's the guy who can actually do that.
Yeah.
He's a two-way guy.
Yeah. He can force Boston's interior defense to scramble. When he plays at 5, he can pull Boston away from the basket for sure. For sure. Just in ways that, like, Bam Adebayo can't.
Exactly.
Like, that's just... He poses a different kind of threat than anything else, really, that Boston has had to face. I want to stay on the depth thing here for a minute. There's another aspect of this I want to get to, something that concerns me for the Warriors. But we were talking earlier about Steph and the Finals MVP. I don't want to talk about what this means for his legacy or anything like that. But do the Warriors as a team, if they are going to win this series, do they need Steph to essentially be the MVP because he was that productive? Or are they deep enough that if he's 20, 22, 23 points a game and, never has that really explosive game, that if Andrew Wiggins wins it because of his defense and he averages 19, would that work?
They're better when Steph is not that guy. Not the MVP-esque Steph.
Interesting.
Because think about it. The last 15 games last year, what did we talk about? Oh, Steph went off. He was trying to take you to the promised land by himself. And then think about, we referenced the first couple of games against the Denver Nuggets, where Steph didn't even start. Yet they just waxed the Nuggets. And why? Because it was Jordan Poole. It was everybody else. You know he's going to give you something. You know he's going to make you honest from 3, or he'll get to the rim, or get to his mid-range. If Steph is giving you 25 a night, and it's well distributed, or somebody else is a star, that means the Warriors as a team are unstoppable.
Yeah.
If he starts putting it, it's no different than that of Luka, Ja, and Jokic. If Jokic is getting 50, wow, that's amazing, but that means your team essentially is struggling. That means other players aren't getting involved. I think the same holds true to a lesser degree when you're talking about Steph.
I think a perfect example of it was the Western Conference Finals. Like, Steph was the MVP of that series for sure, but there was an argument, like, if they had given it to Kevon Looney, would anyone have been like, that's outrageous? It might have been like, I don't know, but Kevon was really good. Had Andrew Wiggins gotten it for what he had, a couple of very, very good offensive games, good rebounder, he played great defense on Luka. Had he gotten it, nobody's going, yeah, that's ridiculous. That's Steph was the right pick for sure. But if one of those other guys had won it, I don't think it would have been like outrageous. And I think that's the happy medium for the Warriors, I think, where Steph is really good, but not so much better than everybody else that it's like, oh, he's by far the MVP. It's got to be like, okay, yeah, he's their best player, but also you got Wiggins contributing and Kevon Looney contributing. Oh, and Draymond Green averaged a near triple-double and played great defense. That's going to be the formula. The Steph and then everybody else formula just isn't going to work anymore, and especially it's not going to work against a team as deep as Boston.
We get back to the legacy question and or topic. That's who he is, even when they won championships. Yep. It's not Steph-centric. This is not Michael Jordan. The Lakers, you needed Shaquille O'Neal. This is not about one guy. As good as he is, he makes sure, first of all, everybody's involved, but systematically, they are more of the consummate team than anybody else.
Yep.
And I'd say this, at this junction, we're talking about Steph and comparing to NBA appearances and championships. I like who he is right now. And I sometimes, when I'm doing shows, people get after me because I say he's never going to be that guy shooting threes. A lot of people like to think that this is just sort of an off season. He was under 40%. He'll get it back next year. I don't think so. I think at age 34, you're not going to revisit that video game that was him shooting threes from just about every angle and going nuts.
Yeah.
But he didn't have to be.
Nope.
I like his mid-range, and I would say at this juncture of his career, he finishes as well as anybody in the NBA. And that is so vital to the success of not only him, but the Warriors. Because there's always going to be a point in the game where they're going to run you off the line, and you can't be exclusively reliant on jump shooting, and somebody's got to get to the rack.
Mm-hmm.
And it's him more often than not.
Yep.
And guess what? He finishes, or it's an and one, more so than he doesn't. And that is such a key issue to who he is right now as a basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he just gets pigeonholed as, Steph isn't hitting threes. There's much more to the game right now, as far as I'm concerned, at age 34.
Yeah, he's gotten very, very good at picking his spots. And that's the other thing. You brought up mid-range, and it would be, how wild would it be if the team, because that's what they were against Dallas, they hit some threes for sure, but it was when the mid-range jumper was there, Steph was taking it, Clay was taking it, Andrew Wiggins hit some, like they were going to take it because that's an open shot. We got so far away from it, went 3-pointers and layups and the mid-range is dead. The mid-range is only dead because you had guys taking them that shouldn't be, and guys who were going a step inside the 3-point line. It's like, well, take a step back and that shot is worth one more point and you move back 12 inches. Like that was the whole impetus behind it. So teams have gotten to where they're defending the paint and they're defending the 3-point line. To your point, Steph gets run off the line. If he has to stop and pop from 12, that's a bucket every time. So if he's not getting to the rim, if it's going to be Robert Williams standing under the rim and Jason Tatum's going to run Steph off the line, he's going to take that 15-footer and he's going to hit it at 85% because that's an open jumper for Steph. And he's going to score that way. The amount of different ways that the Warriors can put the ball in the basket makes them even more difficult to guard. And I think that starts with Steph Curry.
I love the mid-range. I bring it back, man. Bring it back because
if you can hit it, take it.
Well, he can hit.
Absolutely.
I'll take it a step further. Klay Thompson. I love that little turnaround corkscrew Jimmy he's got from 16 feet. That thing's money as well. Here's another one. Draymond. More often than not, that inside-out game, and something that frustrates me is that runner's there for him as well, but he wants to kick to the three or he wants to kick to shooters. They won't even respect his runner from 10 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the disrespect he's getting from teams. Now, he's shooting with a little bit more frequency, but that's there as well. The whole idea of kicking the ball to shooters kills me sometimes, where you got to kick it outside to a three, especially if a guy's got to step on somebody and he's headed to the hoop, either for a dunk or a foul or a layup or a run. No, somebody's open in the corner. Like, since when did we start playing basketball that way? I don't care how open you are in the corner. That's still a lower percentage shot than somebody who is 8 feet from the hoop that's got to step on a defender.
Yeah, most of the time, for sure. I think I'd rather Steph take an open corner three than Draymond take a contested layup. I'll just say, I thought you were going to a place there where you wanted Draymond taking mid-range jumpers.
No.
And I was going to leave.
No.
I was going to exit. I was going to run out of here like there was a hippo next to me.
No, that's not in the equation.
Do turnovers worry you at all in this series? That's my biggest concern.
Well,
when you talk about Boston's length in their defense, is the Warriors having a couple games where they turn it over 25 times.
Yeah, but then they turned it over to 6 the last 2 games. So all of a sudden, did they turn a corner?
Maybe.
I mean, if that's the Warriors going forward, I mean that's something you can live with, because all of a sudden those turnovers, that frustrates the crap out of me, everybody else.
All right, we got to get out of here, but JD and Whitey are next. The Celtics and Warriors talk will continue. Uncle Nick Friedel will be in. Gary St. Jean, he's the best. He'll be in as well. For Dan Devone, I'm Kyle Madsen. For Joe Spadoni and Evan Giddings behind the glass, thank you guys so much. Had a blast today. We will see you next time on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are flying into the NBA final.
After 2 years, the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
And we've got you covered all day.
The Warriors win the West, 4 games to 1.
In honor of Memorial Day, you'll have a chance to win prizes every single hour.
Yay!
Oh,
The game.
Yeah, and guess what? Turns out Draymond was right. Warriors get the Celtics, and John Dickinson gets his wish. With you till 6 today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and John Dickinson. JD, great to be with you here as we look ahead to the Warriors and the Celtics in the NBA Finals. Can you believe that this up and down, torturous path the Warriors have been on the last couple of years since they were last in the finals has taken them back to the finals? But Saturday, being with you on Warriors This Week, you were talking about where you wanted to go, because at that time, of course, we weren't sure yet whether the Warriors would be playing Boston, which would send you to Boston next week, or Miami, and you said, I prefer Boston. And the naysayers, they said, there's no way! JD's lying. He'd rather go to South Beach than Boston. But me, knowing you as well as I do, knowing your dedication to your craft and to the sport and to the game, I knew you were being genuine, and you have your wish.
Yeah, and I'm happy about it because I think it makes for a much more interesting NBA Finals than it would have been. And my goodness, it almost didn't happen.
Yeah.
We'll get to why it almost didn't happen and how that has the potential to affect this series, because I do think it does. The Celtics' inability to cleanly finish games is a problem that they've had throughout the playoffs, which is a little bit, you go through the million different things, who's got an advantage here or there. I think that's one area where the Warriors definitely have an advantage, the ability to not only execute late, but the knack that they have for stealing games in series that have a tendency to really flip the momentum in their favor. And so that's one box that goes in the Dubs' favor for sure.
Ever since that Boston win here, which was, I think, March 16th, is that right? Yeah. Where Boston just destroyed the Warriors. They physically dominated them. And, Steph got hurt. That's been the Boston team that I've thought of whenever I've considered the Boston Celtics. And I've thought, wow, that'd be a tough matchup for the Warriors. But to the point you just made, you look at the way they wobbled so often in the playoffs, and specifically the last couple of games against Miami. I mean, yeah, give them credit. They got it done. They're going to the finals. They won another Game 7, and that is obviously, that's an accomplishment. But this team last night, JD, every time they were up by 15, first quarter, end of the first half, end of the game, I felt like I knew, hey, watch this. They're going to give most of this back.
Yeah, they don't know how to play with a lead. and they were playing, getting out in transition, really taking advantage, I think, of their defense and the Miami misses. And they were really, you could tell they'd made a concerted effort to want to play faster and to want to play in transition. And even in the half court, they wanted to really get into their offense quicker and ball movement and attacking the basket, drive and kick, all of those kinds of things. And they were doing it. But then to your point, they would get ahead and it was like they
spread the floor
and just stand there. And then
you shoot it. I can't shoot it. I got two guys on me.
Yeah. Oh, all right. We'll kick it, and the ball would always find Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart is unafraid to shoot it. And I think that's something the Warriors are probably going to live with in this series. It would be Marcus Smart shooting. And then, look, he may have one game in a series where he's hot. He may have 4 or 5 games in a series where he's not. And that really can work to the Warriors' advantage. But, yeah, you can't sit on a lead against the Warriors. You especially can't sit on a lead becoming completely guardable in the half court in the manner that they did.
Yeah, let's make it easier for you to guard us. Looking forward to being with you the next 4 hours. Memorial Day, we have prizes we're giving away all afternoon long. Nick Friedell's going to join us today, 3 o'clock hour. Coach St. Jean, player movement, ball movement. We'll talk to him, get his thoughts on the finals. Looking forward to that. JD, let me ask you this about the Boston Celtics. Are the Celtics, as currently constituted, is this going to be the best team that the Warriors have faced so far this postseason? Right now, I would say, as I said, a week ago, I would have said, no question, yes. Now I'd say, I think probably.
I think they are.
Yeah.
They're definitely better than Dallas and Denver, and I think we can go back and forth about Memphis, but the Warriors did face Memphis for a good chunk of that series without Ja Morant, so I think that would probably flip it for sure in favor of the Celtics. And I know different team, the Grizzlies, when they didn't have Morant, in some ways better, especially defensively. But I think the Warriors have yet to face a team, even with the Grizzlies, that has so many quality defenders at different positions to where they can slow down the attack. The Celtics actually have enough defenders to say, hey, Marcus Smart, you're on Curry, and Jaylen Brown, you're on Clay. Derek White, you're on Jordan Poole when he's in the game and then they still have a couple of others. We haven't even talked about Jason Tatum yet to this point. So they have the defenders to make life difficult on the Warriors. We've seen them do it to them in the past. I think the question becomes, do they have enough offense, or for how many of these games, even if the Warriors get slowed down some, we know in a 7-game series, typically the Warriors are going to have at least 2 games where they just shoot it well because they're that good. Can the Celtics mitigate some of that? Or are those just going to be 2 automatic wins for the Warriors? But just bringing it back to the original point, I do think this is the best team that the Warriors have faced in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. And the best team previously was Memphis, and I think a lot of the keys that applied to that series are going to apply to this one. And right off the bat, kind of obvious, but the Memphis Grizzlies force turnovers. Boston turns the ball over a lot, and the Warriors do too. So limiting turnovers will be huge in this series, I think, for both clubs. Also getting out in transition. Both teams want to get out in transition so that they can avoid facing the other team's fairly formidable defenses. In Boston's case, it's very formidable in the half court. So that's going to be an absolute key in possessions, not only limiting turnovers for the Warriors, but Kevon Looney, if he can continue rebounding as he has. And Boston's not a great defensive rebounding team. That also could be a huge key for the Warriors.
Yeah, big key for the Warriors, I think, is going to be just the ball movement as well offensively, and how much does that offset the Celtics' ability to defend? Because it's not defending the Warriors, as we know, is very different than defending other teams.
So why, and Mark Grandy, running the show for us today, doing a fine job already. Mark Grandy had a great question, and I think we were all wondering that, anybody who really watched the game last night, how come Boston struggled the way they did with the Miami Heat? I know part of it is, again, tip of the cap to the Heat and Heat culture, and they're scrappy, and Jimmy Butler just figured out, here we go, and laid it all out on the line and played 48 minutes. But we talked about already today, given the fact that Boston was building up these leads and then away they would go, why did the Celtics struggle as much as they did with Miami when clearly they have a much more talented roster?
I think the physicality is part of it. So it was a tough one for me to wrap my head around, because I did think the Celtics were by far the better team. Now, the series didn't play out that way. Some really bad quarters. Game 1 for Boston in that third quarter. Game 3, it was the first quarter after the Celtics had tied the series at a game apiece and went back to Boston. Really just a bad game with the Celtics almost acting, and I think you pointed this out on Warriors This Week, as if they had arrived and they were just going to be anointed Eastern Conference champions for showing up in the TD Garden.
We're ahead now. I guess we've won. Hey, what happened? We're losing.
In Game 6, and you can't do that against the Heat. If there's any let up in any moment, they are able to exploit that. And I just think there is a force that the Heat play with, whether it's culture, physicality, just the mentality that a lot of their players have. Not the most talented squad, which is why ultimately they didn't win the series. Some talented players, but not top to bottom the most talented squad. I think that's where the Celtics still had enough to offset, but they are the kind of team that they just grab you and they hang on to you and they keep you within striking distance. And with Jimmy Butler playing as well as he did for the final couple of games of that series, it was enough to put a good scare into the Celtics, even though they controlled that whole game for the most part.
What did you think of Jimmy Butler taking that 3 when they're down to 98-96? I got to be honest, and maybe part of this is because I was actually pulling for Boston. At the time, I didn't really have an issue with it. What did you think of the shot selection there, Jimmy Butler?
That was a terrible shot. It was a terrible shot. I thought a couple of things. I mean, one, it was a terrible shot. I understand the defense of it, and that, hey, he's your best player. He's having a great game.
It's for the lead.
He's going for the win.
Yeah.
In that moment where, I mean, it was an 11-0 run at that point, or a 13? I think it was a 13-0 run at that point, or 15-2, whatever it was.
I knew it was coming, but yeah, it was
whatever
incredible.
It was.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Jimmy Butler's got the ball, and they're going to tie this game or go ahead. And then Jimmy takes the pull-up 3 with Horford obviously sagging back. I thought it was a terrible shot. I also thought of Matt Steinmetz, though, and our buddy Steiny, what he always says, and I'm sure he'll say it to Guru tomorrow, sometimes a player will take, in that situation, a 3-point shot, and it's the easy way out. because it's a hell of a lot harder to attack the basket and try and score, especially if you're tired, especially if even you're thinking about maybe a game going into overtime and thinking, God, we don't. One shot to win it now or 5 more minutes when we have not been the best team for the duration of this game, even though I think that would have been, that would have been an all-time collapse if that game had gone into overtime. I don't know how the Celtics would have recovered from that to win, but Jimmy Butler in the moment, good look, went for the hero shot, missed it. I think wound up doing the Celtics a favor in essence, but I thought of Steiny saying he took the easy way out. It's easier in those situations sometimes to take a three,
the path of least resistance,
than to attack and really try to go at somebody, especially if you're physically tired.
Do we have Jimmy Butler? This is Jimmy Butler on why he took that shot.
My thought process was go for the win, which I did. Missed the shot, but I'm taking that shot. My teammates liked the shot that I took, so I'm living with it.
You know what he's really saying there is, dude, I played the whole game. I don't want to go. I don't have 5 more minutes in me. And there it was right there. It was a, and I know he's not a great 3-point shooter, but I agreed with what Coach Spo said after the game. He said, look, if we'd called timeout, we would have had a harder time getting a better shot than we actually got there. So I didn't have an issue with it. It was a little flat, though. It did look like, he just didn't have the legs.
No, didn't have the legs. And, for all of the platitudes for Jimmy Butler, and he's an excellent player, he was phenomenal in this series. He isn't the smartest player always. And I think in that moment, it was the quintessential Jimmy Butler. It was brash, and I'm going for it. And I'm
settling this.
I thought the conversation, win or lose, I'm settling this. I thought the conversation between Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson, if you're gonna live, you better be willing to die with it. If you're gonna live with Jimmy Butler being Jimmy Butler, you better be willing to die with Jimmy Butler being Jimmy Butler, because he'll not come through for you as well for as much as he did come through for you.
888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you. The Xfinity mobile text line, or give us a call here. We'll get to the phones in just a moment. Also coming up, the case from Boston on why the Celtics should be favored. What is that? It's next with Whitey and JD on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider.
Away. And we got a holiday here, of course, Memorial Day, and we're celebrating the Warriors' return to the finals, giving away prizes every single hour until 6. All you have to do, are we doing a giveaway now, Mark Brandy, or are we just, okay, we're just setting the ground rules here for you. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our on our contest line. As soon as you hear this is a drill. As soon as you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Mm-hmm. Okay, number to call, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263. Prizes include tickets to see Dead & Company, Top Gun swag packs, Warriors bobbleheads, $100 Wingstop gift certificate. So be listening for that sounder. Be ready to win. Our way of celebrating the holiday, our way of celebrating the Warriors' return to the NBA Finals, our way of saying thank you for listening to 95.7 The Game. Your home of the Warriors, who are headed to the finals against the Celtics for what, JD? The first time since 1964 we've had San Francisco and Boston?
Yeah, that was one my dad hit me to about about a week and a half or so ago, and talking about Wilt and Bill Russell going at it back in 64.
Wow.
4-1 in favor of the Celtics.
I honestly don't even know where they played. And when they played the home games, I don't know where they played the games.
I don't either. I think it was, we can look it up, but it was in San Francisco.
Yeah, I believe it was. Civics, there was, I don't know. We need to look it up.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
Looking it up right now, Whitey.
And, ABC has to be thrilled with this matchup, right? Two
definitely
crown jewel franchises for the NBA. And the Warriors are just ratings gold.
They are. The Warriors being in it, I think, would carry the day no matter what. I think the Celtics being in it takes it to another level, even though they may not have a number one superstar like a LeBron or somebody like that. I think Tatum and Brown and the Celtics fan base and getting the West Coast and the East Coast, the Warrior lovers, their Warrior haters out there as well. So I think having both of those in play is big. And so I think the league is thrilled with that. I'm going through this. I'm still trying to find where it was. Basketball Reference doesn't appear to have April 22nd, 1964. I have the date. I have the San Francisco Warriors, but I don't have, at this point, the venue.
On the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Warriors are a great team and may just win it all, but Boston just looks more primed with their size, athleticism, and defensive prowess, and that worries me. What can you tell me about the Warriors that will help lower my stress level in the finals? That's from Gil, who's just worried about Boston looking primed and more athletic and so formidable defensively with their size.
Yeah, look, they have length, they have size, they have athleticism, and they have multiple players at a number of different positions. Couple of texts coming in, Cow Palace, and I guess Grandy looked it up via the Warriors website or NBA.com.
In 75 it was the Cow Palace, but in 64? Wow.
I would imagine. Yeah, Matt Steinmetz with a personal text here. The 510 Xfinity Mobile text line from Matt Steinmetz. Civic or Cow Palace is what he says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. But that's not confirmed yet. It makes sense, but we don't have...
I think we are confirming it through Grandy, though. Grandy via Warriors.com or NBA.com in the history page.
Yeah, I looked up on the Warriors 1963-1964 basketball reference page, and it said they played their home games in the Cow Palace that year. I haven't specifically seen that game 3 or 4. The finals were played there, but I imagine.
And it is not listed on the... Yeah, it's not listed on the actual page on Basketball Reference for that game specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was even pre-Rick Barry, I think. 1964, and Bill Russell and the Celtics taking care of business.
Yeah, I'm looking at
the Warriors.
I'm looking at the starters for the Warriors in that game, and the starters for the Celtics are incredible too. But Wilt Chamberlain, Nate Thurmond, Al Attles,
Twin Towers,
Guy Rogers, Thomas Sherry. Those were the starters.
Yeah, just a footnote, in 75, of course, the Warriors won the championship. 76, they were probably better, and they would have played Boston in a finals that probably would have been one of the greatest of all time, but they came up short to Phoenix. Phoenix upset them. So in a way, this is the finals, Boston and the Warriors, that the basketball gods have owed us since 1976. Looking forward to it, and also just relieved that it's not the Heat, because I know you made the point, JD. If you're a Warrior fan, you probably would have loved to have seen the Warriors just roll over the Heat, but I'm glad we're probably going to have a much more competitive series.
Yeah, look, and I totally understand Warrior fans that were thinking, hey, this could be kind of a coronation and a cakewalk. I mean, if that's sort of the way I'd be looking at it if I were a big-time Warrior fan. I would have been wanting Miami to win, but I do think we've seen enough out of Boston to where you have to feel really confident, especially if the Warriors are able to get Otto Porter Jr. and Gary Payton II back, that they are the better team compared to the Celtics. Doesn't mean it'll be a cakewalk or an easy series, maybe to the extent that it would have been against the Heat, but the Warriors, I think, have a little bit more in the bag offensively. And, oh, by the way, this is the top 2 defensive teams in the NBA this season, so both teams can have the ability to slow the other down, but which team is more prone in your mind to be able to play well offensively, even if both teams are playing well defensively? And that's where I feel like the Warriors have the advantage. Like, even if they're well defended, and we've seen teams defend them, they're still able to get loose in stretches of games to do enough.
I'm reluctant to go here because it sounds like one of those things that just the most casual of fans will look at and say, well, look at that. Warriors, though, they do have a huge advantage in terms of coaching experience. And I think that gives them a real edge in the freaking NBA Finals, where Ime Udoka has never been in the finals. And the players
more than the coach, I think.
Okay. Al Horford set a record for most playoff games without ever getting to the finals. He's a fine player, but they don't know what this is like. So I think the Warriors have a huge edge there. And I think where that edge will show is to the scenario you just described when it comes to crunch time. And we saw that with the Celtics in the Miami Heat series. All right, you just got to put the game in the refrigerator here, take care of business. Oh, you don't know how to do that, do you?
Right.
The Warriors know how to do that.
And I think the Celtics have had trouble knowing who they even want to take the shot. And the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line pointing that out. Tatum took very few shots in the fourth quarter of the last couple of games. Not handling the bright light. I don't think it's not handling the bright lights.
Some of it is a Miami defense, but obviously that's a very cogent point.
Yeah, it's just they just don't know how to get him the ball. I don't think it's he doesn't want the ball. They just are. I think they're trying to play more of an open, free-flowing style in essence, but they're not getting the ball to the right guy at the right time. And obviously their carrier, the guy that should have the ball in his hands, is definitely Jason Tatum.
The Warriors are favorites wherever you look. And is it what's the site that gives them like a 90% chance to win?
538 had it the other way.
Oh, had it the other way?
No, they had it the other way. And I haven't seen the updated, but it was 83-17 Celtics.
Really?
Yes, which blew me away.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there are those, some of them in Boston, who feel like the Warriors should not be favored. Here's Bill Simmons, and we know he's a big Celtics guy, on his podcast with Ryan Russillo. This is Bill Simmons on why he thinks the Celtics should be the favorites.
I don't really have an adequate basketball explanation other than that I think because of the wings, I think they just give the smart Tatum Brown thing has just given the Warriors problems over the years. The Horford-Draymond thing is like an interesting little matchup. You go across the board, they really match up well with this team. I was surprised. The Warriors are favored on FanDuel. I was really surprised. I thought I know they have home court, but man, you think like the Warriors beat up Denver team, Memphis, no Ja. We talked about this Thursday night. And then the Dallas team that just stopped making threes. Like this Boston team seems like the best team they've played by a considerable margin, I would say.
I don't know if it's a considerable margin. I think we agree Boston's the best team the Warriors have played. I think he gives the Warriors short shrift there when he says, Denver didn't do anything, and Ja wasn't there. You have to give the Warriors a lot of credit for the way they've taken care of their business in this postseason. Even though they have played some compromised teams, there's been such a variance here. Teams like Boston, teams like Phoenix, teams are getting upset. What's wrong with them? And the Warriors, they had their moments, like when they got destroyed in Memphis. But for the most part, JD, they've been the most consistent team throughout this postseason.
They have been, and
12
I think
12-4.
Well, and their ability to win, I think, when they haven't played well, has been the big key for me. They've been able to, and I thought they just played very well in the Denver series, but they were able to win Game 5 when they didn't play a great game to close it out, and it was getting a little dicey. Are they going to have to go back to Denver and play a Game 6? Big fourth quarter there in a game that they just kind of they ground that game out. I thought Game 1 in Memphis, the ability to immediately come out, find a way to win that game even though they were down, and Draymond's getting ejected from the game. They held their mud and won Game 4 and Game 6 at home against Memphis, 2 games where they didn't play well, just knockdown, drag-out kinds of games. And then the comeback again against Dallas in Game 2. The Warriors blow them out in Game 1. We're looking at a completely different series if the Warriors aren't able to win on a night where they didn't play well. That's been, to me, the key differentiation among them and some of these other teams. When other teams haven't played well, it's been forget it. It's a wrap. It's over. Blowout city. That's what these playoffs have been about. The Warriors have been able to change some games where they haven't played well, not get blown out. They have gotten blown out a couple times, but not get blown out, and then not only not get blown out, but steal a win.
From the 415 here on the Xfinity mobile text line, 538 said Memphis was an overwhelming favorite. Okay. Yep. Someone else from the 415 says, I agree with Simmons 100%. And here's a good question from the 602. Can Boston play Horford and Williams at the same time against the Warriors? I think they can. They're certainly going to try. If that doesn't work, Grant Williams will probably play some small ball center for them. But I think the weak part there for Boston about Horford-Williams is the way Horford on a pick and roll, he goes into drop coverage, and I think the Warriors have a chance to destroy him on that.
Yes.
With me? Yeah.
Absolutely with you on that. But Horford's been a troublesome player for the Warriors. And
he's a good player.
He's a good player. He's a smart player. I think the Tatum, Brown, Smart, Horford combination and hearing Bill Simmons, those guys have given the Warriors fits at times. And you look at the defense that they were able to play in the game where Steph Curry got hurt. I know Steph Curry got hurt, and so you maybe dismiss it, but they were destroying the Warriors.
Dirty play, by the way?
In that game.
Was that a dirty play? I don't think it was.
I didn't think it was.
A lot of people on the text side.
I didn't think it was.
Terrible.
I didn't think it was a dirty play.
He's a butcher. Yeah.
I didn't think it was a dirty play.
If a Warrior makes
maybe a little
that play,
unnecessary play, but
really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. He's going for the ball.
Yeah. If a Warrior had done that, we'd be saying, yes, you got to do that. You got to go for the 50-50 balls.
Unfortunate outcome.
Yeah. I think
by the way, the 538 model, and this is going back a couple of days. This was, I think, with still before Game 5 maybe of the Warriors series against the Mavs. It was the Celtics were 76%.
What?
Among the 4 teams. It was Celtics 76, Warriors 16, Miami 6, and Dallas 2. And so this was with the Warriors, I think, up 3-1. This is with the Celtics up 3-2 at that point. So Boston 76% even then.
Okay.
And I think it went up to about 83-17. I think the Warriors absorbed the Heat Mavs portion, but the Celtics were able to bump up a little bit.
One of the things that impressed me the most about Boston when they beat the Warriors on March 16th was the way Robert Williams III played. He was everywhere. Defensively, he was swatting Jordan Poole.
That was pre-meniscus, right?
Exactly. That's my point. I think he's a terrific player, and to his credit, he's still out there playing when he's hurt. But he's not that guy right now.
No, he's not. And I think that's another area where a couple of weeks ago, I really thought, hey, the Celtics they could beat the Warriors.
Me too.
This is but I think. The one,
and they still could, but
the one caveat I put, and there's been a few things. I mean, this thing with the way the Celtics have finished games, that's problematic against the Warriors. The long scoring droughts with the Warriors being as elite defensively as they are, will quibble Warriors or Celtics defensively on that front. But I think as that's something. The experience level's a little something for me in favor of the Warriors, and then the other part was I think the Celtics needed to have everybody. And there was a point where it looked like, all right, Robert Williams is coming back. He looks pretty good. But then it's been every other game, and he's had to miss. And to me, they have to have everybody. I'm not sure the Warriors have to have everybody. If they have that top 6 with Poole and the starting 5 with Looney in there and Steph and Clay and Draymond and Wiggins, Warriors have that 6. I think they can get away with maybe not having Porter or Payton or Porter and Payton for some of the series. Iguodala, who knows? I think the Celtics have to have everybody playing at a high level. I just don't know that they're going to quite have it.
I know you and I disagreed on this Saturday on Warriors this week. I think in Game 6, the Celtics choked like dogs. And I know you think, you thought you pushed back on that. Well, here's Jaylen Brown's explanation for what happened to the Celtics, why they lost Game 6 to Miami.
That's what we do. We did all of that on purpose to make it interesting, So, I'm just kidding. But, that's us. We've been responding all year, all season to adversity. Today was the biggest test, not just, of the year, but, of our careers to mentally come into a Game 7 away after losing on our home court, which was tough, and we got it done.
The Warriors have an advantage when it comes to, as we said, whatever you want to call it, culture, or just knowing. To me, basketball culture, where it's most valuable is you got a team like going back to the Celtics, and the Spurs, I should say, the Spurs of the old days. When it came to crunch time, they knew what to do. They knew what they were going to try to do. They weren't always able to do it, but they knew what it was. The Warriors are one of those teams. Boston is not that team yet. I think that was evident against Miami. But I do think when you win a couple of Game 7s, it helps you get further down that road. I just think, though, that the Celtics are at a real disadvantage to the Warriors in the finals in that regard.
I think you're right on that. And to Jaylen Brown, do that at your own peril, because it probably will cost you the series in the sense that you'll be 3-1 when it could have been 2-2, or maybe your opportunity to go up 3-2, you're down 3-2, like whatever it is. If the Celtics have leads like they have in the Bucks series when they let the Game 5 slip away, they came back and won Game 6, let Game 6 or damn near let Game 7 get away. If that happens against the Warriors, it will be the difference between winning and losing the series.
888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. Let's go to Tim in North Carolina, 95.7 The Game. How you doing today, Tim?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Glad to see y'all working today. I'm not the only one sitting here working on a holiday.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't miss it.
But, yeah, I just wanted to say, man, I was hearing what y'all was saying, JD, and I honestly, I'm not arrogant. I'm confident, but I genuinely believe Memphis was the strongest team in the playoffs. I genuinely believe if you go man for man, Boston brings off the bench Pritchard, Williams, and Derek White. And if you guys go down the line, we were up 2-1 against Memphis with Ja. We were up 2-1 without Ja. Boston doesn't have an athletic freak like Jaren Jackson. They don't have the height of Steven Adams. They don't have the Brandon Clark job, pogo stick jumping around all over the place, and those long wings, Desmond. I just don't think Boston has that kind of talent on their team, honestly. And I think the Warriors have been prepared for this moment. I always thought Memphis was the tougher team. And if they made it through Memphis, I just think they're prepared for the moment. I would be interested if you guys went down man for man comparing those two lineups. I just don't see it, man. And I'm not taking anything away from Boston. I just think that the Warriors have been battle tested with dynamic one-on-one players like every one of these teams have, and they've made it through the test. And I think they'll be ready. If Klay Thompson could be up Jaylen Brown, we can throw Wiggins, we could throw GP, we could throw a bunch of people at Tatum, and all we want to do is slow them down. And I just think pound for pound, man for man, we can out-execute and out-muscle these teams, man. Everybody's supposed to be more physical, more bigger, more athletic than the Warriors, and we just walk them down all the time when we play the right way, man. So I'm not a big fan of everybody saying Boston is all of this and all of that. Memphis was a terror of a team to deal with. They were more athletic. They were longer at the wing position. They were longer down low. And, they just were a lot deeper. I just think they got the Warriors ready, man. And if the Warriors stay focused, they'll do this thing, man.
All right, Tim. Thanks. Appreciate that. I'm with you on Memphis. I think Memphis is terrific. I think everybody who's paying attention knows that Memphis is terrific. Where I think, JD, in my opinion, where Boston could be better, we'll know more after a few games. I think defensively, as good as Memphis is, I think Boston's better defensively, and I also think they throw at you a little bit more of a diversified offensive attack, where it's Brown and it's Tatum. And, a lot of those other guys have had their moments as well. So that's where I think defensively, since the calendar turned, there hasn't been a team in the league quite like Boston.
No, there hasn't been. And I think as far as the overall depth in terms of you have 7, you have 10, whatever. I don't think maybe they have as many in terms of sheer number. I don't think the Celtics have the big man size that the Grizzlies have. I do think they have every bit of the guard and wing size and depth in a sense that there are playable players that are in many ways unattackable defensively. Like, who's the weak link? Maybe Al Horford and Drop is the weak link.
Right.
I think that was a great thing that you brought up. But as far as and they hadn't even really been playing Pritchard as much as that series went on. Derek White's a good defender. Maybe he takes some bad shots. Maybe at times he was good offensively. I think they have the guard and wing depth at a higher level than even Memphis did.
Derek White, I think there's a real good chance he's going to be an absolute key to this series because I think the Warriors are going to give him what he wants. That's going to be defensively where they're like, all right, like on offense, they'll attack Horford in the pick and roll, and defensively, they'll be, all right, go ahead, Derek White. If he can make threes, then they're going to be in trouble, have to make adjustments. But if he's not, I think the Warriors are going to gain a lot of defensive traction there.
No, I'm with you on that. And I think at times he's been caught in between, tentative to shoot. He'll attack. I think they desperately needed his offense in a couple of these games to win. I mean, at times they've looked so flawed off or so inefficient, I guess, offensively. How much is that? Because I also think you could make the case that the Warriors, when they played Memphis, and Memphis was so physical and so in their face and so athletic and caused all of these issues, I thought, with the turnovers. When they got to Dallas, it was like, whew.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
All right.
Right.
This series is more like Memphis from the Warriors' point of view on that front, but I also think you have to flip it because I think as great as the Warriors are defensively, I think from a sheer physicality standpoint, the Celtics playing the Warriors compared to Miami in a way, they are going to be going, whew, this is not that. It's a different animal, but we've had a little more success against these guys than those guys.
Tell you another reason why I'm relieved that it's Boston. I was already getting tired of talking about, what Draymond said. And I understand it. And I understand if I was on the Heat, I'd be making something of it too. I was kind of dreading if the Heat won, hearing all the talk about Draymond said that and we're fired up. And then, how would Draymond respond? So I'm glad we don't have to deal with all of that. Draymond Green, basketball player, in a perfect world, in my opinion, he doesn't say anything about that. But Draymond Green, basketball analyst JD, he was right on the money.
He was right on the money. And that was the one thing, as much as I had a slight lean toward Miami, I was a little more worried about the Celtics prospects for a Game 7 than you were. You thought, hey, Boston's the better team, which they were. But we both pointed out, hey, Draymond's not wrong yet.
Yeah.
And he wound up not being wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here we go, Thursday night. By the way, appreciated some people on the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570, filling in some of the gaps on where those games were played in 64, the last time San Francisco played the Celtics. According to an old Chronicle article, Game 1 of the 64 Western Conference Finals was at USF. The rest of that postseason was at the Cow Palace, which apparently, thank you, Mark Randy, that was the Warriors' home that year. By the way, 64 Western Conference Finals, the Warriors against the St. Louis Hawks.
Okay.
This is it's a great series for basketball historians because you've got two absolute storied franchises.
Yeah, and the note that I saw last night, and the Warriors are up there, right, when you factor in the Philadelphia portion of things and all the success. You've got the Lakers and Celtics with 17 championships, tied for the top. But then you've got the Warriors and the Bulls at 6. Like, they are the next two, Warriors and Bulls. So if the Warriors can win this, they would pass Chicago if you factor in the Philadelphia
Celtics
days.
win. Coming up next, where would the Warriors be without Wiggins? That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And please remember, we're giving away prizes every single hour today until 6. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear the sounder, we're giving away another prize next, right here. It's Whitey and JD on 95.7 The Game.
Shop our Memorial Day savings at Lowe's, where you'll find our charbroiled.
or call 1-800-XFINITY. Restrictions apply. Limited to customers who qualify for Internet Essentials and ACP and one unlimited line. Taxes and fees extra. Pricing after ACP credit and subject to change. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Thank you for making us part of your holiday weekend. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and John Dickinson getting ready for the NBA Finals. John Dickinson getting ready, already making plans, I'm sure. Plans probably already made for his trip to Boston.
Yeah, it went back and forth. I had everything booked for Boston, and then it was, okay, Miami. I had hotel space in Miami. That was all taken care of, but then... you get this flight for this rate, and you want to book it, and then Game 6 can't quite do it. And I had a lot of angles working, but I was able to come up with cancelable options for all scenarios by about mid-second quarter.
Mark Grandy, do you believe that JD he preferred Boston to South Beach? He says he wanted Boston all along.
He heard me talking before the show. I think a
lot of people
he's a believer now.
They're not buying it.
I mean, maybe from a basketball perspective, sure. But if you're looking for a nice trip, I mean, there's no comparison, right?
Right, sure.
I would agree.
That's the thing about JD, though.
Yeah.
Basketball first.
Basketball first, and also, I mean, I do like Boston. And, I mean, I've had the privilege and the honor. I mean, I got to go to the Super Bowl when it was in Miami when the 49ers were playing the Chiefs. So that was, all right, I had the week in Miami. And, look, a week in Miami is always great. I wouldn't have been complaining today about that. But I do think some of the luster for this finals would be gone had the Heat won last night, because it, to me, would be a complete mismatch.
Mm-hmm.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
That's Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 right now to the contest line, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263 wins our next prize. We've got a prize every hour this afternoon to celebrate Memorial Day, to celebrate the fact that the Warriors are back in the NBA Finals. So call now. Caller number 5, 844-999-GAME. Thank you for listening, and good luck. JD, there's something interesting here about the Boston Celtics. As we talk about it, as we digest what they just did and what's ahead, and looking through the text here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, it's almost like there's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on, a split personality with the Celtics. From the 415 here, the Celtics physically, they're very strong. People are worried about how tough Boston is inside. So physically, yeah, and they're an excellent defensive team. Someone says, I saw that they had every one of their starters got at least one vote for all NBA defensive team. And yet, at times, at crunch time of big games, they almost seem soft. So physically tough, but maybe when it comes to knowing how to win games, maybe a little soft.
Yeah, I think a little mentally soft at times. And in just kind of knowing what they want to do. Knowing how, they know who their best player is, but are you getting him the ball? Is he always demanding the ball? Are you running the right stuff? Or are you just kind of sitting on a lead, which we've seen them do? And it bit them in that Milwaukee series. Yeah. And it almost bit them and cost them the series last night in Miami.
They go through stretches where it looks like, wow, this is a really good team, but they just forgot how to play basketball.
Right. And that is something where their defense, I think, does save them, because typically they are stellar defensively regardless. And I think you saw last night they were able to overcome a couple of dry spells in the game because their defense was just so good, and they did a nice job rebounding. They got some key rebounds off of a couple of bad Miami misses that helped just, I thought, kind of crush Miami's momentum a little bit when they were coming back in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter.
888-957-9570. Charles joins us from El Cerrito to talk a little Warriors history on 95.7 The Game. How are you, Charles? Oh, here we go. Yes, there we go.
Today it's
hey, Charles.
exciting time, and I'm 60 years old, and I just wanted to say thanks for talking about the 64 team. And one thing that you guys may want to know historically, that's some of the worst free throw shooting that you'll ever see in a championship final.
Really?
The Warriors in Game 1 missed 24 free throws.
Really?
3, they missed 14 free throws. Yeah, if you look at it, if you go look at your basketball reference, these games could have been decided in the Warriors' favor if they had hit the free throws. And so it was interesting looking at it. Even in Game 4, the Warriors missed 28 free throws. 28! So I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that the series could have been a lot tighter than it would have been if they had done that. You would be talking about that ad nauseum these days if a team missed that level of free throws in a championship game. The Warriors were bad, but so were the Celtics, but they just, something that I thought would be useful in this conversation. I'm glad you guys looked it up, because I did think it was at the Civic Auditorium. It turned out they moved to the Civic Auditorium 65, but in 64 they actually played the finals at the Cow Palace. But like you said earlier, they played War Memorial for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final against the St. Louis Hawks. One final thing is, if you guys could at some point talk about Jeff Mullins. He's a guy that we never talk about a lot, but he was a key critical player during those times when the Warriors with Jim Barnett and those guys played. You may want to talk to him one day. He's still alive. He was a great player. And I thought it would be interesting maybe to get his perspective on things from that 74-75 team. We always talk to Cliff Ray or Rick Barry, but Jeff Mullins is a name that I hope that we don't forget, because he was a great player when I saw as a kid. So, and he's still around. So maybe getting him on the radio show one day, just get his perspective, would be interesting.
Thank you, Charles. Glad we had you on the radio show today. Appreciate that. Speaking of fouling and free throws, JD, one of the absolute keys to the fact that Boston was able to cement the win last night is that in the fourth quarter, and this is to their credit, I know we're spending a lot of time nitpicking they didn't do this right, but this was really impressive. They did not commit their first team foul in the fourth quarter until just about 8 minutes into the quarter.
Right.
That's, that Steve Kerr talks about that all the time. We got to defend without fouling. And in the fourth quarter last night, Boston was able to do that.
They were, and it wound up helping them in the closing seconds there when the Heat had missed and there was a loose ball foul.
Yep.
Where it was a 4-point game, and if that's a 4-point game with free throws,
great point.
At that point, it either becomes a 2-point game or the Heat have an opportunity to make the first one, try and miss the second one, get the rebound, try and throw in some kind of a three. When they didn't shoot at that point, and it was the Heat, side out, as you say, the game was pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, and so that'll be another one of the keys for the Warriors. It always is with the Warriors. Defend without fouling and limit turnovers. 888-957-9570. Joe in Palo Alto, 95.7 The Game. What do you know, Joe?
Hi, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
Two questions for you. One, what did you think of this call negating that three-pointer because the foot on the line? I've never seen that before. And the second question is, I'm just concerned about the Warriors' tendency to get into these turnover funks, and that could really kill them against the Celtics.
Two good points, Joe. JD, do you want to jump on the Max Strus, the three-pointer?
Yeah,
that was, I know Coach Spoelstra was very upset. He said, I'm not saying that's why we lost, but this will be a case study for the league.
I didn't know they could do that on a play like that. I think it's good that they can. And I thought they got it right. I thought he was touching the line. I know there was some, was his foot arched to where it was over the line but didn't touch the line? I thought it touched the line. But in game, I had no clue they could even do that until the announcement was made on the PA, and then Jeff Van Gundy brought it up, and it was key, but I think they got the call right.
Totally agree with you. And I know Nick wrote about that. Nick Friedell's going to join us in 3 o'clock hour, and he wrote about that and what Coach Spoelstra had to say about that. Coach Spoelstra kind of was trying to have it both ways. Like, that's not why we lost, but this is a case study for the league because we thought we had the points. I'm with you, though, JD. The only thing you could say is...
He's thinking, forget about Jimmy Butler's three. We have that three. Right. We're ahead.
Right. The only thing you could say is it'd be nice if there's a quicker way the league could address that, but they got it right, and he was out of bounds. What do you want to say? Well, he was out of bounds, but it's too, you can't change it now. No, those 3 points shouldn't count. So ultimately, a little wonky, but the league got that right.
And I think he is right in that it's a test case, because I think that's sort of the way, and you can't do it with fouls, and I think you got to be really careful how you do it as the game goes on. But I do think with plays like that, 2-point shot versus 3-point shot, was a shot off before the end of the shot clock, out of bounds, those kinds of plays, I do think that is a way to have replay without having it slow the game down. And I know in certain situations, if that happens later in the game, it's like, well, wait a minute. You want to know if you're down 5 or down 2 or whatever it may be. So you need to maybe do it in real time as you get closer to the end. But I think that's actually a nice compromise for, let's say, the first 43 minutes of an NBA game, to where you can make sure you get things right without having it stop anything.
This is where I disagree with Coach Kerr, and I respect his opinion on this. He said, I know on this show, because I've talked to him on this show, he says if it was up to me, we wouldn't have replay at all. And I understand that, just more, you'd have better flow. But that was a great example of where replay can really make things better. I do think it's so awkward now where coaches have to, wow, that was a bad call, but do we challenge it or do I save it? I really think that what they should adopt next year is a system whereby if I challenge and I'm right, I still have my challenge. I would like to see that, because there are so many bad calls and it becomes gamesmanship. Sometimes as a coach, like, wow, that was a terrible call. I know that was an awful call, but I may want the challenge later. So what do I do? And a coach shouldn't be in that position. If you have horrible calls and you have replay, there should be a way to fix more of the terrible calls.
I agree wholeheartedly. With that. I'm all for getting it right. I know at times late in games it's out of bounds here, ball deflected. It just I would hate, and I think of this even when teams, and it's by design, don't use their challenge on a play that maybe they could challenge because you're going to need it later, because there may be a play that can't be reviewed later.
Right. And then you had, for example, the Wiggins dunk, Game 4, that the Warriors had to use their challenge on, when it was like, there's no way that was an offensive foul. But they had to use their challenge there. Now, ultimately, it didn't matter. They won that game. They win the series. But a team shouldn't be in that situation. They shouldn't be put in that situation.
Definitely not.
Yeah. Speaking of Wiggins here, and by the way, it's time for us right now to welcome you to your 3 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco for some reason. It's an Odyssey station, which means you should download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, least tedious, and most up-to-date Warriors coverage.
Wow.
Hello. Yeah, Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson with you today.
Pretty sure a little piece of Ray died when he read that.
I don't know how many pieces he has left. He's got to be careful.
Little piece.
He's
got enough.
Yeah, I'm a little pissed.
Yeah. Speaking of Wiggins, Steve Kerr spoke with the media today. And how about this? It wasn't that long ago we were looking at Wiggins and saying, yeah, I mean, he's better than he was at Minnesota, but still there's so many games where he doesn't show up. And we don't say that anymore. And Steve Kerr said today that Andrew Wiggins has fit in with the Warriors even better than they expected him to.
It's worked out even better than we could have hoped, because he's been so good defensively, being able to guard Doncic, Morant, in this series, Tatum, Jaylen Brown, we have to have him. But on top of that, just the playmaking that comes with his talent. Again, our focal point offensively is going to be Steph and Clay and now Jordan. So to have Wiggs as a secondary playmaker, it's just a huge luxury. So there have been a lot of plays in this playoffs where, maybe a play breaks down and Wiggs gets the ball and he's got no problem, creating an open shot for himself. And we haven't always had that.
Really appreciate the way the Warriors, and they've done this pretty much since he got here, they've tried to get him going early in games. They've tried to get him going downhill. Obviously, he was huge against Dallas. You could make the case that he was the MVP of that series, but it's going to be a whole different set of challenges for him against Jason Tatum in the next round.
It is, and I think, though, history would tell you that he could be up to that challenge. I think he is one of the most important players for the Warriors, maybe the most important player for the Warriors in this series.
I don't disagree, but why do you say that?
That he plays well, because I think we all know Steph's going to be great. I think Klay Thompson, to this point, we know there's probably going to be a couple of games where he's great and a couple of games where he struggles, because that's been the trend to this point. I think we know what Draymond's going to bring, everything Draymond brings to the table. I think Wiggins, because he's going to be defending the Celtics' two most important players, and Steve Kerr just telegraphed that, whether it's Jaylen Brown some of the time or Tatum some of the time. And I also think he's going to be the one player that has the potential to be an offensive X factor when you look at the way the Celtics are going to try to defend the Warriors and do everything they can on Steph, think they're going to try not to get away from Clay because you don't want him getting into a rhythm and going off. Jordan Poole's somebody that they're really going to have to account for. They did a nice job against Poole the first half of that game on March 16th. The second half, with the Celtics having the big lead, he kind of went off in the second half. Didn't really think that mattered as much because the game was kind of in check, although the Warriors did make a run there toward the end of the third quarter. But I think Wiggins is the one guy in this series, the ball is going to find him, and maybe the Celtics, lesser defenders, are going to be matched up with him because they have to direct so much attention to the Warriors' primary scorer. So I think there is an opportunity for him defensively to be huge, of course, but offensively to be an X factor.
He's John Dickinson. I'm Whitey Gleason. Thanks for being with us on 95.7 The Game. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to catch up with Nick Friedel and get you even more ready as if you need help getting ready for the NBA Finals. One of the things that impressed me the most about Wiggins in the last game, JD, and I think we talked about this a little bit Saturday, but to my eye, there have been many times this year where Wiggins, when he's not shooting the ball well, he tends to kind of shrink a little bit offensively. When he's not shooting the three ball well, he seems like he just, it's not my night. I don't want to be participating in the offense tonight. But in that game 5, he was, I think, 0 for 7 beyond the arc, but he still had 18 points and 10 rebounds. That's huge.
It's huge. And that's where he has become, in some ways, a little bit more consistent. And the Warriors have needed it because I think the two biggest offensive keys for the Warriors in the playoffs, and really there's a third one, but I think the two biggest have been Poole and Wiggins' ability to score enough and score enough efficiently enough to offset games where Steph and Clay haven't shot it well. Because I think going into this thing, you could think, if Steph and Clay don't shoot it well, who's going to be the third guy? How's it going to work? How's it going to look? Poole and Wiggins both, on individual nights, sometimes together, have done the job. That also a lot of points from Kevon Looney. Not to get off on a tangent about that, but some of the offensive rebounds and even the way teams have defended, completely taken, not believing Looney can do anything to beat him. His points have been, I think, key. But Poole and Wiggins are the two that really have made the whole thing go for me.
888-957-9570. Greg joins us on 95.7 The Game. Greg, what's on your mind here as we get ready for the Warriors and the Celtics in the finals?
Well, I was just going back to your conversation about keeping your challenge if you were successful, because I think in that game where Wiggins got called for the offensive foul, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there also the backcourt violation from Draymond where he was clearly across the center line? And they didn't challenge it, but they could have. And had they done that, then the momentum of Wiggins' dunk gets deflated because they don't have their challenge there. So it was a perfect example, I thought.
Great point. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that.
No, that's exactly right. And just making team pick and choose because they don't want two stoppages.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I disagree with Steve Kerr on it. And I know he has some very well thought out take about it. But to me, I think there needs to be a happy medium between you don't want to have to be looking at everything, but there also needs to be a little bit more of an ability to go look at some things and look at it quickly. I think there's a way to review plays and get calls right that doesn't take 3 or 4 minutes every single time you try to do it.
This was Steve Kerr, and I was in for Damon that day, and I asked Steve Kerr about instant replay, and would he be in favor of a rule whereby a coach keeps his challenge if his challenge is successful?
Honestly, if it were up to me, we would eliminate replay altogether other than last-second shots at the end of every quarter. Did a guy get the shot off in time or not? Does the shot count? Otherwise, I'd like to eliminate all replay, all challenges, because in our quest to get, quote-unquote, everything right, which is impossible in basketball, whether you have, replay or not, we've just created all these stops and starts, and it's ruined the flow of the game. So I hate replay, personally.
I understand that, and that's the price you pay. The more you use replay in any sport, you pay a price where the flow of game is disrupted. But we've seen so many terrible calls for whatever reason. I think we need, I'm convinced now. I used to be with Steve Kerr, but we see so many awful calls, and I know a lot of that is because the game and the games are just so hard to officiate, but we absolutely need to have replay.
You need to have it in some form.
Yes.
I think they're still tinkering with it. I think it became too much. And so they've dialed it back, and I think right now they've almost found the perfect balance. I do think though they need, whether it's you keep your challenge or you get a second challenge or what however you do it, I think there is. I do think they almost need to tweak it back toward maybe a little bit, just a little bit more, and then you halt it right there.
I'm glad you said that. You made a great point that the NBA has tinkered with it, and it wasn't that long ago where they would review everything last 2 minutes on a ball out of bounds, and it was awful. Right?
Yeah, and they've eliminated that. I think with the if you keep your challenge for that. So if we do
that
it
came
late,
into play in one of the Memphis games too, and the Warriors. It was a game the Warriors still won when Ja missed a layup, but that rule came into play.
Yeah, there was an out of bounds
jump ball.
Yeah,
because they didn't review it,
and neither team at that point had their challenge. It should have been Warriors ball.
Yeah,
and I think the officials in that case called the jump ball.
Yeah.
To at least give both teams a fair shot.
Because it's like, I don't know.
Rather than guess. And rather than guess and get it wrong, we'll just throw the ball up and see how it goes. But it did not work out in the Warriors' favor.
Don't you think it would be a little awkward if you're a coach and you're keeping in mind time of game, the situation, I want a challenge for later, and then you got one of your players, especially if it's someone as demonstrative as Draymond, and he's going on the bench and circle, like, you got to review it, you got to review it. And sometimes you got to tell them, no, we're not. It doesn't mean I don't believe you, but no, we're not reviewing that.
Well, and a lot of those, I know there was a block charge overturned last night, but a lot of those,
the one with Kyle Lowry,
I thought was right. I thought they got that right on review. I thought that was a charge that originally they called it a block, and so they flipped it to a charge. I thought that was the correct call. Those though, the did somebody foul or not? I think that's an area where maybe you could limit it some. Because most of those, it seems like, don't get overturned.
Right.
And that's where, to your point, you get a lot of that, and each team's individual dynamics come into play.
Yeah.
Where it's, do I owe it as a coach? Do I owe it to, is player X or Y going to be really ticked off at me if I don't challenge it?
Mm-hmm.
And so you have some coaches, I think, that run into bad challenges because they're trying to keep maybe a star player happy, which is an interesting dynamic to the whole thing.
One of the things, JD, I appreciate about Bjelica, because I think it was the last game, there was a play where
I fouled him.
Yeah, exactly. And Jordan Poole's going over, doing the circle.
He's like, no, I fouled him.
And Steve Kerr's, hey, did you foul him, Bjelica?
Yeah.
I did. Don't
waste it on me.
Don't review that. How about him as an X factor? Will we see him at all in this series after the way he played in the last couple games against Dallas?
I don't know. This doesn't seem like a Bjelica series to me.
I don't either, but that does speak to the fact that Steve Kerr has told us we're going to be using different people, different situations, different series, and they've done a great job of that. Not only the coaches, but the players who've been the guys who've been from, you're not playing today, to, hey, get in there. Moody, Bjelica, Damian Lee to a degree. I know people don't like him, but the Warriors have done a really good job navigating those difficult waters so far.
They have, no doubt.
All right, coming up here, we're going to talk to the great Nick Friedell. Now, Nick he's covered the Eastern Conference Finals, right?
Yeah, and he did, and I think they threw him on the Heat side of it after the Nets went out. So he went to cover the Nets. The Nets were eliminated, and then he was thrown on the Heat as they made their way through the playoffs.
Yeah, and just a couple
Heat
quick
Philly
notes.
And then Heat Celtics.
Yeah. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. And another reminder, this is big. Giving away prizes every single hour today until 6. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our contest line. When you hear, can we play it again, Mark? When you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the Splash back in the finals.
When you hear that sounder, the number to call, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. Prizes, as we've mentioned, include tickets to see Dead & Company, Top Gun swag, packs, Warriors bobbleheads, and a $100 Wingstop gift card. So be listening for that sounder. Be listening for Nick Friedell on what Boston likes about this Warrior matchup in the finals. That's next. Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors are flying into the Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson with you. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you for making us part of your holiday. By the way, with the finals coming up here, if you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. JD, who better to get us even more ready for the finals than our next guest, huh?
Oh, the best.
Yeah, nice enough to join us. You've heard him here on 95.7 The Game. Covered the NBA East Finals for ESPN. The great Nick Friedel. How are you, Nick?
Guys, it is great to hear y'all's voices. Greetings from the Fort Lauderdale airport, where I finally am going to get a couple days here to just park myself and knock back a few pina coladas. But it is going to be a hell of a series. And I've been texting with JD about it for the last few weeks. And for all the people in the Bay, know that it is going to be the most competitive series the Warriors have faced yet, because this Celtics team is long, they are very athletic, and they are very good. So just as a fan, I am really looking forward, Whitey, to seeing how this one plays out.
Hey, Nick, before we get deeper into that, I wanted to ask you about something that we've been talking about here already this afternoon, and I know you wrote about it. The Strus play where his three-pointer was wiped out upon review, and I know Coach Spoelstra said this will be a test case for the NBA. Is it really that big of an issue for the league, given that they got that call right?
It's an issue in the timing, Whitey. That's all. I think the problem is that it just took so long, and the momentum was noticeable, because you look up the score and you're like, what? You're erasing 3 points? Mm-hmm. There's got to be some way to do that a little faster, and I think that's what Spoelstra was referencing. That he by no means was saying, we lost because of that, but I understand from a morale standpoint, you work so hard to cut back into that lead, and then the Celtics in those couple of minutes since that Strus shot, they hit some shots, and then you look up at the board and you're like, what? What happened here? So there was some frustration certainly from the Heat side, and I think the key will be in the timing mechanism that it did take, and if there's some way that you can slow things down a little bit more to get the call right in the moment. I think on top of that, Spoelstra was just upset because he never felt like he got a clear explanation. The issue here, guys, is, of course, the refs on the floor weren't going to be able to give him one anyway. That all came from Secaucus, from the replay center. So there were a lot of layers there. But, yeah, Whitey, they got the call right. It was just how long it took, and I don't know what the fix is to make that much better, because it did take probably a zillion different angles to get it right in the first place.
Well, and Nick, it's rare you see a 6-2 run become a 6-1 run.
I feel like we're watching Jeopardy.
Their defense is really good.
Yeah. That Celtics defense. Let me tell you. Nick, I got to ask you about just the way that the series played out between the Heat and the Celtics, and obviously some really great quarters by Miami, some terrible quarters for Boston. It wound up costing, or nearly cost Boston the series, right? Terrible fourth quarter, really terrible 3 minutes if Jimmy Butler makes that shot. There was the quarter in Game 3, the quarter in Game 1, the third quarter Game 1. But how this series played out, from a Warrior fan standpoint, because we've been getting a lot of, well, you look at Boston and they barely beat Miami, even though they were clearly the better team for more minutes in the series. How was Miami able to do that? Is that a Boston-specific thing? Is it a Miami-specific thing? Does any of that translate for you to the next series?
I think it does, and I think this would be the comparison that is crucial, because, JD, it's a really good point. When you watch Boston, you see these scores, you go, they're just sneaking past Miami, and Miami is tough as hell, guys, as we know, but Boston was just a better team. The comparison would be the dominant starting pitcher who just has a bad inning every time out. And when you're watching a start, you're going, all right, when does the blow-up happen? Because we know it's coming, and he's going to walk some guys, and he's going to give up some hits, and the wheels are going to appear to fall off, but then maybe he'll get it back on track and give you a couple more solid innings. That was Boston in this series. For the most part, they just dominated the Heat. And had it not been for Jimmy Butler, that series would have been long over with. But that is what moves forward into the Warriors series, JD, is you look at Boston and you go, okay, they would just take care of the ball and handle themselves better in how they're moving up the floor sometimes. They're not going to have that many issues. And so often, guys, and the three of us have had this conversation for several years with the Warriors. They just kind of throw the ball all over the place. That's what happens with the Celtics sometimes offensively, and that's why they allowed, in this case, Miami to keep coming back into the series. But if you're looking at the preview of this finals matchup and you're saying, well, Boston just snuck past Miami and the scores were all close. No. You watch these games, Boston was dominant, and Miami just fought back, and they were tough defensively, but Boston was a much more talented team, and in the end, they made just enough plays to keep from screwing up the errors, self-inflicted most of the time, that they created for themselves.
Nick, do you think the Celtics will look at a matchup with the Warriors coming off the matchup with the Heat, and almost as great as the Warriors are defensively, breathe a sigh of relief because there's no way it's going to be as physically demanding, at least in the same way that the Miami series was?
I believe so, because, JD, when you looked at that Celtics Heat series, it really was like the Spider-Man meme. Those were two teams that respected the hell out of each other because they knew how hard they played all the time, and they knew defensively they were the two best teams left. And the Warriors have been great defensively all year, and certainly getting Gary Payton the second back is going to be gigantic, as we know, if he's able to go and deliver some minutes. But those two teams, the Celtics and the Heat, just beat the hell out of each other. And it was night after night after night. And the Celtics have a ton of depth when they needed it, and the Heat have Jimmy and P.J. Tucker and Bam and all these guys, and Lowry defensively at least, who they just don't care. They're going to get right up in you, and they're going to force you to do something to beat them. So I understand exactly the point that you're trying to make, and I agree with you, because Boston knew that Miami was tough, and they knew it was going to be a physical battle, and that's exactly what that series was. And as solid as the Warriors have been on that front, defensively, I just don't think they can play at that level. I think what's going to scare the hell out of the Celtics, of course, is Steph, Clay, and Poole getting rolling and going offensively at a level that Miami never could have touched in the first place.
Great. Nick Friedel with us on 95.7 The Game. Nick, tell us what you think of this. To me, the Warriors, when they have the ball, they're going to try to go after Horford in the pick and roll if he's in drop coverage. And then when the Warriors are on defense, they're going to give Derek White whatever three-point shots he wants until he starts hitting them. Do you think that's a fair summation of their basic principles here going into the series?
Whitey, I think it's a really good assessment. The only thing I tell you, having just sat here and watched Game 6 and Game 7, is you go at White at your own peril.
Yeah.
I mean, once he starts hitting, you're like, Derek White's hitting these shots?
Yeah.
And he can. So if you're trying to focus defensively on Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and they are both really, really good players, and I think Tatum he's just right there on that cusp of superstardom, don't forget about the Whites of the world. And don't forget that Horford can knock down some threes, and he isn't afraid to take and make some big shots. And Marcus Smart, for all the shots that he missed in this last series, he made plenty of big ones last night. So they have weapons, but I think as far as the defensive game plan goes, you gotta move Horford all over the place when you can. And if you're going to sag off anybody, it's going to be White. But he has proven that he has the ability to knock out a team.
Nick, what's your sense for where Robert Williams is at this point? Because he was pretty dominant in the win that the Celtics had over the Warriors in Chase Center back in March, and he just hadn't been able to go at times, or they've had to limit his minutes. I mean, it seems like some days are better than others, but what's your sense for where the Celtics are with Robert Williams? And if he isn't capable of giving them enough, how big of a deal is that in this matchup in particular?
JD, it is a gigantic deal. The reason why, as we sit here right now, I would take the Celtics in this series is in large part because having watched Robert Williams now in two different series, in the Nets series and the Heat series, you just see a difference-making player. And you see a guy down low who alters a ton of different stuff. Even when you look at the box score and you're like, he didn't put up that many numbers. No. Watch the plays. Everything's funneling into him, and nobody wants to go at him because he's huge and he can move. But that is the issue with Williams, and I'm sure you guys, it was noticeable last night watching that game. He's just not moving real well, and that knee has got to really be bothering him. So I would argue that there is no player who is more looking forward to this 3 or 4 day rest in this series than Williams, because early on in that game last night, you're watching him and you're going, man, what? He just does not look right. And whether or not he can stay healthy for the entirety of the finals is crucial if Boston thinks they can pull this thing out, because he is a focal point of what they need to do. And I just don't see, as far as matchup-wise, as great as Kevon Looney has played. And, guys, I still cannot believe that Kevon Looney has been able to stay healthy and play at the level he's played all season. But it's a credit to Kevon and Rick Celebrini and that medical staff to keep him on the floor. The Warriors just don't have another option. And if Robert Williams is healthy and he's moving around the floor like he's capable, you can have Looney and all the different great things that he provides, but there's just not the depth. And this is where missing Wiseman really comes back potentially to hurt the Warriors, because you can play Draymond at center, and I know they've tried Wiggins at center, but nobody is going to be able to handle Robert Williams the way Kevon would be, but that's only if he's 100% and playing like he did in that Nets series.
Nick Friedel with us. Nick, if I may, I have a two-parter for you. One, what do the Celtics like about this matchup? They apparently like it very much. What do you think they like the most about it? And two, where should we put the over-under on the number of negative Nick texts we're going to receive after you just pick the Celtics in the series.
Whitey, you know that number's infinity because it's not going to stop. But the key for any Warriors fan who's ready to jump through the radio or the website and crunch me right now is that at every turn this season where I thought that the Warriors' time was going to come to an end and they would stop playing at the level they're playing, they proved me wrong. So just because I picked the Celtics, maybe the fan base should take solace in that the Warriors should roll through here. But as far as the difference for Boston, I think what separates them, and again, this goes back to why I would make the pick right now that I'd make, is defensively, they're just unbelievable. And that is contingent on everybody being healthy. And, guys, Marcus Smart's dealing with a ton of different stuff, too. I think he is hurting. But he's going to be out there, and he's going to be flopping around and being the irritant that he can be. But he's a hell of a player. And he can at least stay in front of Steph. I mean, so much of what happens in the next couple of weeks centers, in my mind, Whitey, on what is Steph able to do and what can he carry this group through. And when you are playing with Clay at the level that he appears to be at right now and Poole's done what he's done, it doesn't have to be all on Steph, but Steph is one of the game's greatest, and this is his time to shine and win that finals MVP that is missing from the resume. But I'm telling you, having watched this Celtics team, I just don't feel like it's a good matchup for the Warriors, and this ties into the reason why if you're the Celtics, you're not going to feel great about playing Steph and Clay and what that offense can do. But you feel like you can have an advantage because they switch everything. There is nobody that's going to – Marcus Smart may start on Steph, but there's Jaylen Brown sometimes. And there's Tatum. And Grant Williams can switch, and he can get into plenty of different people. And there's Robert Williams at the back covering everybody up if they do get beat. So they have – the weapons to match up against what the Warriors do great. The Warriors absolutely can still win. Draymond can have a huge series. My man Andrew Wiggins has been playing his butt off and playing at a level that I didn't think was possible for him when he was traded from Minnesota. So there are a lot of different variables, but Whitey, the advantage here to me when you look at the matchups individually and team-wise is that Boston's defense can get you in a lot of different places. And the Warriors' defense has been great throughout the season. I saw it with my own eyes plenty of times. I just think Boston on the perimeter shows this Golden State group a look that they have not seen all season.
Nick from the 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Love Nick, but hasn't he learned yet? Doubted the Warriors all year. Quick response, and then I got a follow-up.
I love you, 650, but until the end, until I see Steph hoisting that trophy and he's got the MVP award in his hands, I'm not going to believe it until I see it. And it's certainly doable. But if we were picking, JD, like we were texting last night, if we were picking Golden State versus Boston or Miami, you take Miami every time. And when Jimmy put up that shot, I thought there were a lot of people in the Bay going, please, please, please. And it didn't happen. And so now you just have to go through what I believe is the toughest team in the East.
The Warriors' ball movement and player movement, how much does that, and you kind of answered this, I think, with the switching, but how much does that impact the Celtics' defense? And are the Celtics less apt to have a difficult time with the way the Warriors run their offense compared to maybe the way some other teams have in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think that's where, again, this goes back to Whitey's point which is, why would the Celtics feel pretty good? It's because defensively the principles are in place. And in the beginning of the year, Ime Udoka was struggling to get everybody to be on the same page. Guys, they are now. They know where to be. You're not going to catch them off guard because they're not afraid to switch. They're not afraid to match up in different looks and give you different reasons to kind of throw you off from a game planning standpoint. But as far as Boston goes, I think that, to me, as I watch them, if you're if you're the Warriors and you're Steve Kerr and Mike Brown and that staff, and you're trying to prepare for what you're seeing, the best thing you could do is get the rebound and push. The last thing you want is for Boston to get set defensively and be able to switch all over the place. You get that ball and you run, and we know the Warriors love to do that anyway. I just think it'll be even more of a focal point in this series because of the shooters they have on the floor, because of the way they like to play internally, and because they know once Boston gets set, they are much more difficult to handle. So there are reasons why, if you're the Warriors, you want to run as much as you can. And this ties back into the ability that Boston has to switch that just not a lot of teams in the league have to begin with.
Nick Friedel. Nick, we'll leave you with these two things. One from the 650. Let's see here. No, it's from the 408, pardon me. Nick has been negative on the Warriors since coronavirus, before COVID-19 name was even created by scientists. So we appreciate that. That's an interesting way to look at it. Secondly, and more importantly, thank you so much. We always learn so much from you. We appreciate your time very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your holiday.
Guys, I miss you like crazy. I wish I was coming back out there for the next week or so. It was the only sad part last night. There was a part of me that went, oh, my gosh, it's finally over, because I feel like it hasn't stopped since I started the year in the Bay, and the Warriors were awesome, and then I switched to the Nets, and they were completely insane. I got switched to the Heat, and they just kept winning until this last game. But it'll be great listening. I'm always trying to check in when I can, but I can't wait to talk about it with you guys and see how this series plays out, because you want the best challenge you could get in the finals. And I think for the league, once Middleton got hurt and Milwaukee went down the way they did, this is the best matchup. There is star power on both sides, and it's going to be a really fun series to see and listen to.
Nick, figure out that Cubs West Coast schedule and let me know where you're going to be. I'll meet you there, brother.
You got it, my man. Enjoy the hell out of the next few weeks, guys.
See ya, Nick. We appreciate it.
You got it.
Nick Friedel. We are, by the way, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. How about that? Nick Friedel is picking the Boston Celtics. Oh, no.
On brand.
Yeah, from the 510. I love Nick being wrong. Beginning of the season, he said, I don't see any possibility of the Warriors getting back to the finals level. He may have said that. I don't know. He may have said that with you.
He may.
Yeah.
Before you took over.
Yeah. He has strong opinions. Yeah. He knows what he's talking about. Even Draymond Green said, I can't tell you. I thought we were going to be back in the finals. Keep that in mind. When Draymond says, no one thought we'd be here. Well, Draymond himself said, yeah, I didn't really know that we were going to be back in the finals.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, I think there are some, and the one thing I will say, and I'm leaning, I don't know that we're going to get the official prediction today, but I am leaning Warriors in 6, maybe 7. I think Warriors in 6 is probably where this thing settles in for me. But I do think there are some Warrior fans that are underestimating how difficult an opponent the Celtics are, and maybe looking a little too closely at the way that the series against the Heat played out.
Mm-hmm. I don't mean to have a foot in both camp here, but to be honest, where I am with the Celtics is I know they could be really formidable. I'm just not sure they're going to be after the way they stumbled against Miami. You know what I mean? Again, going back to March 16th, it's like, oh my goodness, the Warriors had no chance against that team. But right now the Celtics are not that team. So I'm not sure what to expect from a Celtics team that, again, my opinion, Game 6 is like, wow. And they got it done. So maybe just winning a couple Game 7s, maybe they get their confidence level higher in those end-of-game situations. But I'm not sure how good this team is right now.
What do you make of the 7-2 on the road for the Celtics in the playoffs? It's the old something's got to give. Warriors 9-0 at home, Celtics 7-2 on the road. The Celtics have not been dominant at home, including some of those games where they've had opportunities to really grab a hold of a series or even win a series, and they haven't done it. 7-2 and 5-4 at home. 7-2 road, 5-4 home for the Celtics.
Here's my guess on that. Obviously, it's a guess. The Celtics, for whatever reason, to me, when the weight of expectation is heavy and they're at home and you're supposed to win, they really struggle with that. Road Game 7, where everything's against them, is like, okay, we got this. So I think, if anything, to a degree, being underdogs and I know it depends where you check on this, but I think the consensus is the Warriors are favorites. I think, if anything, the Celtics seem to play better when they consider themselves underdogs.
Yeah, or go get it. Like last night, it was just there was a more focused.
Right.
It got a little janky at the end, and I think some of that is a young team that's been through a lot and not had some success in some of the bigger games. You're going out in the conference finals multiple times. You heard Marcus Smart talking about it. Still learning how to win at a certain level, but the way that they came out and started the game was
very impressive.
Much more urgency than they had in the game 6.
Especially because that's one of the things that was impressed upon them is like, look, guys, we have to get off to a better start. We have to get off to a better start tonight. And, I think the fact that Miami was just so fatigued made it easier to do that. But they did. And then they were up 24-9, right? I think they were up 24-9. And then I think we had, they blew a 3-on-1. And then Miami closes the lead into the quarter. And the Celtics were way ahead halfway through the second quarter. And then it was 6 at halftime.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable.
And again, you do that against the Warriors, they're going to beat you. And I think that is the other where I lean Warriors in this series, is the fact that I do think there's probably one game that the Celtics let slip, and that ends up closing their window to actually winning the series, but I still think it's going to be a long series.
Here's what's coming up next. By the way, 888-957-9570. How much does this Boston team scare you? How much do you respect them? How much does this Boston team scare you with the finals coming up? Also, we'll look at what's really different about this Warrior team compared to the Warrior teams of the past that have been to the finals. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And please remember, giving away prizes every single hour today until 6 p.m. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our contest line. Soon as you hear this sounder,
the Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
And we're giving away another prize next. It's JD and Whitey on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game.
Yeah, JD on the air with Whitey on 95.7 The Game. Hey, we've got another giveaway here, so stay tuned. Giving away prizes all day long, every hour here on 95.7 The Game. Also going to hear from Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob met with the media today, had some interesting things to say about the Warriors and that double timeline thing, JD, which I think to this point we'd have to say, win or lose in the finals, in my opinion, the dual timeline thing, they pulled it off.
Yeah, to this point they have. I think every year you can kind of reevaluate that question once you know a little bit more about where the younger players are at. I think to this point it's definitely a win on the Jordan Poole front, and the futures of Kuminga and Moody look really promising. James Wiseman, we don't know, but for them to be able to have those latter three, you take Poole out of the equation, but Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman, have them play as little as they all have collectively, and to have the Warriors be able to be in the NBA Finals. I mean, that for this season is a major win.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Hey, that's Tim Roy. That means caller number 5 to the contest line, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. Wins our next prize. So call now. Thank you for listening. Here was Joe Lacob today on the impact that the younger picks have had on this Warrior squad.
The fact that we are where we are, and these guys have both contributed, maybe not as much as they would like to, they play more. Everyone wants to play more when you're a good player. What they've done is great. And what our coaches have done to get them ready for this level of play is great. And, I know we took some criticism from people that, we should trade all our draft choices that we had to get one more great player or whatever. And, I was very adamant about it. So was Bob, that was not the path we were going down. We want to be good for a long time. We want to be great for a long time. And we felt we already had our investment in our core great players, and they're still young enough to perform. And so it was really going to depend. Our success this year was always going to depend primarily on Steph, Clay when he came back, and Draymond, and Wiggins, you could argue.
I didn't think they could do it, JD. Obviously, Steph Curry said it after they eliminated the Mavericks. This is a time for reflection, a time for looking ahead to the finals, but given everything the Warriors have been through the last 2 years, time to celebrate the fact that they're back in the finals. And we all reflect on where they've been in that first year at Chase, when I was fortunate enough to do pre- and post games with you, and the Warriors were terrible. And remember, we spent so much time talking about, well, how do they get back to where they were? And do they go out and they get a superstar? Or, do you want to play it like the Lakers and try to add a superstar player? Or do you want to be more like the Spurs? And do you want to try to assemble young assets and make sure that you're competitive over an extended period? And to a degree, I think they've done both, because they got Wiggins, they got Poole, and they've elevated their play this year dramatically. And at the same time, now you have Moody, Kuminga, hopefully Wiseman, and you figure even if you don't change the roster at all this offseason, which you probably will, but if you don't, you still figure to be better because of the expected growth of your young players.
Yeah, and I think where the Warriors, the bet that Joe Lacob and Bob Myers won in this thing was what Joe was talking about with Steph and Clay and Draymond, and being so dependent on them, and then Wiggins, and basically, hey, the high-end ceiling is going to be determined by the level that those 3 and maybe 4 collectively could get them to. I think Jordan Poole is probably a factor in that as well, because I think his emergence has helped the whole thing be tied together, because he has, and we mentioned this earlier, offset the fact that Steph didn't have a year like other years that he's had. And Klay Thompson has been up and down since he came back. And Draymond only played 50 games. And yet Wiggins and Poole, Wiggins became an all-star. Wiggins leveled up from what I think the expectation would have been going into the year. Poole, I think, leveled up from now not just a really good sixth man, but somebody that started a lot of games for Klay and for Steph. So I think, the bet was smart. But the way that it's played out, I think, has been, and then the Gary Payton IIs and the Otto Porter Juniors and the Kevon Looneys, all part of it, those other pieces. And then the younger player, the Kumingas and the Moodys, are even down a peg after that. But I think Poole and Wiggins are the key, along with the Porters and the Paytons, as far as offsetting the fact that the big 3, while still capable enough to lead a team to this point, maybe statistically or in terms of availability, didn't reach heights that you would have thought would have been necessary for them to get to this point. That's the part that I still kind of go, wow, with, is that Steph wasn't the Steph of the 2020-2021 season where he was a top 3 MVP, and Klay really didn't look like the old Klay consistently. That's the part where I go, wow, and they're still here.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's a great point. We all thought last year before the season started, look, Steph's going to have to be close to MVP caliber if they're going to be any good last year, he's going to have to do that. And we were right. He was, and they were pretty good. Didn't get out of the play-in round. But yeah, it's a great point. Before we get back to Joe Lacob, though, I want to ask you this, because as we look at this series, and I am much more optimistic about a Warrior victory than I would have been a couple weeks ago, after the way Boston played against Miami. But one of the things that concerns me about this matchup is Jordan Poole defensively. Because I think the Warriors, they faced teams here. They faced Denver team that was Jokic and others, and Memphis, they have some really good players, but it boils down to Ja and others. Nothing against Desmond Bane or Dylan Brooks, and then of course Luka and the others with the Dallas Mavericks. Boston has a much more diversified attack, so I think they put more pressure on your defense. More pressure on the Warrior defense exposes the weak links, and I think Jordan Poole, without question, defensively is really a weak link right now.
How do the Celtics attack him, though? Because they don't necessarily have the guy to where I feel like he can really abuse Jordan Poole. Like who would that be? How do they go about it? Would be my only question. They seem on the surface, without doing a deep dive, and we got a few days to maybe do the deep dive, but on the surface they seem a little less apt to be able to make him pay on that end than maybe some other teams.
That's a good point. Obviously, yeah, so you're saying, look, if it's Peyton Pritchard, I'm not that worried about it, right? That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, or if it's Derek White or whatever. Yeah. Because I think the plan's going to be, hey, Derek White, shoot some threes.
I agree. I think that's going to be crucial.
Hey, keep making them.
Yeah.
Kid. Keep making them.
And Boston probably feels like, Derek White has a chance to destroy Jordan Poole. And the Warriors probably feel like, we'll take our chances with that. So for all the focus that there's going to be on the stars, rightfully so and understandably, that matchup's going to be huge.
I think the bigger question for Poole is how effective is he offensively? Because I think if you look at the Warriors and Steph and Klay, and they're going to play at a certain level, and aside from both of those players having dominant final, I think if both of those players have excellent finals, and the Warriors are going to win it, like almost independent of. But if those two are kind of up and down, Steph's great, he's controlling the game, but still has a couple shooting games are bad, a couple shooting games are good. Klay, same thing. A lot of it's going to come down to Wiggins and Poole. And Poole is the one, I think, real X factor. I know I mentioned Wiggins earlier, but he's the other X factor as far as can the Celtics defend him in where it's like the first half of that game where Steph got hurt, because they were ragdolling him and physical with him.
He got swatted at the rim too.
And Robert Williams, I know Anthony Slater had he put out a compilation today of those, and I remembered it. Of the plays where Robert Williams was all over and made him an unconfident driver to the basket, and Poole has to have that component to his game. Can the Celtics, for as much as we're talking about Steph and Klay, is Poole going to get his? Because I think the Warriors are going to need Poole to get his to offset Steph and Klay maybe not being dominant in every game.
Yeah, and that's a great point you raise about Boston's backcourt. On the other hand, you know as well as I do that you can hunt guys in pick and rolls, so it doesn't have to be. I don't have to go at Poole with one of my guards necessarily.
No, and can you get Jaylen? I mean, Jaylen Brown's probably their best attacker in terms of going to the basket. And he had some, when they were early in the game last night, he was really attacking. At one point, he was like, it was almost get the ball in his hands.
They do it. That's one thing I noticed. And we've both talked about how in the half court sometimes things tend to bog down, but they will take the ball right to the rack when they have opportunities. Yeah,
and can you get Jordan Poole matched?
Can you rim on you?
I mean, can you get Jaylen Brown with Curry on him? Can you get Jordan Poole with Jaylen Brown on him, and he goes to the basket, and then your help's going to have to be there. I think those are some things to look at.
888-957-9570. Isn't it great to talk about the NBA Finals? Let's talk to Philmo Mike on 95.7 The Game. How are you today, Philmo? Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day, fellas. I've been off for a while, but I enjoy listening to y'all. I've been on vacation out the way, but driving on my way back now. But one of the storylines I wanted people to pay attention to is that Joe Lacob is very competitive, and he also used to be a minority owner before he owned the Warriors of the Boston Celtics. And I'm pretty sure he would love to beat his former team that he used to own, man. I just want to talk about that aspect, and you know how competitive Joe Lacob can be and is.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. I'd forgotten about that, but that's a great point.
And I'm not surprised to Joe Lacob. I think nobody in the Warriors organization loves the young players more than Joe Lacob, and so to hear him kind of come out, those are my two big takeaways. I think Philmo's onto something with the Celtics thing, but he wants this thing. He wants to win another title, and I think he can see it's very close. Like, he wants to win another title, and Steph and Clay and Draymond and all of that, but he also wants to be put in a position where it is sort of that rosiest version of, and Kuminga becomes this, and he extends the window, and Moody becomes that, and
we just kept it rolling,
and it was, again, the next sort of homegrown core of it. So it's kind of my big takeaway. Not snark necessarily, but a little bit of, like, if he's going to be feeling himself, he's going to be feeling himself about the ability to win it, and then not have to have that compromise the young players that they were able to draft.
Joe Lacob on the Chase Center, and why this Warrior team is a lot different from the previous finals incarnations of the Warriors, coming up right after we welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco for some reason. It's an Odyssey station, which means you should download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, least tedious, and most up-to-date Warriors coverage.
I really appreciate every chance I get to come in here and fill in for Damon and work with Ray, but it's great working with you, JD. I know that you actually watch the games.
Whoa. Wow. That's a bit of a cut.
Ray, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, Ray's my buddy. Ray's my guy. Here's Joe Lacob. As we mentioned, he spoke with I was
No,
Ray.
Stop it.
Ray gets mad when I say that. Joe Lacob today spoke with the media. Here's how he feels about where we are with Chase Center.
Personally, I'm just as proud of Chase Center, personally now, as I am of this team. I can't even tell you how hard this was to get done. It took 7 years. And in this city, it's probably harder than maybe any other city to do it. And as you know, it's been ballyhooed. It was all private money, which, to be honest with you, I'm proud of. We didn't take any money away from police and fire and essential services. And I think we're all proud of that. And how does it look? I think it looks great. I love it. Every single night I get chills when I walk into the arena. I literally get chills. I love it. I love basketball. I've loved it all my life for over 50 years, been going to games. I've been to every arena in the world. And to me, there is no better arena in the world than this Chase Center. It just needs the experiences like this one to kind of give it that history.
2019, did you think the finals would be back at Chase Center anytime soon, JD?
I mean, not that year or the following year in all likelihood, but I'm actually not. I thought they had a shot if everything went right. Mm-hmm. And to me, it was more, and I always said this, and I took some heat when I said this. Like, I never thought they had to go get another star. Like, that's the one area where
I kind of did think, just to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought they kind of would have to get back to this level.
And to me, it was more, and I'm not saying I had it right, because I didn't have it right.
Well, sure you did.
In that Wiggins, I didn't have it right specifically. Like, I didn't think Jordan Poole would be what Jordan Poole's been. I didn't think Wiggins would be what Wiggins has been. But to me, it's more.
Those two guys that filled that void that you're talking about.
It was that level of player that's maybe not a superstar, but that next tier of player. And they really have two of them now that they didn't have. It's like, it wasn't so much the big three. It was, who's your fourth and your fifth best player? Like, how good are your fourth and your fifth best players? If you make a jump there was a window. If you have Otto Porters and Gary Paytons and solid, there was a path, and I thought maybe they had to go outside the organization to get the production that they've gotten from Poole and Wiggins. But the one area where I will toot my own horn a little bit is I never was one that was like, you have to go get another star player. You had to go get a couple maybe better rotation players, but Wiggins became that and Poole became that.
Yeah, and Porter has been huge this year. But you're right. Poole and Wiggins, for the most part, have filled most of that void that was created when Kevin Durant left.
One thing that's come up here, not to totally veer in a different direction, but
do it. Let's veer.
But the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line, this text popped up. There's been a lot of text messages like it. We're overlooking in this series coaching. Kerr has a ton of experience and has adjusted masterfully in this postseason so far. Spoelstra helped keep the Heat in that series, according to I'm giving Kerr the advantage going in. I would be careful, though, to say that the experience always matters. Both times the Warriors have lost in the finals, they lost to a first-year head coach. And first-year head coach, Nick Nurse, first year, they win. Ty Lue, not even first year, half a first year, interim. In the first year, I think at that point he had already been signed based on how things had gone. But first-year head coach, you went like Steve Kerr, first-year head coach, wins it in 2015. I would give him a nod, but I also don't underestimate.
It's a good point.
The experience hasn't been as necessary at the head coach position.
Plus, there's also this, and I've been thinking about this a lot too. There's no question, to the texter's point, that if you just look at it on the surface, it's like, oh my goodness, this is a coaching mismatch. But obviously, it's not like Ime Udoka has never coached. It's not like he has some staff of a bunch of people that we don't really know how to do this. So it's probably not as big of an advantage as it looks. And also, given the fact that Ime Udoka just became the first rookie head coach to win 2 Game 7s in a playoff season, that's impressive too. So that goes a long ways towards speaking to, you know what, he must be doing something right.
Yeah, and would you feel better about this series? And I'm going to give you an honest answer. Would you feel, if you were the Celtics, would you feel better about this series if Brad Stevens was your head coach or Udoka? And to me, it's Udoka.
Yeah, and Stevens is there. He's still available.
No, he's still there.
But
but the point I'm getting at is we had seen them go through and not.
Right.
They have reached a level and done things with Udoka that they had not done with Brad Stevens.
Yeah.
So let's not I think in some ways the experience, right? Brad Stevens, had he been there the one more year, right? Oh, he's got all this experience and now they got over the hump. That would get more value maybe than it should compared to Udoka, who actually they got over the hump this time.
My guess would be, the Warriors have an advantage there, but not like a major advantage that's necessarily going to have any impact on the outcome.
And inexperienced coaches have won, and won recently, and won a lot.
And I do think that a lot of the flaws with Boston that I'm pointing out, I think when you go through these situations where you lose Game 6 and then you win Game 7 after having won a Game 7 against Milwaukee, those do give you added confidence and everything gels. And I think they're probably going to be better the next time they face one of those situations than they have been. We'll see, but that's my guess. You, as a team, you mature. And your coach actually becomes better as you go through and succeed in those situations.
How much credit you give Spoelstra for that series being extended? I think he gets some credit for that.
Yeah, although it's not. I mean, he gets credit, but did he motivate the player? I think they motivated themselves, and it's not like he did a lot. He didn't have a lot of options.
Sure,
right? Well, what are you going to do? I'm going to play Jimmy Butler the whole game.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah,
no doubt. And I think it was referenced a lot in the series. I mean, it was just...
He's a really good coach.
And their whole toughness thing, and I mean, they had guys playing... I think other teams would have, even in the conference finals, shut down Kyle Lowry and maybe even Jimmy Butler after Game 4 or Game 5, and they didn't. And to that point, I do think they get a lot of credit for just their overall, culture's the word, but just the mentality. And that goes from Spoelstra to Pat Riley to...
I'm with you.
It's just like we're not tapping out.
I was on the air with somebody before the playoffs started or early on in the playoffs, and somebody said, I can't see it in Miami with Gabe Vincent and Max Strus. And I understood that, but wow, they had their moments. So I think that, again, speaks to the culture. On the text line here, Udoka is getting full credit for the team's success because they have taken on his personality. Yeah, I think they're growing.
Yeah.
In
He's helped them level up.
Yeah.
He's helped them level up over what, Stevens was a very good coach, but there was something
they needed to make a change.
There was something where they had peaked, I think, and were not going to continue to ascend with him, and so they, I think, and I think he knew it, right? I mean,
as you know, there were a lot of people in recent years that said Tatum and Brown, they can't play together, they can't win together. You got to break that tandem up. There's a lot of smart basketball people that suggested that.
Right, and they didn't, and they figured things out. I mean, that's the other. They were 25-25, and wound up 26-6, I think, to close is what it was. And Marcus Smart became the starting point guard, and they've been playing Horford and Robert Williams, and they've basically gone to a more defensive-oriented rotation. Everybody in their rotation, except for Pritchard, is a really good defender for the most part. So
that's it.
They fixed things.
That's where it starts with them, pardon me, but it starts with their defense. And that, I think, is the biggest difference between this Warrior team and previous Warrior teams that went to the finals. And I think Tim Kawakami may be the first one who really pointed this out, JD. Tell me if you agree. The Warriors now, Steve Kerr has a choice that he didn't used to have to make, which is basically, if I want to go with my best defensive lineup, it isn't necessarily my best offensive lineup.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's where it is going to be interesting to see. And how does the Curry, Poole, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond lineup, like, how does that play against?
Whereas before, when you had the death lineup or Hampton's five, it's like, I don't have to worry about things at either end. They're small, but they can score and they can defend.
Right. And you would think in a perfect world for the Celtics, that would take Horford off the floor, and you'd have to, maybe Derek White is on the floor, but then you're also, so you're, at that point, if Horford's off and Derek White's on, are you counting for Robert Williams? Is Robert Williams able to play? Like, I think that's where the Warriors get a little bit of an advantage there. I mean, Grant Williams is probably the guy that's on the floor in that situation. Or do they take, because Robert Williams can't play, then it has to be maybe White, Smart.
Grant Williams might be playing center.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just going to say. Would it have to be, if in that particular matchup?
He can.
If the Warriors go to the Poole lineup, would it have to be White, Smart, Brown, Tatum, Grant Williams? Would that have to be the five?
I would think so.
Because Robert Williams can't play, and you wouldn't want Horford out there in that situation necessarily.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of this. As all series are, it's going to be who's going to force the other team to. All right, you're going to blink first. We're doing this. What are you going to do? How are you going to adjust to us? That's playoff basketball.
It is. And in 5-3-0, Robert Williams doesn't look right. We've talked about that. Yeah, he doesn't look right. But still impactful at times, just not as...
So good here on March 16th. Yeah. He was so good. Yeah. All right. Coming up, 888-957-9570. What do you think Kevin Durant thinks of all this? That's coming up next. And we are sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Warriors.
Jumper, that's short. Rebound, Looney deflected and got it back to Klay.
95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson. Hope you're enjoying your holiday. We are trying to help you enjoy the holidays best we can here. Giving away prizes every single hour until 6. All you have to do is, to win, you just have to be the 5th caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear our sounder, Tim Roy, the great Tim Roy.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
Hear that and call 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263. Prizes include, we got, let's see here, tickets to see Dead & Company, Top Gun swag, packs, TGSP as they're known, Warriors bobbleheads, and a $100 Wingstop gift card. So be listening for that as we celebrate summer, the start of summer, and the NBA Finals returning to San Francisco, JD, for, as you well know, the first time since 1964.
Pretty amazing. And yeah, when you go back and you look at some of the names in that series, and it starts with Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. Mm-hmm. But a lot of Hall of Famers on those two teams. Havlicek on the Celtics. A lot of really good players. Obviously, Wilt Chamberlain for the Warriors back then. A lot of potential future Hall of Famers in this series, I think, possibly as well.
How many we got? What do you think?
Well, Steph, Clay, Draymond, I think, are all 3.
Yeah.
And then at that point, I mean, you could make the case for Iguodala. I know a lot of people do. I stopped short on Iguodala. I would also stop short on Al Horford, although some people have said Al Horford, he's kind of in that Iguodala.
Steve Kerr, certainly.
Conversation. Yeah, Steve Kerr. I mean, Tatum and Brown could be eventually.
Brown maybe is a little premature. But
it's premature. I think Tatum probably will be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying there could be as many as 4, 5, maybe 7 when it's all said and done. I think there's potential for there to be as many as 7. And yeah.
As we talk about the coaching advantage the Warriors may or may not have, I think we're also talking about culture. And I know that's an overused phrase now, but the Warriors embrace it. The Warriors do make it part of everything they do. Do the Warriors have an advantage over the Celtics when it comes to their culture? Again, as I said earlier, I think they do from a basketball standpoint in terms of when you have culture and you've been through it, everyone's on the same page. Culture is basically just, this is our organizational plan that we adhere to from the top to the very bottom. When it comes to crunch time of games, the teams with the strongest culture have an idea what they're trying to do. They don't always do it, but they know. I don't know if Boston's there yet. I do think the Warriors being back in the finals and this Boston team being in the finals for the first time, I think the Warriors have an advantage there.
I do think the Warriors have an advantage there, and I think that's where the experience portion of it comes into play too. I do think not necessarily the coaching side of it, but I do think the finals experience in the Celtics having nobody and the Warriors having Steph and Clay and Draymond and even Looney and potentially Iguodala, whether he's playing or not, I think the finals experience part of it does definitely help. And I think it in particular helps. I think it helps early in the series, but I think it also, the experience level, I think helps at every pivot point. I think it helps if it helps game 1. I think if it's 1-1 in game 3, and the Celtics, as we've seen them maybe struggle at home, like that's a huge game for them if it's 1-1 going back.
Choked like dogs, JD, in Game 6.
The Warriors,
they choked like dogs.
I still disagree with that, but that's okay. The Warriors are going to be poised in Boston, and that's, I mean, that may be the part that I'm looking forward to the most is Game 3 and 4 in Boston and what that environment's going to be like in the finals. Like that's the other thing when you start looking at Boston, Miami, like what's it going to be? Like that is a legitimate road hostile environment that the Warriors are going to face. Miami would have been like going to the beach.
Yeah,
nothing.
These
like going down
finals
playing
are
at Staples Center.
This Warriors-Celtic finals, I think, is long overdue because going back to when the Warriors first started getting good, they've had some great games against the Celtics.
They have.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
Great games.
The Celtics at one point, remember late in the 73-9 year, they won at Oracle when nobody had won at Oracle in months. And helped. So, yeah, I think this was almost, it could have been at a couple of different points, and now finally is.
Yeah, speaking of culture, Steve Kerr, meeting with the media today, addressed the importance of the Warriors culture
What culture means to me is what the players feel when they enter the building every day. What do they experience? What's the vibe in the building? Whatever that is, that's the culture. We were able to sustain that culture through that season 2 years ago when we had the worst record in the league by just staying true to our process. We want our players to come in and put in the work and enjoy themselves and understand that this is a place, this is their opportunity to get better and make the most of their talent, and that they're going to have all the resources here. We'll provide that, and that they will enjoy the process too. So that's kind of our culture, and I think Steph embodies everything that we believe in, all the values that we believe in. And so Steph's presence from the very beginning allowed that culture to blossom.
One thing I want to point out, I don't think Jordan Poole gets enough credit for all the work that he does, but you talk to anyone with the Warriors, especially going back to that season after his rookie year, and he worked so hard. And we don't, we're not really privy to that. But when Steve Kerr talks about the importance of working hard, that's one reason Jordan Poole is so good now. He has worked very hard. But the Warrior culture, JD, as we know, a lot of players have embraced that. One guy who did not, Kevin Durant. So what do you think Kevin Durant thinks of the fact that the Warriors are back in the finals before he got back there? And now that the Warriors are back in the finals without him, does that help us put into perspective the Kevin Durant Warrior years at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He doesn't strike me as the type, and maybe you disagree. He doesn't strike me as the type that would look at it and go, oh boy, I made a mistake.
I agree with you completely.
Like
I totally agree.
And if somebody brought it up, I think he'd probably snap at him. Like, what are you talking about? That's 3 years ago. You know how many things have happened since then? Mm-hmm. And they did this, we did this, they did that, mm-hmm. COVID, all this other stuff. It's interesting though. Kyrie Irving is also involved because he left the Celtics.
That's right.
And their culture, which he
ruined,
which he wasn't down with and or ruined.
Yeah,
maybe set him back for a year or two, and now they make it. So there is something to, I think, those two and the way that they're wired, and it being, again, we joked about it at the time. Boy, they're perfect for each other, but I think they're going to wind up not liking it or not having as much success as it would appear they would have together on paper. That part of it's been true. The part, though, where, again, I don't really think either cares, though, that maybe to some of us it looks like a bad look. They just kind of march to their own drum.
Do you eat much yogurt? You ever get a yogurt out of the fridge and it's gone bad and it's like it's opening on its own or it's bubbling?
Yeah.
Well, that's
not in a long time. I'm usually pretty good at it.
Yeah, it's like, this culture's gone bad. That's what the Celtics culture was when Kyrie was there. And it never quite got that bad here with Kevin Durant and the Warriors. I agree with you, though. My guess would be Kevin Durant.
That's because Steph is the culture. That was the other part I was going to point out when Kerr was like, we can tell. Steph is the culture, and I think Bob Myers might even tell you that. Like Joe Lacob, maybe it's more than some of the stuff we do. but like to me, like Steph, the person that he is, the superstar player that he is different than 99% of superstars.
I agree.
And I think that sets the tone for the rest of it. Like, what's the culture when Steph isn't around anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really going to be? And we'll see. Maybe it holds up. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, the Heat have been able to hold it up for a long time, decades with different players and the like. And so maybe the Warriors are able to do the same. But I think Steph is a big part of, to the point where, maybe Durant infected it a little bit, but the Warriors were able to get it back when he left because Steph is who he is.
In terms of the selflessness.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you about Durant as well. My guess would be that right now he looks at this and says, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, good for them.
Because he didn't want to be here, and he certainly doesn't wish he was still here.
No, not at all. And the one thing I do say, and I've said this a few times, Warriors fans shouldn't be looking to rub Kevin Durant's nose in this. Like, they really shouldn't be. And it's something that if it starts to happen, it's really going to probably start to piss me off during the series. If the Warriors win or if Curry gets his one before, one after, and it's fine, it's true. But Kevin Durant played a role in this.
Oh, a huge role,
and that's the part. Like to me, no matter what you think, Warriors fans need to still put some respect on on Durant's name because he could have left them high and dry without a means to even have a semblance of replacing him if he doesn't okay the sign and trade that allowed him to get D'Angelo Russell, which allowed him to get Andrew Wiggins and then Jonathan Kuminga. If Durant really had a axe to grind, and look, we've all been there at different points in our career. Like there are times, like I'll leaving a place or something changes or whatever. There's been times where I would have been, yeah, you know what? I'll do the sign and trade. There's also been times where I've been like, yeah, good luck. Yeah. I hope you turn into the Kings.
I think Kevin Durant, now he probably wishes, wow, I wish I was back in the finals with my team's last couple of years. I don't think he begrudges the Warriors for getting there, but it does speak to the difference between Kevin Durant and Steph. And to your point, Steph embodies the Warrior culture because he's so selfless. By the way, I think that started really when Iguodala came off the bench. To me, that cemented everything, and then Steph just continued to embody it. But when you have a guy like, Andre Iguodala, who had been a star in the league, and you want me to come off the bench? The team's better? Okay. I mean, that just sets the tone for your whole organization. And Steph Curry with his selflessness. But Kevin Durant, I just think he looks at that and goes, I don't, that's not for me. I don't want to be that selfless.
No, and I think he thought at times, and I think this is where he has been proven wrong, but he thought at times that, and I've said this a lot, and there's been, he thought it was fake. Like I think he thought, and I think it was a miscalculation, or maybe he didn't have a full understanding of it, but I think he thought a lot of and I think in particular, maybe some of the stuff Steve Kerr would try to get across.
I thought we were supposed to play with joy, kind of rolling his eyes.
Oh, this is cute.
Yeah.
Like this culture thing is cute, but in the one area where I do think Durant 100% thought was, this culture stuff is cute, but without me dominating finals games, we don't win any chips any of these years. And so I think that was the one thing. I don't think it was directed at Steph, but I do think there was a little bit of, hey, none of this happens if I'm not here.
Mm-hmm.
And, look, we're a couple years down the road and things have changed and they have been able to get back when many thought they wouldn't have been able to get back. But I do think there was a little bit of Durant saying, hey, my bleeping talent and dominance is why this is happening, not your cute little culture.
Right. That's why if the Warriors win, it'll be the total validation of that culture because we won before he was here, and as great as he was, we won with him, and we actually won after he left, which proves that it was the culture all along. 888-957-9570. Jack and Marin, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jack?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Quick question, kind of tying into the whole culture and everything. These days, we're seeing so many superstars teaming up. Right now, KD and Kyrie, you see PG and Kawhi, and the list goes on and on. But my question for you guys is, when KD teamed up with Curry and Clay, but essentially it was the KD and Curry team up, is that more happenstance that duo works while the rest of these superstar collaborations don't work? Or is that a testament to Curry and the player he is? Like, why is it that they work so well when we see people trying to mimic that now and it's not working? Is that a testament to Curry, or what is the reason that duo works so well when people try and mimic it now and it just doesn't happen? So thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. I think that's a great question.
I don't think it's just Curry either. I think it's the personalities of Klay Thompson, who was just going to get his shots no matter the bleep what. And he said that at the time, and then he did. And I also think it's a testament to Draymond, who at that point, maybe to the detriment of his own game, just quit trying to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And because he thought, wait a minute, we got two of the most efficient scorers in the history of the game, maybe even a third with Clay. Like, I don't need to shoot. Like, I'll just try and do everything else and hold it together. I think it worked, though, from a personality standpoint, because Steph didn't really care if nationally Durant got more of the shine. And this is the other thing that we always bring up with in the Bay, it's Steph and KD, right? Nationally, it became KD and Steph. And I think there's a subtle point there, but like in the Bay, it's no, Steph's the one and KD's the two. Nationally, it became, no, it's KD and like on the marquee for the final. It's KD and LeBron. It was because they were viewed as equals, maybe even more than Steph. So I think Steph not giving a damn that he became the number 2 on the marquee nationally, even though he was always going to be the number 1 locally, helped set that tone. But I think from a basketball standpoint, the Warriors could still operate the way that they were used to operating, and then Durant was just so damn good at filling the gaps in the ways where maybe they need, take your 15, 20-footer, pull up, shoot over. Like, he was just so damn good.
That's it too, yeah. He deserves credit. He was that good.
He was just so damn good and so damn efficient that it was just, you could plug him into the Harrison Barnes slot, and he just dominated because he made freaking shots all the time. He was just good.
That's it. When you're a player like Kevin Durant, not that there are many, you can defend and you're highly efficient. Every team can use that.
It just, and it didn't get in the way.
With any team.
It didn't get in the way because the Warriors played such a selfless brand of basketball. He was never going to get in the way. And if anything, he helped them in the one area where maybe they were deficient, which was pecking order late in a game.
Yep.
Right? Are you going to run your open offense? Whoever gets the shot gets the shot, or are you just going to give it to the guy that they can't guard and he's going to score? And they had
in the finals. Yeah.
And really the only time they needed to do it was in the finals, but that's in part why they won the 2.
You're right. Well said.
Hey, KD.
Thank you, Jack.
Hey, KD.
Good question. Yeah.
Go end LeBron right now. Like, go put it on LeBron right now.
Yep. That's what they needed as a team, and he gave them what they needed. Ryan Russillo was on with Damon Ratto last week, and he talked about the selflessness of the Warriors personified by Steph Curry.
It's a guy like Steph that it all orbits around a guy that gets it in a way that almost no other NBA star of this generation gets it. Duncan was the guy that bought into pop. So if you showed up to San Antonio and you didn't buy in, then who the hell do you think you were? If Duncan, one of the great players of all time, had bought all the way in. And there's some real similarities there with Steph. And so I also think that Clay not getting the chance to play for that long and Draymond not getting a chance to play, but it also developed these other pieces around him where these younger guys are coming up, seeing like what it meant to these guys. I think that's why it was so emotional in beating Dallas the other night, because this is just a really, this doesn't happen. It's probably the only time it's ever going to happen for this fan base to have this kind of group together. That's why these guys get over that. They're just over the individual stuff in a way you just don't see in team sports, especially the NBA anymore.
I don't think the Warriors resent Kevin Durant. I'm talking about the players. I think Draymond gets along with them great. I think their relationship for the most part is fine. But I do think, JD, I know we've talked about this, I think for Steph, Clay, and Draymond, if they were to win a championship this year without Kevin Durant, it would be very satisfying for them to prove once again to everybody, we won one without him, and we won another one years after he was gone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It changes the calculus. Fair or unfair, and I still maintain that group was, maybe they win in 17, but I still maintain that group without Durant would not have won another one, but this is a different group now, right? Mm-hmm. Like, they were able to replace, and look, maybe they would have been able to do that. Maybe they would have found the other Wiggins. Maybe they would have found the other Poole. I don't know. I'm open to being wrong on that, but this would put it to bed. So...
Yeah, isn't it incredible? Do you agree with me? The Poole and Wiggins somehow have supplied, between the two of them, they've been able to supply a lot of what it was that they lost when Durant. It's obviously not a perfect comparison, but they filled that void.
They have filled the void. They have filled the void in terms of, I think, defensively, Wiggins for sure. Not always offensively, but some of the void. Definitely offensively, and then Poole. It's kind of between the two of them offensively, because Poole hits. They both hit threes from time to time, but Poole's ability to get to the basket, and get some twos, and Wiggins' ability more so in the playoffs to slash, but also he hits some big threes for them. Yeah, those two have helped. It's not same versus same, but they have offset it. That's no question. The production.
Way, somebody, was it Stan Van Gundy or maybe Reggie Miller? Somebody was saying, maybe it was Kevin Harlan, saying that Jordan Poole is like a mini Steph clone. And I just don't, I understand why you would look at that and say that. I don't see that.
I don't, but there are times where he does a little bit. and I know they're able to run a lot of the same actions, which I think to me is huge. That's where he has, for all the conversation about his value, Poole's value moving forward, I think his value to be a sixth man and maybe a finisher in a lineup with Draymond at center, that kind of stands alone. But to me, where Poole's true value is, it's moving forward here in the regular season when, you want to give Steph some time off, or if Steph needs some time off because he's getting older or there's an injury or something.
You kind of plug him in.
You just plug him in.
Yeah.
And you can run the same stuff, and he can be effective. And it also serves as an incentive for Poole to go try and get his, which I think he needs and wants from time to time. Same thing with Clay. If Clay is never going to play back-to-back again for the rest of his career, which maybe he doesn't. Or for the most part, then you can plug him in, and we saw you could play him with Steph, and they could win. So just him as just that's a piece they didn't have these last couple of years that was going to become more and more problematic, and now they have it.
Really significant because, as anybody knows who watched Jordan Poole in 2019 struggle, initially the Warriors' plan was for him to be the next Clay, catch and shoot guy. Right? And he's more than that. And he had to take advantage of the opportunity to show them, I'm not a catch and shoot guy. And that was one of the reasons he struggled so much. 888-957-9570. Word in Oakland joins us, 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Word?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I want to give JD some props for saying what I've been saying for years, since 2017, I guess. The Warriors didn't necessarily know. I hate the conversation. I hate how much Warriors fans resent KD. When he came at the end of that season, after LeBron, the Cavs won, everybody was like, we got to get Harrison Barnes up out of here. We got to get a better shot creator. And it just so happened, timing was a blessing. You got the best shot creator in the game who wanted to play here. And instead of being so mad at it, I just hate that folks resent it so much, because it's not that you guys needed KD. You needed a shot creator, and you got the best one. And I said this yesterday. I'm sorry, Whitey, that you listened to the same.
No, that's all good. It's a good point.
But it's the same point. Like this whole season, once Wiggins started playing like the shot creator he was drafted to be, it was like, okay, this is what you needed. You didn't need the best shot creator in the game, because Wiggins is not that, but he's a good enough one. He's a really good one that when Steph's not able to run off enough screens, Clay's not able to pull up, pull up on open jumpers, you got a shot creator. And say what you will about Wiggins, he's not an MVP. He's not, this dude gets shots when you need. And I'm not a Warriors fan. I'm just super objective about what I'm seeing. He's probably got one of the best abilities to just get a bucket when you need a bucket. And in 2017, you didn't need KD. You needed a bucket getter. You just happened to get the best one. So stop hating it and appreciate it that it worked out for everybody.
Thank you, Word. I'll say this. Even if the Warriors win this year, that doesn't mean they would have won without Durant when he was here, when they won the years he was here.
Right. No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And that is a distinction that I do want to make.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I personally believe that. Like, them winning this year doesn't prove that they would have won in 17.
Right.
Because I think this team is better than the two. To me, this team is better than the 2017 team would have been without Durant. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when they were already starting to compromise the roster to a degree to afford to have Durant there in the first place.
Again, so we're going to bring back Harrison Barnes after he crushed you in the final? Like, I don't know. To me, there was an accountability that would have needed to have been had for that.
Coming up top of the hour, the saintly one, Gary St. Jean, will join us. Coming up, how much do you fear these Boston Celtics with the finals nearly upon us? We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Don't forget, we've got prizes every hour today until 6. All you have to do is be the fifth caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
And we're giving away our second to last prize next. It's Whitey and JD on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos.
95.7 The Game.
Whitey and JD celebrating Memorial Day, celebrating the fact that the Warriors are back in the NBA Finals. Gary St. Jean's going to join us top of the hour and be listening for your cue to call. You could win our next to last prize of the day, JD. Just our way of saying thanks for listening.
Have you ever told that story you told me on the air? I think that's actually worth... I think that's worth a little palate cleanser. I mean, we got, 54 minutes of fury here.
Can I tell? I guess so. I mean, it was kind of told to me, kind of...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You need to protect the innocent.
A guy told me, and he used to coach in the NBA.
Yeah.
That he was coaching a high school all-star game.
Sure.
And one of the players ended up playing in the NBA and ended up getting like this huge contract that people thought he didn't really deserve. But anyway, the guy had a really high opinion of himself, the player. And so he's complaining about no one's passing him the ball in the high school game. Again, a guy would go on to play in the NBA, which, bless him, that's
something.
Terrific. Yeah. So he's going, I must be invisible. Am I invisible? Pardon me. I must be invisible. No one's throwing me the ball. What, am I invisible? And everyone's like, yeah. So later in the game, the guy's on the bench and he's complaining to the coach. He's like, hey, why don't you put me in the game? Coach says, oh, there you are. I thought you were invisible.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah.
A little palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Like
Saint has great stories. Maybe he'll bless us with some of them when he joins us here.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
That's Tim Roy, right?
That is great Tim Roy, yeah.
That means caller 5 to our contest line, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263, wins our next prize. So good luck with that.
Text of the day nominee on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Yeah.
From the 415, is that guy Guru?
I can neither confirm nor...
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I guess this guy had some guru-like qualities, To succeed at a high level as Guru has, you have to have a lot of faith in yourself, right, JD?
You do.
Wow. Yeah. Steph Curry met with the media today, and, here we are saying, wow, it's amazing the Warriors have gotten this far. Steph Curry said despite everything that the Dubs have been through the last couple of years, that vision of getting to the finals, said he never lost sight of that.
1,000%. This season is such a marathon, and we do our best to try to give more colorful sound bites throughout the year on what that process looks like. But at the end of the day, you can't rush it and you can't fast forward. And just definitely was the vision. I think some of those speed bumps kind of made us appreciate difference in this team in terms of, I call it, the versatility. We had a lot of different guys play a lot of different roles, and we just wanted to get to the playoffs in one piece as much as possible and give ourselves the best chance. And somehow we obviously made it through this run with some injuries, but for the most part, the vision of getting here never faded ever.
It's incredible to me, JD. I understand it, but it's incredible that Steph, apparently, Draymond, Iguodala, they felt like this path that the Warriors are on that clearly has helped them get to this point, they felt like maybe it wasn't the best, truest path.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing when you think about just all of the twists and turns and the way that this season did play out. I mean, and I think the Warriors at times, and this is where organizationally they do deserve credit, because they probably deserve as much respect, credit, whatever, for some of the moves that they haven't made as much as the moves that they have made.
Good point. Yeah.
Going back to, do you trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love? And there were a lot of people that wanted to do that.
Trade Steph Curry and Klay Thompson for Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And I guess Chris Paul's the one that kiboshed that.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of different, what would you do this? Do you do that? And the Warriors have, the moves that they haven't made have been, they didn't trade the young draft capital before they were players. They didn't make the move in the middle of the year because they felt they had to go get a big, like a lot of people were saying that they had to go get a big. So I think sometimes the moves you don't make, that's where I do think Joe Lacob gets a lot of credit, because I think he's been pretty patient in his vision. And again, I think he is among those in the organization probably the one that's the most fired up for not only the now, but the future, and the Kumingas and the Moody's and the Wisemans and what can Poole's ceiling be and the like, and having all of those different perspectives and being willing to listen to the star players, but not automatically do exactly what they say. That's being able to have that dialogue is important, and I think is culture.
I was having a conversation today with a knowledgeable basketball fan who may or may not be in the next room, and the knowledgeable basketball fan was telling me, if they don't win, I don't know that then they're on the right path with this two timeline approach. If they don't win this year, who knows? But to me, we don't know who the Warriors could have gotten. That's the thing. Oh, they should have gone out, and this person wasn't necessarily saying that, but you could say, oh, yeah, they should have traded the young players for a veteran. Okay, but who? I mean, that's easy to say, but there wasn't necessarily that great player available. I think, JD, that's ultimately why the Warriors did what they did and stuck with what they had, because they looked at, all right, do we want to do this for Bradley Beal? No, we don't. Do we want to do it for Pascal Siakam, who I think he was third team All-League this year? He's a nice player. But that ultimately is why I think they went this way. That guy just wasn't there.
No, he wasn't, and it wasn't you do it for a no-brainer. And I just don't think there was a no-brainer. Like, Bradley Beal wasn't a no-brainer. Why did the fans want maybe the move, or some fans want the move for a superstar? I think in part it was I think Wiggins was a little underwhelming in the fans' eyes coming into this season, even though he had played pretty well, I thought, last year.
Because remember, before this year, they hadn't even been to the playoffs last year.
Right. And so it's to me, where a lot of that was coming from was you didn't know how good Jordan Poole could be, and he's been a lot better than I think anybody could have imagined for this year, and more impactful. And I think the same thing, Wiggins was an all-star. We can joke about starter and all of that, but no, he was a legitimate all-star. Maybe he shouldn't have been a starter, but he was a legitimate all-star and had played at a level that he hadn't played at.
Korean fan favorite.
Yes.
Yeah. You mentioned
that's the starter part.
The whole question about a big. Steve Kerr talked about that today. And look, full disclosure, I've been a guy who for the last couple of years, and Nick Friedel and I think we were in the same boat here. We talked about, wow, you want to go get a big. You'd like to have one available at the end of the bench. Get another big. Oh, if Wiseman's not available, you need to get another big. But Steve Kerr talked today about the fact that the Warriors have been okay without adding another big.
It's turned out fine. We felt like James was going to be back. That was one of the reasons we didn't fill the roster spot with a big man. And then once it became apparent that James was not coming back, we didn't have a roster spot to fill with a big man. So fortunately, Loon and Draymond and Belly have all played really well at that 5 spot. The league is smaller and quicker, and not as much need anymore for the multiple aircraft carriers down there.
And in a way, the Warriors have been fortunate, right? Because they didn't have to play Gobert, although they would have probably handled him. They didn't have to play Karl Anthony Towns. They played Jokic. They didn't have to play DeAndre Ayton in the postseason. They avoided all those guys. I know Robert Williams III is a fine player, but I think he's only 6'10".
They avoided those, and I think they didn't want to get in a position where they had to cut somebody. I think that is a key, because they've done that in the past. They had to cut Caspi because Durant got hurt, and they wanted to sign Matt Barnes. And I just think even in Bielitsa, they were not cutting Damian Lee. Like, I know we went back and forth. Like, the fans was like, cut Damian Lee. But I don't think they wanted to. No, we brought Bielitsa in to be a part of this. Bielitsa came here because he wanted to be a part of a team that could make a run. And so I think when you do that, unless you really need it, or there's an injury that pops up that sort of forces your hands, I think I think you don't want to get in the habit of signing players, especially players that are kind of ring chasing in a way, and then cutting them halfway through the year. It's kind of bad for the culture, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is. From the 415, no big up until now. If they lose, big mistake.
Yeah. Don't think
against
so.
Boston, but I wouldn't think so.
Big mistake. You mentioned the finals.
Big mistake. You mentioned Damian Lee. I wonder, have the Warriors ever had a player as bad as so many fans think Damian Lee is now? Maybe Smailagic. Fans think he's terrible and has no business on an NBA court. I don't know why they see him that way.
Yeah, it's inaccurate.
It is.
It's inaccurate. And and I think that also leads to, can Gary Payton II come back? Can they get Otto Porter for sure come back? Can Iguodala come back? Because if Payton and Iguodala are able to come back, really even just one of them, then I think the potential for then Damian Lee doesn't necessarily have to be in the rotation.
Payton's back. I don't think Iguodala is, but
Right.
Just reading
I think
between
we're
the tea leaves
we're
there.
aligned, and Porter
Yeah.
I think as well, but that's different position, and they're going to need him. Like anybody that in this series, you need shot makers, and Otto Porter Jr. is another shot maker.
Yep. I mean, it's almost an oversimplification. If the Warriors can make shots, and it's not easy to do against Boston, then you limit Boston in the half court. The Warriors have to get out in transition to beat the Celtics defense before they get set up. Nick Friedel talked about that. It's obvious, but it's really, really vitally important in this series.
It is, and I think it goes both ways.
I agree.
In this series as well.
Both teams trying to do the same thing.
And both teams are pretty damn good half court defensively. We saw Boston against Miami last night when they were playing faster early in the game. In the third quarter, they were getting out in transition off of misses. That's where they were at their best. It wasn't until they started to hold the lead.
You can almost see it happen. All right, pull it out, spread the floor. We're going to squander most of this lead now.
They were running the this is how we're going to get Marcus Smart a contested three-pointer with the shot clock running out offense.
Yeah, he's fearless. Like, you guys don't want to shoot? All right, I'll shoot it. And I will say this, he made those 2 huge free throws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Enormous free throws.
Enormous free throws. It kept it from, other than the Jimmy Butler possession, wait, Jimmy Butler's got the ball? They're down 2? What is going on here?
Hey, Spo is happy Jimmy took that shot.
Man. I thought it would have been an incredible storyline. Jimmy to pull up and hit that 3.
Lying there.
I love that about Jimmy. That was the right look. And I just thought,
that's
as
his
it was leaving his hand, I thought for sure that was going down. Good, clean look. It's definitely better than anything that we could have designed. And it's just a shame that it didn't end that way. But, I can't compliment Boston enough. They've gone through the fire, and they earned that right to go to the finals.
Would have been a great
culture.
Story, better than anything we could have drawn up, JD.
That is culture. You know why? Because he lied through his teeth. And it was totally believable.
I'm with him.
No, in all honesty, he kind of has to take up for his guy there, period. But he did it in such a genuine way.
With that, we welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco for some reason. It's an Odyssey station, which means you should download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, least tedious, and most up-to-date Warriors coverage.
It's Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson today, and joining us now, and I'd love to, this is a former NBA coach here, JD. We'll find out what he thought of Jimmy Butler's shot. Longtime NBA analyst, former Warrior GM, longtime NBA coach, Gary St. Jean. Saint, happy Memorial Day. Thank you so much for your time, sir. How are you?
Well, same with you guys. It's a great day, and boy, I tell you, this is an exciting couple weeks. The Warriors just seem to be peaking, and of course, I'm letting the cat out of the bag, but I'm from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So for a long, long time, I've been a Celtic fan since Bill Russell and Bob Cousy. So I cheer for the Celtics probably 80 games a year. Only the games they play the Warriors do I not cheer for them. And now because of my son Greg being in Dallas with the Mavericks, I have to take a couple games off there. So probably 78 games I cheer for the Celtics.
Saint, before we dive too deeply into that series, we'd love your opinion on the Jimmy Butler shot at the end of the game last night. Tremendous game. Honestly, and maybe because I was rooting for Boston, real time I thought I understood why he took it. JD, as a lot of people say, said that was a bad shot in that situation. Just the coach in you, what did you make of that decision in that situation?
Well, he's a great player. My gosh, did he play good the last 2 games. The previous 2 games, he was single fingers. I got to tell you guys, I'm old school, and I would have liked to see some dribble penetration and maybe a more open shot, whether it was a mid-range or a wide-open 3. I thought there was pretty good contestment on that. But as Spoelstra said, hey, they're comfortable with him taking it. That's the modern NBA. And a lot of times guys feel like, hey, let's go for the win. We're not going to waste time with an overtime. Let's go for it. So it's easy to debate that one. I personally would rather see getting a different shot, but gosh, he was terrific. I just want to compliment him. He put them on his back. He was fabulous.
No, he really was, Saint, and I mean the reason they were even in that position, and sometimes, as you know, as as a coach or an executive, you got to take up for your star, and I think that's what we heard Spoelstra doing in all likelihood at the end of that one. Just having it, you got to have your stars back.
No, there isn't any doubt about it. And you know what? The way he'd been playing, it wouldn't have shocked me if he made it. I guess Brown from the Celtics said, "Oh no!" The way he'd been playing, he thought the darn thing was going in. So, that tell you what, they limped to the finish line. They were banged up. They really were. I mean, his knee, Lowry's hamstring, Hero's hamstring. They really were undermanned, and Boston with Smart's ankle, and then with Williams' knee, and so you got a lot of guys banged up. And I think, guys, that's really taking place because teams are playing every other night. Mm-hmm. I think that has something to do with the play-in. It's shortened the days. Thank goodness the finals are so spread out, and thank goodness that both teams are going to get some needed rest here. And the third point would be it's great that the Warriors have home court because they get to stay home even longer. I would think that Boston flew today from Miami here. I doubt they flew 3.5 hours up to Boston to get some clean underwear and then to fly out here.
Gary St. Jean with us on 95.7 The Game. Obviously, tip of the cap to the Celtics. They wobbled there in Game 6, but they won Game 7. They've won 2 Game 7s here. But, Saint, my question, why does a team that defends as well as Boston does, and they defend so well, but why do they have so much trouble holding leads as we saw last night?
Well, to tell you the truth, that's a nemesis for them. They don't score a lot. They're happy to play a 90 or 100-point game. And when they get bogged down going one-on-one with Brown and Tatum, and sometimes Smart, which he shouldn't do, then they don't score easily. When they move the ball, they're a lot better. I looked at that team, and kudos to Epeudo. At Christmas time, he said, okay, guys, how do we want to play? We want to play the winning way, or we want to play the way we've been playing? And they accepted it. And one of the key things for me was they got rid of Schroeder, and they moved Smart to the point. And Smart, to me, is a miniature Draymond. Very big-time defender, plays with a lot of emotion, very smart. He just shoots too much. Draymond's smarter than him in that aspect. Draymond, to his credit, the last few games has, shot the ball more because it was wide open. Smart will shoot it with somebody right in his face. He was 0 for 5 last night going down the stretch. So, if I'm a Warrior person, I'm happy if he has it at the end. And those other two guys are young stars. Tatum, to me, the question is consistency. He doesn't do it every night. And if you're going to be considered the great one, an all-pro, I think he has to do it on a more steady basis. He's a better scorer than Brown is, but Brown's, I think, a terrific athlete, and he's scary. He can really get going, too. So that threesome is a heck of a trio. And I think they found something. I'm going to be surprised if in the series they play Horford and Williams together a lot. I think we're going to see more of the young Williams who usually comes off the bench, the young guy from Tennessee. I think he'll play with either Horford or Williams III. I think they're better on both ends of the floor when they play that way. They're not deep. One of those guys will come off the bench along with Pritchard, the young guy from Oregon, and Peace hardly even plays. So I think that's the way it's going to roll with them.
No, I think you're right about that, Saint. And one of the things I wanted to ask you about was just the Warriors' ability. Like how big is Peyton and maybe Iguodala, but Peyton, just in the sense that the Celtics can maybe slow the Warriors down more than other teams can. The Warriors defensively can be up to the challenge, but it almost becomes a zero-sum game in that having another defender, you could really hold Boston down or extend one of their droughts a couple extra possessions and maybe make that the difference.
Yeah, that's spot on. Peyton, he can guard all 5 positions. That guy there is really got a big heart. He's just like his dad was. And So that'll be a real shot in the arm if he's able to come back. I wouldn't have any problem seeing him on Tatum, but you guys know we're going to see Wiggins on him. I think Clay will guard him. I think a matchup with him is easier for Clay than Brown. And, Professor Iguodala, if he can just give you 10 minutes, that's all, just 10 minutes, that would be a great shot in the arm. Porter's foot, I hope he's better. He gives you some rebounding and shooting. And so for me, it's a better bench that the Warriors have, and I think that's a big factor because it's capable of scoring more with Poole. And but I look at Boston, and I think they're going to struggle to score. I don't think they're going to. Boston, if you guys watch them a lot, they switch a lot. I don't know if you guys are on them, but they really switch a lot. You got to get used to that. And on the other side of the coin, the Warriors are going to junk it up. I don't know if you guys think so, but I do. I think we're going to see a box and one. I think we're going to see a 3-2 zone. I think we're going to see man-to-man with a lot of switching. We could see man-to-man with pick-and-roll coverage where they double-team. So they've got a lot of pieces that they can go to, and I think it's the first game will be kind of I got to get used to you, you got to get used to me. So it's going to be really interesting.
Saint, if the Celtics switch everything, and if they have Horford on the floor, and he's in drop coverage, the Warriors will punish him for that, won't they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And that's why they like Williams playing 5 more than him, because Williams can get up and switch, and that's a big, big positive. Dallas switched an awful lot against the Warriors. And, you've got what today's game, let's use this phrase, coaches love their players to be playing downhill. And when you've got Clay and you've got Steph and you've got Draymond who can dribble, penetrate, get to the rack, get to the mid-range, dish it out for threes, that's the way the game's played today. It's not just shooting long, early threes. And that's where I think, again, Boston has an advantage. But, the Warriors have struggled defensively with dribble penetration. And I think it's part of the reason why they've gone to these other defenses. When they've gone to those straight-up stuff, they've gotten in foul trouble and it put the other team on a line an awful lot. So that's something to keep note of. And along with that, I love what Steve said the other day. Did you guys see where he's talked about turnovers? He said, I'll talk to you guys here in the media a little bit about it. He said, but I'm not even going to talk to the team about it. I'm not even going to bring it up. And I was doing a podcast earlier today, and I said, if I was sitting in the first 2 rows, I think I'd wear a Warriors hard hat. Because these guys, at least 5, especially in the first half, at least 5 or 6 passes go flying probably right over Joe Lacob's head. It's the darndest thing you've ever seen. Throw it out of bounds, good. Don't let them have live ball turnovers where they go down and get fast break points.
Saint, from the Celtics' point of view defensively, and I want to relate it back to the Warriors offensively, if the Celtics are as maybe equipped as any team in having defenders for Steph and Poole and Clay, how much of the onus gets shifted to Andrew Wiggins maybe as being the one guy they can't account for to be big and, in essence, opening other things up for the Warriors?
Well, his game has just grown so much, guys. We knew he could hit a standstill 3. We knew he was pretty good on the box. He got pretty good to the left shoulder, and he's a great athlete as far as putting it down one dribble and dunking the ball. Ask Doncic what he feels about that. And so I love his defensive effort. I just love the way he's taking the challenge. He's rebounding. I think he's so comfortable not being the first or second option, but he's playing the game the right way. And that's what I love about what he's doing. It's winning basketball in the way he's playing. He's earned a lot of respect around the league and especially with his teammates and coaches.
Coach, what would you say is the biggest challenge that Boston's defense, and we know they're excellent defensively since the calendar turn. What's the biggest challenge their defense presents for these Warriors and the way they like to attack?
Well, they have two guys with length and strength. When you have Smart and Brown, they can get up and guard Steph, and nobody's used to the way he relocates, moves without the ball. It isn't about all the stuff when he's off the dribble. It's the other stuff, and that to me is going to be great. Their defense is the fact that they got those three guys out front they're strong. And you guys know, as the playoffs moves along, the game gets more physical. It slows down. And they had a physical series with Miami. And then you've got paint protection with Williams. And, Al Horford is a really smart, quality vet. And that young Williams kid, I think he shoots his mouth off too much for being a role player. But he competes, and I like him. He's physical. So the guy that maybe you'd go at a little bit might be Pritchard, and like you guys noted with Horford. But they've got really good pieces. It's a short bench. Guys, in my day, and you guys might know this, in the old days we used to have a timeout at the 10 and the 7 and the 3. And I think they eliminated the one at the 10. And we also used to have longer timeouts. And with that said, you were able to play your main guys. Maybe like Steve likes to play his guys 32 to 34. Now he can take them up to 36 or 38 if he wants to, but he loves playing his bench. And the fact that the games are spread out so much, I think it allows you to keep your key players on the floor for bigger minutes.
Saint, we appreciate your time so much. It's always so educational. Thank you for being so patient with us. Thanks for taking time to join us here on a holiday, sir.
Yeah, you guys are great. You guys are so real and on top of it. Hey, listen, you got me now at around 5 o'clock. You guys know what time it is.
That's right.
You got that right.
Yeah.
It's cocktail time. I don't have a game to watch. I don't know. I might have to make some popcorn here. I don't know.
Hey, Saint, the last time Boston played San Francisco was, and you're longtime Celtic fans, you may know, was 1964, and the Warriors had Wilt Chamberlain and Nate Thurmond, and they lost the series.
Well, a guy named William Felton Russell from Oakland, California, won 11 out of 13 titles with the Celtics, so you're not surprising me at all. And his partner in winning that year was Mr. Casey Jones, who also played with him at USF.
That's right. Thanks, Saint. You're the best. We appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, Gary St. Jean. By the way, this being a holiday and all, we've got one more prize to give away. It's going to happen this hour. All you have to do to win is be the fifth caller to our contest line. As soon as you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
The number to call will be 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. So keep listening. We appreciate your doing so. Saint touched on a real key here. Boston offensively. And I noticed at times their half-court offense against Miami really fell apart. That's a real weakness here for them in the finals.
It is. And it's the kind of thing that on its own might get you beat against the Warriors, because we've seen this a lot. Even the great defensive teams and teams that have had success against the Warriors and slowing them down, you can't do it for a whole series, no matter how good you are. You really can't. There's always going to be at least probably 2 games out of a 6 or 7 game series where the Warriors are just making shots because they're that good. And are those games going to be automatic wins? Typically they are for the Warriors. If the Warriors can force the Celtics into 2 atrocious games offensively, because the Celtics may be a little prone to that, and the Warriors are still top 2 defensively because the top.
And if they're making shots,
it's like, so. But if then that's 2, then that might be the other 2 wins you need, right? You're winning the 2 because you're shooting it, and then you're winning the other 2 because you're able to hold them down really bad. I think the other little window for the Warriors is the late game situations, and the way the Celtics have played late in games. It was prevalent last night. It has been in other games in the playoffs. I think that's where this thing could flip as well, is maybe a game where The Celtics have the lead and are controlling things for a good chunk of it, but they get a little tight down the stretch. The Warriors start hitting a couple shots, and they would run right through the door that was left open last night as far as the Heat having a chance to win that game when it should have been all done with 3 minutes left.
Of all the interesting points that Saint made, one of the ones that really stands out to me is where he talked about Horford. Going to be hard to have Horford and Williams on the floor at the same time. And he thinks Grant Williams, and we talked about this earlier, Boston goes small, they'll need Grant Williams to play center, which could change the complexion of the series. And he can do that. I believe he was a center in college. So his ability to handle the middle and make some threes, and I know in Game 7 against Milwaukee, he was huge. He could be one of those guys who, X factor, again, as we focus on the big name players, a guy like Grant Williams will have a lot to say about how this series goes for the Celtics.
He's the next guy for me. And I do think the Celtics have a choice to make early on. And I think Robert Williams' health is a part of it. If Robert Williams can't play the usual minutes, which I think pretty sure he can't at this point.
He'll benefit from the time off here between games, but still,
he will, but I think there's also a question of, okay, if you're going to limit his minutes some, then you have to, all right, does that mean you take him and put him on the bench and basically start Horford, or you start him and you take Horford, you make Horford kind of the backup, knowing that Grant Williams is going to get a lot of the minutes and Grant Williams is going to be in there in the small ball lineup. So I think both of those things are in play, and I also think that Derek White lineup with Grant Williams and Tatum and Brown and Smart could be in play.
All right, 0 to 10. We asked this question before the Warriors took on Memphis, so we'll just throw it out there again on the text line here. The Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Or if you want to give us a call, just 0 to 10. How much respect or how much do you fear the Celtics? 0 is like, nothing. Warriors sweep.
There's a lot of Warriors in 5 on Twitter.
Warriors in 5. Or do you go 10 like, man, I don't know if I don't think the Warriors can beat this team. 0 to 10, how much do you respect or, if you will, fear the Boston Celtics? 888-957-9570. A couple weeks ago, I was at least a 7. Right now, I'm at a 5.5 tops.
I'll admit, 2 weeks ago, when the conference finals started, at that point, and I think I said this to Steiny, and I'll bring it on the air. At that point, I said, you know what? I want to see how the next couple series shake out. But at that point, I said, if they were playing today, I'd probably pick the Celtics. I said that.
Well, you and I talked about it on Warriors this week, a couple weeks ago, and we didn't say, but we were both kind of leaning that way. We didn't call it, but we were both leaning that way.
But as the last couple of weeks have shaken out, really watching the Celtics more, watching the series against Miami,
and
watching
also the way
Warriors,
the Warriors have played.
Yep, watching the way the Warriors have played as well. I think Celtics in 7, I think, became Warriors in 7 for me, and then it's also maybe become Warriors in 6 for me now. So it's almost two little notches have gone the other way, both based on some of the things I've seen from the Celtics, although I do respect them. I do think they're the best team the Warriors have faced. That alert level is higher than it is for sure for me over the Grizzlies. No disrespect to the Grizzlies, but I think that it's probably not been changed 2 pegs from maybe Celtics in 7 to Warriors in 7 to kind of leaning Warriors in 6 now.
Don't you think that a lot of the national writers anyway have kind of been underestimating the Warriors or not giving them enough credit for what they've done so far? I mean, you read about, they play, Denver's shorthanded and, Dallas, Ja didn't play.
But they're not totally wrong though. Like that is true. And I think, and to me, and I said this at the time, and people disagreed with it, and that's fine. But
okay, well, go ahead.
Dallas, I mean, when Dallas beat Phoenix, that was a break. Like there was no shame in saying, hey, Dallas beat Phoenix, that's a break.
Right.
It doesn't change. I think the Warriors would have beat Phoenix. It wouldn't have beat Phoenix in 5. I think they would beat Phoenix in 6 or 7.
Can we say then, okay, well, Boston, they played Brooklyn and they weren't at full strength, and then you had Milwaukee and Middleton was hurt, and then Miami, look at that. It was like a hospital ward.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think you could make that case.
I just think both teams have played really well to get to this point.
And I'm not saying that sways anything one way or another, but to your point about maybe the Warriors not getting as much credit, I think that's probably why. It's just the fact that it was, I mean, the second and third best players for Denver when you remove. And look, they hadn't had those
but
guys.
They beat them in 5. Okay,
they
beat them in 5, and they beat Dallas in 5. Thank goodness, because Dallas annoys me.
Yeah, I just didn't see that like other people. I
didn't see it either.
I just didn't see like why people were so worried about Dallas.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand that either.
Like, Phoenix got beat. Like, look out for Dallas. Like, to me, that was that matchup. Like, Dallas was a nightmare matchup. Phoenix clearly was not connected in the way that maybe we thought they were, and it slipped at the end. But Dallas was able to defend Phoenix.
From the 415, I've got Boston in 5.
Wow.
From the 415 was 7 for Celtics until I saw the Celtics struggling against the injury-plagued Heat in the conference finals. From the 650, come on, guys. We're supposed to be scared of everybody we played. Thus far to date, we've whooped and whomped them all. 888-957-9570. Kumar joins us from San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. Kumar, what's your level of respect or, if you will, fear for the Boston Celtics?
Yeah, I think the series is truly up in the air. And I'll tell you why, and this is my reason. I think both teams did not play quality and strength rivals to get here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You played depleted teams and physically injured teams, so did they. So you can't count that against one and not count that against the other. So on an even pedal, I think this is a series right up in the air. But I think what will determine the series is how much Marcus Smart really restricts Steph Curry, number one, and how big of an effect will Big Al play in the series. That's going to decide if Celtics going to swing it their way. On the Warriors side, if they keep doing what they're doing with their bench players and people like Wiggins and Looney showing up and finding a way to make this team win, they're going to win it. But I would say it's still up in the air. I'd give the Warriors a slight edge.
All right, thank you, Kumar. Slight edge there. We've been talking a lot about Warrior culture. And we've been talking about it. Here's what Steph Curry had to say today about the Warrior culture.
I mean, from my vantage point, I don't know how much it helped that year because, like you said, it was the injuries and all that. We were all over the place, and we just wanted to get healthy and whole and see what we had. So last year was more, I think, the barometer of our culture and our way of doing things that got us through the beginning of that season where we had a lot of young guys playing, still dealt with a couple of injuries. We had some new guys in the rotation that were trying to figure out how we played and all that. But I think we slowly got a little bit better, and then we finished 15-5 in the last 20 games and gave ourselves a chance to sneak into a playoff spot. And you could see that fire and that competitive level come back, and that carried over into this year. And that helped us have that belief and that vision that we could be back here on the stage. I don't think any of us thought we were winning a championship last year, but every game mattered down the stretch because we wanted to reassert ourselves as a very dominant, capable championship-type team. We finished the season, beat some really good teams, and got that confidence back. And then that carried over again to the through the summer and everything that we said and talked about and how we prepared for this season. Now we're here. So looking back, a very rewarding experience, even though it was difficult at times.
Steve Kerr talked about that after Thursday night too, or on Thursday night, talked about how last year he said kind of set the tone for this year. The way we won 15 of our last 20, got bounced out of the play-in tournament, but won a lot of games down the stretch.
Well, it was looking pretty bleak for the Warriors when Steph went down at the end of that 2021 season, and they had dipped, 4 games under 500 before they went 15-5 late in that year, and it was looking like, what are they gonna be 2 really kind of lost seasons?
Right.
The 15-5 did salvage, I think, something
once they started chasing wins.
Once they started changing the rotation a little bit. I mean, Steph was just amazing in those 20 games as well, which I think was a big part of it. But not being able to flip bad to good, because I think, and you know this from our years of working together, anytime you go bad, you got to get good again as quickly as possible. Like you don't want to 15-50, and you were 33-39. Like it just the longer it goes, I think the harder it is to
pull out of
turn to worm.
Yeah.
And so to be able to just have a good finish, be a above 500 team, win 39 games with a lot of what that team, like it almost felt like, 39 games, that's pretty good.
That's nice
for that group. And sure, you wanted to get into the beyond the play-in tournament, into the first round of the playoffs and take a shot at somebody, maybe Phoenix, and see how it played out. I do think it was a step toward, hey, no, the Warriors are still a good team, even though this wasn't a great team by any stretch, and they can level up again the following year.
Miles joining us from Wisconsin to weigh in on Dubs Celtics. Hello, Miles. Sorry about your Milwaukee Bucks, sir.
That is just fine. I'm actually a loyal Warriors fan.
Good for you.
The good old Monte Ellis days.
Yeah.
That's not a problem for me. So being from Wisconsin, it's kind of been funny how ever since the end of the play-in game last year, seeing my team lose like that, I've kind of predicted that the Warriors would make it through to the finals, and everybody thought I was crazy, and now they just think I'm insane for pulling that off and knowing that. I think the Warriors do have a little bit of an advantage here because you have such great depth, and I think that is something that a lot of teams struggle with, is how much the Warriors are able to remain older yet still get younger pieces in there and fit them into it. It's a dynasty that's going to be on for a while. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Miles. Appreciate that. You're right. The Warriors have depth, and they have a lot of versatility, and they have the players who are able to be ready when they need to be ready, and a coach who understands which players are the best fits for the best situations. I remember going back to, might have been 2015 or 2016, talking to Tim Roy. And I asked Tim Roy, how come the Warriors, remember the Iguodala and Mo Spates and these guys off the bench? People used to say, hey, the Warrior bench, they'd be a playoff team. Remember that, JD? Mm-hmm. And I asked Tim Roy about that because they weren't big names, but they were so effective. And he said he thought, even going back then, he said the Warrior coaches just have a real good understanding of what situations are best for certain players. They just have a real knack for knowing this guy's going to shine in this situation. And I think that's still true to this day, and I think it's really been true this year. Yeah, and look, the Warriors have the depth advantage in this series. I mean, the Celtics basically play 7, 8. Yeah. And Daniel Tice hasn't been playing, and Pritchard, they didn't want to put him out there against Miami. I think they really won't want to put him out there against the... Luke Cornett was a DNP, by the way. Yeah, for the Warriors. The Warriors also do have the rest advantage. And as some of that offset by the fact that they're an older team, at least the core, I mean, maybe, does it level out once we get, let's say, to game 2? Like maybe the Warriors have an advantage rest game 1, but then there's still 2 days in the same city before game 2, and the Celtics at that point would have played 1 game in 6 days. So did the Celtics get enough back as the younger team there? The only time there's 1 day in between games is 3 and 4 in Boston. So it almost, to me, feels like if the Celtics are going to win this series, they got to win game 3 and game 4, regardless of what happens, whether they split, or I don't think the Celtics win the first 2 in San Francisco, but if they split, I think the onus would be on the Celtics to maybe win 3 and 4. And then that can flip quickly. But I think going into it, the Warriors are deeper and they do have the rest advantage. The later the series goes, it's not as blatant where I feel in some of these every other day series, the longer they went, the Warriors would have been at a significant disadvantage. They were able to basically avoid it, except for the Memphis series where it hurt them a little bit. I think in this series, maybe that's not as much of a factor with the 2 days off in between most of these games. Okay, JD, the day off in Boston, is that the day you're going to the Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts? It's possible. I was mapping out some things as far as I was actually doing my little written, it's typed, but I was doing my little on my little kind of, all right, this is what time this is going to be, and this is what time, just kind of when are the windows that I'm going to have. It's possible. It's also possible it might be the Tuesday. Okay. Have I told you that I went there once? Did I tell you this story? And I went there and they had an ABA picture and they had a caption and it was wrong and I had to call them and complain. Did you really? You're the Basketball Hall of Fame. You were that guy? You got the names wrong. You're the Basketball Hall of Fame. Wow. And it turns out they're way understaffed, and someone said, that was really mean. You shouldn't have done that. I felt bad. Are you joking? Yeah. But come on. That guy, huh? Yes. You are that guy, Whitey. You're the... How far away is that from Boston? How far are we talking? I've been there once. It's a bit of a drive. And I can't remember, better part of an hour, I think, to get there. And it was a long time ago, and I was 20 years ago when I went there, I think. But it was I thought it was going to be worth it. Well, it was worth it until you figured out they had a bunch of the info wrong. You can't have the captions wrong. Willie Sojourner is not Connie Hawkins. That's what it was. Steve Kerr yesterday talked about how rare it is during the finals to have this much time off before game 1.
that we gave the guys 2 straight days off,
Not
which
rare for
is
them.
almost unheard of, not only in the playoffs, but in the regular season too. So a great chance to sort of decompress. I've said it many times, you go to the finals, it's almost a 2-month journey filled with stress and fatigue and everything else. So if you can get a little bit of a break, it's very meaningful. So hopefully we can, get healthy and have a few days of really good prep and be ready to go on Thursday.
Hour and a half, by the way, JD.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark Grandy.
Appreciate
so
that.
you're in, right?
I think I'm in. Yeah.
You got to go through one of the turnpikes, I think.
Yeah, I'll figure that part out.
Yeah.
Like the logistics of it. It's more, if I have the window, I'll figure the logistics.
Connecticut is beautiful this time of year. I don't know, a lot of Connecticut license.
Oh yeah,
plates, but
definitely.
Yeah.
In the summer. Oh, I love
Yeah.
the whole. Down the shore there. Yeah.
Boston, obviously, we're so excited here, and we're saying how, it's only, it's been these 3 long years since the Warriors were in the finals. How long has it been for the Celtics?
Well, they've been in the finals, twice in the last 35 years?
Yeah, I don't think they've been there since 2010, right?
Yeah, or 35 if you go to, yeah.
Yeah.
So 2010, they only made it in 8 and they only made it in 08 and
to the 2 Lakers, right?
And
the
10,
Lakers series, yeah.
With the KG and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen group and Kendrick Perkins who couldn't play in Game 7 and
a great
Lakers
analyst,
won.
though. Yeah.
But those, it's funny because you think about, all right, Celtics 17 titles and the 2, and it's been 12 years since they last made it. But again, that's 2 in the last 35 years, I believe. If you go, you have to go all the way to 87.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Before that.
Mm-hmm. On the text line here, interesting question. Can you say the Warriors have the depth advantage when Boston has the better starting 5?
Do they?
Yeah, I don't know that you can say for sure Boston has the better starting 5.
I would push back on that as well.
Yeah, and the Warriors definitely have more depth because they play more guys. I mean, there's really no disputing that.
Yeah, I do think in every playoff series does come down to the playables. And so when you look at, and forgive me because I think I deleted my box score that I sent you earlier, so I'm going to try and find it. But you look at, the Warriors have 6 for sure playables, right? It's Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney, Poole. They have 6. Now Porter could play. Porter would be 7 if he's available. Peyton, if he comes back, that's 8. So then they've got 8 playables right there off the top. And Iguodala maybe would be a 9, but they've got 8. How many playables do the Celtics have? 7?
7.6.
So you could make a case the Warriors have more playables.
Yes.
And because Moody is a we don't know, and Kuminga no.
I don't think you can really dispute that. Can you make the case? I think it's irrefutable.
Right.
Yeah.
Like they play Smart and Brown and Tatum and Horford and Robert Williams, and then they play Grant Williams and Derek White.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the 7 that they trust really almost in any circumstances. And Horford can be I think Horford is a tough matchup for the Warriors, but he can be a little bit compromised defensively.
Now, what I would say here, if I were taking up the Celtics' cause here, is I'd say, look, it's in the finals. You don't need to play 8 or 9 guys.
And multiple days off in between and a relatively younger team.
Mm-hmm.
But the Warriors have the advantage, right? If Peyton and Porter come back, now if they don't come back, then I think the Warriors maybe only have 6 trusted players. Now more are going to have to play, but then we're getting into Damian Lee and Moody, and you can't look. Damian Lee, Moody and Kuminga may play very well. You can't count on it, and I don't care what they did in the last. Moody was really good against Dallas. That doesn't mean he's going to be really good against Boston. Different deal.
They're back. I don't know about Iguodala, but Peyton probably. Porter's
that
back,
gives you
right?
8. That gives you 8.
Yeah.
That gives you 8.
Let's see here from the 5-1-0.
Wiggins is the only two-way player from the 4-1-5. Not to jump you there among the lineup, the Warriors lineup. I think that goes back to the starting lineup.
I'm not trying to be Mr. Defend the Warriors here, but I mean Clay is not the defender he once was, but he's a 2-way player, right?
Yeah,
No, not what he was.
Yeah.
No more.
I mean, Draymond's a 2-way player.
Well, yeah. I mean, he runs down to the offensive end. He certainly was a great offensive player in Game 5.
He's basically their point guard.
Yeah, that's true. He just doesn't score, but he still contributes offensively. You're right. Boston isn't the toughest team, Dubs, I've seen. That would be Memphis if healthy. Dubs in 5.
Yeah, that's the cute pick. We saw what all the cute picks got in the last round with the, Dallas. Warriors in 7. Warriors in 6. Warriors in 7.
Mm-hmm.
That was trendy.
Yeah. Boston has at least 3 in Smart, Tatum, and Brown.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You'd be worried about the Celtics a lot more than you're worried about the freaking Mavericks. What a joke that was. Mavericks!
From the 925, 20 years ago when Whitey celebrated his 50th birthday. Actually, I think it was 70. I think it was my 70th birthday I celebrated at the Basketball Hall of Fame, but it was just a little disappointing. That's all. I'm hoping JD goes there. I think they have a new building since I've been there, and I hope JD comes back and says, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, and there's actually a plaque there, Whitey, commemorating you and your call and how you pointed out that they said Connie Hawkins was Willie Sojourner, and they fixed everything because of your call.
All right, I'm taking notes.
Yeah. I feel like Kuminga will get good minutes. Boston's offense doesn't scare me. I don't think Kuminga's going to get a lot of minutes. Could be wrong. Unless it's one of those starts where the Warriors can't get anything going offensively. He's kind of Steve Kerr's emergency offensive player.
You found the niche for Kuminga. I think it's either that or Peyton and Porter don't come back. Or come back and can't be effective. And then I think, so I would never say, he's not in the original plan. I'll say that, Kuminga.
What player has, this is a little cliche, pardon me, JD, what player has the most at stake here in this series legacy-wise? And before you answer, I think there's probably an obvious answer, but there are other answers. I mean, Tatum is on the cusp, right? I mean, think what it would mean for Tatum's legacy and career to, say, lead the Celtics to a championship. But it's probably Steph, right?
Is Tatum your pick?
No, but I think you could make that case.
I think you can. I don't like. I don't love that. Like, I guess it is Steph, but I don't feel like Steph loses anything here. Like, I think Steph I think Steph can gain the most by winning a 4th championship and maybe a 2nd one without Durant, but I don't think he loses anything if he doesn't win.
Right.
And we're talking 6 finals at that point.
You could also make the case that it's Draymond because Steph is Steph no matter what happens. Draymond, more than any of the Warrior core players, potential Hall of Famers, is judged by what did the team do. So if they win another one, that really further cements his reputation as a great defender and a great winner.
For sure.
Yeah. And I know it's not like he has to prove anything in that regard, but another championship, oh my goodness. I mean, what that would mean for his body.
I think that's big.
Yeah. By the way, there's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get one step closer to becoming a millionaire. And remember, your last chance to win a prize today is coming up. All you have to do to win is be the 5th caller to our contest line as soon as you hear this sounder.
The Golden State Warriors have put the Splash back in the finals.
So good luck. Be listening for that. X Factors in the NBA Finals next with Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game.
Whitey, shut up. Warriors.
Jumper.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Hey, if you're looking for more Giants talk, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. It's hosted by our own Mark Willard and Joe Shasky. Check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Whitey Gleason, John Dickinson with you here on this Memorial Day.
The Golden State Warriors have put the splash back in the finals.
That's the great Tim Roy, of course. So that means caller number 5 right now to the contest line, 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263, wins the final prize of our Memorial Day extravaganza. Just a moment ago, JD, we were talking about the Giants. How'd Los Gigantes fare today?
They wound up winning in extra innings. 5-4 was the final. A couple of big home runs for the for the Giants in that.
We've been talking Warriors all day long.
We've been talking Warriors all day long.
Yeah,
the
and
Giants
we're going to be hopefully for another 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, Kurt Casale with a home run in the 10th after Evan Longoria hit a big home run in the 9th. Logan Webb, they sent him back out for the 9th, and he gave up a home run to Kyle Schwarber.
Wow.
3-2 going to the bottom of the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave up the home run to Schwarber, and then Casale cashed in the extra runner on his blast, and the Phillies were able to score their extra runner, but that was it.
Where has that 2021 magic gone for the Giants? They're doing fine.
They're fine. They're 26 and 21, and if anything, they've had a little bit of the 2021. I mean, today's kind of that game. They were down 2-0 most of the game, and they end up tying it and going ahead. They've had a few of the Mets game. When we were on the air doing Warriors wrap-up.
Game of the year, right?
The game of the year, they won that game. So they actually have been able, yesterday, the morning game in Cincinnati, they were able
to... no hit, and then you win that one, yeah.
You win that. So the overall record isn't there, but...
It's not bad.
I've looked at it as...
expectations from last year, so
well, I've looked at the last week specifically as they could be they're 26-21. Like, they could be 23-24,
Mm-hmm.
and a really bad 23-24 with some tough losses and kind of flailing. So I think some of the heroics, while it hasn't all added up to a great record yet, it's still, like you say, good record, and they've averted some disaster with the heroics just in the last few days.
Yeah, and you get, what is it, like 30 teams in each league make the playoffs this year or something?
Right.
Yeah. So.
And it's pretty, I don't know if you've looked at the standings, Whitey, but it's going to be pretty tough for them to not make it.
Mm-hmm.
Already.
Yeah.
And, Memorial Day is that first, where you at?
Right.
Checkpoint.
It is.
And here we are today.
Yeah.
And I was just I was looking at it, and it's like, oh, the Dodgers are going to make it, and the Mets are going to make it, and the Brewers are going to make it. And, okay, that's 3. And the Padres are probably...
The Padres are looking pretty good.
The Padres are...
Tatis still to come.
Probably going to make it. That's 4. And then the Cardinals are pretty good. That's 5. And then it's the Giants. And then you start looking after that, and it's like, oh, the next best team in the East is like 4 games off, and
well,
the next
remember
best team in the
year.
Central is like 8 games off, and the next best team in the West is like at least 4 games off now. So it just,
I know last year we didn't have the expanded playoffs, but last year the Braves who won the World Series, weren't they under 500 until August?
Yeah. And that is
under 500.
And that is the one thing in the Braves. I know they're obviously a different team, but they're lingering right around 500 right now as that 7th team, I guess, or the first team on the outside looking in. But after that 6 that we mentioned, after the Dodger, Met, Milwaukee, Padre, Cardinal, Giant 6, I mean, it's Atlanta, Philly, like which one of those teams? Pittsburgh ain't taking a Giant spot. Arizona, Colorado.
Yeah,
like
still early, like you say.
It's still early, but like there would have to be maybe one team out of that group kind of come out of nowhere, and the Giants still hanging around maybe the mid-80s.
I think Farhan is still adheres to kind of the old Billy Bean Moneyball philosophy of you wait, so you put a team together, you hope it's a great team, and then you wait and see how you're doing at the deadline, and then you make your decision. Is this team good enough? We all in? We're going to actually...
And then you make your push if you are.
And then you decide, this team isn't in there. And this team looks like they're halfway decent. But at that point, it's like, that's how you do it. Put a team together. What do we got? Yeah, this is good. And so let's improve the roster for the second half of the season.
And they've had a lot of injuries to the position players. And I think some to be expected. But I think what you've seen is when they've not had everybody, but close to having everybody, they have been a pretty good offensive team. When you've taken a couple away,
and offense this year's down.
They aren't.
Yeah,
and they especially is the case. I mean, you look at yesterday, you look at today. They hit the ball out of the ballpark a couple times. They come up with some clutch wins. And when they don't do that, they don't win. I mean, it's like a lot of teams. I know it's not rocket science, but when they hit the ball out of the ballpark, they look pretty good. When they don't.
Funny how it works out that way. It's like the Warriors, right? When they're making threes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So is that the biggest advantage the Warriors have? I think we agree. We're both, and as you say, maybe we won't do predictions yet today with the series not tipping off till Thursday.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to.
But the Warriors, I don't plan to either. I think we agree the Warriors have an advantage. Well, where do you think their biggest advantage is? If the Warriors have an advantage, I think it's that they're just a much better offensive team than Boston.
Yeah, I think they have the ability to their low-end offensive games, I think, are higher than the Celtics' low-end offensive games with 2 excellent defenses going at each other. And I think the Celtics are a better defensive team, and I think they have some matchup problems against the Warriors, but I still think the Warriors will be better offensively in their bad games at a greater level than maybe the Celtics are. And I think the other thing is the Celtics because it works both ways. The Celtics' propensity for losing leads and not playing a little panicky down the stretch, a little tight, and the Warriors have an ability of running teams down.
Yeah.
Like almost in every series, there's a game where they make a push and they flip a would-be loss into a win, and that is demoralizing.
Been trying to figure out here, what is it with this Boston team? They're so good defensively, but they have a hard time holding on to leads, and I think Saint nailed it. It's like they, at times, really struggle offensively, especially against a good team like a defensive team like Miami.
And the Warriors against Dallas, when Dallas had scoring droughts, they punished them. When Memphis had scoring droughts and couldn't make shots, they punished them. The Warriors can do enough in small stretches where teams don't have it offensively to change entire games.
Who's your X factor? Are you willing to go there yet? Not a prediction yet.
I think it's Wiggins. I think it's Wiggins in particular offensively. But it's because I think the Celtics are going to do okay against Poole. I think they're going to make life difficult against Poole. To me, it's Wiggins, because I don't think there's a player that's more impactful on both sides. If he can score at a certain level in individual games, it really helps the Warriors, and he's going to be a big part of trying to defend not only Tatum but also Jaylen Brown.
This may be overly optimistic, but fingers crossed, X-rays crossed, I'm going GP2, X Factor. Yeah. John Dickinson, it's been great. I'll be with you Thursday.
Yes. I had to think about that, and because
you scared me.
I was like, yes, Thursday's game one of the finals, and we're doing Warriors wrap up after the ball game.
Looking forward to that. Thank you for listening. Enjoy the rest of your holiday. Thank you, Mark Randy. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Cam. We got Fox Sports Radio for you next on 95.7 The Game.
The Beast of the East.
Al Horford with the rebound, and the Boston Celtics will go to the NBA Finals.
Beats the best of the West.
The Golden State Warriors have put the Splash back in the finals. The